Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I could not be more excited about the Astros than I am right now. We're back to cheating and winning. And I mean, this season is turned totally around now.
It's around. It's turned around.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Renel Blanco, they can't lose when he's on the mound. And he's loaded up with goop and guck. And the umpire said it was the stickiest stuff they ever seen.
They couldn't even get, I'm starting to make some sense now, a little bit, with Renel Blanco. I mean, let's just be real. I saw people on Twitter yesterday response like, this isn't fair. Oh, yeah, right, with this as other teams. I mean, they took so much time. It was almost like the four of them were sitting there like, I can't believe this. This isn't. And he's like,
I don't know if it was
it's rosin. It's just rosin. It's rosin. And they're like, and they sat there forever. And then finally they go, we got to throw you out. That's the first time I've seen this in 2 years.
He literally said, it's the stickiest since we've been doing this. It's the stickiest stuff I've ever seen. I've felt on a glove since we've been doing this for a few years now. Way to go, Renel Blanco. Everybody follow suit. Let's go. Get the gunk all in there.
Blanco was thrown out after 3 innings. It was,
but they checked the same glove the innings before. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if they check it and it's fine, and then all of a sudden it's not, they're going to be able to tell.
Now they got to send the glove to the league office to see for them to inspect it.
He's going to get suspended.
He's going to get suspended, but he said, I am going to appeal because it's rosin. Now it's illegal to put rosin on your glove hand, though. So, but he said, I had it on my left arm and it dripped in because of the sweat. It dripped into my glove. Whatever the case may be, I didn't do anything. I don't have any illegal substance. I got rosin. So I believe him. And he said, I am definitely going to appeal.
Stuff they've ever dealt with.
Yeah.
I mean, and 4 of them were there checking it. He's got to say what he's got to say. If you say, all right, I was using Spider Tack.
Okay.
I mean, he's going to be suspended a long time. You got to say what you got to say. My guess is he probably was looking for an edge. This is still a young pitcher relative to his time in the league. He got caught. The cheating Astros are back at it. This is the narrative now.
I love
people are all over this again, which who cares? It's not going to end anyway. You look at it.
It's funny.
All I care about is Caratini had the walk-off. That's all I care.
Yeah.
Is the Astros won, because you don't want to lose to the A's at all if possible.
No.
And, John, you already said you got to have the 8-2.
I got
minimum 8-2.
You know what? I'm going 9-1 now.
So now we're 2-0.
I'm going 9-1. I'm going 9-1. Forget 8-2. I'm going 9-1 now because you're going to beat this team. Alex Bregman is smoking hot. I mean, he's red hot.
He's married too, John. So
he is.
He's not going to give you a
foot
massage, okay?
I don't know what's going on there, but we've seen him since he's been married, and it hasn't. Did you see who's getting a divorce? Rory McIlroy. What did he do last week?
Won.
What did he say? Okay.
You never want to admit all this stuff.
No.
We saw it with Andre Agassi, got his career back.
Oh, yeah.
When he got rid of Brooke.
Yeah.
I mean, you never want to admit this is the truth.
No, but I mean, Rory, so it didn't just happen yesterday. The news came out yesterday, but apparently they've been talking about, and he wins on the tour. I'm just saying, that's all I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm just saying. Sometimes that first marriage doesn't work out, though.
Understood. But why is the assumption always that the guy is getting rid of the woman and not the other way around?
Well, either way, it's fine.
Yeah, but generally when we have these conversations, it's like, well, he got rid of her.
Why would a woman ever get rid of a professional golfer?
It's like, he got rid of her, so he's back on track. It's always that. That's how we lead.
No. Well, either way, they're not together.
Either way, I would understand, but generally it's like,
I know we never say, well, except for the fact that it did feel like, what's her name? Like, did Tom Brady win? He didn't win after that, and Giselle went and got with a guy who could beat up Tom.
Right. Well, yeah, do stuff while he's doing stuff. He could still beat him up.
Yeah, you're right. We never look at Oh man, she is just killing it out there now.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
I don't keep
know.
track of.
Well,
yeah.
how did Kelsey Plum do last night in her game?
She's
after
one of the
getting rid of
favorites for
Darren Waller.
She's still one of the favorites.
Wearing?
I did see that.
Did you see it?
I didn't see
the
it.
leather getup. Oh, KJ sent it to us.
Yeah. Yeah, I did see it. Well, regardless, let's get back on track here, okay?
What, we're cheating and now we feel
Alex
great?
Bregman's red hot. That's what. And we're cheating.
Not
home
smoking.
run.
It's another walk-off by the Italian, okay? Another
Not
great
from
night
Italy.
for an Italian.
Not from Italy.
He's not Italian.
Are you sure? You guys sure about that? I heard him speak Spanish. He learned Spanish when he came here from Italy. He learned Spanish because
it is a romance language. What's Italy? What's Italian?
Are you kidding? But
lot of
when
the
you
same
come to
bases.
America, you want to learn the language, Spanish.
He's
in
well,
Houston,
he's from
it's kind of
he's
partly.
from Puerto Rico.
Well, but through it's Italy probably.
No, not via Italy. No.
Well, he might have, his family might have had to get out of Italy because of Mussolini and all that. We don't know.
Okay, now we're throwing aspersions
You
at
don't
the
know.
Caratinis.
You don't know.
You don't know either. I know.
Okay.
I don't know, and you don't know either.
All right, so
You just said something, and now you think you can get away with it.
you don't know. You don't know.
You saying you don't know just because you threw something out there what does that mean? I can say stuff and you don't know. What?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, his family fled Italy because they were against Mussolini. You don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know. Listen, Victor Caratini is an American hero now, and I'm pretty sure he's Italian. And do we have him on the line?
John, is that you are very sleepy. It's Victor Caratini.
Hey, Victor. That's what I'm telling everybody.
Hey, John. Very sleepy. I fell asleep a long party into the night after my base hit. I was having some little bit of limoncello, a little bit of Frangelica, with the grappa. We celebrated just like in the old country.
That's the way we should. So that's what I'm talking
the way
about.
We do things. I've been up all night, John. Bigger party for me.
Listen, Victor Caratini.
I got home. I had a big plate of lasagna, just like my mama used to make it. And I said, "Oh, who made this lasagna?" And then one of the Italian women from the village that came over with me said, "I made you your favorite dish with red gravy, Victor." I said, you're a good woman like my mama.
No. And nobody makes him like a cannoli like a mama either.
Oh, cannoli. So I got to stay off of the cannoli before I get to be a fat man like Chaz McCarthy.
You're not good. You see? We got to stay out the cannoli so we don't get fat like Chaz.
Yeah,
I love that.
I eat too much pasta. I end up like a
Listen.
machete. I barely can walk. I barely can swing a bat.
The greatest.
You will never get a base hit like me, but the pasta give me the energy from the carbs.
The greatest Italian Puerto Rican hero
Thank you, John.
in American
Thank you,
history.
Yeah. I'm biracial. Yes, that's right. Biracial, but only on the good side.
That's it. Italian, Puerto Rico, American history right here.
You name it, I got it.
Victor.
Sometimes I eat a fusion food. I put my spaghetti inside of a tortilla, and I make myself a spaghetti taco, a fusion food.
That's my boy. That's Victor Caratini,
Yeah,
Italian-American Puerto Rican.
Thank you. It's good to be back in the winter column against the A's. It's very tough to beat the A's, but we do it 2 times in a row.
Nobody beats the A's 2 times in a row like the
Very
Astros.
hard for us to win at home, John.
I know
But
it.
it's one thing I say from back in the old country. And I remember this from when my family fled from Mussolini. And they said, hey, you got to look at every team the same way. Like you can defeat them and you can beat them like a Mussolini.
That's what the family used to say? Okay. You can be, and then they had to flee to Puerto Rico, right? Okay. All right.
Where the Germans went to Argentina, that didn't make no sense either.
We didn't want to be around the Germans in Argentina. I know. No, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one, Victor. Victor Caratini.
Hey, thank you, everybody. I'm the hero you needed.
It's our hero. That's our hero, Victor Caratini. See, Del? Proof. He's Italian. I told you.
I mean, we have audio from him after the game. We can see if just the partying turned him into whatever voice that is.
He learned Spanish when he came here.
No, what I'm saying is we just heard him on the phone. We can tell how he degraded because of the partying last night because he was interviewed by Julia Morales after the game. We can wow, he must have really partied hard.
He tore up his throat.
Yeah.
Tore up his throat with limoncello and frangelico. Man, did you hear Victor Caratini?
I did. He sounds like he's been up all night. Right when Lima would come in after a win, and he hadn't been sleeping the whole night.
No, well, you ain't gonna sleep, right? He makes spaghetti tacos.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'm eating spaghetti tacos.
Yeah.
That's not fusion food. That's just putting something in a tortilla.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that he was able to join us and speak English because maybe he just doesn't want to talk to Julia in English because last night he had a translator next to him.
He did?
Yeah.
Well, because, again, when you come to this country, you speak Spanish. He learned Spanish to come to America.
No, what I'm saying is I'm thanking him for I know English is now his third language. I'm glad he was able to speak to us in English.
Yeah.
While last night's broadcast at the end, he was speaking in Spanish through an interpreter.
Maybe he feels more comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear a difference between Victor Caratini last night before the party and Victor Caratini this morning.
Vamos a celebrar allá adentro y estamos jugando bien la pelota y seguir hacia adelante. We're going to go inside and celebrate. We're playing some good baseball and just continue to move forward.
Okay, give me your approach there in that situation.
Dile que no, nada, solamente estaba tratando de hacer un buen swing, tratar de llevar la bola, Phil estaba adentro, tratar de llevar la bola a los field. Yeah, just trying to have a good swing, the infield was playing in, so just trying to drive the ball to the outfield.
You and your walk-offs too, is this fun for you?
Oh, dile que no, gracias Papá Dios por este momento. Thank God for this moment.
You hear it?
And then I put a spaghetti inside of a taco and make a spaghetti taco fusion food.
You see? Did you see, Del?
Yeah, that's good. Hit that. Yeah.
So the only
keep that on the
So the only question he answered in English with Julia was something she didn't even ask about.
Yeah. Well, you probably cut that out. They probably edited that.
I'm looking at it. Wow. Credit to Victor Caratini for speaking 3 languages and also being the king of walk-offs.
Right. You know,
he is the king of walk-offs.
You know, where was Pablo Prigioni? It was from where? Argentina?
He's from Argentina.
Well, he sounded a lot like Prigioni.
Well, the Prigioni that showed up on this air.
When you're South American Italian, you sound a lot alike.
Yeah, for sure.
South American Italian sound a lot alike.
Yeah. But he's not from South America.
Whatever.
He's from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, it's close.
It's not.
Well, not if the family's lead.
It's south of Texas. That's all I know.
Well, plenty of places.
Everything is South American if it's south of Texas.
Okay.
Okay.
Mexico is South American?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
How close is South America to America, really?
Well, there's a whole Central America between us. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And they call that Central. They should be South America, and then South America should be.
I'm so proud.
South America.
So proud today of Victor Caratini.
Or South Mexico.
Yeah, that's right.
We could call it that.
We could call it whatever we want. Here's the deal: is the Astros win again? We're cheating again. We got a walk-off again with an Italian-American Puerto Rican hero. I mean, this is a great day.
Well, for judging by past experience, Victor Caratini is going to make a gaffe tonight to cost him the game. Because the last time he had a walk-off, he got doubled off because he couldn't tell that a ball was going to get caught.
Oh, yeah.
So let's hope we avoid that scenario tonight.
That was bad. I remember that. That wasn't very good. But that's okay. We got us another win.
A bona fide streak.
That's right. All right. We're 4 in a row. Oh, by the way, did you see the Astros? They put out, if you buy tickets now today to go to tonight's game, the first drinks on them.
Yeah, first drinks on them. It's the walk-off Wednesday, they're calling it.
Is
this a new thing, or are they just trying to whip it? Because I got it in my email this morning, like, walk-off Wednesday.
Walk-off Wednesday.
Is this a new thing after the hot dog? We got hot dogs and walk-off
I almost bought a ticket, okay? I almost bought a ticket just to.
I got to go check the fine print to see like which drinks. You ain't giving away your $25 cocktails or whatever. There's no way they're doing that. Like no, your first drink is a
beer.
Coke.
It's a beer.
Is it really
a beer, a Coke, or I don't know, water or something? Yeah, their first drink is on.
It's not one of their
It's not going to be
one of their mortgage level cocktails.
Not the big one. It's not going to be the big one.
No,
you collected it. It might be
That's
a little
still
pony
cool,
boy.
though.
That is cool.
That's still cool.
Thank you, Astros. Thank you, Jim Crane. Just
thank you for your
giving
service,
it away.
Jim. Thank you for your service.
And here, thank you for your service. Hey, did you guys hear that? Like Caitlin Clark, the game last night was the most bet WNBA game in history.
8 times. Well, it was 8 times the amount bet in the opener of the Indiana Fever. It was very specific.
Right.
It was 8 times the amount of money from the 2023 opener for Indiana Fever. But when we come back, we've got some of that for you. And NBA, I'm not sure Shaq is on the right side of this argument about Jokic.
Okay, we will do that. But right now, I'm talking about my bookie because you know where you can bet on Caitlin Clark. She plays again tomorrow. You know where you can bet on her? At mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. One-stop shop for all your sports betting and casino needs, complete with a real-life Vegas experience right from the comfort of your phone. You have a real-live dealer. You can get that. Take your viewing experience to the next level, real-time, live betting that lets you stream and bet the games right from the mybookie.ag website. Sign up now. Take advantage of a generous welcome bonus. Your first deposit all the way up to $1,000. You put in $200, you get $300 ready to play instantly using promo code BET975. And the fun just doesn't stop. You get up-to-the-minute odds, props, this week's expert predictions to help you decide who to put your money on. Best part about MyBookie, you can bet on anything, anytime, from anywhere. Use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today. Oh, with MyBookie.
Man, Houston's luxury destination for timepieces is Zadig Jewelers, and it's not close. The 28,000 square feet of shopping space they have, 2-level store. One of the headliners for me are the amount of watches they have. It is incredible. All of the top names that you could possibly imagine are in that store. If you are someone who loves luxury timepieces, there is no question that if you don't know about Zadig, it's going to become your favorite store. They buy, they buy, they trade, they sell. So you can find a watch that is either new or one that you've always wanted. Just exceptional quality from the very top brands and top names from around the world are all available for you right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Make sure you get in and check them out. If you're somebody who loves watches and you just want to browse, they'll be more than happy to take you throughout the store at every little boutique niche that they have and tell you exactly about all the different watches so you can see for yourself exclusive timepieces that no one else in the state has. That's what we're talking about at Zadig Jewelers. If you're a fan of the watch, You must stop in and check it out for yourself. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So earlier this year, Clark Schmidt had a foreign substance in his glove. They made him go wash his hands.
Now, that one, I've read about that one. That was one where they said it was clearly rosin. He had too much rosin. So they had him wash it off. They believed that Ronel Blanco had a foreign substance.
Well,
that's the difference between the two.
Well, now, you know what? Then send the glove
to
the labs.
I get how it looks, but that was...
Send the glove to the lab, and let's see what it is. Let's see what it is. Also, Yamamoto with the Dodgers, an umpire had issue. Here's your glove. He was talking, had his glove, and sent him back into the dugout. That's fine. But if the Astros do it, then it's cheating, okay? And we're going to get suspended.
You came into the show saying, yay, the Astros are cheating.
I love that.
We're so back.
We're back. We are back.
I mean, Bregman, another homer, 3 home runs now in 2 games, and an Astro was found having a little foreign substance, and they win it a walk-off. Yeah. There's a lot of things coming together here.
Yep.
Like, I care. So what? Blanco had something.
Well,
1 game, big deal.
He's going to get 10 days.
It'd be 2 starts.
2 starts.
If he gets 10 days, it'll be 2 starts, and you're already on a 6-man rotation. So we're probably going to see Yucky Hunter.
What do you mean, Yucky Hunter? He threw 5 beautiful innings.
Don't tell me about middle reliever. I'm talking about starter. Then throw an opener. Throw an opener and bring him in.
That's fine. Then throw an opener because that's what they did. 1 and a third with Javier. What you got to worry about is Javier starts right now. That's what you got to worry about. So. We mentioned Caitlin Clark. Here's what Sports Online had to say. BetOnline.ag. As the data about BetOnline, tonight's handle, total money wagered on the Fever Sun game, has easily surpassed the highest for any WNBA game we've ever offered. In fact, this current time, the Fever Sun handle is even higher than the Knicks Pacers Game 5.
What?
Yeah. And, okay.
Now, that's an online sports book, so it doesn't necessarily mean like Vegas. But let's be honest. I mean, I'm kind of curious what the handle is between some of these online sports books in Vegas because anybody can get to the online sports books.
Yeah.
I'm curious if the handles are the same or, that tells you something. Do you think they had a circle on the amount you could wager? The more action in terms of bets or more money? You said total handle, right?
Total handle.
Well, that's
then they didn't have any circles on it. Why would they have circles on it?
Well, because they don't know how bad the Fever are. Well, actually, that's great.
They're bad.
I'm sure they made a bunch of money because people probably bet on the Fever.
Did you watch any of it?
I did not get to watch.
I did. The Fever. There's a reason that they picked first. They suck. Their teammates suck. I mean, she threw ball. She had 10 turnovers, but she threw a ball right at one of. And she out of bounds. I mean, it was like.
How did she look? Her first half was bad.
She didn't score until the second quarter. Listen, Carrington did a hell of a job. Carrington is a really good defender and did a hell of a job on her. But she didn't hit any. Her under-over on points were 20.5. She had 20. Her over-under on rebounds were 4.5. She had 0. Mm-hmm. Her under-over on assists were 6.5. She had 3. Mm-hmm. 3-pointers, that's the only thing she hit the over. 3.5, she hit 4.
She hit 4. Yeah.
She hit 4.
She started off 1 of 6, and so she was
well, it's different. In the WNBA, listen, they're more physical, and she said it, and they're
quicker,
faster, everything about it.
Yeah, they're better athletes.
Everything about it.
It'll be something. I wonder if we're going to keep – I wonder how long this is going to last, the Caitlin. Like, I kind of wonder how long it's going to carry over, if it's going to carry over the whole year. Or
Aisha Wilson said that the reason that all of this is happening is because she's white, and she's going to be white forever. So
I think she's going to
she'll probably be white for a long time.
I don't. Now you say that, but nothing's forever. Look at Sammy Sosa. Look at Michael Jackson. It's not. Look at Kim Kardashian. There's changes.
What do you mean, Kim Kardashian?
Well, because she was a very light, white-looking girl.
No, those are the Jenners.
No, she was always.
No. At the very, very beginning,
she was never white-looking.
When she was okay.
Well, she's always been. What are they? They're
Armenian, is it?
Armenian
something like
Of
that.
descent?
Armenian, I
descent?
think.
Armenian.
Yeah, Robert Kardashian
Serbian or something.
No.
or Italian.
Don't say you're
I don't know if
something.
John's gonna.
Just if you don't know, just say I don't know.
Yeah, we've already gone through this.
Whatever. I
But
mean,
all I know is that
Scott. Okay.
I don't know why you're rubbing yourself again.
she gets this acclaim because she is. That's like saying Tiger. Why did Tiger Woods? Why did we have all the Tiger Woods love? It's because they are on a different level. It's an easy opt out. Just say, oh, because she's white. It's because she plays like Steph Curry.
Right.
And
Is why.
Because she's white too. That's
Yeah, but
not
why?
pretend.
Then why?
Well,
Well, you know what? Then
Let's
then
not.
Tiger.
Well,
okay,
yes,
Tiger,
Tiger Woods.
what about Michael?
Yes,
But
Tiger
honestly,
Woods being black helped.
You know what? Yeah,
Yes.
you're right. Actually, you're right because it's an anomaly inside the sport.
It is.
Although with WNBA, not so much.
Yeah,
Because
Caitlin
they've
Clark
had really good basketball. Sue Bird, Diana Taurasi. It's actually not as big an anomaly. in
Caitlin
women's
Clark
basketball.
playing the way she plays helped the cause, the shooting, all the things. But there have been great players to enter the WNBA before. Just we didn't pay attention for multiple reasons, and now we're paying attention.
Well, but
Yeah,
no,
but she
I've
pretty
never
mu-
seen anyone shoot from that
Yeah.
distance, be that fluid.
I mentioned it. The way she plays helps.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that the way she plays, I think, is primarily for most people, maybe some people because of the anomaly, but same way Tiger Woods. I mean, let's face it, Tiger Woods was something that golf had never seen, in part not just because he was young, but because he was a multiracial, his mom was Vietnamese? No. No. Hold on. What was his mom?
Kablan Asian.
I know. His
See,
dad was
this
black
is a
and his
problem.
mom was
This
from...
is a problem. Listen, nobody said this stuff when Steph Curry was bombing. Okay, he's popular because he's white. Nobody said that stuff.
He's not white.
What was Tiger's mom?
I don't know.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah.
She's from Thailand.
Yeah, she's Thai. Yeah.
She's from Thailand.
Oh, by the way, did you
Actually,
see
she's
Tiger?
of mixed descent as well.
Did you see Tiger's look this week?
No, I
you
did
seen
not.
Tiger practicing or?
His look.
Yeah.
No, what's his
it's
look?
It's mugshot Tiger.
No.
He's got the goatee thing going again.
He doesn't grow it full though.
It's
That's the problem.
bad.
It's like Bill Cowher, his mustache.
When-
it just
when-
only comes in kind of.
It's not good. It's not good. He looks like that look, Tiger. You should get rid of it because that was your mugshot, and it's just not good. It's not good. Wait, man, what a week! We got PGA Championship.
Yeah, what a week.
We got the Astros back cheating again.
So exciting.
We got Caitlin Clark in real games throwing a ball away 10 times.
Hey.
She's dribbling off her foot.
Summer is so back. We're after on Saturday. We're only in the 90s. We're done. We're into the summer. Did you see that? We're done.
Yeah.
The next 2 weeks is all in the 90s. So summer's here already in May. We've got Caitlin Clark with 10 turnovers, set a record.
Yeah.
She set a record-setting performance.
She matched Cynthia Cooper's first game.
Cynthia had 8, I think.
I thought maybe they said the most in Cynthia Cooper.
Yeah, most since Cynthia.
And
Cooper.
if that's Cynthia Cooper was a great player in the WNBA.
Yeah. How about that? That's what you're striving
You got
for.
Alex Bregman
Hall
hitting
of
home
Famer.
runs again.
Mm-hmm.
Hall of Famer.
Alex Bregman hitting
Hitting
home runs again. And you
Um,
got Jokic winning another
We're
MVP.
cheating again. We got the Italians coming up big
again.
Again.
As always.
Yeah. So this is huge. This
You
is a
see
huge one.
Jokic, 40 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists, no turnovers. And he did it all against Rudy Gobert. To be honest with you, it's Olajuwon versus Robinson all over again.
Yeah.
You take David Robinson was MVP. Rudy Gobert is a multi-time defensive player of the year. And Jokic acted like he wasn't there.
It's unstoppable though. That left hand. I mean, when he does it's as unstoppable as Abdul-Jabbar. How are you going to stop? You can't.
He can go left. He can go left hook, right hook. He's got so many different moves. Like, people just are going to struggle. I think what Shannon Sharp said unfortunately about Shaq is true, that there's a jealousy there because he only won one. And you could have argued Shaq could have won more, obviously. Shaq's issue, part of his issue became that he couldn't stay healthy. He gained too much weight. There's too much pressure on the joints in his lower body. Shaq was the most dominant big man we've ever seen from a physical standpoint. But I think Shaq does struggle with the fact that he's such an alpha. He hates that Jokic has 3 MVPs and he had 1. There's a lot of people. Kendrick Perkins said it out loud. He said the quiet part out loud. It's just not fair that he was going to get 3 MVPs and Kobe only has 2. Oh no, did Kobe have 2 MVPs? I don't even know if Kobe had 2 MVPs. It really bothers him that a player who looks like Jokic has 3 MVPs.
I want to give Shaq the benefit of the doubt in that, you can have the opinion that Shea should have won because some people did. I mean, people had the opinion that Shea should have won.
I think primarily because, look how good his team was, number 1.
Right.
And then number 2.
They were the number 1 seed.
Yeah, so best team on best. Yeah, I actually, that's not a bad argument. And I didn't think you had a bad argument for, I thought maybe Embiid should have won it over, and number 2, I thought maybe Embiid should have won it over Jokic, but they were both really close. You can make an argument. Last year, it should have been Jokic. And I think Kendrick Perkins got something going that I do think there is something to be said that's not racial, and it's just there's a fatigue. There is going to be voter fatigue at times for certain players who win all the time. That's normal. That's normal. But it's what's not normal is what this guy's doing. Like, Jokic doesn't ever have a bad game.
Although
Shea he never has bad games.
No, he never does.
And
Shea had 42. I mean, and as well, 40 as well the other night. So, I mean, Shea is listen, to win 3 MVPs in this league right now with as much talent as there is, because this is as talented at the top, I think, as we've seen in the NBA.
Yeah, man.
There is so much talent. And for him to be dominating
part of it is the international. I mean, we look at baseball, Major League Baseball, and it got some of the same stuff. The international elements have made it even, have brought us some incredible players, and helped bring the Astros World Series.
Yep.
But if you look at basketball, man, just Luka and Jokic alone are just phenomenal. But Jokic is, he's just the numbers. You just can't get past this. Any argument you want to make, well, it's a faster paced game. Well, the defense isn't as good. Dude, it's assists. It's high percentage scoring. It's rebounds. It's everything.
It's everything. Oh, we got a break.
And he gets down 2-0, and what does he do? 3 straight wins.
Right. We got a break. QC Kinetics. And we're going to talk about that. We can continue this on the other side. If you guys want to get in, 713-780-3776. We haven't even touched on really a couple of things with that Astros game last night that we really need to get to. We'll do it on the other side.
All right, let's talk about QC Kinetics because I want to help you guys get right. If you're somebody who plays or used to play a lot of basketball, you used to jog or walk, you got a hip issue, a knee issue, you got an issue with your shoulder, you can't golf, you got an issue in your back, I don't care where it is. If you got joint pain that's chronic, there are better solutions than just your pain medicine, your shots, and then waiting for your surgery. And then you have all that downtime from work, all that rehab time. How about using regenerative medicine? This is the best way. Regenerative medicine takes the joint issues you're having, it takes the body's healing power, they take it out, then they charge it up, they supercharge it, and they put it back into the joint. And what happens is it immediately starts to repair damaged tissue and restore lost tissue. And what that does is it improves inflammation. So that inflammation comes down, your joint begins to work normally, you don't have the chronic pain, your mobility goes way up, and you're back to doing the things you love to do outside. It has a very high success rate, and you have locations all over Houston. There's no excuse not to set up your free consultation. QCkinetics.com. That's QCkinetics.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Nelson's been waiting to talk. Let's get him in here. Hey, Nelson, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, I wanted to talk about this guy, Mason Miller from the A's last night. Man, that guy has some filthy stuff. That dude's popping out at like 103, 104, and like a filthy slider that, Jose, now, Tua never swings out of the box, but, man, last night he was chasing, obviously. But, I mean, what do you think about maybe trading straight up Alex Bregman, Ryan Presley for this guy? I mean, this guy is filthy.
Well, the A's are not going to trade for him.
They're not taking on money.
No.
They're not taking on that money. That, man, and again, Ryan Presley, holy crap. It just is, it's getting to a point where, now I know he's been facing the toughest part of the lineups, but that's your job. You got to come in and get 3 outs.
He's done it before and gotten guys out. It's not been a hard time. His job is to get players out.
That's it.
Every pitcher's job is to get people out.
3. Just get 3 outs. 3 outs without scoring a run. And he just can't do it lately. No, Mason Miller's filthy. The Twins, Duran. I mean, there's guys in this league now that are just nasty. Just bringing it, humping it. And you know what? Josh Hader's one of those guys. How about dude with another 2-inning performance? When he apparently couldn't do it when he was in San Diego, or whatever the case may be. But he is doing it now. He's done it twice for the Astros now, and it's paid off when they brought him back in the 10th again and said, you know what, we need you. You got to have you, because all that was left was Sean Dubin. That's all they had left. And so, sorry, Josh, get on out there. And you know what he said? I'm going to do it. But he's not going to be available tonight. Presley, I don't know that you can put him in. I'm telling you, I think Abreu needs to move to the 8th. I really do. If you're going to move Bregman down in the order, you're going to move Jose Abreu down in the order. I mean, I don't know why you can't switch this thing up. I know Presley, I know the egos are so fragile that you can't, but you know what? You can't count on Presley in the 8th inning anymore.
Now, this has been a problem. It's longer lasting. It's been for much of the second half of the season last year. It's been most of this year. Yeah, I think it's in his head partly. I don't care what he likes or what he doesn't like. You've already seen that Joe Espada will make moves. He's going to make moves relative to not his favorite guys, not veterans. He's just making moves based on meritocracy. And the fact is, you can't, I just don't think you can continue to put Ryan Presley out there in these positions right now until he proves that he's got a long stretch of confident baseball and successful baseball. And you just don't have it right now. And I think I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it comes back this year. I don't know if he rounds back into form. It's one of the things that concerns you is you have so many Astros pitchers who are not pitching to form. And that's why they're in the position they're in right now, is because the hitting, but the hitting has gone quiet at times when they won World Series. It's like, this isn't new for the hitting to just, Alex Bregman had a bad April into mid-May. So this is like every year Alex Bregman struggles early on. This isn't new. What's new is that your pitching staff, which is usually dominant, there's so many off performances right now. There's so many. And Josh Hader's stuff is still nasty. You can look at Josh Hader and say, what's going on with Josh Hader? But Josh Hader's also almost at 15 strikeouts per 9. So, I mean, Josh Hader still has stuff. I think he'll be fine. Presley, I'm worried. I'm legitimately concerned about Presley. And what makes it worse is that your starters can't go 6 anymore. Rarely are your starters going 6 innings. And so you're really having to get in the bullpen a lot. I mean, a lot.
So 16 outings. I'm not going to count the first one. It was a third. Who are
you talking about right now? Presley?
Presley.
Okay.
18 outings this year. How many clean innings has he had?
4? No.
4.
Really? 4? Only 4. Less than 25% clean sheet.
Right. Well, I'm not going to count. He had 1/3 of an inning against Toronto I mean, it just is. I don't know. This is not the Ryan Presley that we've seen last year he struggled a little bit. It's not the 22.
He struggled after he came on our show.
It's not that. He did. He really did last year.
Geez.
It started. That's when it started. He was immaculate before then, and he hadn't given up before he came on our show. He had blown a save and
perfect.
Yeah,
he had been. It was a long. What was it? 38 straight games. Something crazy.
And then boom. Okay, it's not as bad. We're not as bad as Matt Thomas, but we got a little history ourselves right now. Okay,
we're jinxable.
Yeah, we are.
We're jinxable.
So that was, and again last night, blown save.
Do you know there's a? By the way, do you know there's a thought in the background going around that Bob Nightingale? You know who talked to you? So Bob Nightingale said what about the Astros?
He said that a couple of prominent Astros behind the scenes were complaining about.
Do you know what the theory is? That who's telling Bob Nightingale this?
Who?
Dusty.
Oh. Yeah.
That some players have told Dusty, and Dusty told B. Knight.
Oh.
I can see it. If you're Dusty still wanted to keep coach. Dusty's still in baseball.
Well,
I could see Dusty being like, yeah, look at this. And it's a guy from his own. Like, does he have any ill will towards Espada? I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, he was on his
It
staff,
would be,
but he stuck around.
Boy, would that be petty?
It'd be
to
petty.
be telling Bob Nightingale that to try to sabotage the guy who worked for you for all those years as your bench coach. That would be.
Yeah.
I ain't buying that. I ain't buying that.
Yeah. That would be really, really petty.
Yeah, it would be.
I think Dusty's probably not super sad that they're not doing well. You know what I mean? Just the natural competitiveness. Like, that's what you get. But at the same time, yeah, you're right. That's the theory going around. There's some people who actually believe that because he and Nightingale are supposedly tight, and I could see it happening. But you're right. I don't know that Dusty would do.
If he did, that would be so. No. I ain't buying
because it hurts us. Yeah, because it hurts Espada more than the Astros.
And
yeah,
that guy was.
That doesn't make
that
a lot
guy
of
sat in
sense.
the background while everybody had all this love for you doing those years while he was working behind the scenes.
Supposedly, Espada also was like he was a good soldier, but he didn't necessarily agree with the way Dusty went about stuff. Like he believes in the analytics approach. Like he believes in the older approach.
Well, we heard him in the offseason. No, Yanner's going to play. Yanner's playing, guys. Here's this is what we're doing. He did say back of the baseball card, which was that's unfortunate.
And that's an old school thing.
That is an old school thing. 744 ESPN 97.5 and 98.25. There is a rumor out there about the schedules come out today.
Oh, we've got the schedule.
Well, are we sure it is? I mean, it's a rumor. But we can
go through the rumor.
We can go through the rumor. We'll go through the rumor.
If you're interested in now, I probably could get in trouble for this since I work for the league, but I can comment on what you say because there's a rumored schedule drop that John has.
Yep. We'll see if it's and if it isn't, we don't care.
There's plenty of it involves a Thanksgiving matchup
that I said I think will happen and. Del poo-pooed it because the Cowboys always play crappy teams.
I think I got game one right.
This is going to be a great.
I believe I got game one right.
Right.
And then I think you got the Thanksgiving. But you got to listen because you'll have it exclusively here. No one else has this potential schedule.
Potential.
That may have been a potential leak.
It may have been a leak, and then it could be total crap. But we don't know. Here is Lance, though, talking about Texas Star Grill Shop.
Talking about something that's great. How about Texas Star Grill Shop? Go to 975grills.com, 975grills.com. It's this was a game changer for me. Allowed me not just getting. I got the first one was the Traeger, then it was Green Mountain, then I got a Memphis grill, and Traeger and Memphis still there. They have the big green egg. They've got incredible Weber stuff as well. The Weber gas grills are awesome. You've got flat tops to make your smash burgers or your eggs, your bacon. It's just a big, big game changer. You can have that outside a standalone unit or built inside the actual outdoor kitchen that they're going to design for you and build for you. But I tell you what's really great to me is that not only will they get the best grills out there for you, whether it's wood pellet or gas or the pizza ovens, whatever the case may be, the expertise there to help you with the how to cook it and the best course of action to get the best barbecuing, the seasonings, the rubs, the marinades, everything is all at one shop, 975grills.com. And you need to sign up to be in the club because the club gets special pricing on grills and everything else in between. So go to 975grills.com, sign up for the club, and take advantage of special pricing and turn into an absolute pitmaster thanks to Texas Star Grill Shop.
You know what's coming up in a couple of weeks on the PGA Tour is the Rocket Mortgage Invitational. Just a couple of weeks away. You know what you'll never see? The Dream Rate Invitational. You know why? Because Kent Jones, he ain't putting his name on golf tournaments. He ain't putting it on bowl games because he doesn't make that much money, okay? He just doesn't. He's a standalone by himself, been doing this for 29 years, low maintenance, low cost, low overhead. Yeah, and he ain't worried about getting as much out of you on your mortgage. When you sign your mortgage, you've done this before. If you bought a house before, oh, yeah, here's this fee for mortgage, here's this mortgage fee, here's this mortgage fee. You're like, what the bleep? Why didn't I shop this thing? Well, shop it. And how about this? Kent will give you a scenario quote. Okay, we have this much money down on this expensive a house. What will it cost us per month? And can we afford to buy this house? He will do that over the phone for you. This is something that Kent is personalized service every single time. He's got all the mortgages. There's no reason for you not to try to save thousands of dollars at signing and throughout the life of this mortgage. It's what he does all the time. You're looking for the best way to get that mortgage? 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, so the schedule's coming out tonight, right? And this could be total crap. We don't know. But it's pretty detailed.
I don't think it is.
I don't know.
I don't think it is. It's extremely detailed.
It's detailed, but anybody could put together a detail.
And we got it from somebody who knows people and who is a season ticket holder.
He said he trusts the source. Who knows? Who knows?
We've already had a lot of leaks already.
All right, so if they played Tennessee in the first game,
which I thought they would.
Boring.
No, but you got to get that out. You got a bunch of big games in week one. You got to save the. My theory was Texans have some really good games. You got Lions. You got Lions. You got Caleb Williams. You got Miami Dolphins. You've got Ravens. Like
Aaron Rodgers. You got
you got to save these
Josh
for the TV
Allen.
games. So this game one had to be a boring game.
Okay, so
you got too many good ones.
If it is, okay, then well, do we want to go? So
you can just bank this, guys. This is the schedule. Lock it in.
Well, I don't know that we should just lock it in because that would not that we have any credibility left. It's just that I don't know that we should.
We got Victor
that'll be
Caratini
Liberty
on the air in the first segment. What do you mean don't have credibility?
That'll be Liberty White game. Okay, Tennessee first.
So they're not going to wear the H-Town blue against Tennessee?
No, they're not. Hannah told you. She told John McClain. Why? Why would we do that?
She asked him if she had to clear it with the league or whatever. And she was like, why would I have to ask them about what we're going to wear and where we're going to wear it?
Yeah. Well,
so they're going to go against the grain and just wear Liberty White?
Liberty White, apparently, against Tennessee.
All white on opening day?
If this is even real.
It's real.
That would be my first clue. What? It's opening day. You got your new uniforms, and you decide to go Liberty White?
No, because Tennessee put up such a stink. You ain't doing that. You ain't doing that against them. They put up. It was such a hassle. The whole thing. They're not going to shove it in their face.
Why wouldn't they?
So this makes more sense.
Why wouldn't they shove it in their face?
Well,
I know. They don't like Amy Adams.
No, I know they don't, but they're
them.
not doing it. They're just. This makes more sense to me. Not doing it makes a lot more sense to me. At New England in week 2, a noon game. Baltimore week 3, a 3:35 game. So that's not a nationally televised game, but it is going to be probably in a lot of markets. It may even be the nationally televised game if you don't have a game on in your home market because it's a 3:35 game. The Jets at the Jets, a noon game in week 4. Buffalo, the first nationally televised game, Sunday Night Football, Battle Red in week 5.
Makes total sense.
Buffalo here. Then Chicago, a noon Fox game the next week. At Green Bay.
So no Caleb Williams on TV. Just Fox. Okay.
It's Fox. Yeah, a noon game.
Noon game, yeah.
An Amazon game Thursday night at Green Bay.
Makes some sense.
That makes some sense.
TV,
Jordan
Amazon,
Love
yeah.
and CJ.
Sure.
That makes some sense. At Tennessee the following week.
Is that a noon game?
That's a noon game.
That's a regional.
Tennessee in the
Tennessee is a stinker.
That's a stinker. Detroit the following week, Monday Night Football, H-Town Blue.
Ooh, blue on blue violence.
So you've got, that'll be the third. In week 9, you'll have 3 nationally televised games. Sunday night against Buffalo, Thursday against Green Bay, and then Detroit, Monday Night Football, H-Town Blue. Makes some sense. Then the bye week in week 10. At Jacksonville, a noon game, boring. Thanksgiving Day, 3:45 against the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh. I brought it up to my wife yesterday. She said, let's go. I said, these tickets are going to be minimum $500 a piece.
Oh, yeah.
Minimum.
And that's upper deck there.
I mean, it is going to be expensive. She said, why? It's Thanksgiving. Because
it's Texans,
because
Cowboys.
Everybody is, because people from Houston can also go too. Like, they're going to be all over the place.
Yeah. So to me, that's a nationally televised game. That's a prime game.
Do you consider a Thursday night game when everyone gets one a special nationally televised game?
The
Depends on the
Texans
opponent.
didn't get one last year.
No, they didn't play on Thursday night.
They didn't get a Thursday night game.
They didn't have any national
They
television.
had all noon games all year. Every game was noon on Sunday.
Keep going.
Thanksgiving, and then Miami, a noon game, boring. That's a terrible game. At Kansas City, Sunday Night Football.
There's a lot of respect.
NBC Sunday Night
As
Football.
anticipated, the Texans are going to get a lot of national televised games. They're the hot team.
That's another nationally televised game. That's possibly their last one. Indianapolis, Deep Steel Blue, 3:45 at home.
So that is 3:45 game means that it's going to be more than likely going to be one of the big games across the. Is it considered nationally televised? You think?
Yeah.
Because those are two.
That might be a game if they're both good teams.
That's an Eastern and Central time zone playing a West Coast time zone.
Whatever home cities don't have a game at that time, that might be shown in their city. Right.
Yeah.
That means it's a pretty big game. 3:45 at Minnesota noon in week 16. Week 17 at Indianapolis noon game, and then Jacksonville to finish up the season.
So how many nationally televised, including the 3:45 that's not on the West Coast? How many nationally televised?
Well, including that, you had Baltimore as well on that one.
Yeah, what time? Yeah, and see, that's another East Coast team. If you're playing at 3:45, that's going to be the national game.
Yeah,
on that second half of the doubleheader,
or one of them. It could be a regionally televised game. Could be regional.
Not in Baltimore. Baltimore's games are not that time. It's in Baltimore.
It's here.
Yeah, we don't play games
3:45,
but they will have.
We don't play games at 3.
They will have likely another CBS
There will be
game.
other games, though, at that time that could be nationally televised. You know what? It could be regional.
Yeah.
Like Denver could be playing at that time, and they get to the West, and you get the East. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
That's how that could work.
Well, still, it's beyond your market. It's not a regional game.
Right. Right.
It's not regional only if the Texans are playing at 3. Because we're noon games.
So you got 2 Sunday night games, Buffalo and Kansas City. You've got 2 Thursday games, Green Bay.
Okay, that's a little unusual. 2 Thursday games?
You got Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't count that.
Yeah, Thursday night football and then Thanksgiving, and
one Monday night.
You've got one Monday night, Lions. If this is true, we'll see.
So
but
just that,
I don't
alone,
mind. I mean, this is pretty cool.
Just that alone is 5 games on the national.
And then the
stage.
2 3:45 games, right? 2 3
that would
30
be
games.
7 games outside, 7 more games beyond the standard Sunday noon games.
Right.
Boy, you want to talk about a big jump? Oh, it's a.
Does that schedule say that the Texans play the Bears in Week 6?
It does.
Apparently, it's already out that the Jags play the Bears in London Week 6.
In Week 6?
Yes.
So this is wrong.
Yes, already
It's already wrong.
No, you can lock this in.
I wouldn't mind this at all if this was
you're getting bad information. You getting that from Reddit somewhere?
No, I'm getting it from
one of our Reddit pages.
One of our listeners has called in and told us that.
Why are we listening to this guy?
And then the Bears have it on their official site Is it that game scheduled October 13th
Are
that
we
you're
sure
watching?
that site is trustworthy?
Is that October 13th?
Yes, on your list there.
I don't know. It just says week 6.
Well, the Bears are playing the Jags October 13th in London. If that's week 6, then we've already got confirmation that your little schedule there is wrong.
Okay.
Well, our schedule is going to be right.
I don't know what the I don't know what week 6 is. Is that October 13th or earlier? It could be.
I'm looking it up right now.
It's probably earlier. That's week 4 or 5.
No, the season starts what?
About week 6.
Early or second week of September? Week 6, 11th through the 17th. So, yes. So, it looks like that schedule that you're reading is not correct.
That's what I thought. I had total doubts in it.
Well, there you go.
I have no doubts, and we'll just see what happens.
Immediately when I saw Liberty White as the color choice for their unveiling of the uniforms, like, nah, I don't see that happening.
Listen, they're playing nationally. Whatever we just said for this whole segment, whatever you've heard for the last 14 minutes, pretty much bank it. I'd start making travel plans.
I would not.
Listen, we would never get a text that didn't make sense from somebody.
We've already got a conflict.
John plays poker with this guy.
You tell your poker player you bluffed it and you got called.
Well, I went to a Tito Puente concert with this guy. He would not miss.
Yeah.
I played softball with him one time.
He never misses.
Well, you're fighting
I played
against...
softball with him and Jose Lima one time.
I don't think you are athletic enough to play softball.
Yes, Devin.
Well, you got to fight the Bears official site then.
Athletic enough to play softball.
Exactly. That's my point. You heard me. You have to fight the Bears official site then because they have the Jags against the Bears week 6.
Week 6 in
London.
In London?
Yes, on the official site.
Well, I don't believe the official site. I believe this text that we got more than the official site.
Well, maybe.
Oh, I guess if you want to go official site.
Yeah, sorry. Who would know? Maybe better than the Bears official site.
I listen. I do not doubt that there will be. I think 5 night games is a real possibility.
No, that thing looked. That all seems real to me because I totally expect them to have 5 games like that.
Yep.
Minimum 4. They're going to hit Thursday. They're going to hit Sunday. They're going to hit Monday for sure, and they're going to hit another Sunday. I think there's at least 4.
Yeah, we'll see.
Now the Thanksgiving one is the one that would make a lot of sense to have a Thanksgiving Day game against Dallas. I think it'd be phenomenal.
I do too.
Well, as I said, despite you besmirching me, and I said it before, the NFL apparently does not care about giving the Cowboys prime matchups on Thursday, on that Thanksgiving. They like giving them homecoming games.
They actually do.
Yeah,
the Giants last year. Although they made that schedule after the Giants were coming off of
a lot of times it's an NFC East.
Yeah, they sent the Commanders there. They sent the Raiders there.
Why no, that's right. Commanders were last year.
Yeah.
And the year before,
but those are NFC East games, so
that's what yeah. They like rivalries or sending like the Raiders to play the Cowboys.
It does turn into a very light work for the Cowboys usually.
It generally does, yes.
John Daspit, there's nothing.
No light work there. John Daspit's work is heavy workload, and that's why his lawyers work on weekends. His lawyers put in tremendous schedules, and the reason's very, very simple. With John Daspit, you are going to have a workload and a player. And a guy who is a lawyer who is going to make sure that you get the type of attention that you need. Your case deserves the attention and the time and the workload that is, necessary to get you the best settlement. And a lot of these companies out there that will have the goofy commercials, they just want to sign up a bunch of people. They get you settled as fast as they can and then move on to the next guy. And what does that mean for you? It means you get your little check, you sign on the dotted line, and then you're done. And if you don't get compensated for, additional things like physical therapy or whatever in the future, it's going to come out of your pocket, and you'll pay a substantial toll for not having the right representation. John Daspit is going to work hard for you if you've been injured. He's a personal injury lawyer who, as I said, puts the time in and understands what it should look like for you in terms of your pain and suffering settlement, in terms of physical therapy, surgeries, hospital bills, all of that. And John Daspit is the guy to turn to. 713-CALL NOW is the phone number. 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Look, if you're looking for the best way to get your payroll, they're awesome. They really are. The technology's second to none. They have their own technology, which people are trying to buy from them. That's how good it is. They have their own technology to get your payroll to you, okay? They do it for us, and it's perfect every time. It's more affordable than for us having a payroll department, okay? We've got Laura in there, and that's it. We got, I don't know how many, and it's not easy. I mean, we've got salary people, we got hourly people, we've got every which way that you can possibly pay people, bonuses, everything, okay? Commissions, it's ridiculous, and it's perfect every time. So you're looking for the best way to do this. And then the HR part is very important because you don't want to be doing that yourself and making mistakes. And then the tax part is really, really important too because that's so easy for us. And they know the Affordable Care Act. You don't. If you're looking for a great way and you want to change it up, if you think that you may be paying too much for your payroll, get with ours. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Astros won. The Astros are just 5.5 back now. The Astros, so Seattle leads the division now at 23-20. How good is it that, like, we're not in the same division as Cleveland or the Yankees, who are 13 games over 500, 11 games over 500. This division, 3 games over 500. It's still wide open. We're in May, mid-May, and 5.5 games out. This is like, and with a team that is really, really, still really, really good. Minus 20 still on run differential, which is crazy, considering that the Astros are one of, or just the other day, they had the best average in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Best average in baseball. I mean, does it seem like this team has the best batting average in baseball?
No.
It just doesn't seem that way to me.
No. No.
Okay, they're second right now to the Dodgers in all of baseball, first in the American League, with a 261 average.
I mean, it's also averages are much lower than they used to be for teams. But, I mean, you do have Altuve, you do have Tucker, you do have Jeremy Pena. You are better at your catcher position than the boat anchor known as Machete.
Well, you had the worst position in baseball for most of the season so far at first base. The worst batting position in baseball.
That's true. Although Singleton started to improve.
No, Singleton's better now.
It doesn't mean anything. Batting average, big deal.
No.
Pitching's been terrible.
No. They're second in
relative
baseball.
to your expectations.
And they're 14th in runs. Second in batting average and 14th in runs, which just will tell you that they don't hit when they need to. And they're better now than they were before because they were like in the bottom third in runs. They've just been scoring some runs lately. They won last night 2-1. The positives, Alex Bregman with another home run. Renel Blanco cheating was awesome.
Mm-hmm. Thrown out, in case you missed it, he was thrown out for a foreign substance.
Yep. After 3 innings, the bullpen came in and did the job right up until the 8th inning, when Ryan Presley gave it up again. It's just been such a problem. And then Josh Hader came in and closed it out got the win with 2 innings and the game-winning hit by Victor Caratini. And again, that was a pinch hit situation. Mauricio Dubon had been 0 for 3 in the game, and Espada said, Caratini, get up there. And Mauricio Dubon has been a good hitter for this team all year.
Right.
And yet he pulled the trigger again. That's another Joe Espada good move. Yeah. He did with Jake Myers on the road trip. He brought him in the 7th, and he came up with a big hit, 7th or 8th. and he came up the 8th, I think, when they put a 4 spot, and he was a catalyst to get that inning going. And then now another move by Espada last night and bringing in Caratini. So that is while we have been dumping on Joe Espada a little bit for the record, and maybe a couple of players have been I don't know how vocal and to who they've been vocal with. I hated the Bob Nightingale story. Give us a little bit more than a couple players were complaining about him. That's ridiculous to me. That's not a story.
They just said communication.
He didn't use the word communication.
What did he say?
He said he did not use the word communication. I'll have to get exactly what he said. To me it was a trash. It was a trash story. There was nothing. There was no. It's just a cheap shot. It's just a cheap shot from over a new manager. 2 prominent Houston Astros have. He said this. The Houston Astros have given. Oh, no, he did say communication skills. The Houston Astros plan to give rookie manager Joe Espada plenty of time to see if they turn their season around, particularly with their pitching injuries. But 2 prominent players have privately expressed complaints about Espada's communication skills in recent weeks. When it's so funny because Espada talked about how it was a tough conversation with Alex Bregman about moving him down in the order.
Well, let me ask you this, because I do think this is accurate. I had somebody text me last night, and I saw people say this on Twitter too. And I agree with this. If that's Dusty out there and that stuff's going on with Blanco, Dusty's tearing every umpire a new ass.
Yeah.
There's no question. Because that's the old school, you better have your guys back and you better lay into – because you want to make sure that those umpires have the same standard for every single time one of those 4 umpires is on the field with you. They now know you better have the same standard for that other pitcher that you just had with our pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
And so Dusty would have been tearing into them, and Espada just kind of sat there and just kind of took it. That was a little bit – usually veteran – I think if Espada was a veteran manager, he understands to make the point that you got to get into the umpire a little bit.
Yeah.
Even if you think you're wrong, you kind of have to do that.
I don't know about that. If you think you're wrong, I don't think you're making your point to
even A.J. Hinch used to get pissed off.
If, in fact, he went and he looked at it and saw it and went,
So?
I mean,
you still say, hey, come on, guys.
Right.
Come on, this is rosin. You still have your players back, even if you know you're wrong.
Right.
Part of the manager's thing.
We don't know what he told you. We don't know what he told you.
No, but he wasn't very. He certainly just kind of stood to the side for most of it.
I don't know that he's nearly as combative.
No, he's not.
He's not.
He's not, but I think he needs to learn to be in certain instances.
Yeah.
A.J. Hinch doesn't strike me as a combative person, but he learned to be. Dusty would have just been out there immediately screaming and yelling, his barbecue gloves on, just sweatband and toothpick, just yelling at people, because Dusty wants to make sure that his player knows he has his back, and Dusty also wants to hold the umpires to a standard moving forward. Plus, that's just the way you do it. Anytime you want to try to level the playing field. So if there's maybe you get a call in another direction. Probably not in that particular situation. But do you have any doubt that Dusty would have been yelling and screaming at them?
No. Yeah, Dusty would have. No, Dusty would have.
As soon as he got thrown out, Dusty might have gotten thrown out.
Yeah.
Maybe not in that game.
Joe Espada don't have Dusty money.
No, that's right. But maybe it's a good thing to have your guys back.
No, it is.
I'm just pointing out that they do it differently. That's all.
Remember when Jeff Van Gundy got tossed and he got fined? And he said, man, my wife was all over me about that.
Yeah.
Man, that money that I lost. He said, man.
You better be in it for the right reason. You better be getting thrown out for the right
reasons. And maybe rosin ain't good enough. Maybe it ain't good, good enough.
Maybe not.
Someone brought along a deeper, darker conspiracy about that Bob Nightingale article or blurb. Are we sure the 2 prominent players aren't Bagwell and Biggio? He didn't say current players.
Taking a little heat off themselves.
Yeah.
Is it Reggie Jackson?
Well, he's not he's not a national player, former national player. How prominent, in terms of prominent national players, Bagwell and Biggio would fit.
Pretty prominent.
Yeah.
Pretty prominent. Let's talk right now. We'll get you on the other side, Pena. Right now, I'm talking about your prostate. Not your prostate, Pena, okay? Or eat any.
Oh, maybe he needs to hear this.
In the Usted form, okay? Ustedes prostate, okay? That's what it is. And here's the deal. Getting up in the middle of the night, how often? Got to get up, got to go to the bathroom time and time again. Can't start, can't stop, weak stream, all of these things. All of these things could well be because you have an enlarged prostate. And if you have an enlarged prostate, the only person that you need to see is Doc Manavis. She has a system where she is going to decrease the size of your prostate with an IV. The whole thing is painless. The only pain involved is putting the IV in, okay? And it is the only way, because if a doctor tells you you have an enlarged prostate and we have to have surgery, no, you don't. Not here you don't. Not in this prostate you don't. Do it. If you think that you might have an enlarged prostate, 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
Hey, guys, car time. What are you buying? What are you looking into? What is it that you really love? Do you really love GMC? Because my favorite dealer, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, right now they've got great incentives on GMC trucks like the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation model. This is a serious truck. It's got monochromatic exterior, 20-inch gloss black painted aluminum wheels, which look awesome. And it's a great looking truck, great looking wheels. Here's the offer right now. On the Elevation with crew cab 4-wheel drive 5.3 liter V8 engine, you're going to get 1.9% APR financing and no monthly payments for 90 days. Let's get on this. No monthly payments for 90 days. You got the next 3 months to do whatever you need to do. And in the meantime, what am I talking about? 1.9% finance rate, which is low on that truck. And this is a cool truck that looks great. Make sure that you go to LanceZCars.com for all the different vehicles they have in stock. That's LanceZCars.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get Pena in here. He wants to talk about that Texans schedule, which we've already released, even though it's wrong. We've released
potentially wrong.
Well, in Dell's eyes,
some
which
maybe
is,
in some,
at the official Bears site, whatever.
Maybe a couple weeks,
which makes it wrong if a couple weeks are off.
Really? So if you
so think you.
Did you have a bad game if you hit 4 out of 5?
I didn't say it's a bad schedule. I said the schedule's wrong.
Okay, that's all right. Some of it maybe that one game, and we got to switch it out. but otherwise it's perfect.
And now you have to switch out another game because then the Bears game would be a different week.
Right.
So then it starts the domino effect. Yeah.
Well, maybe just 2 games we got to switch out.
Possibly.
That's all. Quite possibly just 2. The other 15, dead on.
Okay.
Pena, what up?
Hey, what's going on? So, man, I already booked a hotel for that Thursday for that Thanksgiving game, man.
Keep
Y'all
it.
telling me it's wrong?
Keep it.
Yeah.
No, keep it. You're gonna be fine.
Keep it.
I was ready to.
Yeah.
I was ready to leave my kids at home, and my girl at home.
Do it.
That's all
Go
right.
spend some time with the boys.
That's all right.
Dell told us that one
You're
of
going
his
to probably have
sources.
more fun in Dallas anyway.
Dell said one of his sources, who's a Cowboys ticket holder, and he heard from a third person that is going to happen.
Well,
So yeah.
I was told through a call that this person's friend, who's a Cowboys season ticket holder,
It's all
says
coming
the
together.
Texans Cowboys game on Thanksgiving is a thing.
It is
you're
a
good,
thing.
Pena, you're good.
See, Pena?
Leave your kids and wife
Okay,
now.
we got 2 sources now.
Yep.
Okay?
I don't know the name of the
Been
other
verified
source.
by 2 sources.
We should probably just wait
These
till the
sources
schedule
are a
comes
phone
out.
call.
It doesn't
Now, here are
really
the
matter.
sources. A text we got, and Dell got a phone call
Yeah.
from somebody who knows somebody.
So know somebody.
Yeah.
It's a friend or a listener or
It's
what?
it's a listener who has a friend
Yeah.
who happens
Well, then-
So that's a source. It's a source.
verified. Ding, ding, ding. Blue check.
Well, none
Bingo.
of that, actually. Just a season ticket holder for the Cowboys, which means you're not that bright, but he may have information.
Yeah, we don't care. It's somebody said it. We're gonna go with it.
Absolutely.
We're gonna go with it.
We've done ball sack sports before. Why not do a texted schedule? I mean, it was printed out.
I
It was in
did
font.
give it
wasn't scribbled
fair
on a piece of
warning
paper.
before I read the schedule.
You did, but
that
I
it
told
was,
you that it was a lock. So I went the other way with it and said,
Yeah.
lock this in.
Lock.
Set your travel plans.
So the Pivot podcast is a thing, right? Is it Ryan Clark?
Ryan Clark's, yes.
Ryan Clark's.
It's really just turned into Ryan Clark on the Sermon on the Mount, where he's just opining on things with a very serious nature, almost like Furious Styles, the dad of Trey from Boys in the Hood, where he's got very serious talks to talk to you about. Ryan Clark now has very serious conversations that he needs to have with people. And then Fred Taylor and Channing Crowder just kind of sit there and like, yes, that's right, Fred. That's right. But I actually, truth be told, I think he's been really good lately. He actually has been great to listen to. He had a comment. We're about to get to the C.J. Stroud. He had one the other day where he talked about the last confrontation, physical altercation he had was in February at the Super Bowl. He felt like he had to check a guy for disrespect. And he had this conversation. He said, you know what? I realized, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm you know, he doesn't, this guy, you don't know what's going on in this guy's life. This guy didn't, it was just a really introspective, like Ryan Clark is an introspective guy. Sometimes I think I don't always agree with everything, but I actually do think Ryan Clark is pretty introspective. Sometimes I don't think he's real fair because he's a Mulligetta client.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of pushes in certain directions. Like you'll notice him talking about CJ, but it does make sense that you talk to Tom Brady about CJ, which is what happened.
So here it is on the Pivot. Tom Brady is on with him, and Ryan Clark asks what quarterback he enjoys watching.
I mean, CJ is a good example. Like, I really appreciated where he came from and all the expectations that he had, and then what he's gone and put together last year with a lot of humility. And I could see, like, when I watch quarterbacks, the first thing I watch is, does he endear himself to his teammates? What are the things that he's saying? What are the things that he's doing to endear himself to his teammates so that he does feel like one of the guys? If he wants to separate himself from the rest of the team, it's not going to go. You're not going to play 20 years. Just not. Because the only way you're going to play is your teammates. Because there's only so much you could do. You can't, there's so many things I sucked at. But the only way that I could get to where I wanted to get to was to have the best teammates. And the only way I could get the best teammates was if I was the best teammate.
Yeah. And that's one thing that C.J. Stroud, right off the bat, he and Tank Dell were working out before they ever played a game together. He's working out with Stephon Diggs and Nico. Now, granted, these are position players, but this is one of the reasons why I felt like you could take on Stephon Diggs, because I think C.J. Stroud's, I just get the sense that look at how he deals with Micah Parsons on the podcast, where he's the stable one and Micah's kind of the guy who just shoots off the cuff. But there's something about CJ that is so authentic. That is, I think players are going to see that this is not a Russell Wilson thing, obviously.
Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers.
They're considered now teammates like Aaron Rodgers.
But he separates himself.
Yes, and that's the problem.
Yeah, that's a problem. But yet, he's still great.
Well, actually, I'm not sure all teammates like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Some of the wide receivers actually didn't.
I'm not sure.
I think offensive line did, but that's not unusual.
The funny thing, Tom Brady, it always struck me, and all the guys said the same thing. A new teammate would come in the building, and Tom would walk up to him and go, "Hey, I'm Tom. Nice to meet you," or "Hey, glad to have you here.
Yeah,
my name's Tom," and they go, "I know who you are."
Well, but having CJ as the welcoming committee, if he's got that attitude, and Tom already said, that CJ seems to endear himself to his teammates, and he does.
Yeah,
that's why, and the head coach does.
Yeah,
that's what's got a chance to make this a long lasting. I got a funny feeling we're the new standard. I got a funny feeling the Chiefs' ball is over. Andy, it was a good run. Pat, it was a good run.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice to know you, but
by good run, what do you mean? A 3 out of 4?
No, it was a great run. A good run means it was a great run by the Chiefs.
3 out of 5, whatever it is.
But let me ask you a question. How are the Astros doing right now?
Great.
They're playing good baseball right now.
Great.
They're 9 under 500.
They're 8 under 500.
Respect.
Okay. How'd the Warriors?
I don't know if you heard they won.
How'd the Warriors do this year?
Warriors were great. They made the play-in.
They sucked.
Okay.
Let's be real. It's time. Chiefs, your time is over too.
Based on what?
Wait, the Astros' time isn't over. I don't know if you heard. We cheat again.
Well, it's just rosin, and we'll see.
You're not supposed to put it in your left hand.
Can you tell me, Del, who was number one in the West? Was it Warriors?
It was the Thunder.
Oh, the Thunder. With a guy who weighs 170 pounds and is 7'6". 170 pounds.
No, but their best player,
Lou Dort. He's a football player who just happens to play basketball.
But Shea Gilgeous-Alexander was second in MVP voting.
He's fine.
Yeah.
No, he's great. He's not just fine.
But look how fast they. Yeah, I know. CJ's our Shea Gilgeous.
He could play corner too.
That's my point.
By the way, Shea.
My point is
he
that
can't hit anybody.
You know what? It was a nice try, Warriors. But all good things come to an end. And so now, same thing with you, Patriots. All good things.
But the Warriors got old.
Yeah,
Chiefs are getting old
Patrick
too.
Mahomes
Travis Kelce doesn't even care about
football
football anymore.
How old is Justin Verlander?
You said that last year. Travis Kelce didn't care about football anymore.
And he had one of his worst years.
What happened in the playoffs, though? How good was he in the playoffs?
Yeah. Travis Kelce did have one of his worst years. Look at it.
This year was one of his worst years?
Yes, it was.
Did he have one of
he could throw to?
Did he have one of his worst playoff years?
I don't think so.
Doesn't matter.
I'm not sure about that.
That does matter.
I'm not sure about
because
that
that's what
statement.
we're talking about.
All right, this year he had 984 yards. It's his first time since 2015 he didn't have 1,000 yards.
How many?
Yes, this is one of his worst years.
How many yards?
He had 5 touchdowns. That was his lowest number since 2016. Yes, it was one of Travis 93 catches, but his yards per catch went down to 10. It's his lowest of his career. Yes, it was Travis Kelce's worst season in a long time.
And then he had 32 receptions, 355 yards. You mean, that's what we're talking about.
Find tiny sample sizes.
Well,
you're data dredging.
Well, are you going to care about C.J. Stroud's regular season if he stinks in the playoffs?
All right, you know what?
I'm just worried about his fantasy numbers. I'm not taking him next year. You're right, Lance. That's it. He's done.
5 touchdowns? Big deal. Tank had 7. Who had more touchdowns, Tank before he got his leg broken being a guard, or Travis Kelce playing all year and going on tour with Taylor Swift?
I feel like it worked out for him.
Yeah.
Tank
wins.
got more.
Tank wins.
I feel like it's worked out for Travis Kelce in both regards.
Yeah, it has. Yeah. But his time's over.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is it's our time.
Is the Chiefs'
defense? You guys don't believe. Do you believe now?
Is the Chiefs' defense time? What about the Chiefs'
better?
defense?
Who comes back from being shot?
Well, we
Tank's
don't.
back from gunfire.
Well, we don't know that yet.
Well,
he hadn't played a game yet.
Hopefully.
Well,
hopefully
I saw him walking around the other day.
Do you think the first 2 years of Tank's tenure here, broken leg, getting shot, is a harbinger of things to come?
I will admit that I have some concerns. I will admit that I have some doubt. You've ever seen the movie Doubt or the stage play Doubt?
It's not comforting.
I will admit at the very end it said, I have doubt. And then it ends. I have some doubt on Tank. Is Tank going to be always locked in on football? Is Tank going to just, is the
No, well, he
offseason
went to a
always going
party.
to go clean for
I'm
Tank?
not questioning him going to a party.
Yes. I already don't love that he's 165, but the other thing is like, hey.
What?
No.
He was a victim of a 16-year-old.
My point is that he was at a party. My point is he's been a Texan for, what are we talking
And what's
about?
your question?
About
Is it
13
a
months.
harbinger?
He's been a Texan for about 13 months. Broken leg, and he's been shot.
Concussion
2.
Hey, Lance will never forget the
He'll never forget
concussion.
This is like
A self-induced concussion, he calls it.
Yeah.
I've never fallen down and given myself a concussion. Fallen forward. It even had the head snap back. And with a helmet on. And the helmet's on.
What, you can't get concussed from a forehead?
I've never seen somebody give themselves a concussion falling forward on the ground, catching a
Didn't
low
that happen to a
low
guy?
cat.
Didn't that happen to a guy, Josh Beard? Didn't he give himself a concussion?
He fell down steps.
He fell down.
The host from here, he fell down some steps.
Forward, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he
Did
fell
he
down.
have a helmet on?
I forgot
I'll
who
bet
Josh Beard was. I thought he was thinking,
Wow,
is he a golfer?
you are so disrespectful.
Wow.
He's a bad person.
Holy
No,
crap.
I forgot.
Did you forget who Charlie Palillo was? Did you
Who?
forget who Raheel? Have you ever heard of Raheel Ramzanali?
You should forget about who Raheel is, considering what he put in the group chat about your favorite sport.
You should
Today?
Forget. What you
I
should
have
do
not
is
seen it
toast
yet.
Raheel and Josh Beard with Maestro Dobell.
What did Raheel say?
Just look
Maestro
at it. You're not going to be
Dobell,
happy
he
about it.
Maestro Dobell. Maestro Dobell's great. Maestro Dobell in Mexico City was, man, Maestro Dobell was top shelf, waiting there for everyone. People were drinking it left and right. The Cristalino was a big drink. The Añejo was a big drink. I've been trying to tell y'all about the Añejo. It's bananas good. And if you go Añejo Extra Cristalino, well, that's top of the food chain. That's a very expensive bottle. It looks incredible. And that's the one that you have for celebrations. That's your big tequila that you say, you know what? We're keeping this one for special occasions. It's great to have a special occasion tequila. Absolutely. I want Maestro Dobell to be that. But, you know, if you just want to have a silver or a smoked silver called the Humito, where you want margaritas, that's the silver. You want a smoky margarita, that's going to be the Humito, which is the smoked silver. If you are looking for the Reposado, they've got one that's fantastic. Never harsh, always goes down smooth, very good flavor profiles, and it's different for every single one of your tequilas from Maestro Dobell. It's made in Tequila, Mexico, with great care in every single batch, and they are huge in Mexico. They're getting bigger and bigger in the States since they decided to come over. I think you need to try a bottle of Maestro Dobell. Wherever fine liquors are sold, take a picture of it. Show me the picture of you in the bottle and tell me what you thought about it. It's Maestro Dobell.
Hey, time to talk about Champion Energy. If you're looking for the best way to get your electricity at your house, and I really, I've been with Champion now. It's going on 16, 17 years that I've been with them. Ain't going nowhere. I'm always going to be with Champion. I trust them. I've always trusted them. When my contract is up, they say, hey, we got look at this. We got a better rate for you right now. The other companies don't do that, okay? So Champion Energy is going to get you your best rate. You're going to trust them. You're going to stay with them. You're going to save money every single month. You're going to love Champion. Champion.energy/1560. Get there. If you're not completely satisfied with your electricity company, you think it's too high, champion.energy/1560.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win 2-1 in extras. They don't win extra inning games, and they won this extra inning game, which was awesome. Victor Caratini with the big hit to win the game. Yet another walk-off for Victor Caratini, the great Italian Puerto Rican right here on ESPN. That's what he is. Oh, by the way, Pablo Prigioni is Italian-Argentinian. It's in Wikipedia. Yep. So just so you know.
It's been changed, but that's fine.
Well, says you. You don't know.
No, I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
The Germans went there. Why not the Italians?
Why not the Italians? And the Italians could have gone to Puerto Rico, too.
So you got Fromberg going tonight. Fromberg's minus 260. That means $260 to win 100. That's a pretty sporty favorite. How you feeling about it?
I feel pretty good about it. He's going against a legendary guy named Brooks. Never heard of him. Okay. I like Fromber. You don't like Fromber tonight? Fromber looked good in his last outing.
Yeah, and bad in the one before. So which one are we going to get? I think that's a little high for right now. I think anything beyond 180 for any Astros pitcher is a little ridiculous. But the Astros have been, I don't know if hot's the word. You went on a walk-off against the A's and you scored 2 runs and Caratini got a hit and Bregman had your home run. So I don't know that I want to say hot, but you did have 9 runs the game before that. This is not a very good baseball team you're playing in the A's. I feel like you're overvaluing Fromber from a line standpoint. Probably needs to be. I could see maybe going 200. It's basically you're begging for A's action right here to go 260. But I don't know if I hope that we get that Fromber. I hope we get dialed in Fromber. That would make me feel much better. I mean, you are having some wins come in here recently, so that's good. You want to sweep? You got to sweep the A's. Fromber gives you a great chance to do that. Now, I actually looked at Fromber minus 1.5 runs, and the Astros minus 1.5. That's your better value. So to me, you don't play Fromber if you were to gamble on it. You'd play the Astros minus 1.5, and you just hope that the bats get hot again. So I do think the Astros will. I think we're looking at maybe a 7-3 game. I think the Astros win. And Alex Bregman, this is 2 games in a row. He had 2 hits yesterday. He was 2 for 4. He had, including a home run. Alex Bregman is usually these runs last a little while for Bregman. It's not just a short. So I would expect Bregman to get up there and hit the ball hard again today. See the ball well, hit the ball hard. When are we going to get, the question for me is when are we going to get Yordan to start bombing people out of the ballpark? When are we going to get that Yordan?
Yeah, I would love to see that. I'd love to see Joey Loperfido actually play tonight. That would be great. You know what? As opposed to if he's going to sit him, just go back, send him back.
I had a source text me to say he's going to play.
Oh, we had another source.
Same guy that sent the schedule.
It would be nice. I mean,
now according to a Patriots schedule drop to. Uh-oh. Oh, thank you. Now, according to Marcos, he said supposedly the Patriots schedule dropped 2 and has the Texans in Foxborough in December. So who knows? That would be very different from our week 2.
Right.
So it's not.
So now there's.
What's funny? Why is he laughing?
Now there's only. Well, we might have to move 3 games now. We might have to move.
I think the rest of them are right. They're just maybe 3 games that are wrong.
3 games.
Well, now 4, because the Patriots were supposed to be. You're supposed to play them in week 2. Now the Foxborough. Now the December game that was in that spot has to be
just
moved.
3 because the December game moves to the week 6 with the Bears.
Oh.
Yeah, and the Bears moved to week 2, and then
He's just shuffling games.
And then 3 games.
So now 3 games from your clearly correct schedule are wrong. Maybe.
I mean,
it was an official schedule.
But hey, you played what did you play with him? Kickball with him?
I knew it.
Lance, did you play kickball with that guy so you trusted him? Is that why?
We never played kick. We did play softball. We shot dice together before. Yeah. We played NBA Jam for money.
I don't want to go to New England in December.
It's not fun.
We both had young kids, so we had. So we
I don't like that schedule now.
We got pulled over by cops when we were in our 20s because he was driving. We were driving back from Louisiana to Texas, and there was a car seat in the back, and we're 2 guys in our 20s, and the cops just thought it looked. They thought, something feels drug muley about this.
Mm-hmm.
Something doesn't feel like no, we really have a kid. Where's the kid?
But you're too absent-minded to be a drug mule.
Yeah, no, I've told people that before. I could never be a
doesn't make him more reliable as far as schedule stuff.
I left my phone on a plane in Mexico
told us
City
that.
too.
You told us that yesterday.
Yeah. Another country.
Or Monday or whatever.
So we got this. Do you guys think we're going to get good Fromber tonight, and not JP Froms? This is not going to be a nickname, JP Froms.
If he pitches like he has, we can call him that.
We're not calling him JP Froms. It's not.
That's pretty good.
That's not a good nickname at all. JP Froms.
Or JP's hurt, and we're making fun of him.
Well, now we're making fun of Fromber.
J6 Froms. Oh, gosh, that's too funny. Let's take a quick break, Kid, on schedule. And 713-780-3776. Y'all can get in here. We really haven't talked enough about Caitlin Clark today.
Can we have people fabricate schedules and send? Yeah, what are we doing? 10 turnovers, 20 points. The team stinks, and she was their leading scorer. That might be how it goes.
They stink. That
they
team
are bad.
Stinks. And it's going to be on national TV every game.
Ooh, maybe the Fever hey, can you not put us on TV if we're going to play like this?
Yeah. Oh man, the other women on that team. Yeah. Even Harrison Butker thinks they shouldn't be playing basketball.
Well, that guy has had I'm sure he's had a good 48 hours.
He had himself a hell of a speech, commencement speech.
And what the major clip that was put out, I guess it came from the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, is the tame version of what he said. Then he started getting into some deeper stuff.
Yes, so the first one I saw, I thought,
just about Biden.
The first one was about, I mean, I know where he's going here.
Yeah.
And he did it at Benedictine College, which is and the very first one I saw, I thought, well, he's entitled to his opinion, and that's fine. He's more of a traditionalist, and this is kind of the religious, the Catholic thing in him, and that's fine. That's his opinion, and he's entitled to it, and he should be able to give it. And I'm, that's okay.
Well,
then I saw the rest of it, and I thought that was just it. Then I saw the rest of it. It's like, man, this is like worse than John's character he does where you got to make a sandwich. And I'm like, he was really telling him, and seriously, you want to get a job? You want to get, you ladies who are graduating right now, you broads who are graduating, you want to get.
He didn't say broads. He
stopped short of broads. And then he said, you'd be better off in the kitchen.
This disenchantment of you getting a
You're
job.
You're not getting a promotion. You can promote your ass into the kitchen. Like, he basically said that. Am I wrong?
If you want to call yourself a chef, call yourself a chef. If it makes you feel better.
Harrison.
That's fine. Like, Harrison,
wow.
The more I saw, the more clips I'm like, this is.
I got a feeling Taylor Swift's going to write a song about him.
Say, listen, we retweeted this, and our social media manager thinks he's going to perish. He's so upset. He's like, you tell him, Harrison, in the first one, and then all of it came out, and he's like, whoa. And here's another thing. Keep your ass in the kitchen and be a good mom. Don't be out here trying to wear your little suit pants like Hillary Clinton, trying to be a big girl, trying to make money and be a big time corporate person. Stay in the house where you're wanted.
Hey.
They don't want you out there. We don't want you.
You want to be an engineer?
Harrison.
Make that sandwich. Okay,
Yeah.
get that sandwich
Have you
plan
ever
out.
thought about taking a course to make homemade pasta? I mean, that's nice to have homemade pasta. Why don't you take that class too instead of philosophy? How about you take a pasta making course? Like, geez, Harrison, why'd you go in on these women at their damn graduation?
Harrison Butker. Wow. Did they know what they were in for?
Obviously not.
Apparently not. All right.
And Harrison's like, I got titles. Y'all want to do something to me? I probably want to retire anyway.
I'm a clutch kicker in the playoffs. What you want?
That's right. Yeah. That's all. I need to talk about hoops right now. I need you to get if you're looking for the best way to get those kids outside and playing, the Pro Dunk hoop is the best. When it says Pro Dunk on there, you can tell, okay? In the neighborhood, you're going to see the Pro Dunk versus the other ones, and it's night and day. First of all, the installation. I mean, they came and it was perfect, okay? It ain't moving. Don't buy that from the box store where you put the sand in the base. That thing that's the worst goal ever, okay? First of all, you can't raise and lower it. The kids want to raise and lower it, Dad, so that they can play. They can have fun. Secondly, Mom's going to love it because it's perfect, the Pro Dunk. The Pro Dunk is perfect. It's tempered glass backboard and unbreakable rim and unrustable stanchion, all of it. It's perfect. You're going to love it because the kids are outside and as opposed to in the house and just playing video games. Nope. We want them outside. We want them playing. Let's go. Get them the Hoops Goal. With a drill now. You don't even have to crank it to raise and lower to go. ProDunk.com. The best goal ever. ProDunk.com. Okay.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here.
Have you seen any of the – I think they're probably selling this, but did you see where Mike Tyson said he wanted this to be a real fight against Jake Paul? So this is actually going to count against Mike Tyson's professional record?
We had it on with John Chill last week. It's going to be in the books. It's a real fight. In the sports books, you're going to be able to bet on it.
No, will you Well, yeah, that's the only way you could have bet on
Yes,
it because
it has to
before
be
it
sanctioned.
would have been. Yeah, well, was it sanctioned? Because I was able to get numbers on.
Well, Mike Tyson had to be sanctioned
what's his name?
in
Fury
Texas.
versus Jake Paul. Where what's his name? Fury beat Jake Paul. And that was in London. I guess that was a real fight. But yeah, Mike Tyson's treating this like a fight. And Jake Paul came out and said, "Listen, all you guys," he goes, "I just want you to know that Mike Tyson wanted this to be a fight. So if I knock him, don't be getting upset. If I drop Tyson, don't want to hear that I picked on an older guy and all this stuff." He goes, "Because it's going to happen. And I don't want you guys to get all pissed off at me and act like I've done something." Like he said it like he was being serious. That I don't want it to turn into I beat up on an old guy and all this stuff. I don't want to hear that because Mike Tyson's the one who wanted to do this. So Mike Tyson looks like old. I'm a Mike Tyson fanatic from way back when he was pre-Customato, before he was ever on HBO. And the way Mike Tyson's moving now is reminiscent of Mike Tyson with Customato, where everything was working inside. He didn't just try to stay at length. He was in great shape. This Mike Tyson, he's moving like he used to move when he was young. Now, it can't be as quick. It's impossible. But it looks that way when you're watching it. And it's not sped up. This is not double speed. I think they did that for one of the very, very early ones. But this one, you can see the pads move when the guy moving the pads is moving at regular speed. And I gotta be honest, man. I'm incredibly interested to see what a 50-something-year-old Mike Tyson, who we all think looks incredible in the videos we see, how he's going to do against a guy who's not a professional boxer, who was beat by Tyson Fury's brother, but who does have a pretty heavy punch. Like, I want to just say Mike Tyson's going to kill him, but I don't. I mean, age is undefeated. Mike Tyson's 56.
Well, it's what, 2 minute? It's 2 minute, not 3 minute.
Not 3.
rounds.
It helped that, which helps Tyson.
Oh, it helps Tyson immensely. He can't. That's where, if it was 3 minute rounds, then I think it would be a.
Do you have any doubt that
problem.
Tyson still punches like a sledgehammer?
No,
I don't either.
No. I don't. I never want to. Maybe Dell does. I don't ever want to get punched by Mike Tyson. I don't know. I just don't. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win 2-1. They won 5 of their last 6. Off to a 2-0 start on this homestand. Got Fromber tonight, not J.P. Froms. They don't have – it's Fromber Valdez on the mound tonight against a guy, Aaron Brooks or something. And, this is – Aaron Brooks is going to start for them. He's been around for a while, and yet I never heard of him. But he's got a San Diego hat on, yet none of his stats are he's ever pitched for San Diego. Don't know. He was with Kansas City, then Oakland for 3 years, Baltimore, St. Louis, and now after a year off, he's with the A's again. So we'll see if the Astros can't make that 3 in a row and 6 of their last 7. 6 of 7 since we didn't play taps since Eric Layden played taps, and the Astros have now won 5 of 6 and 6 of 7 after tonight. Caitlin Clark had a meh debut, 20 points but 10 turnovers, 3 rebounds, 3 assists and no rebounds. It's a different game. Her team sucks. They're really, really bad. She led the team in scoring with 20 points, and she was like 4 of 15 or whatever from the field. It was just bad. 5 of 15 from the field, 4 of 11 from 3. It's just a terrible team, if you want to know the truth. And that's the one that the NBA is going to try. WNBA is going to trot out there. Although it was the most for a Connecticut Sun debut since the first game they ever played there. And it was the most bet on WNBA game in history. It was Bet Online says it was the bets were greater than the Knicks Pacers game.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I doubt that.
It's not going to. I don't think it can. She can.
No, and I doubt.
Sustain this.
No. This is, but it is. It did take away from what ended up being a phenomenal game with the Knicks and Pacers that wasn't a good game. It was a 30-point blowout. But what we saw was Jalen Brunson, who's become, isn't it crazy that one of the premier scorers in the league, one of the guys who's become the toughest guy to defend, the two of the toughest guys to defend in the league are Jalen Brunson and Nikola Jokic. Now, you look at the body types on these guys, this does not fall into this is a guy who could play in the NFL. He's a mega this and that. I mean, Jalen, I still, to this day, I don't know how Jalen gets his shots off. He's a master. And it's nothing that looks sensational. Like, he's an upgraded Fred VanVleet. He's a guy that looks like Fred VanVleet with just upgraded game. You just purchase more skins or whatever on him, or you upgraded him when you're gamifying him on your NBA 2K, you just went and got some extra finishing points for him or whatever the case may be. And Nikola Jokic, no muscle tone, doesn't look. Everyone has a hard time with him being one of the greatest big men to ever play because he just doesn't look the way you want him to. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't have, like, you want him to look like David Robinson. He doesn't. He doesn't play like Olajuwon. He just plays off-brand basketball that you just haven't ever really seen before. Like his game. But did you see him go between his legs yesterday and shoot a three, pull up with a three? Like, what is that? Doesn't make any sense.
Way more amazing than that was dunking.
Oh, yeah.
How many dunks do you think he had this season?
Like 25.
You knew that.
No, is that the right number?
That's the number.
That's about what I figured. 20. I didn't know that number, but
25 dunks this season.
It was a random guess, but
less than once every 3 games
he
dunks.
is like 6'11" though.
But he barely gets open.
I know.
That's how much.
Well, that's what makes it incredible. He did this, by the way, to one of the guys who's going to be considered one of the best defenders in league history. When it's all said and done, people are going to look at Rudy Gobert, who is an long athletic guy. And Dream put up super numbers.
I don't know how anybody can stop Jokic.
You can't let him get to the position.
And that's so ridiculous. Well, I don't know how you can possibly, watching all of his, I watched all of his baskets last night.
One game.
It's ridiculous.
Now, he had 39 minutes, and they're lost by 26 to the Nuggets at home. To the Grizz at home in game 2. He was 5 of 13 from the field. He scored 16 to the Wolves. 16 points, 16 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 turnovers. The problem you have is that even when he has an off-game scoring, which is not very often, he's still grabbing boards and getting assists. Oh, yeah. Like, he's still doing a lot of positive things. And yesterday was 13 assists, no turnovers with his 40 points. He was 15 of 22 from the field, 2 of 3 from 3, 8 of 9 from free throw line. Like, this is against Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns.
You lose the
Nikola
battle.
Jokic is no joke.
Once he gets the ball, you have
intended there.
Can he?
He just is insane.
That
wasn't a
breaking news.
Can you?
I can't. I don't have my headphones.
All right. Yeah. I was trying to say you lose the battle as soon as he gets the ball. You have to fight him on position. The best guys who handle him are the ones who fight and keep him in spots he doesn't want to be in. Look, he's going to be great no matter what. But you have to.
Well, where do you start him though, Del?
Well, you have to hound him and deny him. You have to treat him like a guard. You have to deny him the basketball, and then don't give him a full 10 to 12 seconds to operate. You have to. If he's going to get the ball, it has to be low on the shot clock. He's still going to be great. He's going to make a pass, but if you let him get the spots where Rudy Gobert got, where Rudy Gobert challenging him, he's around the rim, a move here, move there. He's going to get you out of position. The only way you slow him down is to fight him before he even gets the ball, and you're not going to win those battles over and over again. By the way, we have audio of him discussing his recent surge in dunks.
Is it okay? Right, let's hear this.
Nikola, in Game 3, you had the dunk over Anthony Edwards. Tonight, you drove, kind of put it behind your head. Where's that coming from? And is that a product of all of Minnesota's rim protection? Do you feel like you need to finish with more authority when you have the chance?
I had an open lane, and just, I'm a freak of nature, and why not to show my athleticism?
I'm not sure there's a guy with more self-deprecating either.
And he put his head down. He was like, he was funny.
Is this all? It's kind of an act, right?
No.
Like his acting like he doesn't care about basketball. I mean, this is
I
kind
don't
of
know
an
if he
act,
doesn't.
right?
I think he doesn't care about the media thing. I don't think he likes it. He just doesn't want any part of it. Just let me play. Okay, we'll win. Then I want to go home. Then I want to be on my horses. I want to go.
Yeah, but he was
horse race.
partying last year.
No, he was.
Well,
He
he'll
was
celebrate.
wasted.
He was partying
wasted.
last year.
Oh,
He
he'll
celebrated
celebrate.
a lot.
He just doesn't care about the extras
Yeah.
around the game that you have to do because you're a star. He doesn't want to do this. He doesn't care about winning the MVP. It just so happens that it's part of being a great player. You do all this. Look, Nikola Jokic is a guy who would rather not be the face of the league.
No, I do believe that. I don't think he cares about the cameras. I really would start sending heavy doubles and take my chances with threes at some point. I would really change up what I'm doing if I'm Minnesota, because he's gotten into a little bit of a run. And if I'm Minnesota, I start showing him early doubles. The problem is he can step outside, and you can start the possession with Jokic getting the ball at the with a high screen and roll, and then doubling him when he's in the high post is going to be a real.
There are
problem.
no answers for him.
No.
All right. You got a break. We got a break. You got to talk about Vanderford. And when we come back, 713-780-3776. Come on in here.
Hey, we're coming up on nothing but 90 degrees. It comes up on Saturday. It hits 90 degrees, and it's going to be 90 degrees for the next 2 weeks, probably for the rest of the year into October is my guess. So it's starting early this year. Every year it starts earlier and gets worse. So your air conditioning system, is it running effectively? Were you happy with your air conditioning system last year? And if the answer is no, then what are you waiting for? Get a tune-up with my friends over at Vanderford Air. They'll come out there. They'll look at the entire system. If it just needs to be tuned up a little bit, add some Freon. Maybe this needs to be tightened up. Maybe your line needs to be clean. Maybe you have some things that need to be done. Maybe you've got leaky lines up in your attic. There's any number of things that can cause you to have an air conditioner that is not efficient, not cooling the way it should. And yet, if that's the case, it's going to run forever and ever and ever, and your rates are going to be outlandish, your cost on a monthly basis. Let my friends over at Vanderford Air come in there and get you fixed up. And you know what? They'll even tell you, okay, this is the price to fix it for you, and this is the price if you want to get a brand new air conditioning system with no cash payments for a full year, or you can ask about what financing opportunities they have for you. But I'm telling you now, having an air conditioning system that's efficient, that works, and that keeps you cool is a must on these hot summer days. Vanderford Air, a company you can trust. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
All right, our final hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. For those of you that missed it, the big news, we came out with the Texans schedule today. It's going to be official tonight at 7, but we came out with one that's the unofficial schedule. It had some mistakes in it. Well, we're just
at least 3.
We're going to move a couple of games around, really, by when the new schedule comes out.
All you need to know is there's probably going to be about 5 nationally televised games.
Yeah,
in that
we
neighborhood.
had 5 plus 2, 3 o'clock games, 7 of their 10 games are going to be. So that's what we had. We'll see if the NFL wants to change it.
And we gave you every opponent. All of the opponents are correct.
Yes.
Well, we already knew that.
But did we make a mistake on that? No. Who they're playing? No.
And we already said
when they're playing them.
And one of the things we already said, this was not a real schedule. It's just kind of a joke schedule.
No, you said you thought it was real. I thought it was fake. Okay, we basically
You basically sold it as you can put it in the bank.
You said that several times, I think.
We called it a lock, I think, at one point. Netflix has an early Christmas gift for you, but it won't fit under the Christmas tree, according to NFL.com press release. Netflix will be the global home of the NFL's 2 Christmas Day marquee games. Mark your calendar for Christmas Day in 25 and 26, when Netflix will be streaming at least one holiday game each year as part of a 3-season deal. So, if you have Netflix now, this will continue to add to the amount of channels. Let's keep track here. We've got CBS and we've got Fox. We've got Sunday night on NBC. We've got Amazon. Sometime you can see some on Yahoo. And you also now have Netflix. Am I missing somebody? Apple doesn't get any. ESPN. No.
Yeah, ESPN.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
ESPN.
That's
7 different channels. Yahoo is not really a channel, but Yahoo's been on, though.
I think you're missing.
I can't be
What is the
it's 7 streaming.
What is now the used to be DirecTV is the
package.
YouTube
TV.
YouTube TV is now.
Crap. YouTube TV. Well, that's a way to watch your television. So you can, but that's how you get Sunday Ticket, actually. But YouTube TV, Amazon, Netflix, starting in 25, 26.
Hulu doesn't have anything?
No, Peacock does, though.
Peacock. That's right, Peacock. There's 9.
Well, anything that's an offshoot, Peacock has, but Peacock only has
they have an exclusive. They had the exclusive playoff game last year that you couldn't watch it on NBC.
But it's from NBC.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you couldn't. You had to watch. You had to have Peacock to watch it.
Right. It's true. But did you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
The Chiefs game.
But it is.
The Chiefs Dolphins,
through
right?
because I watched it. But I have Peacock. But it does. It's an offshoot of your NBC. But yeah, I mean, if you have to have that to watch a game,
you couldn't watch it on NBC, so you had to have Peacock.
This is kind of crazy that you have to have all these bundles.
So it'll start this December, and then then 25 and 26. So 3 straight Christmas Day games on Netflix.
So 2 this year, and then 1 in 05. At least 1, 25
well, so that
and
means
26.
Christmas is falling on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday over the next 3 years.
Oh, there's talk about Chris. Oh no, there's talk about the NFL playing at the same time as the college football championships.
Oh yeah.
Or tournament of some sort. Well, no, because
it wouldn't be the title game. It might be a tournament game.
Yeah, tournament games because of the way the new tournaments are going to run. So you're going to watch college football playoffs or NBC
they'll probably
or
adjust
NFL?
the times of the games that they're not overlapping.
Well, this year, Christmas is on a Wednesday.
They're playing – wait a minute. They're going to play NFL games on a Wednesday this year? That'll be a first.
Christmas is on a Wednesday. If they're going to – and the deal says it's a 3-year deal, and the games will start this year.
You said 25, right? It's this year?
Yes.
It starts this year, 2 this year, but then they're going to have 25 and 26 as
we
part
heard
of the 3-year deal.
Yeah, this was – I don't know if we talked about it, but the story came out that there were going to be Christmas Day games this year, and the Christmas is on a Wednesday, which means that those teams will be playing on Saturday the week before, just like it's Sunday to Thursday.
The NFL on Christmas has become a tradition, and a partner with Netflix
Wow.
Has it become a tradition?
Is it?
Well, they have
the NBA on Christmas is a tradition.
Yeah, they've tried to steal the NBA shine the last couple of years by playing games on Christmas Day.
Well,
They've
and
done it
they're
for
going
2
to
years
play on
now?
Hanukkah
so.
and Kwanzaa, which is the next day.
No, they're not.
Yeah. The 26th. It's Thursday.
They're
They
playing-
play Thursday night games every year.
But they
every
don't
week.
call it a Hanukkah game.
Why not? Or Kwanzaa. Why not Kwanzaa?
They're not playing a Kwanzaa game.
On a Friday?
On Thursday.
Kwanzaa's on a Friday. Oh,
Kwanzaa's on Thursday.
Hana Kwanzaa?
Yeah.
Is that going to be the Hana Kwanzaa game?
It's the Hana Kwanzaa game.
Ooh, new holiday.
No, that's right.
Hana Kwanzaa.
Yeah, that's right. Breaking news.
We have breaking news.
We do have breaking news. Deshaun Watson has a massive back tattoo featuring an image of his girlfriend's face. Look at this. Look at this. I mean.
Oh my God.
She's pretty. That's not a great.
I gotta say,
Jilly?
This does not look like a great tattoo.
His whole back is a tattoo. His entire back. I don't know who that is. That's not his girlfriend. His girlfriend's over there.
I mean, look, she stayed with him through all that.
Yeah.
I think
she deserves a tattoo.
She should get a huge tattoo on the back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she stuck with him through all that. And I mean, money's guaranteed. So she's in.
Yeah.
She's in. This was not wife yet. It's girlfriend.
According to the article, girlfriend, not wife.
No,
Girlfriend.
she's not wife. She's girlfriend. So, no prenups needed. Keep her on girlfriend status. And the big tattoo, yeah. And if you saw this tattoo, that one's going to be hard to get rid of. He needs to stick this out. And he probably said, you know what? This is one that will go to war for me right here.
Yeah. I mean, she stuck with him through.
Oh yeah, that's some stuff right there.
He needed to have the number 26 on there somewhere on that back tattoo.
26. What's that, John?
26.
Explain it to people, John. What are you referencing?
He's never worn the number 26.
26.
Why would he
26.
put the number 26 on his back?
Well, I think only 20, 25 of them settled.
25 of what, John?
Maybe Tim Settle should be on the back of it.
Cases.
Cases. 26
You
cases.
think he should change? You think the Browns should put
Change his
Settle
number to
on the back
26.
of his?
You know
What
what?
if he had a-
How many fans are going to have Deshaun 26
What if it
jerseys?
said
No Browns fans are going to do that.
No, but
what if it
Ravens
said 20,
fans.
What if it said 25 settled in a real nice, like in a circle that's got all this decorative stuff and it says 25 settled and then prayer hands underneath it. What about that?
That'd be good.
That'd be a cool one.
Oh, how
For
about
who? What's that? Who's that a cool tattoo for?
I mean, people to say, hey, yeah, okay, I don't know who it's cool for necessarily, but I think is like, hey, that's ballsy. You just had 25 settled and then a prayer hands tattoo. Woo! I wouldn't have done that, Deshaun, but
Then I wouldn't have tattooed a woman's face on my back either.
If
Yeah,
there was-
I wouldn't have done that either.
would you have tattooed?
Especially since you're not married to her.
What about a small hand towel? Would you have tattooed that on your back?
No. I would not.
Some
Don't
drip?
Say thrust. Don't say.
Some. I don't want to hear about drip and Deshaun.
Just saying. That's all I'm saying. Some drip.
No. No drip.
A dripping towel.
No, I know where you're going. You didn't have
Yeah,
to. You
he
didn't have
had
to
to.
keep going.
He couldn't
I
let
got it.
He had to get it off. You like it? A drip.
I
drip.
understood. We all
A
understood.
dripping towel.
Look at you.
Killed me. Hey, you know who? How about this? Kill Cliff FC. They've got a couple of fighters that are going to be fighting. Mickey Gall is going to be fighting in UFC 302 on June 1st. He's a big dipper. 975dip.com, 975dip.com. Michael Chandler is going to be fighting Conor McGregor. He's a big dipper as well. Big fan of Canstead and Dublend. You're going to see those logos on their shorts. Here's the deal, people. If you're looking for the best way, I mean, these are UFC fighters. Well, how about this? That they care about their health, okay? They care about not putting nicotine in their body because, well, they're athletes. Do you care about that? You should. Don't put that nicotine in your body. Okay, do not put it, especially between your cheek and gum every day in, day out. You're doing the same thing. You think that's going to be healthy for you? You think that's going to be good for you? No. Dip. It's hemp in a pouch made of hemp, a hemp pouch made of hemp with hemp and CBD oil. And so it actually has some healing value to it. CBD American Shaman says we want some so that you can get it at select stores there. But this is the way to go. If you want to dip safely. 975dip.com. That's 975dip.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So this week is the PGA Championship, and there are live players in it. John Rahm is exempt because of his Masters win, so he is exempt to play.
Sponsor for Maestro Bell. I don't know. Maestro Bell sponsor John Rahm, but they're also the official sponsor of the PGA Tour, so he may not be anymore.
Not anymore. I wouldn't imagine. Anyway. He met the media, John Rahm did, and he had this to say. You guys keep saying the other side, but I'm still a PGA Tour member, whether suspended or not. I still want to support the PGA Tour, and I think that's an important distinction to make. I don't feel like I'm on the other side. I'm just not playing there. Well, on their set of Golf Live, Aaron Oberholzer, a former player, won one tour event ever, but he hasn't played since 2012 or so. Anyway, he's on the set with a couple, three other people talking about John Rahm, who left for LIV back in December and was suspended by the tour since. Here is Aaron Oberholzer on John Rahm's comments.
I was astounded to hear that. Your reaction?
He doesn't get it. To this day, he doesn't get it. And this is a guy who wanted a position or wanted to be heard, from what I understand, either a board position, policy board. He wanted to be heard on this whole thing before he went to LIV. And I feel like he wasn't as heard as much as he probably should have been. And now I'm glad he wasn't in that position because he doesn't get it. As a PGA Tour player and as a PGA Tour member, still a card-carrying PGA Tour member, and someone who supports the PGA Tour, not happy with what's going on right now, obviously, but supports the PGA Tour, I'm incensed by that, quite honestly, by the level, to your point, of naivete, that you don't get it. You still don't get it. You took 500 large, and then you're going to sit there and tell me, oh, you still feel like a PGA Tour member? I want to support the PGA Tour, and I want the I want to wring his neck through the television. I'm that mad right now. I'm that mad. And every player in that locker room right now, if they watch that, should be on the PGA Tour, should be absolutely incensed with him.
I get it because
he took $500 million.
Yeah, and Liv
and I'm still on the PGA. No,
and that's make a distinction that I support the PGA. Well, but the move you made hurt the PGA.
Yes,
hurt the other guys.
It's devastating. For
you
the
were
PGA.
at the time
That's
you
the
did
number
that.
two
You were
player
the
in
best,
the world.
You were the best in the world when you made the move.
Yeah.
Scheffler is now, but he was number one at that time when he first made the move, or when he was making the comments for sure. It's just you can't be both. You can't go to live and support the PGA Tour. You can say you can, but really your actions hurt the PGA Tour.
No, it was devastating to losing John Rahm was devastating.
I mean,
to
the
tour.
Top Golf. This is for people who aren't following this, and I only follow it because I only follow the live stuff primarily, and then watch the majors. But I don't follow it like you do. But let's just be real about this. This is like if Major League Baseball lost half of its best players to another league, and then they just came back for they came back for the World Baseball Classic, or it's an individual sport. You can't really make the same distinction, or same comparison. But it's like when the USFL wanted to take away a lot of the top players from the NFL, and they weren't able to. They did it mostly with draft classes and stuff like that. But Steve Young went over there, obviously. But this is like taking the best players. It's like if the NBA lost Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Luka and Joel Embiid to a league that nobody could watch or see. Like the level, and not just them, multiple players. We lost, the Rockets lost Jalen Green and then lost, Jabari Smith. It'd be like many of the top players are just gone. Poof. They're just gone. Now they're sitting in shorts, hitting golf balls in shorts. Like I could do.
Think you will do next week at our event.
That's right.
You're going to play. Lance is going to play.
I'm not saying I'm John Rahm. You always act like I say all this stuff. No, I could not even. He could give me 12. He could give me one shot. He could give me 18.
Well, you're John Rahm in one way.
Still, I would compete. If I got one shot at a hole, if I got one shot per hole,
destroying, burning bridges?
He left us and went to our version of live.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what, you're just like Rahm.
Our version of live. Oh, I'm not like Rahm. I started it before Rahm. Wasn't my fault that the PGA was a disaster here. PGA management here. At that time.
Did you see this? How about this? Netflix, Apple TV, and Peacock will team up to form their own streaming bundle through Comcast.
We're just back to cable.
It basically is.
We're just back to cable.
It was always going to be that.
Now
once everyone wanted to get their own
this
pieces.
is better though that you don't have to buy all three separately.
We'll see what the price is, but you're probably right.
Have you done your?
I said we'll see what the price is.
Have you
but
run
you're
your numbers yet on what you're paying for TV?
Ooh, a lot.
Yeah, nothing's changed.
Yeah, but I still have cable.
I have DirecTV, but I've got it really sliced down. Like I bullied them. And bullied after years of them bullying me. I bullied them back, and I got my number way, way, way down. But I still have, and I got Netflix, and they've raised their rates over the years. I've got Hulu. I've got Peacock. I've got Apple TV. And you start adding up like, man, it's the same damn thing. I have more movie options now, but I don't watch network television anymore, ever. The last network show I used to watch on a regular basis was Modern Family. That was the last show. I don't watch network shows
But you can
anymore.
get all those shows through those streaming services.
Yeah, but there's not
quite
network
a bit of
shows
them.
that I care about right now anymore.
That's the problem. Yeah,
there's nothing.
Everything I'm watching, I finished the first season. I guess it's first season of A Gentleman in Moscow. It was a good show.
It was pretty good.
It was a good show. I struggle like.
It's not over yet.
No, I saw 7 episodes.
It's not over yet.
Oh, is it running every week?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was going to have to wait for a new season.
No.
Oh, so I've caught up.
You're caught up.
Oh, I thought, that's weird to end on 7 episodes.
Yeah.
But okay. And that was a real cliffhanger there that they just, I guess they just say they got to get out of there. And I guess
no, it comes
I'll just
out
wait till the next season.
Every Tuesday or something.
I told my wife to read the book because I'm not going to read the book.
No.
But I told my wife to read the book because she said people either love the book or hate the book.
Oh, really?
It's very polarizing, but it's a good show.
It's a good show.
I mean, it's a good show. And now
ain't
I'm on.
Shogun, but it's
I'm
good.
on Mayor of Kingstown.
Yeah.
I'm on that. I know it came out in 21, but I've heard a lot of good things about it.
What's his name? Jeremy
Renner.
Yeah.
How did he get jacked up?
Oh, he's skiing. Oh no, he
was a snowmobile?
snowmobile fell on him.
Yeah, he almost died.
Yeah, what happened to him now? What's he doing now? Can he move? Can he
Well,
walk?
he's back in the new season, so yeah, he can move.
Oh, they got a new season?
Yeah, I saw a trailer for it maybe 2 weeks ago. I don't know when it comes out, but season 3 is on its way.
I'm just on episode 2, but my wife was asleep and I'm watching Milo's girlfriend dance.
When does the Dragon come out?
House of the Dragon, June 16th. We're about a month away.
A month away.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And The Boys come out if you.
Oh, I don't watch.
You don't watch that show.
No, not when a guy goes inside.
Yeah. All right. But The Boys come out the Thursday before.
I'll watch The Boys. I got where I didn't like the other show, the spinoff show.
Gen V.
Yeah.
And one of the characters from that show, well, the guy Chance Perdomo, I think is his name. He died in real life. Yeah.
They're the black guy.
Well, or Chance Perdomo. You can just call him by his name, not the black guy.
But I mean, okay. You mean Chance Perdomo died? This is what everyone's saying. Which character was that?
Do you think anyone?
The one who had the dad.
Well,
Remember
sure.
his dad was the superhero too of some sort?
Yes. Maybe I'm a little bit more sensitive to the black guy. Maybe that's my thing.
Well, they killed off a black guy?
No, he died in real life. The actor died in real life.
In real life, yeah.
Yeah.
In real life,
I think a motorcycle accident.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, it's a sad story. Sad story.
He's about 29,
Can't
30
make
years
jokes
old.
about that now.
Oh,
I
you were
thought
going to?
I thought he was either. Oh, no,
Damn it. John's like, damn it.
He already started.
No,
He was already
well,
in on it.
killing out the black guy in the show is no good. That's not fair.
No, they didn't kill him off in the show, did they?
Well, they had to.
I don't know how they're going to treat it, but they said they're not going to recast the character, so somehow they're going to write him off the show, but they're not going to put another guy in his spot.
Yeah.
So we got Boys. We've already had Nazis on Boys. We've had right-wing stuff on Boys.
That's not going anywhere.
No.
I'll tell you where.
We had somebody do something.
I don't. Ugh. Here's
walking into
crawling
something.
in there and sneezing. Sneezing. I want to tell you where I go every morning. It's into the cabinet to get my free reign coffee. Get your free reign. Step right up. Get your free reign coffee.
Coffee here.
Yep.
Coffee here.
Free reign. Get up and get after it. Hashtag get up and get after it. Dream coffee work repeat. Dream coffee work repeat. This is, you can see Rip, right? Sitting on the porch with his coffee mug. It looks so good, doesn't it? And you know what that coffee is? It's free reign. Because Rip, Cole Hauser, is the guy who started this thing up some 25 years ago in San Angelo, Texas. My friends, if you're looking for Texas, America, you're looking for full body flavor, you're looking for somebody who supports first responders, teachers, nurses, America. That's what we're about. Rip, nothing says America like Cole Hauser. Rip from Yellowstone, what? All you need to do is get your day started, full body flavor that's wonderful. Get 20% off, put in promo code ESPN20 when you go to 975coffee.com. Let's go. It's better than the coffee you're drinking right now, period. 975coffee.com, ESPN20 is the promo code.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, what did we miss anything? We talked about Jalen Brunson.
Mm-hmm. Big game from Jalen Brunson, and the Knicks blow out the Pacers. You had you had Jokic with a huge game as they won 3 in a row against Minnesota, who looked like they were everyone's favorite little team was Minnesota. They were going to beat the Nuggets. They were just too much for the Nuggets. 3 straight. The Nuggets are still that team. I mean, it's still they should still be the favorite to win it all, followed by the Celtics.
Yes, they are the favorite. Well, no, the Celtics.
The Celtics are the favorite.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. And then, but in the West, they're a clear favorite because listen, Dallas ain't beating them, and Oklahoma City ain't beating them.
No. I don't think Dallas is beating Oklahoma City tonight.
I don't know. We'll see. That's a good series. It's been a good series.
We had Renell Blanco thrown out of the game yesterday. We talked about that for foreign substance. May catch a suspension. I mean, he was ejected. He's catching some kind of suspension. The length of the suspension will depend on what they find. Does the Major League Baseball do any kind of study on what the substance is or anything like that? I doubt it. I doubt they go into any type of forensics on it.
They have to. If they're going to suspend them, they have to know what's in there.
Well, they could just go, this is sticky.
Well, but
what if it's just honey? I dropped honey on the floor of a hotel.
That's probably
I thought
illegal.
It was syrup.
Yeah, syrup is probably
illegal.
You
it was
did
syrup.
syrup.
It wasn't honey. Yeah, it was syrup. What if it was syrup?
So we got the International Series games out. Packers and Eagles, good game in Sao Paulo, right? That's a pretty good game. Jets, Vikings, if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, we'll see what happens with. Yeah, that's not a bad game, October 6th. That's pretty good. September 6th is Packers, Eagles. Then, Jags, Bears in London.
Which ruined our schedule release.
Right. That was the first hint that it was off.
Yeah.
It was just a hint, though.
Just a hint.
Patriots, Jags, October 20th. That's yucky. Mm-hmm. London, you lose. And then in Germany, Giants, Panthers.
That's really rough on the Germans.
I mean, are we pissed at the Germans? Still?
Are we punishing them for things? We're allies now.
We're
friends
sanctions now.
Is that sanctions?
We're allies now. I don't know if we're punishing them anymore.
No, we're friends with them. Why would we do that to them?
Was that in when we did all the sanctions and everything that Germany had to agree to?
Well,
was this part of it?
I don't know. Well, we sent an ambassador. We sent an ambassador over there to give them the news, and this is what it sounded like.
Ich bitte von Klon und Steinteig.
That is Panthers versus Giants. You guys get that game.
Versailles.
That's was that in the Treaty of Versailles?
Yeah.
The Giants Panthers game. They have to put up with that. Is that going to bring down any walls?
Oh man,
they may erect something around their border to keep NFL football out after watching this game.
Giants Panthers. There's going to be massive strikes.
No planes.
Like Bryce Young.
No plane can fly from America.
Over under touchdown passes 19.5
this season.
Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good number.
So he's got better receivers this year. 19.5. That seems like a lot for him.
Oh, I was going to say seems so low.
It doesn't seem that low.
It seems low by NFL standards. Maybe not for him. But year 2, how many touchdown passes do you think he had last year? I have no idea. How many do you think he had last year?
I'm going to say he was 17 and 13 interceptions.
17 and 13. Bryce Young last year was 11 and 10.
Okay.
I feel like 19.5 is be a good jump for him.
Be a big jump. Of course, he missed games. Did he?
Yeah.
I
think he did.
Yeah, he got hurt.
He had 2,877 yards passing. So I'm going to say, what if I told you that what if we went 63% passing and 3,400 passing yards? That'd be an increase of over 530 yards passing.
How many games did he play?
It's impossible to find out.
It's really.
Yes, the patented no one knows.
Yes. No
And
one
all
knows
you
that.
have to do is look at Pro Football Reference, and it'll tell you he started 16 games last year.
16, and he had 11 touchdowns.
Oh, it was miserable to
No,
watch
it
the
was
Panthers
bad.
play.
It was
Miserable.
bad. 19.5 touchdowns. You're taking the under? Better
And he probably
receivers.
didn't start the last game because they said, that's enough.
We've seen enough of you.
19 and a half passing touchdowns.
Going under on all of those.
What about you, Dale?
Ooh,
I feel like it's a pretty good number. Like he's going to have
they're
an
playing a
improvement,
last place schedule.
But 17 touchdowns.
Well, they
is
played a
still
last place schedule last year.
I mean, 17 touchdowns would be a huge improvement and would still be bad by NFL standards.
Yeah. Oof.
One per game. Provided that wee fella can get through a season.
And it's not as if, as the season wore on, the production just exploded.
No.
How many games did he throw? Let me give you the number of games he threw for under 150 yards. I'll let you guess. How many games do you think Bryce Young's 16 games, about 2,800 yards, 2,880 almost. So that you can start to do the math in your head. How many games did he go under 150?
6?
Mm-hmm. John, you got a guess?
I'm going to go over 7.
He just prices righted me.
I just priced.
Well, he shouldn't have. He's wrong.
Oh.
He under 150. We've got 4 times.
4.
But that just speaks how many
Both
times.
over. We both lose.
I know.
But
That's right. I went over the number too.
Yeah, how many times did he go under 190? Jeez. We're looking at.
How many 200-yard games did he have?
Probably at least 8, I would say.
I'm looking at it right now. He had
He couldn't have
4. He had 5.
Yeah, he couldn't have that many.
And one of them was over
2,800 yards in
5
17 and 16 games.
No.
5
You said
200,
under 900.
5 200.
Under 190.
Oh, I
said
forgot.
8.
He had a 94-yard game. I just didn't even that one just didn't even filter through.
Did he play
so
the
that's
whole
5.
game?
He had 5 under 150 yards.
What did he have against the Texans?
The one where they won?
They won.
235.
What was his highest passing yardage?
312 against the Packers.
How many touchdowns?
2. That was his best game. Clearly his best game of the year. Passer rating of 110.
And how early did that come?
That happened late, week 15.
All right, so.
But
that's a
he
good
followed
sign,
that up
maybe.
with 112 yards and then 94.
I want Bryce Young to be good.
I do too.
I do. I'm cheering for Bryce Young.
I
think
like-
he's a good dude,
Well,
and I want Bryce Young to be good. It doesn't. I got my guy. I don't care.
I know you don't have to worry about quarterback poverty anymore. I'm rooting for all young quarterbacks except for that guy in New England, just because I got an agenda.
You do have an agenda. You want to be right.
And Gerard Mayo's like, you know what? That dude in Houston, he's right. This kid has a lot to work on.
He didn't say. He never pointed you out.
Nah, he said, look, I've been hearing things. There's a prominent voice in the city of Houston, and he goes, you know what? He's right about Bryce Young. He's got a lot to work
so
on.
So we got the preeminent draft
I'm
expert
and I'm
the
a prominent voice in
of
Houston
sports.
Yes, and he said that kid's got a good head on his shoulders. He's right. About my quarterback. Apparently, Sean Payton loves what he's seen from Bo Nix. Gerard Mayo.
No, I'm telling you, Bo
not sure.
Nix was really good this year. I know that I got a little scared watching him at Senior Bowl a little bit. Bo Nix has a chance to be a good quarterback.
Listen, Bo Nix is perfect for Sean Payton.
Yeah.
It's going to be dinking, bing, 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 bing all over the place.
This is the perfect spot for him. So it wouldn't shock me if Bo Nix actually ends
Put
up
him a little something on Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, because he may have an easy path to the starting job. He and J.J. McCarthy, to me, are two that I know Caleb is going to be the hardcore favorite. But if you want to find a number where you got a chance for some action, now Bo Nix, I mean, they're going to run the ball. I mean, if Caleb plays, there's 2 really tough ones up at the top with Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. I don't know, man.
Especially if they
they've
win
added
a couple
some
of
weapons.
games.
They've added some weapons over there. But
Are the Bears going to win games?
Probably, but I mean, they won 7 last year.
And they have a last place schedule.
But I would say,
and they play the AFC South.
I would say,
Which
did
is
they
a
have
bad
last place
division.
schedule or did the Vikings get
They
it?
were the number 1 overall pick, bro.
No, but it's because of the Panthers.
They had the
It's 'cause of the Panthers,
pick.
yeah.
That's right.
Because of the Panthers. I think the Vikings were worse than the Bears.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Bears won 7. How many did the Vikings win?
Yeah, because the Bears were picked 9th.
Because that whole
the Bears picked
that
when
whole
did the
league,
Vikings
they ended
pick?
up doing
8th?
Vikings picked 11th.
Well, then the Bears had the Bears picked 9th, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So they had a worse record.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're not going to have last place schedule.
No, the Bears were picked 9th. And
they had earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did they finish here? I'm looking at it now. Bears were 7-10. Vikings were 7-10. So coin flipped or based on strength of schedule they had. Bears were 5-3 at home. Vikings were 2-6 at home, 5-4 on the road. They're the Minnesota Astros.
Yeah, but they didn't have Kirk Cousins most of the year. I mean,
right?
Yeah, they had garbage. That was terrible.
No, I think that I think McCarthy. If you're looking for an offensive rookie of the year, McCarthy and Bryce and
I think you're good.
Bo Nix are probably just fun little things to. You get a big return on them.
You get a big payday.
Get a big return on them,
but
they're not going to be the favorites.
I love that good value thing. It's not a good value if it loses.
What's a more likely scenario? Justin Jefferson cursing out McCarthy or him winning Rookie of the Year?
Cursing out.
Or cursing out a position coach because he's upset with McCarthy. Maybe he doesn't direct it at McCarthy.
Justin Jefferson could make a big difference. He's going to have to make a big difference on J.J. McCarthy doing well. There's decent wide receivers over there with the Broncos, but I think they're going to run the ball a lot more.
Listen.
Javonte Williams is going to have his year this year.
If McCarthy's smart, instead of reading defenses, he just goes to the line and says, I'm throwing it to Justin Jefferson this play.
Hey, Jordan Addison, I don't even know you exist.
Well, no. And then next play, or 2 plays later, Jordan Addison, look, catch this one.
You get one.
You get one here.
Yeah, it should be a 3-to-1 ratio.
Absolutely.
Jefferson to everyone else. Hawkinson, I know you're good. Nah, I'm trying to keep this guy happy. I don't need that smoke.
No.
If Jefferson's not happy, and the Vikings don't either, because if he asks out, let's wrap it up for them, because he's looking for a new deal.
Yeah.
So I didn't see this. There's a before we get to a break, there's a video going around.
Yeah.
Last year, did you see
I
this?
saw that.
Yeah,
David
you saw
Cohn.
last year where David Cohn did that.
Yeah, you put rosin on wet rosin, and it's really sticky.
Stickiest thing they've ever felt.
Yeah.
If I'm Ronell Blanco and I'm a jokester.
But how come they've done this before? Like, why he just sweats more, I guess?
Well, I saw, and it's humid. I saw a quote that
not humid in the
somebody
Astrodome.
said it's hotter, it's
Or in the
more
NRG
humid
Stadium.
than swimming pools.
Yes, Dallas Braden, I think. Might have said
Dallas
that.
Braden.
I saw a quote from another umpire either earlier this year than last year that said almost exactly the same thing that this umpire said when he was checking a glove. It's the stickiest thing we've ever felt. Maybe that's something they put in the orientation for the year. Just say that. If you got to complain about a glove, just tell everyone it's the stickiest thing. Because it's been said before.
That's the way That's the way to explain it to the media. He's probably going to get suspended.
Probably. But if I'm Blanco, I mean, I know the Spanish-English translation it may be a little different. I'd be like, is it really the stickiest thing you've ever touched?
Oh, this is from, you know what? Can you say that for your show?
Yeah.
No.
Can you say that for your show?
No,
I know you didn't say it for Sean May.
No, I've got
Maybe
enough.
he thinks you're
No,
funny
I've
with
got
him.
enough. I have enough
Sean will
people
go,
calling.
Yuck.
I have enough people calling up about the probability of actresses switching to OnlyFans after their career ends. So we have enough nonsense on our show.
No, but that's a good topic.
Yeah.
Well, it happens every day.
What about
every day they still
Okay,
a guy calls
I got
in,
one
yes.
for you. What about Gail King?
No, she just does Sports Illustrated. She doesn't do OnlyFans.
Gail King's not going to OnlyFans. Nobody is getting that subscription. No subs. We're not doing that.
Here, I got Air Team coming to my house today. Okay, not gonna film it. Okay, and put it on any
OnlyFans.
No,
and
no,
air
OnlyFans.
conditioning OnlyFans.
For air conditioning aficionados.
Yeah,
you're gonna love it.
You don't know what they're into.
Yeah, I don't care what they're into. If you want to know the truth, they're coming to my house and installing a couple of air conditioners today. That's right. Today's the day. So I got to run home right after the show and get there for Air Team. Air Team, I love the process. You'll love the process too. If you need an air conditioner, okay, this makes Lance laugh, but they speak English, Spanish, Russian, and Farsi. So it doesn't matter what language you speak, you can get the job done with Air Team. Family owned and operated, 3rd generation. All right, you may meet Darren or Dawn or Garrett. The Curtises have been running this thing for over 35 years. Multiple employees that have been there for 30 plus, 20 plus, 15, 10 plus years. You're looking for the best way to get that air conditioning in your house. They'll service Galveston to Willis, Sealy to Baytown. They've got the warehouse ready for you. Warehouse full of equipment and parts, 24-hour emergency service as well. I've got them in my house today. Get them to your house. 713-956-8326. 713-956-TEAM. or airteamltd.com.
Time to talk about Underdog Fantasy. So if you went lower on Caitlin Clark's points on Underdog Fantasy, you were a winner. I put you on the wrong one there. Higher on Anthony Edwards, I put you on the wrong one there. But look, you got to do your own work. You got to go to Underdog Fantasy, and while you're watching these games, baseball, basketball, they're doing it with PGA Tour Championship as well. The UFC, they've got higher and lower on everything. Now, for NBA basketball, it's really cool because during the playoffs, as you're watching the games, you're sitting there sweating higher or lower at these different statistics. It can be first quarter, first half statistics. There's so many for each and every player to choose from that you go find what you think is soft and you play it higher or lower. You have to choose between 2 and 5 players on the Pick'em Challenge, but you can win up to 100 times your original play. It's completely legal. And it's real money. So right here in the state of Texas, if you're smart with your analysis, you can pick between 2 and 5 players, win a bunch of money. It's absolutely legal. And you know what? It's just more fun watching the games that way. Use promo code Lance. They're going to match your first deposit up to $100. And they also are going to, in many cases, give you special plays that are basically easy wins for you in your lobby. So you always have to check up on that. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Did you see that the portal opened up between Dublin and New York City? Did you see it?
Yes, and it closed because of a certain incident.
Well, mooning, flashing. Yeah, an OnlyFans model.
I saw the
And
that one.
From what I could tell, it all came from the New York side.
Well, from Dublin's side, they put up pictures of the 2 towers burning.
Oh, well, that's kind.
That was ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you mean humans didn't treat something that could have been amazing in the right way?
It looked so cool that you had these live stream between two, and immediately some girls like boing, 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 and like, okay.
What's the problem with it?
And they've shut it down. Well, because she shut it down.
Well, why would you shut it down because of that?
And you see all those old women sitting there at it? Did you see the video of it? They're going, these old women from Dublin thought they were going to get a chance to see New York. And they did see New York. They did see
a lot of New York.
Actually, they saw New York.
The mountains of New York.
Yeah.
Did you see what New York Mayor Eric Adams. Besides, he has to go to Italy to figure out the immigrant problem.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, he needs to use city money. He's got a proposal for immigrants. Did you see this?
Mm-mm.
He proposes immigrants as a solution to lifeguard shortages because they're excellent swimmers.
Oh, boy.
No, he actually said that.
This has a very Al Campanis vibe to it.
There's
In
a
this
lifeguard
day and age.
shortage. First of all, I didn't know there was a lifeguard shortage.
I was unaware.
Secondly, they're excellent swimmers. The immigrants. Why would we think were they on the Olympic swim team in their country?
Swimming for your survival and want for a better life, we're equating to, hey, you want to get this fat guy out of the pool? Is that what we're doing?
I don't.
They're excellent swimmers?
Excellent swimmers.
No. Katie Ledecky is an excellent swimmer. Michael Phelps, excellent swimmer. I don't know that people...
Is that still a thing?
I don't know.
Over?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like he should just stop talking.
I feel like that's a bad thing to say, especially in New York City. They've got a lot of immigrants.
Yeah, I don't know. He's probably thinking, can they vote? If they can't, what am I worried about?
You guys know who Rebecca Joins is?
No.
She's a teacher accused of having sex with 2 students.
Uh-uh.
Oh, yeah. And apparently she's pregnant from one of the encounters. She says she ruined her dream job as being a teacher with some stupid mistakes.
Well, John, we know your theory or your way of evaluating.
Yeah, I think should
she go to prison or not?
Yeah, I'm all right, except she got pregnant.
Yeah, but
that's a stupid mistake.
It's not very bright. But after looking at her, should she go to jail?
Nah.
What?
Did you say nah?
Nah.
Okay.
All right.
Justice is not blind.
No, justice is not. Well, if I was the judge,
Yeah.
What'd she look like? It's all right. Judge orders an Alabama driver to apologize or face jail for telling an officer, get your ass out of the way. Do you think you should go to prison? You should go to jail for telling a cop? What if his ass was in the way?
What are the rules about talking to police officers?
Oh, it's foul. I see YouTube videos where people talk foul. As long as you have your phone up, you can talk any kind of way. I don't have to do that, officer. I can't believe things I would never. I'm not trying to start problems for anybody like that. I'm not taking chances.
I don't know. Is that something? Is that something that you could go to jail for? Telling an officer to get your ass out of the way?
I don't know. Can you?
What if his ass was in the way?
You typically, I don't think you can go to jail for that.
Well, apparently the judge said either he apologizes or he goes to jail.
And what was he doing again?
He was in the way.
In the way of what?
In the way of the man.
What?
No one.
We don't know what he was in the way of?
No one knows. A woman, should she be concerned? Her boyfriend was packing for vacation, packing condoms. Thing was, she wasn't going with him.
That's not a great sign.
Is it a good sign?
Not a great sign.
Let's not jump to conclusions.
Well, I don't know. That's pretty conclusive.
Well, maybe
conclusive.
In the hotel room, maybe he wants to just keep things tidy.
He wants to leave them behind, or
look, there's a thought here where he's doing some training, and he's like, you know what?
Training.
I can't even.
Yeah.
If he's like, nah, because I don't know that he's using a condom with her. So
yeah,
I don't know that to be the case.
I don't. Yeah,
there's really no way around.
Yeah, there's no way around.
No
I don't know if your wife was packing condoms going on vacation.
Not loving that. No. What's that for?
I'm with her on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she's probably got.
Yeah.
I think she may be onto something here.
A Texas dairy farmer is the first person to contract bird flu. You know where he got it?
A bird?
A cow.
Mad bird cow?
No. Apparently, the cow was carrying bird flu, and he contracted it from the cow. I don't know what he did with the cow. All I know is now cows are giving us bird flu. What about cow flu? Are birds carrying cow flu?
You don't remember mad cow disease?
Yeah.
When
you
that
think
scare
birds
was
are
out and they
carrying
killed
that?
a bunch of cows and they went like,
No.
I think we may have overreacted on this one.
Yeah, just a hair. Just a hair.
We will overreact from time to time.
Didn't we stop eating meat for a while because of that?
Well, we also put bleach on our groceries.
Yeah.
These groceries are filthy. Get the bleach out.
All right, we're done. I got to go. Air team's coming to my house, but we're going to speak English. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Air team. So we'll do that today.
You guys have decided.
Houston Safe and Lock is what I'm talking about right now. Houston Safe and Lock. If you have a lock that you need open, okay, I don't know what the deal is, how you have a lock that you can't open, but there's a chance. You can't open it? Guess what? Houston Safe and Lock is here for you. Whatever it is, Houston Safe and Lock, they can do it. They've got all the different locks, and you might have to change the locks in your house. I don't know what happened, but that sucks if you have to change the locks in your house because probably something not great is happening in your home, but they can install, and they got like Medico. It's the smartest lock you'll ever have because Medico, you can't, no one can make a copy of your key. Only you can do that. That's pretty cool. They can rekey, master key systems, access control systems. Listen, if you have a business and you need a new access control system, they've got everything you could possibly need. Derek is there. He knows it all. He's going to help a brother. He's going to hook a brother up. 713-522-5555. You got anything to do with locks or safes, there's one place to go, 975safe.com. 2 locations, Westheimer and the Beltway, or I-10 and Wirt. 975safe.com. Tell Derek you heard it right here.
Welcome into the show. It's a big day for you NFL nerds. I like to call you nerds because if you're trying to decipher the schedule before you actually get real leaks from accredited or at least people you trust, you're a bit of a nerd, which is fine. You know, this show's filled with nerd stuff, but there are things there are things such as NFL nerds, and you may be among them. We had a fake schedule release segment earlier today, and it was approached with a lot of relative excitement until we started to get calls about actually, you know, that Week 6 game you think the Texans are playing, the Bears are scheduled to play somewhere else, and it's on their official site. So let's wipe that one away as that particular schedule got picked apart until we're sure that 3 of the games on it are wrong. So when it happens, and if we actually get like real news, we'll bring it out. I'm sure Sean will hit the horn at some point if we get actual Texans news about a primetime game. I know a lot of people are excited about that. The possibility of playing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, that's out there. I heard from a person who knows a person. They just happened to call the show and go, you know what? My friend is a Cowboys season ticket holder, and he believes that the Texans are going to play the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. Cool. If that happens to be true, great. We're going friend of a friend or friend of a listener as source material for our schedule release information.
It's also a friend who's a season ticket holder in Dallas thinks this will happen.
Yes, or he's heard. I'm not sure if the Cowboys had actually leaked that to their season ticket holders. Considering the friend has already told someone, that news would actually be out everywhere because no one's keeping that a secret.
Yeah, exactly.
So we don't know. So that's the story surrounding the NFL as it is official schedule release day, and we're getting people with real information. I haven't seen anything real on the Texans so far, but if we do, we'll let you know. What happened last night in Major League Baseball, at least as far as the Astros are concerned, was a somewhat pedestrian win. Look, yeah, Caratini had a game-winning extra inning walk-off, but you know, with the way the rules are now, he hit a single, and the guy was already on second, which I say kind of as if it doesn't mean very much. When Hader got out of a jam in the previous half inning where he walked a guy and then a sacrifice over and made it second and third with one out, and he found a way to get out of the inning. So he did his job. Ryan Presley did not, as he gave up another run to tie the game after Alex Bregman had given the Astros a lead with his third homer in 2 nights. The cream continues to rise to the top. We heard that from Alex Bregman yesterday, or at least he said it on Monday night, but we played the sound yesterday about how don't worry about him. He's going to be fine, and at least so far against the A's, he's proven himself to be right. But I'll ask you this, Sean. Out of all the storylines that came out of that game yesterday, you got Ryan Presley giving up another run. You got Alex Bregman continuing his hot streak, and you had questionable material on Ronel Blanco's glove. Which one is the bigger story? I feel like it's pretty obvious, but you know, maybe I'm looking at it wrong in the wrong way because Blanco is in line for a 10-game suspension. You know how I think about him. He's been the Astros' best story and consistently been their best pitcher and was probably on his way to another good outing until the umpires got involved. So Presley giving up a run, another one, Bregman staying hot, or Blanco possibly being suspended and definitely being thrown out of a game.
Not Captain Clutch.
Caratini.
Victor Caratini.
No, only because
he
followed up his last clutch performance by one of the worst base running gaffes I've ever seen. So I'm just hoping he doesn't.
Stay tuned tomorrow.
He doesn't or tonight. I hope he doesn't duplicate that performance. So I'm going to wait. I will retroactively make it a big storyline if he doesn't screw up today.
The biggest story, I mean, obviously, is the Ronel Blanco getting tossed for the foreign substance on his glove, even though the foreign substance pretty clearly seems to be rosin.
According to him and others, yeah.
Which isn't a foreign substance. It's just on the field right there. You can do that. But it was an issue with it being on his non-throwing arm where it's supposed to be on your throwing hand. Like that's where it gets in the weeds very fast with the rules and the application of said rules with the getting tossed for the sticky stuff.
Yeah.
And sticky stuff is such an odd way, not because of our sophomore jokes, but only because
Did you see what the umpire said? After
yes,
the game?
stickiest thing he's ever touched since they started doing this.
Since he was in high school.
Yeah. I made a joke and I said, if I'm Blanco, I'm going like, is it really the stickiest thing you've ever touched?
Stickiest thing? Come on.
Yes, stop it. And even in baseball terms, rosin and sweat, we've seen people do videos on it, and once the rosin gets hit with some moisture, some humidity, and some sweat, it can become a very sticky substance. But so right now, it appears if they go by the letter of the law, the Astros are going to miss one of their best starters, if not their best starter this year, for at least 2 starts, which is unfortunate when that means some combination of Hunter Brown, maybe a Henley might get another start, depending on where they are in the rotation. Maybe Urquidy is back to take up Blanco's last missed start. Who knows? That's Spada's job. And as long as he's communicating with people in a proper way, we can all feel good about his decision. And he's made some good decisions. Moving Pena up, whether Bregman likes it or not, moving him down was the right decision. And Espada has talked about it a couple of times, even yesterday before the game, after the Bregman 2-homer night on Monday, that Bregman has hit the ball hard and it just hadn't found spots where they could fall. And you could sense that something was going to turn around. And if he is a guy who can predict the future, maybe we should go to him for more answers on questions we need answers to, because now Bregman is hitting the baseball like we hoped he would. He feels good. The team is winning, and Espada has consistently said that they're too good to be playing the way they are, and eventually it'll turn around. And the A's were the perfect foil the last 2 nights, and the Astros will hope to continue this recent run of success tonight. And they've got a long homestand where they can gain some ground, and now they're 5.5 out because the top of the AL West isn't very good, which has been a saving grace. Thankfully, you got the Astros now 5.5 games back of the Mariners, as the Mariners and Rangers are going to kind of go back and forth on who's going to lead the division. The Rangers have now lost 5 in a row. The Rangers were clearly the best team in the AL West, at least standings-wise, until this recent run of being terrible, and that has helped the Astros. And the Mariners now lead the AL West with a 1.5 game lead over the Rangers and a 5.5 game lead over the Astros. So things looking up as far as the standings are concerned. The Blanco thing, unfortunate. It's a bit of a mark on what has been a really good story. We'll all forget. I mean, because, cheating in baseball, whatever. And if it turns out to be just rosin, we can find a way to blame the umpires for being over penal when it comes to punishing Blanco. I mean, it's easy. We're already blaming them. We're already pulling up videos of the Dodgers getting away with stuff and other teams getting away with stuff. Hey, you just let him switch out his glove or just wash his hand, but not us. You've got it out for us. I don't know. I just know there's evidence, at least people think there's evidence of a bit of unfairness going on. But mostly I care that Blanco was on his way to, it looks like, another good start, and that got short-circuited, and we're going to likely not see him for the next 10 games, or at least 2 starts in those 10 games.
Yeah, that's probably the most real-world worst part about this is the suspension that's coming, where he's going to miss the next 10 games, and this was already going to be a tough stretch where they didn't have any off days, so you're really asking a lot out of your pitching staff there. I will say, hats off to Astros Twitter. I know they get a hard time. They pulled those receipts on other glove
real
checks
quick,
very fast.
What do you think the search terms were? Do you think they already have them bookmarked, or
Yankees substance,
Dodgers glove, foreign substance? Is that what got all those videos to get pulled up? Look, we're in an age where everything gets pulled and put on Twitter, so you can find them pretty quickly. I'm just wondering how long it took. I know it didn't take very long. I'm just trying to figure out how many searches did it take before they're like, this is unfair. They treat everyone else differently but us. I feel like they might have had some of these bookmarked because it's a Dodger cheating, so they're gonna look. You guys cheat too.
That's likely that they had it. they had the receipts already.
Just in case any Dodger fan had ever come to them talking about the Astros cheating, look at you guys, foreign substances on your gloves.
They just have a dossier of all the suspicious activity.
Keeping files on everyone.
Like the CIA.
Files on everyone. Just make sure we'll have receipts for all of you. And they came in handy last night. But that's the A storyline. Presley giving up a run is like when you're watching a TV show or a movie, and maybe it's this particular episode isn't about the villain, but he gets one scene to remind everyone the villain still exists. Hey, we're gonna get back to this guy in a later episode. That's what Presley is. Hey, he gave a run. The Astros found a way to win, so it's not a major deal, not a major storyline last night, but it's just a reminder that this guy's still out here and he's gonna cause you trouble.
It's in the Batman movie, the Robert Pattinson Batman movie, where the Joker's here.
Yeah,
like
just a reminder. The Joker
Joker's
exists.
in jail. But
yeah,
he's not the main point, but the Joker is in jail.
Yes. If you were wondering where the Joker was, he's around in this universe, and he just happens to be in jail, and that's Presley. Hey, he's still around, and he's gonna cause you some issues, but you were able to avoid them last night.
Today was about the Riddler.
Yes, the Riddler. Yes, the
and that is the Yankees and Dodgers getting away with cheating.
Yeah, the Riddler. We're asking the questions here, unlike the Riddler. Why would this, in your best Brian Windhorst impression, why is this happening? Why are we being put upon? But yeah, Presley giving up a run. I feel like that's just what it's going to be about, and it's unfortunate because he had a good outing the night before. You just can't expect consistency from this version of Ryan Presley, but it did not matter. Abreu, good. Hader got himself out of a jam, and the Astros are now, maybe you can call it a streak. It's 3 wins in a row, even over the course of a couple series. Now you can give them 2 series wins in their last 2. So if you're thinking about this team and stoking some positivity, you got Bregman. You got Hader, who has pitched well in his last couple of appearances. I'll give you those numbers when we come back. And you've got you've got the team overall. And you can thank the AL West for not being very good. So we'll get more into the Astros. We'll see if any news comes down about Blanco. The expectation, at least what he put out there, is he's going to appeal the probable suspension. So if we hear about a suspension before the end of the show, we'll let you know about that. And like I said, if we hear anything about Texans schedule news, maybe we hear about some primetime games for them before we wrap it up today. We'll let you know about that as well. Just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I said I'd give you those Josh Hader numbers before we went to break, so here they are. If you're wondering if you're sensing a positive turn for Josh Hader after what you could only say was an awful start, you'd be right. Now, sure, he's given up one run in his last 7 appearances, so last 7 games. So it ain't perfect. And I say that as I look at his game log because the numbers are tweeted out, and you always want to check those to make sure they're right. Now, he was good last night, and he was good in his last appearance. But even now, I'm looking at these numbers, and they're wrong. So how can I trust you? How can I trust you when I can go through his game log and see that he's been credited was given up 2 runs in his last 7 outings? Now, only 1 is earned, so I'll give him credit for that. But I'll give you the full numbers once Sean gives us the breaking news.
We have breaking news. Breaking Astros news.
Okay.
Involving a pitcher.
Okay.
The Astros have acquired minor league right-handed pitcher Luis Rodriguez from the Chicago White Sox in exchange for Corey Julks.
So I looked up Luis Rodriguez and what he's accomplished, and it's next to nothing. But I guess the news is Corey Julks is no longer part of the Astros organization.
Next to nothing yet.
Sure, we don't know what he'll become.
Future Cy Young winner.
But when we talk, okay, certainly a positive spin from Sean Mapes. Have you ever seen him pitch before?
I've looked at the numbers.
But that's not the question I asked. I asked a different question. I saw that he hasn't been above the complex league, whatever that might mean.
Yeah.
So he's a young pitcher.
Still, I assume.
Young. He's 20 years old, but I guess the news is Corey Julks, who we've seen up and down, part of the Astros organization for years now, no longer part of it. So we've seen Brandon Bielak get DFA'd. Corey Julks has been traded. All the guys who we always wonder, why is that guy playing, are leaving now.
They're buying low on Luis Rodriguez.
Yes,
I'll say
they're not giving up much.
No. Well, also his 2024 stats. He's pitched in 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Small sample size. Keep that in mind for what I'm about to say. 0-1 with a 7.36 ERA.
Does that make you feel great?
Still young. 4 strikeouts though.
But you're giving up Corey Julks. What are we talking about here? But they did make a move.
Small sample size.
Shout out to Dana Brown for making a move. You're a quieter pitcher who we never see again, at least on the major league level or ever on the major league level. But we wave goodbye to Corey Julks. Thanks for the memories. What's your favorite Corey Julks memory?
Whenever he would do something and Jeremy Brandon would tweet out #GoCougs.
So Jeremy making it about the Cougs and himself.
Well, and Corey Julks.
Yeah, it's more about the Cougs.
He's doing the thing that where like Texas Tech is like the last 2 or 3 of the last 4 Super Bowl champions have had a Texas Tech quarterback. Where you're like,
yeah,
it's one guy.
Yeah, and wouldn't you take more pride in if he actually won more games at your school? Like we've talked about this before. When you need to celebrate the accomplishments of a single player when they go to the league because there are not many accomplishments to celebrate by your team at the school's team, that's what you do. You #Go Red Raiders or Guns Up, whatever the hell they do, or you go
Raiders in the NFL.
Yeah,
or I guess Red Raiders.
NFL and Miami people would celebrate. Look at our long consecutive streak of touchdown scoring. It was pretty long. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty impressive how many, but that has long since ended because the success on the college level ended. So you're not gonna put a lot of guys in the NFL who are gonna score touchdowns anymore.
And Reggie Wayne.
At some point those guys got to go. Frank Gore was carrying the load for years because he kept hanging on, but not anymore. Jimmy Graham and Frank Gore were the people we leaned on for years, but those guys aren't doing it anymore. So who do you depend on? The streak eventually comes to an end. So this is Go Cougs. I don't know how good the baseball team is. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not that good.
Because they lost Corey Julks.
And others. It's a talent drain for the Cougs baseball team. That's why they haven't they haven't had the success they're looking for. We'll see as they continue on in the Big 12 if they become one of the better Big 12 baseball schools. But yeah, Corey Joke's gone, and thanks, as Fall Out Boy would say, thanks for the memories, Corey Jokes. But first, a guy who, well, not first, but a guy who provides great memories, questionable ones. I'm not sure if this is Keith. It says the real Keith. We'll see. That generally doesn't fool me. He wants to talk Astros, which is always a ploy to get into something else. What's up, real Keith?
Hashtag free Renell Blanco. Those freaking umpires need to have a 2-game sentence. Also, what do you think about Belle Delphine doing stuff on the internet? Let's go.
Look, we don't even know if your real name is Ryan. So I don't know about Belle Delphine. I'd have to look her up. I don't think that's an actual Hollywood actress. That might be a woman who already does stuff on the internet. I don't know who that is. She's a media personality from South Africa. She's like a streamer. You got a better shot there. But as I look at her, she has over 2.4 million subscribers, so she's pretty damn popular. But this is more in the wheelhouse of you never ever know, and I'm sure she does things on the stream to get everyone more excited than they should because she's not really revealing anything. I'm gonna go because I don't know her work. I'm just looking at the numbers. I'm a numbers guy when it comes to stuff like this. Oh, she wears kitten ears.
Yeah, there's a couple pictures with her with her tongue out.
Yeah, she does
rolling
that.
her eyes back.
Yeah, she does that thing.
I think that bumps up the percentages.
It definitely suggests that at some point we might be going in a different direction if the streaming stuff stops working for her. I'm gonna go with. I don't want to besmirch the name of Belle Delphine, but considering the images I've seen, no nudity, but like Sean said, the eye thing, the tongue out thing, the kitten ear thing, we're gonna put this at 18%. 18. This is what I'm talking about, Ryan. You are drifting towards an OnlyFans being more and more of a possibility.
I have a story from the New York Post.
About Belle Delphine?
Yes. Try to hit not breaking news.
Okay.
This is from February. Belle Delphine shunned by her father after selling used bathwater online.
Oh, okay. So now I got to jump it up even more. If she's selling bathwater, which is 45%.
$43 a piece, by the way.
Well, look, the problem for her problem in my percentage is 45 is probably too high, but the bathwater thing is a striking a chord with me. If she's so successful doing other things, then she doesn't have to get the OnlyFans. I have to see if her subscribers have dropped, the interest has waned, and I don't have time for that right now. That would give me a chance to give you a real number, Ryan, but I'm going to leave it at 18%.
We'll do some research.
At 24% because he's already selling bathwater. So, I'm sure she's a nice young lady, but she wears a pink wig and puts kitten ears on and does that tongue thing that Sean described. The percentages go up every time I see another picture, to be honest with you. To be honest with you. And she wears like a onesie on occasion. So you never know. You never know, Ryan. At least you pick someone under 35. It's not an ageism thing. It's just, hey, some of the women you've chosen are accomplished in their fields and are older and probably aren't going to drift that way. She's only 24, according to Wiki. So who knows? Sean, something happened in the Premier League that isn't really the point of the conversation that we're going to have a discussion about when we come back, but I want you to think about this. The manager for Tottenham, they played Man City. Man City's on their way to winning another title. The big discussion around this match was Tottenham is a rival of Arsenal. If Tottenham would have held Man City to a draw or won, they would have given Arsenal a clear path to win the league. And they're the biggest. Arsenal and Tottenham are their biggest rivals, each other's biggest rivals. So the question I'm going to ask you. And by the way, Tottenham had something to play for. If they would have won their next game, they had a shot to play in the Champions League the following season. So it wasn't just like, oh, we can throw this away. It doesn't matter. We're just screwing over Arsenal. So the question for me, and you have to think about question for you, and you think about it. I'll ask it to myself, I guess, and I'll have an answer too. Would you be like Tottenham fans and be so boisterous in wanting to lose the game because you didn't want your rival to have success that your own coach is yelling at you on the field of play about it, and then he went to the post game presser and talked about there's issues with the foundations at Tottenham inside and out. Would you be so boisterous wanting your team to lose because your rival would have had success, knowing that you guys could have accomplished something as well? And I'll give you a scenario when we come back to provide more context. I thought it was crazy, particularly because of what Tottenham could accomplish and what it did to their manager, because he went on a rant afterwards about how things are broken at the club because of the attitude. Because I think he was suggesting that inside the club, people are like, let's lose this game. We don't want Arsenal to win. So we'll talk about that and how deep does your hatred for your rival go, where your own failures mean their failures, so you're A-okay with them. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We'll get to the question I asked Sean before we went to the break. But first, Eric wants to talk about the Astros. All right, well, he usually wants to talk about the Astros, but it could be anything. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, I was wondering why the first 3 innings they didn't find anything in Blanco's glove. All of a sudden, in the 4th inning, they found something. And last year, I think it was Domingo German from the Dodgers. They found something. They just told him to wash his hands, and he can go back and pitch. And also, Gilly Cougars, I'm proud of them for taking the stand against the NFL. The Titans don't own the Oilers colors. Those belong to Houston. And did you see what Abigail Dye was wearing today? She deleted her post again. I'll hang up and listen.
I did not see what Abigail Dye was wearing today. I was busy doing the whole producing thing. It didn't come up. I don't know what she wore, so I can't speak to that. Well, they checked and they didn't find anything, so it might lead you to believe some of the reasoning that came from the Astros side is that, hey, he got sweaty and the stuff wound up in his glove. But I guess the rule is you can't have anything on your non-pitching arm anyway. So if he was using rosin on his left arm and they thought it was too unacceptable levels and it wound up in his glove, they're going to feel justified in saying he had to go. I don't know how stringent the testing is for Major League Baseball, and if rosin it simply mixed with sweat and humidity. And what if how does the glove get sent to New York? If there's no more moisture, then will it feel the same? How can they tell? I'm always interested in that. Well, we're going to send the glove to New York, but it's now under different conditions than the glove was in Houston.
It's no longer the stickiest thing you've ever felt.
Yeah, probably not, unless Blanco is actually using something that wasn't rosin. And that'll be something that'll be determined. And Eric mentions he's glad the Cougs stood up to the NFL. Well, they stood up to the Titans and the NFL, and rightfully so. You don't have any jurisdiction on us wearing the color blue or Columbia blue. How about we just don't call it Columbia blue? We call it H-Town blue, which is in fact a different color than what the Texans are calling H-Town blue. But I don't know why the NFL needed to dip into the college football ranks and decide to put their foot down. God forbid that a school in their town wanted to wear that color. And I agree. The Cougs did the right thing. Shut up, NFL. Mind your business. Stay out of Cougs' business is what I'd say. We want to wear the color across all our sports, which I think is the plan going forward. It won't just be a Houston Cougars football color. Let them do it.
Yeah, could they wear it for basketball and be okay?
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to, but yeah, I think they will be fine.
Just like theoretically,
yeah, I think so.
Could a baseball team?
Yeah, if it wasn't a football team originally, would they have cared? No. It just so happened to be on a football team, and they decided, that's wrong. Sure, it's somewhat similar to the Oilers as far as design, but not really. I mean, as long as you keep an oiled derrick off the helmet, you should be okay. We know what happened with the Renegades. Excuse me, not the Renegades, the Roughnecks. The Roughnecks when
not their hated rivals. Sorry.
Yeah, that big rivalry. The Renegades, who are the defending, and actually not even defending because you can't defend an XFL title anymore, doesn't exist. But the Renegades, the XFL champions in the league's final season. I don't know how the Renegades are doing this year, and I'm not going to look it up.
I think they're pretty bad.
Oh, good. We're glad. I don't know if the Roughnecks beat them. In fact, the Roughnecks did beat them because we have a caller who wants to proclaim himself a Renegade fan who didn't call the show after predicting a Renegade win. All of a sudden, he went silent.
Oof.
It's real tough not to back up all the ish you're talking about your UFL football team when they don't come through for you. Now you can't show your face.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like because, again, I'm a Houston Roughneck fan.
Of course. We win games.
Actually, both teams are 1-6.
So they're both terrible. Oof. No, PJ Walker ain't walking through that door, apparently.
No.
PJ's like, you damn right I'm not. I get NFL money.
Something has to go horribly wrong for me to walk
I'm getting NFL checks, even if it's third string. I'm not walking through that door. Julian, you want to talk? I guess we're going to get to the question I posed in the next segment because Julian wants to talk about Blanco, too. What's up, Julian?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's
up? So, first off, earlier y'all were talking about, in the first show of the ESPN Houston, y'all said 6 networks. You forgot Nickelodeon. They also do the telecast too. I mean, I know it's simulcast, but that's another one. All right, now what about last year when Herman got caught, and then when y'all got caught cheating with the whole scandal, the trash? What about the Yankees? What about the Red Sox? What about worrying about your damn selves, Houstonians? You got caught. You got caught, bruh. Still, eat it. Have a good one, fellas.
Julian is playing the role of contrarian. He did that was it yesterday or Monday where he did something like something very along those lines as well about a Houston complaint that he didn't think was valid, and he put on a voice like that at like we were whining or something. Yeah, no.
Well, he's done that.
He's attacked Houston drivers, but this was something sports related. So this is This is his path. Anything that keeps you from doing that Niner gang thing, it's fine with me. That one I won't stand for. If you want to call out Houston people for whining about getting unfairly punished, that's cool. It's a plight of being a fan. We all think we're the ones who are being set upon by the evil rulers in New York or wherever the head office is for a particular league, and hey, they're out to get you. And you know what? They are out to get us, Julian, despite what you say. They're out to get us. Yeah, I don't mind the fans feeling that way, but I also kind of feel his way. I'm not going to yell at the fans for feeling a certain way. But hey, you got caught. It happens. And you just hope, for Blanco's sake, I more care about Blanco, mostly because of what he's trying to accomplish this year. And it won't be something that's remembered heavily, but it is a bit of a stain if it's found that he was using something other than rosin. Then people start to go look into how he got to where he is, and all it's been is smooth positivity for Blanco. One of the only players you could say that about this year. So I hope it is just simply a buildup of rosin and sweat and moisture or whatever the hell else you can use as a reason for it to happen. And he's going to file the appeal. If it comes through and it works out where he doesn't get suspended for 10 games, great. Feels like he's going to get suspended for 10 games though.
Yeah. If there's anyone that was having just like a no negatives, all positives season, it would be Ronel Blanco. And so that part sucks. Just the like, well, it is. Because what's going to happen is he's not going to have like a 1.9 ERA for the rest of the year.
No.
And then it's going to be, ever since he got caught with the
yeah, if he comes off the suspension and he gets smacked around a couple times. Oh, look.
He goes Hunter Brown mode, yeah.
I don't want that. Yeah, we've already got a nickname for Fromber tonight if he doesn't pitch well. They're calling him he was called JP Froms. JP Froms. I don't need any Ronel mashups with JP Francis' name. I don't need that. I want that guy to pitch really well beyond, team success, for his success. This is a dream for him, and it's already a little tainted if he was cheating or if the umpires, despite their statements about the stickiest thing they've ever felt since they've been doing this, even if that isn't true, I hope that we don't have to deal with the Blanco suspension because he's been really, really good. We'll get to my question about how much do you hate your rival and what you would root against your own team if you would root against your own team's success just to see the other team not have an ultimate success. But I'm looking at the Deshaun Watson new tattoo, and I don't really care about the Jilly thing. That's the name of his girlfriend. Put your girlfriend on your back. I don't care. There's a lot of tattoos on his back that I think people are missing out on, except for this one person who quote tweeted the picture and said, "Is that MLK in a fitted?" And in fact, it is. Deshaun Watson, what you would call at this point a lower back tattoo where MLK is, he has Martin Luther King in could be a snapback, but it looks like a fitted hat. And I think it says "Have a Dream."
I was going to ask what
on the
Atlanta Braves?
No, okay. That would be sacrilegious. No, it just says "Have a Dream." If this wasn't bad enough. Okay, let me ask you, Sean, although you're probably not in a place to answer the question. We'll see if you can dance around it. What's more inappropriate? Putting Martin Luther King on your back in a fitted for a tattoo, or what Florida State did when Willie Taggart was there, and on Martin Luther King Day, they used Martin Luther King's face in their graphic that said "Do something" and him doing the tomahawk chop.
In receiver gloves.
In receiver gloves, yes. Which one do you find more inappropriate? I think this is a question anyone can answer.
Yeah, no, I was really worried about what kind of spot you'd put me in with the MLK one. Because they're both MLK related, so I'm not making light of the sacrilege.
It's just people using MLK in a fashion I wouldn't have thought they would. That's all.
The Florida State thing's pretty bad.
That's crazy.
Because they're like Deshaun Watson having a tattoo with him in a fitted. That's not good, but also it's Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, unless his shirt's off, you'll never see it.
And
it's not promoting anything. Like
yeah,
that was Willie Taggart's slogan for the for his program, do something. And he's got MOK. The fact that you remember the receiver glove thing, chef's kiss. I forgot about. I remember.
That's the funniest. I mean, that to me is the funniest part.
The tomahawk chop in receiver's gloves for MOK.
Because him just doing the tomahawk chop, it would just look like you could just get a picture where he's giving a speech and his arm is out like the chop.
Yeah.
But then they had to take it one step further, I assume, by photoshopping receiver gloves onto his.
If you were wondering if MOK would have played a skill position, we have an answer for you. He's a 5-star wide receiver or corner. You never know what position he would have played. But shout out to Deshaun Watson. There's a lot of tattoos. There's the NFL logo on there. But what stood out to me was he's got Martin Luther King Jr. in a fitted hat. Yeah.
What do you think the tattoo artist says when you like? And what I'm thinking for this area is Martin Luther King. They're like, cool, in a fitted hat, huh? What?
Yeah, I'm sure that tattoo artist has seen figures like Martin Luther King put on people.
I was gonna say has seen Martin Luther King in a fitted hat before.
But no, I haven't. I don't know if anyone's seen it until now. I don't know if he's ever had the opportunity to put a fitted hat, and then next to that a giant diamond, and then maybe a ring from the Clemson championship year. There's a lot of things on here.
It's his entire back.
Yes, it's filled up. But I guess Jilly, his current girlfriend is the latest tattoo, and he wanted to show everyone. But shout out to Deshaun, Martin Luther King. That's how you remember him. You can't even see it. He'll never see it unless he's got unless he's standing in front of a mirror with a hand mirror that he can look down on. It's an interesting place to put all those. Yeah, whatever. I'm not a tattoo guy, so let me not speak on it too much. You will like a tattoo. You like a tattoo. But Martin Luther King in a fitted on your lower back. Yeah. All right. We'll move on. Not much to say other than that. We will get to the how much do you hate your rival question when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We'll do this quick here. We're late. But Ange Postecoglou, he is the Greek-born manager for Tottenham. He grew up in Australia, so that'll explain the accent you're about to hear. He's a manager for Tottenham. They had a game last night, at least for them. It was afternoon for us against Man City. If I kind of explained it earlier, but if Tottenham had held Man City to a draw or beaten them, it would have given Tottenham's biggest rival, Arsenal, a chance to win the title on Sunday through goal differential. But because Man City won the game 2-0, if they win their last game, they're winning the title. So Tottenham fans didn't want Arsenal to win the title. So they were more than happy with losing the game, even if it meant not making Champions League, which is a big thing to make. It would be big for Tottenham. They're not always there. They're generally always on the fringes. I'll give you some context of what that might mean in American sports. I was trying to figure out what the proper comp would be, and I'll ask Sean the question, see if he agrees. But first, let's hear from Ange Postecoglou about what he thinks what he thinks about the conversation surrounding the game and the fans and even inside the club.
It's one of these where you can at least see the foundations of what you're building maybe for next season.
No, I think the last 48 hours has revealed to me the foundations are fairly fragile, mate, so
How do you mean?
that's what I feel. I just think that's, like I said, the last 40 hours has revealed a fair bit to me, and that's all right. That just means I've got to go back to the drawing board with some things.
What did you make of the fans chanting while you were watching Arsenal after that?
Not interested, mate. Don't care.
Is that inside the club or around?
Outside, inside, everywhere. It's been an interesting exercise.
He had pushed back all week about this. Hey, wouldn't it be great for you guys not to win because we don't want Arsenal to have any success? He goes, no, you go out and win the match. This is what we're here for. And they continue. I mentioned earlier that he was yelling at a supporter during the game because they were yelling at him about wanting to throw the match. So he wasn't thrilled with the conversation. You heard his after-match comments. So, Sean, I posed a question to you, and I was trying to find the right scenario, and I think I found it, but I had to ask some context because in European soccer, they're all single table leagues where there are no playoffs. Whoever has the best season wins the title. You don't get to the playoffs and do a single elimination thing. And also you have these other competitions you're trying to challenge for, like the Champions League I mentioned. Tottenham wins the last two. They had a real shot of getting to the Champions League. Now they don't. They are put in a lower European competition because of the loss. So if I put it to you this way, you can choose your biggest rival, Oklahoma or A&M. Which one?
Oklahoma.
Okay, Oklahoma. You're going to be in the same conference. Let's say we go back to last year, and for whatever reason, you lose all of your out-of-conference games, so you don't have a chance at a national title, but you win all of your conference games, and you make it to the in this case, the Big 12 title game. Oklahoma, they won all their games out of conference, and for whatever reason, they lost to you, obviously, and they lose a tiebreaker in the single table that the Big 12 has been the last couple of years. So another team, let's say Oklahoma, let's say they lose another team that they didn't play. Let's say Kansas.
They lost to Kansas.
Or maybe let's say they didn't lose to Kansas.
They lost to Oklahoma State.
But you just want to give them losses. I get it. Let's just say they don't lose to Kansas. Kansas makes, because they didn't play them, Kansas makes it to the Big 12 title game against Texas. Texas can't win a national title, but Kansas is the only thing standing in the way. A Kansas win is the only thing standing in the way of A&M sneaking into the playoff because they were great outside of the loss to you, and Kansas has a loss. They're not going to put a 2-loss Kansas team into the playoff. They would put a 1-loss Oklahoma team into the playoff. Would you want your team, who can't get to the playoff, to beat Kansas so A&M would get into the playoff? Or would you drop Oklahoma? Yeah, Oklahoma get into the playoff. Or would you?
Because Oklahoma lost to Kansas.
Understood. But in this scenario, they've only lost to you. They're a 1-loss Oklahoma team who isn't in the Big 12 title game?
It's hard. It is hard to.
Now you get a Big 12 title on your way out the door. You do have that, but you don't. But you're not eligible for the playoff because you've lost too many out of conference games. You have 4 losses.
I think you try to screw over your rival.
So you would rather lose to Kansas and have Kansas play in the playoff instead of winning a Big 12 title, just to keep A&M out. That's why I gave you a chance to win something, because Tottenham had a chance to win something if they would have won the last 2.
But they have a chance to have a chance the next. Like it's not win and in. Like if they had won yesterday,
they would have had to win and then win again.
Who are they playing next?
I don't know. Some team they probably could beat.
Okay. Because just how likely it is, they're not mathematically eliminated, but it's unlikely.
They wouldn't have controlled their own destiny because the team they're fighting against would have still had a chance. But now this officially eliminates them from achieving something, which would, in a loss to Kansas, keeps you out of the Big 12 title, keeps you from winning a Big 12 title on your way out, keeps you out of a big-time bowl game.
Yeah.
Would you rather throw the game to keep A&M out of the playoff? Because, the difference is A&M makes the playoff doesn't mean they're winning the title. I'm even giving you a lesser chance because Arsenal would have likely won the league.
You know what? I changed my mind. I think I'm with Ong.
Big Ainge.
Ainge. Yeah, I think I'm with Ainge on this one because, you play to win the game.
But you contemplated it.
But I did contemplate it. It's natural to contemplate it. I'm not the one out there actually has to play the game.
Well, he's talking about people inside the club who are like, you know what?
Well, that's why they don't win anything.
Well, yeah, they're Tottenham
that's
for a reason.
Part of it. I feel like that needs to be said, that this team never wins anything
it's
anyway.
True. They never win anything. They're always on the outside. They made one Champions League final the last 4 or 5 years. I think they lost to Liverpool in the Champions League final maybe 4 or 5 years ago now. So, yeah.
Yeah,
they're Tottenham. I mean, what that means to people here, it's like saying, oh, they're not even Cowboys. The Cowboys have had past success. I'm trying to think. They're this version of the Cowboys. Oh, they're the Cowboys. Yeah, they have a good year, but they're never going to win anything.
Texas A&M.
Texas A&M doesn't have the years that Tottenham has, so I can't even give them that. Maybe they're Oklahoma. Oklahoma won one title in 2000.
Yeah.
They're more like Oklahoma. They're always around. They're always pretty good, but yeah, they're Oklahoma. We know they're not going to come through. I think that's a better comp right now for them, which fits our discussion.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. We're out here to try to win, particularly because it wouldn't guarantee one of my hated rivals. It wouldn't guarantee Florida State a title. It would put them in the playoff in this scenario that I put out there, but they still have to go win 2 more games. Now, if it was like the BCS era and they're going to play and they'll just make sure somehow, some way it guarantees them a top 2 spot, then I might have some real doubts.
Yeah. And there's also the case where Tottenham is playing a team that is better than them. So there's a chance that even if you do fully compete on the level and try to win,
that you're going to lose anyway.
You're just going to lose.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting the players didn't try hard. It's just,
I don't know.
Who knows?
I didn't watch, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if they tried hard.
Yeah, did
they run out a competitive line?
Yeah, it was 1-0 until the 86th minute, and then they had a chance. One of their best players had a chance to score the equalizer. Great stop by the goalie. Oh, okay, you think he screwed up on purpose. That's fine. It's conspiracy time. And then they eventually lost 2-0. I think a penalty at the end gave Man City a clear win. So
refs handed it to him.
Cheating refs want Man City to win. Just much like what happens in our town when they screw over our Astros. So I'm right there with you. But if you give me a scenario where it's like a guaranteed, like give it to you this, like if the Celtics are guaranteed something, if the Heat lost, I'd be like, we're not going to win anything anyway. Let's make sure the Celtics don't get this.
Yeah, you do get this a lot, and it's a little bit different because you don't get handed a title. But this reminds me a little bit of the last day of the NBA regular season.
Yeah,
where you see a lot of nonsense go on. Where that's why I was asking what lineup Tottenham put out there, because you'll see like the Clippers just put out like an absolute trash lineup because they want to be the 5 seed and not the 6 seed, or they want to be the 4 seed and not the 3 seed for some reason.
Yeah.
They're trying to get a matchup. And so, Cleveland did it this year.
Yeah, and they
shamelessly they out-tanked the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, somehow, some way had Tristan Thompson running point at points.
Yeah, they weren't even playing that'd be like if they're playing Denver. Yeah, and they tried to throw the game. It's like, guys, I don't think you need to try that hard.
Yeah, they were playing. Yeah, they were playing it out with backup guards. They weren't using their starters, and then they realized, oh yeah, we're probably going to win this game.
Let's just put out all centers.
Yeah, so we're not going to play any perimeter players and see how it goes. And eventually they lose to Charlotte. I agree with the manager, but it is tough as a fan. Particularly these fans have been rooting for this team. At least, well, they haven't been alive that long. But the club's been around for over 100 years, so I get it. You've been born and bred to hate Arsenal. Understood. But the Champions League is a big deal. Not that you would have won it because you're Tottenham. You don't win anything ever. But he's a guy he's been there a short time, so he's not. What are we talking about here?
He doesn't know that.
Why are we trying to lose games? And he was furious about it.
I actually think it's okay for fans to root for the loss. I don't think it's okay for the inside the building.
Yeah,
so
that's
actually,
rough.
I think you had to play it straight, but did they help their draft pick by losing?
You don't get draft picks in European soccer.
Then why even lose? What's the point of losing?
Draft picks only happen in this country.
So they don't have a chance to draft Reed Shepherd now?
No, they don't have to draft the new Steph Curry, according to one
side-by-side comparison.
Draft prognosticator, or at least draft analyst. I'm being a little harsh. He just said his physical attributes match Steph Curry's, which I guess they're both 6'3". They weigh about the same. Sure. But there are a lot of 6'3" guys under 200 pounds you could have chosen.
I think what makes Steph Curry special is the all the other stuff.
Yeah, not how big he is. In fact, the fact that he's able to overcome that and be a great player is the point of Steph Curry. He's not LeBron James. He's not Paul George. He's not Kawhi. He was at one point a very skinny guard who you would not undersize for point guard, but undersized as maybe a star player. And he has overcome all that because he's the greatest shooter a lot of us have ever seen. That'll wrap up hour one. And Sean and I are on the same wavelength with that. I want my guys to go out there and try to win, because if they don't care, it speaks to what they are as a club or organization or program. But I'm well within my rights to be like, you know what? It wouldn't be so bad if we lost. That's sometimes how you have to think. But don't yell at the coach about it. Maybe you're going a little bit too far. We're done with hour one. We'll be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. And I realized I never actually gave out all of those Josh Hader numbers because I got distracted by the game log, which didn't match up with the numbers in the tweet. But overall, Josh Hader in his last 7 games, an ERA under 1, 9 1/3 innings, pitched, 1 earned run, 4 hits, 14 Ks, a whip at .86, and 3 saves. Now, the ERA is not going to look great overall because of all the awfulness that occurred before this recent stretch, but this is the guy we're looking for. This is the guy we thought we were getting. And if we're getting back to that point, then you start to believe that he's figured it out. The Presley stuff, still questions remain, but maybe it turns into where Ryan Presley isn't the clear 8th guy. Maybe it's Abreu who becomes your 8th inning guy, and then you start to ask, can Ryan Presley be your 7th if he continues to struggle the way he has? You just have to hope maybe he has a Hader-like turnaround too. We know Hader's in a spot he expects to be, either closing games or keeping the Astros in it, and he did that last night. Came in for the 9th. The Astros couldn't get anything done in the bottom of the 9th, and then came in the 10th, got into a little bit of trouble with a walk and then a sac fly, but got the last 2 outs. And the Astros, thanks to Victor Caratini, were able to win last night, win the game 2-1, and now they're putting together 3 games. Is tough for me to call it a streak, but I guess by definition it is. But more importantly, over a bigger sample size, they've won a series in Detroit, win a series here, get that done, and maybe go for a sweep, and then we can start to go, okay. The heartbeat is a little stronger, the pulse is stronger, and some of the guys that you expected to be good are getting there. Bregman, 3rd home run. Hader pitching well. Now we just got to wait on Yordan. Where is Yordan Alvarez? Where's the guy that is a menace? When he becomes that menace again for pitching, then we can start to talk about this team getting closer and closer to full strength as far as performance-wise, and then certainly you have to hope health continues to get better and better, and that seems to be trending that way too, with Urquidy pitching on the minor league level. Javier was back, didn't pitch well, so you hope after getting that one trash start out of the way, he'll be fine. And then you have your rotation. When we'll see whenever Ronel Blanco gets back, considering the impending and likely suspension coming his way. But hey, can't all be positive, I guess. We were close, but we didn't get there. Other things that happened last night, the NBA playoffs, you had 2 non-competitive games, particularly in the 4th quarter. The Knicks dominate the Pacers. The Pacers are always going to be, at least this version of the Pacers, are always going to be a team that can have a night like last night, where the Knicks are beat up, but they do have the momentum of being home. And you got a real shot if you're the Pacers. You put on a good performance. You got a real shot to close that out in 6. Now at a minimum, at best, you have to go back to New York, and maybe they just close you out at home. I don't know when OG Anunoby is going to come back. He doesn't seem likely to be ready for Game 6, but I mean, he would certainly help if it does get to a Game 7, but he seems like a guy who may come back if they see the Celtics, and that's even in question. So the Knicks get it done. Jalen Brunson, another 40-piece, but OG Anunoby is a possibility, according to the most recent report. See, it's funny. I see one report that says he's likely out for the series, and then I guess this morning Brian Windhorst said that there's a possibility that he could return for Game 6. So I guess the Knicks aren't completely ruling him out, but it feels like if he does come back, it would be for a deciding Game 7. But hey, as long as it's possible, the Knicks got to see Chris Haynes. We got dueling insiders, Sean. Chris Haynes says he's very likely to be out for the remainder of the series. Doesn't put a definite on it. Doesn't say he's out. Very likely. And Brian Windhorst responds with, it's possible he could play a Game 6, which is actually what Chris Haynes said without saying it.
Yeah, that's 2 sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
It's possible he plays. It's possible he doesn't play. That is my insider report.
Yes. We have both come to the same conclusion. He may play. He may not play. You can't say I'm wrong. Either way.
Also, this series saying he won't return this series.
The series has about 4 days in it.
Yeah, it's two games.
Yeah.
Maybe one game.
Yeah.
Like, it's possible it's just one game left.
Thanks for that. Maybe Chris Haynes has a bet on the Knicks in Game 6, and that's why he said it. And he thinks the Knicks are going to win Game 6, so he's reporting according to his bet. I asked him casting aspersions. I'm sure that's not the case.
No.
But you
Chris
don't know.
Haynes would never.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm going to assume that's not the case. But yeah, it's two guys just saying that it could go either way, is what they're saying.
Also, we're talking about a team that just won by 30 last night.
Yeah. Do they need OG Anunoby?
That's why I'm like.
But it's 2:30. But both games were blowouts. The last two. So what does it mean? He didn't play in one. He played in the other. And
it's a tie on aggregate.
Yeah. At this point, yeah, we're going to penalty kicks.
Away goals.
Well, they've done away with away goals in Champions League.
What?
They don't do away goals anymore.
Oh, that sucks.
So the coveted away goal thing is nothing you can lean on. Hey, I know that this game was even. Well, they scored a goal on your home pitch. They win the tie because they did it.
Yeah, You tied both you drew both matches. One was 1-1, the other one was 2-2. Unfortunately, the 2-2 one you were at home, so you lose.
Yeah, it matters more.
They scored on the road twice. You scored on the road once.
Yeah, it happened. I forgot the exact goal score, but it happened to Nigeria a couple, like in the last qualifying stage for the World Cup. I think it was either 18 or 2022. They were playing Ghana. Maybe it's 2022. Ghana scored one goal in the entire thing and went through because the one goal they scored was, and it was tied, by the way. The aggregate was tied, but the one goal they scored was on Nigeria's pitch. So, hey, you qualify for the World Cup.
It was 1-1, but it was
the one that mattered.
Yeah, one on aggregate.
Yeah, it was. So they found a way. So the Champions League said, hey, we're not going to do that anymore. That feels dumb.
I know, but come on. Penalty kicks are also dumb.
Yeah, as well. Yes, to the side, but at some point you got to stop playing, right? 100
away goals.
100. Well, not true. I guess you can do it that way.
I'm saying away goals should be the first tiebreaker. If that's still tied, then you can do penalty kicks. But come on, don't rob me of my keeping track of away goals.
I'm looking up. Yeah, it was 1-1 draw at Nigeria, and Ghana was the first African team to qualify for the World Cup in 2022 because they scored one goal in 2 matches. But hey,
dream team.
They scored the one. We saw them play in the World Cup. They were not a dream team, but they found a way. So,
hey, the cream rises.
So
the cream rises.
Hey, they found over the course of 2 ties or 2 games. By the way, I keep saying ties because that's what they call them, or 1 tie in 2 matches. That's what they call a that type of setup in soccer. Not to confuse everyone. Yeah, over the course of the tie in two matches, Ghana rose to the cream of Ghana rose to the top. And we know Alex Bregman over the course of the last 2 games.
Yeah,
the cream is rising.
He scored more than once the last 2 games.
Yeah, he's hit 3 home runs and has added another RBI. He added another hit late in the game on Monday, took driving a couple. So he has scored more than Ghana. But either way, the cream rises. Now Alex Bregman is hot. But like I said, I'm not going to say it's a real thing until he gets like 250. Once he's at 250, I'm like, all right, Bregman is back. Of course, all that being said, it's not bittersweet, but he'll be back and then he'll be gone. Even if he turns it around, which at this point seems like it could be a real possibility, it'll be the last year of Alex Bregman, and that's just a business of baseball, particularly when you're the Astros. Just not going to give guys of his age that type of money. We're going to bid goodbye, say goodbye to Bregman, and thank him for what he's done, and hopefully he's got another really good year in him as he likely closes out his time with the Astros. But a long time before that happens. I was going to talk about the NBA, and then we got into jokes about
away goals,
AFCON,
qualifying
of all things, simply because OG Anunoby didn't play in either game, and both games were like 30-point wins, and that somehow our minds, or at least particularly my mind, drifted to one of the more disappointing things that happened in my sports life over the last 4 years or so. Nigerians, they're like the Tottenham, to be honest with you. All that talent, they never do anything. They're Oklahoma of world soccer. got players playing all around the world in the best leagues in the world. Get together, nothing on the international level for years now.
Okay, quickly, what's Team USA? What's the US
If we're comparing them to a team in this country,
college football,
US,
are they Group of 5? They feel Group of 5.
No, they spend a lot of money. They spend a lot of money on the program. They put it in the wrong places. They hire the wrong people. They haven't had any great success on the international level, so I can't call them like a sleeping giant or a team that was great once, like a Nebraska that's not anymore.
Yeah.
They haven't even reached that level.
Oregon?
No, Oregon's
too successful.
They're probably like a Virginia Tech.
Okay.
Virginia
Beamer
Tech,
ball.
they care about football. At their highest level, they made and the U.S. has made a quarterfinal before. At their highest level, Virginia Tech made one title game years ago now, and the U.S. quarterfinal was in 2002. So, and the Virginia Tech title game was like 99. So right around the same era when they had their best runs ever, and then, they stuck with Beamer, and that's fine. The U.S. has had more turnover.
Stuck with Berhalter.
Yeah, we feel like look. If we're talking about rooting for teams to lose, let's wash out of the Copa America and get rid of him.
That is where rooting for everyone should root for their team to lose when you want your coach fired.
To be embarrassed in a tournament that doesn't matter that much, but we're invited to it.
Yeah.
Have that go poorly, really. Let's not get out of the group stage. How about that? Because if we are not good in a World Cup that we're hosting, that's a bad look.
Yeah.
That's a bad look. I gotta rid my life of Berhalter, mostly because I don't want to see any tweets about Berhalter anymore. How many people complain about him, and rightfully so, to be honest with you. You know what? It would have been better off if we lost to Jamaica in the Nations League semifinal. If that own goal doesn't go in, and then we go beat Mexico, so we own them. If that own goal doesn't go in, I don't even know if he gets fired, but we're on the right track.
I like that. We're on the right track to fire.
But now he's got. I win cups.
Rings.
I win trophies. He wins trophies. That'll be the eulogy of Greg Berhalter. Unattractive soccer, inane substitution patterns, bad formations, but he wins trophies because CONCACAF for the most part is trash. They got to get run out of the Copa. Still, U.S. Soccer probably wouldn't fire him. And that's our soccer segment. Somehow, some way. Started with the NBA. We'll get more into the NBA yesterday. There was another game that we'll discuss in an unserious fashion with Jokic and the Wolves. Well, Jokic against the Wolves, but the Nuggets completely turning that series around, and we can blame Adam Silver. All you had to do was suspend Jamal Murray, and we wouldn't be here right now. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
You know what that means? We've got breaking news, and by breaking news, it came out like 10 minutes ago, but we just saw it during the break. Jordan Schultz is reporting that the Texans will host the Ravens on Christmas Day, a game that will be exclusively on Netflix. So we get our first, what appears to be real leak regarding the Texans and their schedule. Week 17, hosting the Ravens on Christmas. So it is, I don't know what time it will be, but we can call that, for our purposes, a primetime game, but at least a national game. We'll call it that for now. We'll see when it actually gets played. Texans, Ravens on Netflix. Get ready for a lot of ta-dums, which is what Netflix calls their annual thing, because it's what the sound of, opening the app.
Ta-dum.
Yeah, ta-dum. It's their annual thing where they tell you about all the shows that have coming in. So that makes sense. Now, it being on Christmas may not be what a lot of you are looking for if you just want to spend Christmas Day not watching football or traveling, particularly if you like going to games. Maybe you didn't think you wanted to go to NRG on Christmas Day, but it does speak to what people think of the Texans. It is going to be exclusively on Netflix, so it is something the NFL is featuring, and the Texans will be a part of it. They'll play a team that they didn't have much luck with last year. Didn't score an offensive touchdown, were blown out in the second half of the playoff game, weren't ever really in it in the first game. There are certainly differences between the two teams, considering what the Texans have added this offseason, and the Ravens have lost a defensive coordinator. He's now the head coach in Seattle. But, hey, we finally get one. We finally have a leak. Texans versus Ravens. Here. On Netflix, of all places.
On Netflix is a.
What if Netflix has a streaming issue? They've figured some stuff out. They've had issues with some of their reality television reunion show stuff that happened where the stream didn't work. But they better have the infrastructure ready. Don't screw up an NFL game.
Hopefully they'll work out the kinks with the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight.
They've gone. I don't think
just like
the Tom Brady thing went off without a hitch, right? I don't think there are any problems there, and that was live, I believe. So they probably have worked it out. But this is going to be a test. Tom Brady and the roast is one thing. The Jake Paul fight is one thing too. The Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight, but having multiple NFL games on your streaming platform, Amazon figured it out. Netflix will have time to figure it out too. But it's at least we're getting something as far as news regarding the Texans. And like we said, if anything comes down, we'll let you know. And we have the first major leak, Texans, Ravens. And according to others, it looks like the Texans will play the Packers too. If we can believe Cheesehead TV, they are reporting that the Packers will host the Texans in Week 9. If that is true, it looks like that might just be a regular game. And we're thinking about Thanksgiving games and whether the Texans will play the Cowboys, where another report is out that the Packers will go see the Dolphins on Thanksgiving. Actually, they're going to host the Dolphins on Thanksgiving night. So more and more things are leaking. For whatever reason, the Packers people are getting their leaks. And Packers Dolphins Thanksgiving night. That'll be the primetime game on Thanksgiving. And then the Texans will go to Green Bay in Week 9, according to @Cheesehead TV.
Do you think @Cheesehead TV, it's because the reason that there's more leaks with the Packers is because they have a bunch of owners, and so it's just owner-wide email. Now half of Green Bay knows what their schedule is,
and they're just and no one can keep a secret.
Everyone's
they're like, why should we keep a secret? Everyone here is an owner.
Yeah, let me give it to my friend, Cheesehead TV.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a theory. We'll get you, and if you still want to call Ryan, you want to talk about an Office spinoff. We'll see. And other leaks, we talked about it a little bit, and I always talk about how I'll mention it. There was a leak of the EA College Football cover last week, and it featured, I think it's the deluxe edition, and it had all the players' backs towards the camera, a number of players that have special brand deals with the game. Well, we look. It looks like we have the official leak for the regular cover, and it has Quinn Ewers, Travis Hunter, and Donovan Edwards. So, two guys who are in the playoff, and Travis Hunter, who's the middle athlete in it, and we know big name, played out of school, got a lot of publicity.
He's the best player on the cover.
True, that's true.
That's why I'm okay with it. Is that he's like one of the guys who's like very obviously one of the best players in college football.
He's going to be likely, as long as we don't hear about random nonsense in his background that'll affect his draft status that we know happens. He, as far as a talent, is going to be at a minimum a top 10 talent. We'll see if concerns pop up that drop him lower, but he may be a top 5 player
if he's diabetic.
Yeah, whatever, or he plays corner like he's got tennis rackets for hands. Speaking of our favorite guy, A.D. Mitchell, he picked the number 10, and according to John McClain, he picked it because, at least, well, it's according to A.D. Mitchell, he told people, including John McClain, that he picked it because there were 10 receivers drafted ahead of him. So he's one of those guys. He's going to remember every receiver drafted ahead of him and make everyone who didn't think he should have been the best receiver pay. Fine attitude. We'll see how it works out for him. He'll play in Indianapolis, so we'll see him a couple times a year as long as he's healthy and he's on the Colts. So we'll continue to give you news as we go forward. I do see a call up there. We'll get to you when we come back, as the leaks are coming now fast, or they're coming out fast. So anything, like I said, we'll let you know. And the fake Julian has called in. You want to talk about the Texans? Maybe. We'll talk to you I'll talk to you when we come back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. You guys should know by now, mybookie.ag is the place. If you think you have an in on a game, you think you have a way to score big, MyBookie is the place for you. I'm not an expert bettor, so I'm glad MyBookie has experts of their own to let you know where you should place that cash. If you like the games tonight, if you think the Celtics close it out, and you like the number, and you know the Celtics like to run away and hide from teams, and you think that's going to happen with the likelihood of Donovan Mitchell not playing, go to mybookie.ag and put some money down on the Boston Celtics. You can give yourself a head start today and play with house money by using promo code BET975 when you make your first deposit. That code is only there for a limited time, but it does give you a bonus when you sign up. And if you're already a customer, MyBookie even has a reload bonus with that promo code BET975. The parlays, the boosted props, all there for you at MyBookie. And it's not just a sports book. They give you a chance to communicate with the community, sharing all the upsets, sharing the joy, maybe the misery of losing a game you didn't think you were going to lose. But MyBookie is there for you. They have the live streaming, and you can bet on games right from the sports book. MyBookie is your place to place those bets. Remember, bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Just a product of Sean having 2 shows to do. Gallant and George will be here, but not now. We got a couple more segments to go.
And us having a conversation
during the break, yes.
Yeah. I just kind of...
It does distract people.
Man.
So
that's like first one of the show.
Yes.
By the way.
That's true.
Not asking for credit.
That's true. I have actually screwed up the show by putting in the wrong opening because some of the behind-the-scenes stuff is I'll set up the start to this show because I'm still in there finishing the previous show. So I'll just get stuff ready. And one time I put the wrong opening. It was about the show, but it was like for a road show from way back when. Jeremy Branham points this out, and it should be remembered because Christmas is on a Wednesday. The Texans will play a football game on a Wednesday, which means unless they have week 16 off, they're going to be playing a game likely on a Saturday because you are going to do what you do with teams who play on Sunday and Thursday. So a game on Saturday, unless you have the week off, or maybe you played a Thursday game. That could be possible. Maybe a Thursday game is scheduled for the previous week to give them more time. But one of those teams is going to play on a Saturday because you have multiple Christmas Day games. Unless they maneuver multiple games earlier than Saturday, there are going to be a couple teams at a minimum who have played a Saturday game, then a Wednesday game, and then they'll obviously have like a mini bye before week 18. So the schedule will be interesting. We'll have people complaining about Wednesday football until the Wednesday games hit, and then people stop complaining because football trumps all. Only thing bigger than whining about things is football. People will forget, then watch the football, and then forget what the hell they were complaining about anyway. Fake Julian allegedly wants to talk about the Texans. What's up, Fake Julian?
What it is, Jive Chicken?
It's turkey.
Hey, well, thank you for having me on the Gag Show. Gallant George.
That's the next show.
Oh, okay. I heard the intro, so I don't know. Actually, what caught my attention right now, did SMU Sunny rap for Air Team commercial? I swear that's the whitest rap ever, dude.
No, I don't believe they paid SMU Sunny for that. I believe that's the gentleman from Air Team who wanted to add a little spice to the commercial.
Okay. And then also, man, screw the Texans. I actually want to talk about The Office. Do you think The Office spin-off is actually going to be good to the original? And, Bang Bang, Niner Gang, whatever, they suck.
Once again, because I can't tell who is Fake Julian. Actually, you know what? At this point, we can ban the Fake Julian name. I can't ban the caller because I don't know who that is. But because of your second either Bang Bang Texan or now Niners Gang, you're banned from being Fake Julian. No more Fake Julians on the show.
Find a new bit.
Find a new bit. And I ban the voice, too. If I hear that voice again, you're banned. So don't call it fake whatever and then use that voice. You can just be Julian, and I'll either tell that it's a real Julian or not.
And at that point, it'll be too late.
Yeah, it'll be too late. At that point, you're already on the air. Doesn't matter. Sean's not all that discerning. Well, all the voices sound the same to me anyway. Who cares? So, what did he ask about the fake? The Office spinoff. I didn't watch the original Office. I watched because I'm I guess a hipster nerd. I watched the English Office, the one with Ricky Gervais. I like that one. Never watched the American version, so I can't speak to if it'll be better. Likely not. Just how it goes. There are some spinoffs that have been much better than the original, or even just better. A lot of people think Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. I've only seen Breaking Bad all the way through. Haven't seen all of Better Call Saul. But I'm going to assume because it's network television and it feels like a money grab, the answer is no. I feel like The Office, despite never watching it, will be better than their spinoff. And I don't remember what else you got to other than insulting Julian through voice and topic. And that's fine. I mean, Thursday's the day we really invite slander. I mean, we're not going to name it Throw Shade Thursday, but Thursday's generally the day if you want to slander someone, whether it be a listener or I don't say or welcome slandering a host, but I won't punish you for doing it. Which is me really telling you I welcome it. In fact, I do. I welcomed it when we did it before somebody got a little sensitive. And by somebody, I mean, I think it was John who got a little nervous about, hey, let's not talk about the people who work here that way. I don't mind it. It's all in good fun, usually. We'll get to this caller before we get to a break. So what we have on the Christmas schedule, I mentioned the Ravens at the Texans. We also have Chiefs at Steelers. So those are the two Christmas games this year. So if you don't have a Netflix subscription, at least get it for that month so you can watch your Texans play. Who was that?
That was Julian, who said we're going to act like we don't know that was La Raza. That was his accusation.
Sorry. He called up with a fake name. I can't accuse La Raza when someone named Fake Julian called in.
Yeah, we can't run a sham trial. We can't do any of that.
The only evidence I have,
we stick to the facts.
Yeah, I don't know that's La Raza. I mean, I know that was an accent or an impression of someone, maybe not an accent, but an impression of someone. I don't know who created that impression. Could be anyone. It could have been La Raza. It could have been a guy named Jeff.
The only person that we can sniff out, no matter the voice or the name given, is Ryan.
Yes.
Because of the subject matter.
He never changed the subject matter.
Yes.
And he already called in as Ryan doing it. So at this point,
we know.
We
can work backwards.
And generally it's a white woman he's calling about.
There was that week that he got a little bit more exotic.
It happened because someone else called in about a woman of color, and then he followed up with the one. But for the most part, and even dipping into Belle Delphine, whatever I don't know what her real name is.
No, was she South African?
South African.
Yeah. So
a white woman. Though.
African.
No. Well, yes, technically, and actually, just rightfully, she's African. But she's white still.
To be clear for the listener.
Like, what is Charlize Theron considered South African? But that's just a pretty white woman. Is what we generally think of her as, and a talented actress. But yes, you are correct. You know that's got to be like a shock to a system for most people. Oh yeah. And when Charlize Theron is in her actory stuff, and she's talking about real topics. She's talking about the plight of Africa. She goes, as an African, and what? Everyone's like, what? What are you talking about?
This might be. Well, no, it won't be controversial because there's no South Africans are listening right now.
Probably not.
I think if you're an actor and you've already mastered, or at least come close to mastering, the either American or I'll even give them the English accent or Australian, whatever. I feel like in your real life you just have to keep the accent up. I don't know how you learn an American or English accent and then go back to speaking like a South African.
I think
African. I'd look at myself and be like, all right.
I think a lot of the time they spend so much time speaking to people here. I don't know if she lives in South Africa part-time. I'm not sure. But it just becomes, you don't even think about it. You adopt what people are saying and how they're saying it here, and you just you listen to her in interviews. She doesn't say South African. She doesn't sound like that. She sounds like an American. That's why people would be surprised if she tells people she's from South Africa.
I'm just saying you can't go back to that accent. Some accents you can go back to. That one, just drop it.
It's not like a Southern accent. Like when you get back in Georgia, you start saying things more like the people around you.
Yeah, no. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
That's bad. Don't backslide.
You're done here.
Yeah.
You're done.
You already got out.
Yeah.
You learned a new accent.
Yeah. You know what that sounds like. It ain't appealing.
Come on.
Cut it out.
You want to sound like the dude from District 9? Come on.
Well, yeah, that's the guy I always think about when we talk about South Africa. Or Leo's bad one in Blood Diamond.
Well, that's a bad one.
Yes.
But yes.
Yes. The guy from District 9 who's been in a lot of stuff. He's in one of the Marvel movies, maybe a couple of them now.
He was in the A-Team as well.
Yes, he was. He was the crazy guy, Murdoch. I think he played Murdoch in the A-Team. He's also in Monkey Man.
Oh.
He plays a slimy promoter in this it's not really, it's like an MMA type underground fighting thing. He plays the promoter in that. He's in that too. You'll recognize
with an accent?
With his regular accent. I don't know what he's doing in India, but he's got his regular accent.
That's always my favorite, where it's like an accent on top of a different place, where you're like, what? Like the Tottenham coach that we listened to, where he has a Greek last name, he's coaching an English team, but he has an Australian accent. I'm just like,
So many levels.
This truly is the world's game.
Well, that's what it has been called, the world's game.
Beautiful game.
That too. If you watch the MLS though, you'd call it something else.
Well, that's our perversion of the game.
Yeah.
The Berhalter effect.
I'm not gonna blame Greg Berhalter for all of MLS soccer.
He's a product of the system.
But I'm gonna blame U.S. soccer for it.
Okay.
And the way they want to play and the pay-for-play stuff. I mean, it's like the FIFA more soccer stuff. Look at what we're doing here. The FIFA president.
It's a Wednesday.
We're actually just waiting for schedule release leaks at this point.
like, here's a spoiler. Tomorrow we're going to talk a lot about the Texans schedule, and it's going to be a lot of, what about this game?
Yeah. Do you think they're going to win? If
too many primetime games?
Are they
not enough primetime?
Are they going to be beat up after playing this team? All that stuff like that. But even the FIFA president, who never says anything correct, was like, you know what? You know what's wrong with American soccer? Too much pay for play. It's like that meme when the worst person you know has a good idea. That's what it was. Oh, the FIFA president even knows we've got problems. Damn, we're screwed. And then he goes, "Get rid of Berhalter, you'll be fine."
Did he say that?
No, he did not say that. He did not say that. It's my dream that he would have said that, but he did not say that.
That he steps in like Adam Silver when he fired Sam Hinkie.
Or he's like David Stern when he doesn't allow trades to happen. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can't hire him. Beat him.
Nope.
Get him out of here. Whoa. He's not good enough. Yeah, I had to correct myself there. Phrasing sometimes gets in the way. I wish someone would save us from Berhalter, but apparently that's not going to be the case. If we're stuck with him in 2026, he cannot be the manager for a World Cup in this country. It's not like U.S. Soccer would hire anyone better.
That's the thing. I've come to the acceptance of actually I don't think U.S. Soccer is ever going to be like how the U.S. not just how it is with all the other sports, but where it's even competitive with the top tier nations. Like I don't think we're ever going to go into a World Cup and be like one of the top 4 teams that can win a World Cup is U.S.
Yeah, always.
I just don't. I don't believe in the structure.
We're always going to be one of those teams. They should get out of the group stage. They should, and then we're fighting and clawing in the last match because we do something dumb or
maybe
can't put it away.
Maybe a golden generation, and we can again make a quarterfinals.
We're in the middle of what you would consider that as far as the talent
another
base.
Golden generation. Just make another one.
The point of them being golden is it only happens like once,
just make it.
Unless you're Brazil. Then that's just your whole program.
Yeah, do that.
You want to be Brazil? You just said you don't trust the structure. Now you just want to be Brazil?
I'm saying set it up to be Brazil. Why can we not be Brazil?
Have you met U.S. Soccer?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying change the structure, change the system.
Well, they tried that with Klinsmann, and then we don't like this very much because he didn't get the results. They tried to give him control, and then he tried to change things, and it didn't work out the way it could have to correspond with all the changes. So they said, well, let's go back to what we normally do.
Is there like a Nick Saban that we can hire?
Pep? Would Pep take this job and say, get out of here?
I saw his wife was shopping for homes in the U.S.
That's if you wanted
much like Nick Saban's wife.
You wanted a Nick Saban, that's the Nick Saban. If he's tired of winning domestic and Champions League titles, come run a country's federation and see if you can win a World Cup. I just gave you a name.
Okay.
And by the way, Pep Guardiola is the manager of Man City, who's probably going to win another Premier League title. We got one more segment to go. That's 2 soccer segments out of the way. Like Sean said, it's a Wednesday. What do you want from us? We'll come back with any more news, and we'll actually talk about what happened in the Nuggets-Wolves game. And if there's another Texans schedule leak, we'll bring you that as well. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So Jokic gave the Wolves 40 in a remarkable performance. He was awarded, well, he was already awarded it, but he was handed his MVP trophy yesterday and then backed it up with a casual 40 points as the Wolves are now down 3-2 or 2-3, however you want to put it. The Nuggets are up 3-2 on the Wolves. Complete turnaround from what we thought even just about a week and a half ago, where how could the Nuggets score? Look how great the Wolves are defensively. And these are all words I was saying because of the Wolves' length and the way they play defense. And all of a sudden the Nuggets are like, yeah, you know what? All that stuff you're talking about, shut up. We're just fine. We're going to go in there and take 2 from them on their home floor, and then they're going to come home and get their ass kicked. And now we're up 3-2 with a chance to go win this series in 6 on their home floor. Rudy Gobert gets Defensive Player of the Year. Jokic puts up 40, and the Rudy slander begins in earnest. All the talk about how could the Defensive Player of the Year give up these type of numbers, particularly from Laker fans, because they thought AD was screwed out of not even being a finalist. And then everyone's like, do you know what Jokic did to AD? Why are you guys talking about this? Stop talking.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the lesson here.
He does it to everyone. I mean, there are some guys who give him trouble. Like he has commented on guys who give him trouble. I think he's mentioned Bam Adebayo because he makes it hard for him to get the ball initially, and he catches the ball in positions he doesn't like. That's what you do. Once he gets the ball, you talk about it during the break. The 3-head fakes, the pivots, all the stuff. That's at that point you're helpless. You got to treat him. I don't know if you truly can face guard. You can front a center, but you almost have to treat him like he's a star guard. As often as you can keep the ball out of his hands, which is very difficult. And if he's going to get it, make sure he gets it late in the shot clock where he doesn't have a lot of options or at least a lot of time to figure you out. Because if he's got time to make a move or decipher your defense, it's a wrap. He is clearly the best player in the game. People will get tired of voting for him at some point, and he won't care about it, so it'll be easy not to vote for him. He won't be pushing for it. You can give it to Shea next year. Maybe if Tatum wins the title and he's great in the finals, maybe the narrative is Jason Tatum needs an MVP. Stuff like that. We all start those type of things, particularly people who do this job. At some point, it'll be tiresome to vote for him. But he'll still be the best player until proven otherwise. And the Nuggets look like they're back in form, like they're going to go beat whoever they see in the conference finals and then go likely play the Celtics and probably beat the Celtics. And then we can talk about, look how hard their road is, because last year it was like how soft it was because of the lower seeds that they had to play. This year, because you always have to validate it in people's eyes, there will be no questions about if they eventually go on to win it. No questions about how tough the road is. Well, if they beat the Wolves, who were the higher seed in their last series.
And then they beat the Mavs?
If they beat the Thunder? The Thunder are young, so people would probably, that's a young basketball team, but they were the 1 seed. If they beat the Mavs with Luka and Kyrie or the Thunder, I don't think people are going to look at the title sideways.
And then they beat the Indiana Pacers.
Well, if they beat the Pacers, yeah, sure. But if they see the Celtics,
team that will win the East,
who is the number 1 seed and had the best record in the league, no one's going to question this one, and then you're going to start to solidify the Nuggets as one of those teams we begin having discussions about as a potential dynasty. How good are they historically? That comes with the title this year.
Yeah, going back to back is kind of the baseline to get to talk about you in those kind of ways. Because if you think about it, all the truly great elite teams of NBA history, they go back to back. That's just kind of what happens. So that is more so, I feel like that would be the crowning achievement for it, more so than the actual road, because honestly it would be hard to have that easy of a road 2 times in a row. So going through this Timberwolves team, and no matter who they play in the West finals, it's going to be at least a solid team. Even if it's the Thunder too, I feel like it'll become a thing where this road that the Nuggets take, if they do win the championship, will only gain gain respect for it, because they knocked off Minnesota. They would have knocked off Minnesota and OKC, who look like young teams on the rise. So there's a chance that's you look at all these great teams that they beat. They were greater later. They weren't that great in 2024. They became the guys we know later in the decade. But it'll just kind of grow in stature that way.
And we've talked about the NBA discourse before about how silly it sometimes is. Winning a title is the biggest thing you can do in sports, but even less than a year after you win it, you got to decipher what it means.
Yeah.
Was it as big of a deal as others? When no one who that title means something to is going to actually care about your conversation about it. Like, oh no, the Nuggets had to go to the 7 Lakers, are playing Lakers, the 8th seed Heat. The Nuggets fans don't care. They may get into fights about it on Twitter, but at the end of the day, we got ourselves a title. As much as it happens and has happened about a team in this town, the Rockets won 2 in a row. You think that will solidify themselves as a real title team because I guess one's not enough. You know what? What would have happened if 23 was there? Who cares?
Yeah.
He wasn't. But I think that's almost – I don't think it's where it started, but Michael Jordan's run and his absence in those 2 seasons, well, and Rocket fans would point out he was available for the Bulls
he
late.
choked against the
Magic.
in 95.
Hey, how about you don't get stripped from behind?
Choker.
Greatest player ever.
Yeah.
How about you don't have that happen?
Not my goat.
Then okay. He was wearing 45. He was no one's goat wearing the number 45.
Cool.
Yeah. So I feel like that's almost where it started, where we started to – obviously a lot of us weren't alive. I don't remember how the Bulls championships were never considered tainted. When did we start having that conversation about, well, it's not a real one? I feel like it had to have been the Rockets.
Yeah, but then you get it's easy because it's 3 years of the Bulls, and so you don't really question those. And then in
Spurs,
'99 you get the lockout.
Oh, is it a real one?
Yeah,
The
50
Spurs?
game season.
Yeah,
whatever.
Things like that. I feel like I can blame Michael Jordan for his gambling addiction, allegedly, for why we have this discourse and conversation, because he wasn't around for the Rockets to prove they were better than that team or not better than that team. So I do blame Michael Jordan for that.
Yes.
Among other things.
That I think that's fair. I think that's fair to blame him for that. Yeah, I'm trying to think because the Lakers titles weren't really like
some of them are not questioned. But when you start to pick Adams, like I was talking about, really since the Raptors won theirs, the injuries for KD and Klay Thompson, the bubble title for the Lakers, so on and so forth, they start to get picked apart.
Yeah, I think we.
Oh, and it goes before that.
I think the Spurs in 14 was basically the last one.
Actually, we've had this conversation. I think we decided the 14 was one of the last ones where we weren't going to challenge them.
Because 2015, the Warriors against the Cavs, Kyrie and Kevin Love were hurt.
And other point guards in the Western Conference didn't play, so yeah.
Yeah, 16, Draymond got suspended for Game 5.
Yeah, NBA discourse is always about why what you accomplish wasn't that big of a deal, as opposed to just celebrating it and moving on.
Somehow everyone's a choker, everyone's a loser in the league, except for the guy who's in your Twitter avatar.
Yeah.
That guy's actually the GOAT, even though he hasn't won anything.
Yeah, if you are Harden, Muse 24, or LeBron Stan, or whoever you root for, whoever you back, if you put the guy's number in
Trae Young Muse.
Good luck with that one, buddy. Good luck with ever having a real discussion with anyone without them making fun of you if you are a Trae Young Muse. I'm sure it exists.
Oh, 100%.
But I can't believe Trae Young stans actually get into real conversations without everyone going, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, I know. I know you're not talking about.
Yeah,
save that for Tyler Hero Muse.
Hey, you want to get an argument about shot chuckers? Have that conversation over there. Shout out to Jalen Green.
Jalen Green Muse.
Oh, we know that exists. We're done. Well, I'm done. Sean's not. He'll produce Gallant and George. And then the Killer Bees after that. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5, here with you till 3 o'clock. Just a reminder, tomorrow we will broadcast live from the Decoy. Friday we'll be at East River 9. But last night, the Houston Astros got a victory. They won 2-1. Victor Caratini got the job done. Second time this season, pinch hit walk-off for him. They moved to 17-25 on the season. They are 5.5 back now of the Seattle Mariners. They're crawling their way out of the depths of hell.
Put one foot in front of the other, and soon you'll be walking across the floor. Have you ever seen?
What is that from?
Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
Okay.
You've never seen that movie?
I have.
It's about the story of how Santa became Santa.
I guess I just don't remember that.
It's a hit banger from that movie, along with another song, which is, let's just say, not aged well. If you sit on my lap today, a kiss, a toy is the price you'll pay.
What a
start real
to the
song.
Show. I didn't know that's a real song.
Yeah, those claymation Christmas classics.
Oh, it's one of those creepy claymation movies. That's why.
Yeah.
Those movies do weird me out, man. They're weird.
They don't weird me out. It's just my childhood that I get to watch once a year, and it doesn't really age as you get more and more cynical, skeptical, and like to poke holes in it. But the Astros are putting one foot in front of the other, and they're walking across the floor.
Unless you're Ronald Blanco and you're not playing for the next 10 days.
Yeah.
So in the fourth inning, Ronald Blanco gets his glove checked, gets tossed, pending 10-game suspension on the way. They will wait for Major League Baseball to do their official investigation. I guess they're gonna test it to make sure it's just.
They're
rosin.
not gonna test a damn thing. So,
Yeah.
Joe, I was in Seattle when the first person who was caught for doctoring a ball, Hector Santiago, was busted. Do you know what they did? They put the glove in a kitchen trash bag. They put it in a trash bag.
And then they sent it.
They sent it in quotation marks. They're not sending bleep. They're just going to suspend him 10 games. Do you think that they're going to do an investigation of just how sticky the glove is? I don't even know how you do that. It seems like it's a subjective thing.
I think they're more like they're testing it to make sure, see if there's substance there that's not just rosin. Because Ronald Blanco after the game was so adamant. It's just rosin. It's just rosin.
But they ejected him and they suspended him. So, I mean, they probably feel that it was more than rosin. And I guess more specifically, as highlighted by Joe Espada afterwards, you're not allowed to have rosin on your non-pitching hand. So it's on his non-pitching arm at the very least.
Well, of course you're not. That's part of the rules. But the problem is that Major League Baseball doesn't follow the rules. Like, that's why I have a bunch of issues with this. First of all, Ronald Blanco, I'm going to be honest. You got to know the rules yourself, okay? You do. These checks are in place. But what about the checks the first couple innings? He had to be checked at least one previous time at a minimum. They just didn't. It just magically got worse. What about the day before? What about May 13th when the Dodgers and the Giants were playing and a Dodgers player, there was an issue with his glove. I think it was Yamamoto. He had an issue with his glove. You know what they did? They let him change his glove. The Yankees, we saw it happen. They made
that was last night. The Yankees won.
They let the guy wash his hands.
He got to wash his hands. You're right. So there's inconsistency, and for all the people who would like robot umpires, this is more ammunition for you, because you would think that a robot would be consistent with its iron 1010111 sense of law, but you can't help but wonder if the Astros are getting jobbed, even if it's just a fleeting thought, because you're right, Joe. Ronald Blanco should have known better here. If it's on the wrong arm, it's on the wrong arm. But you do wonder about the consistency here, and if the Astros are being made a more punished, I guess, actor in this situation. And it sucks because here come all the Astros cheating again online. And then people looking at Ronald Blanco's awesome start to the year, and they're now skeptical about everything that he's done, seeing as he's doing this all at the age of 29.
And that's why I do feel like Major League Baseball, whether they want to suspend him or not and follow this up, I do feel like you owe explanations to these things. Because if you look at spin rate and everything before last night's game, during last night's game, there's no difference, right? So it leads to one of two things. Either the assumption from what you'll get from most opposing fans is that he's been doing this all year, and people will be watching his next start big time to see what it looks like because the spin rate's been consistent. Or it means that he was doing nothing wrong in last night's game, and it was just rosin and sweat, and in reality, he should not have been thrown out of these games. But the fact that the umpires don't have a standard. Now, they claimed after the game it's the stickiest stuff they've ever seen.
What does that even mean?
What does that mean?
That's subjective. If they actually had a way to measure stickiness, which I doubt they do, it's baseball, and even if it's been 3 years, I doubt that by now they have developed some method of measuring how sticky it was, let alone what actual substances are on the ball. And to what you're asking for, Joe, a little bit of transparency. It would be nice, but transparency would only make the baseball look bad here. If this investigation finds that perhaps it wasn't as sticky as this umpire said, quote, the stickiest stuff I've felt on a glove, well, do you want your umpires looking bad? They're already being called into question on a nightly basis based off of balls and strikes calls. So I would like it as well. We're not going to get it. There's not going to be an investigation. Blanco's going to get suspended for 10 games, and that's going to be an issue for the Astros.
Yeah, I kind of anticipate the same thing. I know Dana Brown is saying that he's hoping that they will do the investigation and they will hear back. And I know everyone keeps saying, Blanco said it, Brown has said it, Spada has said it, that it's independent, that it's not, being done by Major League Baseball, by the Umpires Association. So in theory, it should be a neutral party, right? But that's in theory, because these things don't happen very often. Like the fact that you have players being allowed to wash their hands, to change their gloves, and then guys being suspended, there is no clear rule here that they're following, which makes it even harder and more complicated, I think, to alleviate his suspension. Because if you're actually going to throw him out, you kind of have to take the word of the umpire here if you're this independent guy.
Right, 100%. And, I mean, what? Do you think the umpire is going to, afterwards, like he's a cop, he's got his tie loosened, he's smoking a cigarette, his wife's been nagging him because it's 8 p.m. and he's typing up a report about the investigation into the glove? Because, if you're a police guy, there's lots of paperwork there. There's not going to be any effort put into this paperwork. They just want to move on to the next night. So Blanco's getting screwed here.
Yeah.
He should have probably known. A couple of people have correctly pointed out that, yeah, you'll see guys with rosin that's on their non-throwing arm all the time. And if you're a sweater, which I thought was funny, pointed out during the long pause by the Astros broadcast, well, Ronel Blanco, he sweats a lot, even though this game's indoors. Well, the air conditioning at Minute Maid Park doesn't work so well. So theoretically, it could have been sweat.
Yeah.
But, yeah, ultimately, the Astros are just going to be without their best starter for 2 starts.
And without another guy on the roster. Like that's probably the bigger issue in all of this. It's not just losing Blanco, who's been excellent this season, because you have JV who bounced back. You have Javier, who you hope will bounce back in his next start. Like you have all these guys who are performing well, but the problem is that you have Spencer Arrighetti, you have Hunter Brown, who's now going to be back in the rotation, and they can't give you 2 innings because you're not allowed to replace Ronald Blanco. So yes, while it kind of works out for the Astros a little bit that they had 6 starters on their big league roster, the problem is that you've got no bullpen depth. And in last night's game was a huge win, I think, because you used all your bullpen and in a big way. So winning last night's game, who knows what the bullpen's going to look like today when they play? I don't even know how many of these guys they're going to be forced to be available when they normally probably wouldn't be.
Taylor Scott gave you 2 good innings. Credit to him. You also saw Rafael Montero strike out the side. Didn't see that coming. I mean, Josh Hader goes 2 innings. Pretty good. He still had some Ryan Stresley. There's still a lot of the issues that you've been seeing with the Astros on a nightly basis last night. The lack of hits with runners in scoring position. Jordan in particular struggling in that spot. But the bullpen stepped up. They're going to have to continue to step up. The good news is the schedule is a little bit easier. So you would hope that you're not going to see any Blair Henley moments out there in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, Javier starts today. You need more than 1.1 innings.
I agree.
Like you need a lot more than that.
How
Or
many more?
5, at least. At a minimum, you need 5. And and
It would be nice to have 5.
Dana asked here on the Twitch,
I'm gonna
does
believe in
anyone
the
really
Astros offense.
does anyone really care? No. I don't think like Major League Baseball players really care. In fact, it's the opposite. If you listen to Major League pitchers, they talk about when they changed the baseball a couple of years ago and there was all the sticky stuff going on, that people had an issue with it. And Fromber's today, Javier's tomorrow. That like they had an issue with it because they couldn't grip the baseball. And guys like Tyler Glasnow have gone on record that say that they think that's what's causing the injuries. You have hitters who are saying that now these guys are throwing 99 or, 103 and have a baseball in which they don't have as much control over. And hitters would rather the pitchers have a little bit of sticky stuff on their hands. So 103 is not coming at their dome. So no, to Dana, to your point on the Twitch, I don't think it's something that players really care about. And yes, as the Twitch points out, he's not suspended yet. He will appeal.
He's going to get suspended. The appeal's a pointless gesture.
You might have
do it for the sake of doing
yeah.
it, but maybe it gets down to 5. But ultimately, you think that they're going to actually do due diligence here?
No.
That they're going to see what was on his arm? They're not cutting his arm off and putting it in evidence, They're just taking the glove in. The glove is all that they are going to look at, and the glove has all the sticky stuff on it. Quote from the umpire, stickiest stuff I've ever seen. Whatever that even means, that's what they're taking in as evidence. So
Super
Blanco's
sticky.
effed. He's effed. It's over.
Yeah, I think once you get ejected, it's like 10 games.
Yeah.
Just right off that. And so he did get ejected. So I believe it'll be 10 games, unless upset of all upsets. Maybe there's some mistake. Oh, you know what? You said the paperwork. Maybe there's a mistake in the paperwork. Get off on a technicality. Boom. Mistrial.
But it's not like baseball is going to share that paperwork with us.
No, that's the bad part, is that at least the U.S. justice system's public.
They only let the umpire speak with one reporter at the end of every game.
I hate that.
That's across sports, by the way.
Yeah.
It's the pool reporter. One person gets selected to ask questions of that umpire or referee if there's something that I guess is worth asking about. And this is definitely worth asking about. But the history of baseball enforcing or reinforcing a penalty on pitchers who are using sticky stuff after the spider tax scandal. I mean, I doubt things have progressed much more in terms of investigation from where they were with the initial suspension, which I remember me and my co-host, Danny O'Neill up in Seattle, were cackling about how they took a effing hefty trash bag, with orange drawstrings, white. Maybe it was scented. Who knows? They just put the glove in the bag.
I hope it wasn't scented. I feel like that alters your tests.
I would think so. What a professional investigation. There's no latex gloves that the umpires are putting on. I mean, it's a farce, and it sucks because, as you pointed out for Blanco, 2 other pitchers within the last 24 to 48 hours had the opportunity to change gloves and to wash their hands. And all you can really say is, damn it. There's nothing that's going to change, though.
Yeah, we'll read some tweets here from Dallas Braden when we get back. He's the color analyst on television for the Oakland A's, former pitcher, threw a no-hitter once upon a time. He actually gave some well thought out takes on this, and unlike most of the things you'll see from the Twitterverse when people are discussing the Astros. So that and more on last night's game. We get back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I wonder what those umpires are doing when they go into this investigation of Ronel Blanco's glove, right? They got to put that paperwork together. Well, I might not like their ruling, but I hope that they're at least passing the time with a nice glass of Pendleton whiskey. Yeah, you drop a big old rock in a glass, 2 fingers worth of that amber goodness. It's lovely stuff. I have been telling you about this for over a year. Pendleton whiskey is a really good whiskey, especially as it gets hotter and hotter these summer months because it's smooth, but it's also very refreshing. Why is it refreshing? I mean, it's glacier water cut from Oregon's Mount Hood, but also you get the finest northern grains and it's barrel aged in American oak. You put it all together and you've got something that's going to satisfy your inner cowboy. There's all sorts of cocktails that you can make with Pendleton whiskey. Check them out at their website. Really creative ideas. But you can also just have it the way that I do with the big old rock, the 2 fingers worth of it. It's Pendleton Whiskey. You can get it at your local liquor store or at drizzly.com. Pendleton Whiskey, it's true Western tradition.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So Dallas Braden threw a no-hitter once upon a time, and he's the color analyst for the Oakland Athletics. He tweeted last night, in my humble opinion, this is nothing more than an accumulation of stick or gunk from sweat and repeated use of rosin on a day where it might be drier in the pool than on land here in Houston.
What's the difference between stick and gunk?
So gunk makes me feel like there's like little chunks of it.
Yeah, that would be gross.
Like that's
Gunk feels chunky.
Yeah. Gunk is chunky.
You guys both seem so sure about gunk.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I mean, when I hear the word gunk, I imagine there's it's
yeah.
There's some. It's not just a sticky substance. It's
okay.
It's like when you have pink eye, like that stuff that gets in the corner of your eye. That's gunk.
You familiar with pink eye and gunk too?
I have a 3-year-old. Of course.
Okay.
Of course he gets pink eye.
Listen, I wasn't sure if you were a pink eye
I'm not sure
survivor.
the last time I had pink eye, but children get pink eye often.
Okay, so gunk, it's different than gack, which was that stuff that you would get when you were young. Anyone get that as a Christmas gift? It's essentially like just orange Play-Doh.
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's called a gack.
That might have been out of service by the time we were getting Christmas.
Probably. I doubt it was safe for children. Did I eat any of it as a kid?
Yes.
Who knows?
Oh.
Who knows?
Definitely. Everyone eats Play-Doh.
Didn't smell great. That's for damn sure.
It's just like part of life. You eat
Play-Doh
Play-Doh at
smelled
some point. Yeah,
awesome.
Play-Doh's the best.
They might as well just say eat those.
Yeah, it's like a little salty.
Did you eat the Play-Doh? It's a little salty?
Yeah, like a nibble.
You didn't eat Play-Doh?
I didn't eat Play-Doh.
No, that's fake news.
I sniffed it. That's for
Oh
sure.
yeah, sniffing it. I mean, that's if you're not sniffing it. Where are you going?
Yeah.
You're
So
the weird kid.
You were more like the one who was like you were more focused on like the scented markers.
Oh yeah, those are the best. Yeah, dude. No, I don't even need scented. Just give me
This
that.
is Sharpies.
Oh yeah, just Sharpie me up, baby. What? It's
Have
hard. Life's hard when you're a
Have
kid.
dots on all around your nose. It's like the 5th grade equivalent being like a crackhead.
Yeah.
Give me that Elmer's. Hey, pass that Elmer's glue over here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just guzzle some of that down.
The whiteout.
The whiteout, yes. Oh, whiteout was really.
But the fact that we're all so familiar with all these chemicals that kill your brain cells, and we're doing this job, it all comes together, really.
Yeah, but none of us really know what rosin is, what gunk means. This whole situation is just so. It's infuriating. I hate Major League Baseball sometimes because it was such an overcorrection to Spider Tack. This stuff, it's so clear he's not massively cheating. But once again, they're going to start, what we talked about a little bit in the first segment. Most people are not Dallas Braden. Most people do not view this as a logical situation. One of the first things I saw last night was the main Barstool account with millions of followers or whatever saying, of course the Astros are cheating. And it's just annoying.
But this is the consequence of their actions.
For sure.
You can't say they did nothing. They did something. I think more teams in baseball did things, but I don't know that as many teams did things to the degree that the Astros did. And this is what happens here on out. I mean, some of the Patriots incidents after Spygate, were they to the same degree? Deflategate, the recording from the Bengals during the Bengals game from the coach's box. But this is what happens. Whenever anything happens, you got to take it a little bit more in the shorts than you normally would.
Do you feel like they got tipped off?
I was curious about that because I wanted to know why they felt the need to investigate after the 4th inning versus the 1st inning. Because in the 1st inning, everything was okay.
Yeah.
Now, over a couple of innings, there's definitely going to be some sweat. But I want to know what it was they saw. Maybe it was somebody on the A's who noticed that Blanco was having the successful year out of nowhere and said, maybe he's up to something. Maybe you guys should take an extra look-see. That's the most plausible theory I can think of as to why the umpires decided after the 3rd inning going into the 4th to take a look.
It's always one of those things, too, where I just don't understand why another manager would do that because your pitchers are also doing this. And Joe Espada has every right now. It almost feels like an unwritten rule. Hey, we're not going to rat on your guys if you don't rat on our guys. But it's the A's, so maybe there's still some, little brother syndrome there going on.
There was someone wearing a Mike Fiers Astros jersey at the game last night.
Yeah.
It was a weird one, too. It was like the jersey that I was wearing that I was wearing on yesterday's show. I don't know if anyone saw it, but I was wearing a white Justin Verlander jersey, but from the era of the late 90s pre-Brick Red Astros.
Yeah.
And I don't know where he got a Mike Fiers jersey that looked like that.
Dude, he had to custom order that.
I'm wondering where from. Fanatics definitely doesn't have that right now, but
they must have at one point.
Maybe that was Mike Fiers back from Mexico on the run in disguise. And look, he played for the A's for a little bit. Did he tip him off? I don't know.
You
Just
can't.
Questions.
You got to get rid of that thing. If you're an Astros fan, you can't. I don't care if it's an authentic jersey.
It is kind of funny.
Do you think? I don't think he's an Astros fan.
He might be an A's fan.
It's an Astros jersey.
But it's basically like wearing an Astros jersey with a middle finger on it towards Astros fans.
It is kind of funny. I like a good troll from every now and then, but I don't know what this person's motivations were. All I know is that there's a viral post of a person who is wearing a old school white and blue Mike Fiers jersey.
It appears he is an Astros fan because I found him. He's in the Mark Berman comments.
Mark Berman is the reason that we all saw this because Mark Berman, who is now retired, tweeted out a clown emoji and retweeted the picture.
He said,
again,
get out.
We all spend way too much time on social media, but it's very fun to see an old, grizzled news veteran calling somebody a clown. Hell yeah.
Yeah. He said clowns should be escorted from Minute Maid Park.
He's calling for a hit on this guy to be escorted out, not an actual hit.
Yeah, I love retired Mark Berman. He's much more unfiltered. But this guy said
he's unfiltered.
No words.
This guy said Astros getting caught cheating while I'm wearing a Mike Fiers jersey. Can't make this bleep up. But he apparently is an Astros fan.
Okay.
So
I think it's a funny jersey. I like that guy. I like the cut of his jib. Did he go full Mike Fiers and do the G beard that Mike Fiers did? That's the real question.
What do you think of the people on social media who have an issue with Joe Espada not like throwing a temper tantrum? This is the second time we've seen. The first time was the ejection where he literally just like sat there talking to the ump and eventually got thrown out but showed no emotion. And then last night there seemed to be the roar of where's the fire? Where's the anger from Joe Espada? I think it's stupid. I honestly think it's stupid.
Why? Why is it stupid?
The idea that Major League Baseball
gives your players
players
a boost.
Yeah, okay. I don't.
That's how
believe that.
baseball works. That's how I learned how to play baseball from MVP Baseball 2005.
That's a good point. Touche. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like I don't know why people like feel the need that every time something bad happens to a team that you need your manager to throw a tantrum.
Well, okay, if you were in that situation, what would you have done? Would you have gotten mad? I think that's more what Astros fans are thinking.
Well, my honest opinion, my first reaction was he's not mad because he knows Blanco's in the wrong.
And he did say so when asked about it after the game.
Yeah, there's only so much performative anger you can do when you're like, no, the umpire has a good point.
Yeah.
That is against the rules. Like, I know that is against the rules.
I
but
think,
still, come on.
Yeah, there's no point of getting thrown out of a game if like you realize that in that moment, yeah, he probably shouldn't be in here, even if it's a stupid rule and he could easily just change his glove. Like, what are you gonna do?
Do you think he was like, we can have him wash his hands? Get him a new glove?
That's a good idea.
That's worked in the past.
I mean, if he's calm and rational there, I mean, those are things that he could have said. There's also probably an element of Espada that doesn't want to get ejected and have some interim manager do decisions that get complimented as the game progresses.
Like what happened to him?
Right, exactly. Like what happened with him when he stepped in for Dusty Baker. People were like, oh, wow, he made some good decisions. Maybe Dusty isn't all that important.
All right, 713-780-3776, the HRMP listener line. Let's go out there now and talk to John. John, what's going on?
Yeah, I play, don't laugh, serious football tournaments. Like I've been ranked pro several times. And we use rosin. And we, on the handles, they wrap the handles with this like tennis-style grip, handle-style grip. And they use rosin. And over time, you're sweating all day. And you have this rosin. You keep putting more and more, and there's more sweat, more rosin. There's a buildup. And it also becomes like gunky, like almost, for lack of a better word, boogery. I mean, it's super like sticky, and I can understand why they think that something else is on there, but it's rosin and sweat alone gets that way.
Interesting. So, John, I'm fascinated by this. So how long do these foosball matches typically go? And, I mean, how much sweat is getting on them over the course of a foosball match?
Oh, it depends on the place where it's sometimes the AC's not on good. I mean, you're actually it's a lot more active than you think too. I mean, you're actually and people sweat and you know the big tournaments they have like 5 or 6 a year, and you might be playing football like 12 to 16 hours a day.
Holy
like
smokes!
11 in the morning to like 2 at night. So you're playing football all day, and you got these wraps you put on and take on and off. And they last a few matches, but the buildup on your hands, unless you clean them, you're going to have buildup on your hands, and it's rosin gets on there, and I could see where they can maybe mistake it for something else. Who knows?
John, I have one last foosball question. Are you allowed to do the thing where in foosball that I know this is controversial among non-foosballers, but are you allowed to do the thing where you spin it and the guys like go really fast? You know what I'm talking about? Like, is that actually legal?
Yeah, no, you can't spin it. Period. You can spin it. The man can't go on 360 degrees before or after he strikes the ball. So you just can't. You can't just sit there and spin the rod.
Gotcha.
It has to be a controlled turn.
I'm glad we got this. Thank you, John. Now you're answering tons of people's questions because there is sometimes a lack of foosball etiquette out there. Thank you for the call, John.
And hey, John, yes, thank you. If the Astros continue or if they go back on their bad ways this season, maybe that's what we'll be talking about.
Big foosball.
This will be a big foosball show.
Foosball
the unwritten rules of foosball.
Yeah, thank you, John. All right, when we get back, Soft Boys. Who's soft? That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll start locally here. Is the newest member of the Houston Texans soft? Stephon Diggs. He's tweeting a lot of complaints about Houston traffic.
Yes. And on top of that, Houston's roads. So he tweeted yesterday a series of comments. Hey, Houston, it's me again. I'm moving around better and starting to get the hang of this highway thing. While we're on the topic of driving, just want to say, y'all remember I said why y'all didn't tell me, blah, blah, blah. Just want to throw in there, y'all, he says y'all.
Yeah,
y'all.
That's a new one.
Y-A-W. It's y'all, Stephon. It's fine. You'll learn. Could have shared the city roads get tricky. Potholes, speed bumps, and I don't know what to call them, but they make my car go in the damn air, damn near when I drive over them. Laughing emoji. Okay, so a little concerned that Stephon Diggs might be driving like Rashee Rice. Yeah, there might be some Rashee Rice tendencies here. Listen, Bob, you're in a hot place, okay? And the highways, they're
not great.
No, the highways are fine. The highways don't have the issues. The issues are on all the roads.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm starting to wonder, is he driving on the highway? It's like, is he on the feeder roads thinking he's on the highway?
Maybe.
Because the feeder roads typically
are bad.
Are usually a disaster.
Right. The highways, I think, are about as smooth as it gets.
Yeah, like he's going from highways talking about speed bumps. Like there's no speed bumps on the highways.
Yeah, definitely, or at least most of the places like relatively in town, like the highways are nice.
Richmond Ave is the absolute worst. It is so bad. There are potholes everywhere. Westheimer has gotten better.
I mean, in like small little chunks.
Like west of Montrose, it's better? I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, my first reaction was, how fast are you going?
Fast.
I also appreciate how he starts this thread of tweets with, hey, Houston, it's me again. No, duh. It's coming from your Twitter account.
I think that's more of just like a, hey, watch out. It's coming rapid fire here.
Yeah.
Also, but he doesn't thread them either.
He doesn't thread them, which I find funny.
I do. I like his Twitter presence at least right now.
I enjoy the way that he is learning about Houston for all of us to see too. Because when I first got here as well, I remembered, oh wow, there are lots of potholes on the roads, but you get used to it. Day One Donna points out Chimney Rock is awful. Grinding coffee and whiskey says Westheimer is horrible.
Yeah, Chimney Rock is brutal.
Not great.
Yeah. Pretty much anything like we're around where we work is really bad.
Not good.
like this whole area in the Galleria is awful.
Well, yeah, I think they actually just started construction, speaking of Chimney Rock, at Chimney Rock and Westheimer. So it's just like where the two hells meet. There's another hell because now the intersection's essentially blocked off if you're going north on that intersection.
Don't you love it when they do that, when they're coming in, they're doing construction to fix the road, and the first time they open it up, you drive on the road, you're like, it's better, but it's still not good.
like, is this really worth all the extra traffic you caused us?
A different kind of bad, but okay. I can live with this, I guess.
The thing that I get most bothered by Houston roads is the random concrete medians that are there and just create an absolute mess when it comes to people that are eventually trying to turn left to go somewhere, which I've gotten smart. And now, I mean, I just go to the lane to the right of them. And as I'm going through the intersection, pass probably in a bit of a tricky way, if not dangerous way, some of these people that are in the left lane. But these stupid medians, what is it are you trying to make Houston more beautiful? Like, what do these medians accomplish?
They should all just be the flat turn lanes. What you're saying? Like, just have them all. Yeah, I agree with that in general.
Here's a bush in the middle of Chimney Rock. Oh, man, it makes me want to kill myself less as I'm waiting 12 hours to get home.
I will say I do the same move. I think it was learned from my dad, who might be a legend in the game, of the Buzz the Tower move of when someone's inconvenient with you, you get uncomfortably close to them to, I guess, send a message. I don't know, but that has been passed down to me.
Text here from the 346. Joe George is still soft. Can't stop getting bullied by the Killer Bees.
Oh, what did they do this time?
I don't know. I know it's going to be bad today.
Why?
Jeremy is just going to start calling me Joe Espada. Because I sent out the schedule for next week. And we've got some people on vacation, some things going on. So Jeremy has to, be his own engineer for the Killer Bees a couple of days when we're on remote. I didn't tell Jeremy. So he's now going to start calling me Joe Espada because of my lack of communication skills, apparently.
Oh, I thought it was how you're changing the lineup, too.
No.
What's about to happen? Who's getting fired today?
No lineup changes right now.
That's good. That's good.
I already stuck Paul with me, so we've already made our big change.
Is Paul the Alex Bregman of
I don't know, Paul. Is this moving down in the lineup?
I mean, chronologically it is.
Is it?
He used to work at 10 o'clock. Now it's 12.
Yeah, I guess.
That is moving down.
Moving closer to prime time.
Yeah, closer to prime time. One step at a time. So it's like Alex Bregman batting fifth yesterday.
Yeah, crawling your way back.
And moving back up one step at a time.
Except for over, the remaining 5 months. It's 5, 6, 7 years of, getting back to where.
Wow, we're going to do this show for the next 7 years?
I should be.
Awesome. Hey, so there's a tennis player who is not paying their taxes.
Yes, and also she's a lingerie model. If she needs help with paying her taxes, I can help. And here's what you do. You go to TurboTax.com and file an extension. You just file an extension. I would love to show her that in person.
How long do you have to finish filing?
October. I will eventually do it. I've never done this before, and I honestly feel like a piece
When
of
do you
absolute
think
garbage.
you'll actually do it?
Probably within 3 weeks.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I have a timeline to doing a bunch of different things. I procrastinated a lot of things this year. And it's why I relate with Alex Bregman. I mean, I'm still sending out Happy New Year's cards from the beginning of the year. Yeah,
Why?
Because I got 80, and which was stupid. No, I have to do them, though. If I start something, I do it. I don't necessarily do it quickly, but I will do it eventually.
How many have you sent?
53.
Okay.
Okay, so you're barely on pace to get it done in time for the next
Whatever.
year.
That doesn't matter. Is this random tennis pro who's also a lingerie model soft because apparently she's fleeing Italy because the tax authorities are after her? Is she soft for leaving her homeland for tax evasion?
Where is she going to?
Here.
I'm in.
No, she's not soft.
Does she need a place to stay?
Yeah.
Does she need a card?
So you know what Paul
I
does
also
always
have TurboTax.
Send her a Happy New Year card.
That might work. Happy 2024. Can't be that bad.
I imagine being a tennis player
and lingerie model.
I imagine and a lingerie model. Both those things. I imagine it's very complicated to do your taxes when you're like competing in a million different countries.
Yeah, and
I
a
don't know if
lingerie model.
You're a contractor too. Yeah.
Camilla Giorgi is her name.
Wow, this isn't the first time she's been canceled too.
Really? She's been canceled before?
Looks like she had allegations using a fake COVID vaccination card to play in the Australian Open in 2022.
She just wanted to play.
To play.
She's not big on paperwork.
Honestly,
yeah, that's what I'm
She's
learning.
not big on paperwork.
Like it's like if she has to fill something out,
honestly,
she's not gonna do it.
Honestly, that might have aged well.
I think it did age well, actually.
Someone on the Twitch asks if she has a LinkedIn. That's a great question. I'll do some research on that in the commercial break.
Do your New Year's cards say 2024 on them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if they just said. See, next year, Paul, this is what you do. Just get more generic ones that just say. Happy
No,
New Year.
I mean, I used to do Christmas cards, and then I used to send it so late. So no, actually, people in my family think it's hilarious that they randomly will get it in like February, March. But yeah, this is the latest.
Maybe so it's gone from Christmas to
Shut
New
up!
Year's.
Let me live my life, okay?
It's
It's been a tough
cards
year.
But why are you trying to send 80 of them?
Because
Do you
some
know-
of us care about people in our lives. I don't know. Oh, I'm Joe. I have a kid. I'm focused on my kid and my wife. Oh, I'm Sean. I live with my family. You know what? Some of us are alone and sad living with a cat.
I mean, look, I know you're sad and alone and living with a cat, but like, you could.
I'm asking people out on LinkedIn for God's sake.
You could give us cards.
Well, maybe I was going to give you cards.
No, we've seen you for 5 months.
Maybe you were on the list. Maybe you were on the list.
I hope we get 79 and 80.
Fine. I'll. You know what? I'll bring you cards tomorrow. And you know what it's going to say in the middle of the in the card? You know what it's going to say?
Well, I have to dump it.
Yeah, get the dump button. Fuck you. That's what it's going to say. That's what it's going to say. Happy 2024.
Oh, what else we got?
Soft boys.
Soft boys. Paul Gallant for getting rattled by everyone coming after him because he's such a procrastinator. The city council for a minor league team that plays in Milwaukee is setting a 55 decibel limit
I saw this.
for the stadium. 55 decibels is not very loud, guys.
Yeah.
Supposedly, the rattling of a refrigerator is also 55 decibels.
What? You're not going to be able to cheer. You're not going to be able to clap.
Where is this?
Milwaukee.
Ugh.
55 decibels is a level that
it's those
describes
losers from
moderate
Wisconsin.
to soft sounds. In fact, it is comparable to a quiet home environment, a residential street, or a normal conversation between two people. Since it is under 70 decibels, it is not considered a harmful noise level. And this baseball team is in Milwaukee. They're playing in like a residential neighborhood. Franklin, it's the Milwaukee Milkmen.
What a
That's
name.
their team name.
Good name, bad rule.
Yeah.
I was expecting this nonsense in like some small town where I'm like, okay, maybe that makes a little bit more sense if it's like the Sheboygan Milkmen or something, where it's like, okay, I get where if any 9 or 5,000 people gather anywhere in this city, it'll be loud. But come on.
So they're going to get rid of fireworks too? Is that what this is mostly about?
Yeah, no fireworks either.
That's lame.
I mean, why
people's
play it
dogs?
in this neighborhood?
Yeah, then leave. Like honestly, that's what's going to happen. They're going to leave.
Yeah,
They built a stadium here, though.
Then find a way to leave
I wanna
quickly.
see what the-
As soon as possible.
Look, city councils are more aggressive HOAs.
Yeah, this is just like a bunch of super Karens.
Right. City councils are the absolute worst.
Oh, man.
They really are. This seems like a real like overreach of power. Why build the field if 55 is the decibel
Yeah,
limit?
that's crazy.
They're going to get fined every night.
I would respect if it was like 70, to where at least that's like harmful
Yeah.
by the book. It's
Yeah, like,
still
if you wanna
soft.
just get rid of
It's still
fireworks-
soft, but that's still harmful.
Yeah, like no fireworks, no concerts. Like I guess.
Is the manager not allowed to yell?
Yeah, like Paul, you'd be screwed. You couldn't do a radio show there.
I think we reached 55 decibels the last 10 minutes.
So I guess maybe there is some room with in between the neighborhood and this stadium where it actually does sound like 55 decibels, and when fireworks go off, it's 75 to 80. So it might be a little more removed from the neighborhood. But man, yeah, the Milwaukee borough of Franklin, you are soft. If you don't want to have people making noise, then don't allow a baseball
Yeah.
stadium to be built near you.
Yeah.
It's just a crazy,
The Space
crazy
Cowboys
idea.
would never.
All right,
They would
so
never do that. You're right.
Obviously, tomorrow we'll have the full NFL schedule, but we got a bunch of leaks for the Houston Texans, including who they will be playing on Christmas Day. We'll talk about that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So tonight at 7 o'clock, the official schedule will come out for the 2024 NFL season, but we got Texans leaks all over the place. Looks like week 1, TBD if it's home or on the road, Anthony Richardson and the Indianapolis Colts. Week 2, Sunday Night Football. Looks like, no, these might be wrong, so these are just leaks. Sunday Night Football at home, Texans Bears. Week 3, I'm seeing, I guess, CJ Stroud versus Sam Darnold and the Vikings. Next one, we have conflicting weeks. Week 7 or 9, they'll play the Green Bay Packers. They officially will not play the Dallas Cowboys on Thanksgiving. The Cowboys will play the New York Giants. But the big ones.
Oh God, we got NFC action foisted on us on Thanksgiving. Damn it.
Yeah, it's Bears, Lions.
Oh. Bears and the Giants. Give me a gun.
Giants, Cowboys.
I'm gonna go out and hunt some turkey.
I'll be spending time with my family.
Yeah, me too.
Actually, they'll be watching the Cowboys game, so I won't be spending time with my family.
And then Packers, Dolphins.
That's not bad.
Will be the night game.
That's
it
not
looks
bad.
like.
That's fine.
And then week 16, it'll be a Saturday game. The Houston Texans will take on the Kansas City Chiefs. And then a couple days later on Wednesday, on Christmas Day, the Texans will play the Ravens.
I'm pissed about this. I'm so pissed about this. Not just that they're doing this back-to-back where they're playing the 2 toughest games on their schedule in a 5-day period.
Yeah.
The NFL, which just has to have Christmas too, and has to have games on a Wednesday, which they're going to put on Netflix.
Oh, update on that.
Yeah.
For if you're local in Houston, so like if you go to Florida, this will not help you. But if you are here in Houston, you won't have to have Netflix.
Okay.
NFL Communications said that these games will still be broadcast on regular television in the local markets. But yeah, Christmas
So it'll
Day.
be on CBS or whatever.
Yeah, Christmas Day, Texans football.
I've worked enough holidays. Like I'm done with this. I hate how the NFL just doesn't care about this stuff. Like, it's our job, so we are kind of beholden to the schedule. And I mean, woe is me. My job is talking about sports on a daily basis. I'm not asking you to feel bad for me. I just think it blows to have 2 of the most important games of the year during a time when we're generally otherwise occupied with family. And look, hey, it's a fun thing to do with family if they're in town or something like that. But man, back-to-back weeks, a Saturday game, and then a Wednesday game. That's a lot.
Yeah, so they'll play Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday. Will be their schedule over 3 weeks.
Do we know where these games are?
Kansas City's on the road. Oh, I think they're both road games.
They're both road games.
I thought
mean,
the Ravens
even worse.
was at home.
Even worse.
I don't remember. I'll pull it up right here. So, yeah, Kansas City is on the road. Baltimore is at home.
Okay.
So this is a home game.
Great. I can't wait to spend Christmas Day on NRG Stadium.
By the way, hit me up on Twitter at @JoeGeorgeRadio. We're definitely selling our season tickets for that Ravens game. No chance in hell my wife and mother allow my dad and I to go to a Texans game on Christmas. 0% chance that happens.
Yeah, I hate
also
it.
don't know if I want to.
No,
I do want to. That's the problem.
I want to go to the Ravens game. I don't know if I want to go to a football game on Christmas.
Wish they were playing the Titans or some losers. Instead, they're like the 2 most important games of the year are during a time where I would like to spend with my family, which I get to see like 3 times a year. This is my own personal gripe. If you're excited about it, great. If you want to travel to Baltimore in mid-December, have at it. Sounds great. Or the Baltimore game is Christmas, right?
Baltimore's,
okay.
You go to
Kansas City.
Oh, okay, cool. You get to go to Arrowhead Stadium where a bunch of people died of frostbite when it was in the winter months last year. Great. The barbecue will keep you warm as you freeze to death.
Yeah, I get why they're doing this. The more I thought, I saw PFT tweet this. I didn't really think about it this way from the NFL's perspective. For anyone that's wanting to watch these games, like if we want to watch the Chiefs-Steelers game, because that's the other Christmas Day game, to leave Netflix and then to go watch an NBA game on Christmas, they're essentially trying to kill the NBA. Like they're just making it more challenging.
Yeah.
Like you can't flip back and forth between breaks. Now, some TVs are easier than others, but like it's
you have to exit the app.
Yeah, to leave Netflix and then to go into your regular cable
Takes
or
about
to
a
go
minute.
to a different app.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good
By
point.
the time you go from Chiefs Steelers to like Lakers Celtics, the football game's gonna be back on. So like they're gonna kill the NBA. Is what they're gonna do.
I'm the biggest NFL stooge there is. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I didn't need this personally. Like I liked the NBA on Christmas as a tradition. I get why the NFL's doing this. They're trying to show how important they are.
A 5-day break the week of Christmas is ridiculous. At that point in the year, it is unfair to the players. The Thursday night games that late in the year are already kind of ridiculous. But this is just one of those things where I get what they're trying to do. It's the most successful league in the United States of America for a reason, to the point where breaking down the schedule is actually must-watch television and a hit on the internet because every single team's going to do their cutesy little video where...
Yeah, I'll watch those. I won't watch them do this on television.
And they do a good job generally with them. I did think that last year Houston leaned a little bit too hard into the, like, hey, we're cool in the urban communities too, but it would be nice if they showed any love to
that was Cal's idea.
Many Latin American fans who go to their games, which they like seem to ignore all the time. Whatever, just a thought. But I hate that the NFL is overreaching. I don't think it's going to result in them getting slaughtered, though. That's what's crazy. Like, they just continue to get reinforced.
Yeah.
That this actually works. People watch the games that were on Christmas a couple of years ago. They watched them last year when they were on Christmas on not a Sunday. And, I mean...
At least that was like, wasn't that like Saturday? Wasn't Christmas Saturday last year?
I think it was
or on Monday?
Monday or Tuesday.
It was like a more, I mean, it was
Yeah,
on
like this Wednesday.
Christmas
NFL
Eve was a
day.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Monday, I think, was Christmas.
And look, normally, like what I look for, like with the NFL schedule, is more like the weird quirks of this. So there's two, I guess, like actual football concerns I would have. Like you're playing two really good teams in a very short amount of time. I'm gonna be super optimistic here for a second. Let's just say that they win one of those games and they've secured their playoff spot in which they don't need their players to play. Okay.
I don't know though, man. We're talking tiebreakers.
But like if in theory they don't need CJ Stroud to play in week 18, you can't do that because that means you would play on December 25th in week 17. If you rested your starters the following Sunday, and then you don't play till the following Sunday in the first round of the playoffs, like that's so much time in between games. Where like if like it can get you healthy. But if you can't rest your starters in week 18, like if you technically would want to,
I'm lost on this.
So like, think about let's say they don't want to play CJ Stroud week 18.
Okay.
CJ Stroud would not play in a football game between December 25th and probably January 8th.
Well, hang on. The playoffs usually start like January 6th.
Or January 6th. Yeah, something like that.
So, because
It's a massive gap.
Well, Christmas is week 16 generally.
It's week 17 this year.
It's week 17 this year.
Yeah, week 16 is the Chiefs game.
Did they start so I guess the season's starting a week earlier or something?
Yeah, so Christmas is week 17 this year.
That's surprising. Okay.
I thought the same thing too when I first saw the schedule come out. I thought Christmas was week 16.
Yeah,
I figured Labor Day is the 1st.
Yeah.
September 1st.
Yeah.
I think. And so when that happens, college football and the NFL schedules get a little wonky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So week 17 is Christmas, and and now it could be good though. Like if you have an important game the next week though, at the same time, versus let's say the Colts to lock up the division like last year, you're gonna have 10 days to prepare for that game, so it could work in your favor.
But I mean, odds are, so it's a divisional game the last week of the year. You're probably going to have the Colts or the Jaguars. So odds are you're going to be playing 3 playoff kind of games in a row. And the problem is, when you're playing 2 teams 5 days apart, I hate to overanalyze the schedule like this. Those are 2 teams that theoretically, if you win the AFC South, you're competing with for the 1 first-round bye in the AFC. And you're doing that on 5 days rest. Sucks.
I mean, you're hoping the Texans are in a position going into week 16 when they're going to play the Chiefs where we're saying that, hey, if they win these next two games, they're the number 1 seed in the AFC. Like, that's what you're hoping the Texans are the position that they'll put themselves in this year, is that they'll be able to capitalize on those 2 games in theory and lock up a bye in the playoffs.
I really hope that the Texans aren't such, how do I say this, sluts, that they decide to be the annual Christmas game. I really hope that's not what they're going to try to do.
Like the Lions, how they back in the 70s or whatever volunteered to be the.
And then was it the Dolphins or the Jets were the team that said they do the Black Friday game every year?
It was either the Dolphins or the Jets.
Yeah, Netflix did agree for this is a 3-year deal for Netflix, so they will get holiday games as it was reported the next 3 years.
At least it's not going to be. I mean, I can double check, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be on Wednesday like every year. Because I think that's what's especially heinous about
Is
this.
that it's a Wednesday.
Is that, like, Paul, you said that they don't care about playing, like, the fact they play on Christmas. I actually say no. They, like, actively want to play on Christmas, that they are going out of their way to play on Christmas. It's just, yeah. I don't know. I don't really enjoy, I don't know why. Just the NFL on Christmas, like Joe was saying, it's like, I'm good with one sport having this holiday. I don't know why.
I think the NBA is going to leave now.
I don't know why it just has to be the NFL for 4 straight months.
I agree. And look, I mean, I've worked so many holidays already. I'm kind of at the point where do I really want to work another? I'm 35 years old. So that's one of the ways I'm looking at this right now too.
I think it's fair.
But
and like doing this like on the radio, at least on maybe the streaming numbers are different, and obviously like the live show, if you're on YouTube, might be a little different. There's so many fewer people actually listening to us do our job.
That's true. That's true. So I mean, I might just take a vacation then and do stuff on the internet only. But
I wouldn't be shocked if we have nothing on that week.
Yeah, everyone, because everyone else is traveling too, or a large percentage of people are traveling, or they're spending time with their family.
Do you guys have an easy time watching sports on Christmas or on Thanksgiving? Because I'll be honest, it's always been difficult for me, even though my family knows that it's my job. It's always been hard for me to find a way to watch the games, even if teams that I cover are in those games. It's always hard.
Yeah, Christmas I'll be fine if like the game is on while I'm at my parents' house, but my wife does not like sports. So like I do not watch. I kind of miss out on Thanksgiving football now.
Yeah,
I
do too.
There's big pushback.
I was
my
annoyed
wife's
with
family,
that last year.
they don't watch American football. So like if we're at their house, like the game's not on, and I don't want to be. It's just it doesn't happen. It's just I wish it did, but all right, we got a break. We'll continue this a little bit. Plus, we're gonna debut a new segment. Are you down with Dana Brown? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coog Blaze says here on the Twitch, NFL is doing the devil's work, keeping families separated on Christmas.
Oh, well, luckily for me, that's already happened, seeing as my parents divorced when I was 12.
Aw.
Oh, I'm not asking for sympathy. I mean, the NFL can't hurt me anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I was kind of excited about Christmas football until they put the Texans on it.
You're part of the problem.
No, I think that is also my general opinion. Is like I'm okay with one Christmas game.
Yeah.
But it's like the fact that it's the Texans. I want it to be a game that I don't have to watch. That it's just background noise. Those are fine.
Like you could have two teams who are 3 lost teams and fighting for the number 1 seed playing on Christmas. That's going to make me feel like I have to watch this game now. To what you were saying, it's too bad they're not playing like the Vikings on Christmas Day.
Yeah. I think it was like Vikings Colts like a few years ago where it was like a crazy comeback game.
Mhm.
That's like my ideal holiday watching experience because it's in the background and then there's a comeback.
Yeah, I remember that game. How many years ago was that?
It was like 2, I think I want to say 2 or 3.
Was that 21?
Is that the one where they had like a 30-point lead?
Yeah.
Like a 20-point lead at halftime?
Yeah, I think the Vikings came back on the
they
Colts.
swung fully the other way.
2022, right.
Yeah, it's just I don't love it. All right, new segment time. Now we didn't get a lot of the juicy stuff this week, but we're gonna start this. It's time to see if we're down with Dana Brown. So Dana Brown always gives us some interesting quotes, usually on Wednesdays.
Over at the Astros flagship.
8 to 10 game win streaks.
Back
Players
of
are
baseball
fine.
cards.
Back of the baseball cards. Obviously, a lot of the stuff this week was focused on Ronel Blanco. Didn't get an update on Justin Verlander. But are you down with Dana Brown when he says this? We welcome these investigations. We don't want guys out there cheating or using sticky substances.
A team that has been caught cheating before should never say, we welcome these investigations.
They welcome it.
I get what he's trying to do, where it's like, hey, an innocent man has nothing to hide.
Dude, you don't know that.
Yeah, but that's a little more bravado than I'd want, like 12 hours after he got thrown out of a game.
He does have a flair for the theatrics.
Mm-hmm.
Does Dana Brown? Politician-esque.
This is very like in a superhero movie kind of like politician.
Oh,
where he's
yeah.
where he's like, I want to know the Spider-Man's real identity. Like, it's very.
I was watching Civil War this weekend. It reminds me when they get the Sokovia Accords, and Tony Stark is all about it. We welcome.
Yeah.
We welcome.
We
being
need
controlled.
a safety net for the world.
Yeah, that's what this reminds. You're right, Sean. Let's see what else he said. He said it was umpire's judgment. If he feels it's sticky, we'll wait their investigation and outcome. We don't feel like the spin rates changed, so there's no advantage there. I was totally shocked and surprised.
Okay, but the first part sounds like they're cooperating a little bit too much. I don't feel like he's got Ronel Blanco's back there.
Yeah.
I agree.
The spin rate stuff, he's right. But yeah, it's his decision.
It's his decision is honestly a ridiculous way for everyone to sit back and look at an investigation, the first of which was, again, started when Hector Santiago had something on his arm in June of 21, and then they placed it in an effing hefty bag with drawstrings. I don't trust that the chain of evidence handling is good. Just to be simple, good. Let alone something that's going to potentially help exonerate Ronel Blanco, let alone something that'll be made public. There's no way they're going to share any of this with us. We're just going to have to basically take it. And that means no Ronel Blanco for the next 2 starts if it's a 10-game suspension.
Yeah, if AJ Pierzynski is on the side of Ronel Blanco and the Astros, you know that Major League Baseball is doing something wrong, because it sure seems like he's leaning that way. I don't have the exact quote here, but because he gave this long answer, but he said he believes that players go in streaks. And this is just one of those streaks for Yordan Alvarez. He was specifically asked if he's hurt, and he didn't answer the question.
Well,
He then just started talking about streaking.
let's be honest. The Astros, they never know what's going on with Yordan Alvarez. And he was talking about the kind of streaking that players go on when they're doing well, right? That kind of
Or bad.
streaking. Okay, he's not Will Ferrell in Old School.
No.
Gotcha.
Not meeting up at the quad.
Bring your little green hat.
Oh, Snoopy!
Snoopaloop!
Yeah, but he's going streaking right now, the wrong direction. He's just gonna figure it out. There.
You only hear about going streaking in the Will Ferrell and Old School way or in the good way.
Yeah.
You never really hear about like the Detroit Pistons had to went streaking for 30 games.
Are you down with this version of using streaking?
I don't know. I don't think I am.
Were the Texans streaking through the David Culley era and the Lovie Smith era?
They were streaking towards an early draft pick.
They were.
I would say that he could have, Dana Brown, used the recent play of Alex Bregman to highlight the good streaking, because there was a stretch where Alex Bregman's OPS over 5 at-bats was 2,100 per Paul math.
He did double down on his statement from last week.
Yeah.
About how Alex Bregman is the carrier of this team when he's going.
Well,
he's got scoreboard right now.
Yeah, the last 2 games at the very least.
They won a game 2-1 with him being half the runs.
But
so.
I think he's on a hit streak since last Friday, or at least since Saturday. So right now Dana Brown looks a little bit right on paper. I don't think they're very this one I don't like that first quote of
Which
just
one?
being like, yeah, like we'll see what happens basically. Like I don't know.
With Blanco, you mean?
Yeah, about Blanco. Just to me, it's like saying like we welcome these investigations. You better know what you're talking about, dude.
This is not going to be much of an investigation.
Yeah,
though.
I feel like that's the thing. It's not exactly Deflategate here. Like
Right.
this is just gonna be he's gonna get a 10-game suspension and then he'll appeal it and then it'll be either upheld or maybe 5 because it's like time served. That's it.
They're just going to look at the glove. That's pretty much it. And without Blanco and his testimony, anti-Hispanic because he was speaking Spanish, to talk about his side of the story afterwards. Interesting. I don't know. We might have a class action lawsuit on our hands. But whatever the case, there's not going to be much looked into other than they'll look at the glove, they're going to touch it. Ooh, it's sticky and got gunk on it. That's it.
We should have asked John this. How long is it sticky for if you don't clean it? Like by the time they get it to do their investigation, is it still sticky? Or does it lose its stick?
So it's rosin and sweat that causes.
You would think the sweat would evaporate a little bit, dry out a little bit.
Like,
but if it's in a plastic bag, it's in a Ziploc evidence bag.
Or if it's in a garbage bag.
Yeah, garbage bag's a little less.
So like, is it still gonna be sticky by the time they like? How do they even investigate?
Hopefully
I
they have
questions.
the implements to do this.
The visual of that first game where they took the it was legitimately a hefty bag.
I get it's the first one, but come on, guys.
It's only been 3 years.
We don't have a gallon, like even like a Ziploc gallon bag. Like we don't have one of those.
That would be really funny if that's what it was. Like quart bag, the one that you the one that you have to use to bring your liquids on a plane, and they're like, oh wait, it doesn't fit. We needed a bigger one. Probably a gallon-sized Ziploc bag.
Yeah, just like a.
That's all we have from Dana Brown today. He
Saran wrap.
He didn't give us a lot of the juicy stuff we've been doing.
No,
I
I think
just the sticky stuff.
I think
Just
too
the
many
sticky
things
stuff.
happened that
Like
for
important things.
For him to directly comment on, he's better when it's kind of an open-ended question with like,
Yeah.
"What's going on with Jose Abreu?" and then he can really play some jazz. This one, he just has to be like, "We will cooperate with the investigation."
Play some jazz.
Oh, as soon as he was done with his interview this morning, he did make a trade though, officially. By the way.
Oh,
Wheeling
Corey
and
Julks
dealing.
era.
Yeah, the Chicago Astros have acquired Corey Julks to add to Martin Maldonado and Corey Lee.
No Maldonado coming back. Damn.
No, it's this guy named Luis Rodriguez who had 44 strikeouts in like 35 innings last year. He's 20, so we'll see him in like 5 years.
Maybe.
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 He's in like low A ball, I think it is. So.
Remember when people were pissed at Corey Julks for taking playing time away from Chaz McCormick?
Yeah. Those were the days.
Poor Dusty.
Go Cougs.
I know. He was just trying to play a kook. Like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Jeremy Branham complaining about Dusty Baker's lineup all the time at the expense of a kook. That's why he's a fraud and I'm not, because I joined the bandwagon voluntarily, baby.
Go Cougs.
Go Cougs, indeed.
All right. Are we on Ryan Presley demotion watch? And just what's going on with Justin Verlander? We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. This is your one-stop shop to bet on anything. You can bet on the sports. You can play cards, little roulette with live dealers, poker, blackjack, but also you can bet on all the sports right now. Maybe you were one of the, let's be honest, haters who were betting on Caitlin Clark to have 10 turnovers last night. Well, if you hit that as part of a parlay, congratulations to you. You don't stand with women, but you do stand to make a lot of cash at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You get an awesome deposit bonus as soon as you sign up. Hey, look, we told you last night that the Astros, with Ronel Blanco on the mound, would cover the 1.5 run spread against the A's easily. But then the baseball gods smote us and took Ronel Blanco out of the game. It wasn't our fault that we didn't get the money last night, but you want to bet on the Astros tonight? MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Framber Valdez and the Astros are 1.5 run favorites at Minute Maid Park, looking for an elusive sweep. You can bet on them at mybookie.ag. Again, promo code BET975 for an awesome deposit bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So Justin Verlander, we await to find out when his next start is. It likely, before the Blanco stuff happened, was just they're adding Hunter Brown back into the rotation, so they're figuring out exactly when JV was going to fit into the rotation. That's my assumption of this, because Dana Brown, Joe Espada, there's been no follow-ups about injuries. I'm assuming this is not an injury.
Whatever it is.
The way the first tweet came out was odd.
Very sneakily, it came out. Yeah, Joe, I saw that yesterday, and I thought to myself, wait, is Verlander injured? And there was really no clarity after this tweet, which essentially was in written words, a tweet that said that Verlander's next start is not announced yet.
Yeah.
So naturally, just given how bad the Astros injury luck has been when it comes to their starting pitchers this year, you're wondering, wait a second, is he gonna miss some more time? He's already missed a lot.
Yeah, that was my first assumption too, and not even everyone like Hit was tweeting about this. So that's why I kind of realized in the moment where I felt like the initial reaction of this might be a story, it quickly turned into, okay, this is a nothing burger. I'm assuming, but I don't trust the Astros.
The original tweet was from Will Kunkel. Joe Espada declined to say when Justin Verlander will throw next, and Michael Schwab felt the need to respond, saying, just clarifying, Verlander is completely fine per sources. This is just about scheduling.
Well, speaking of Michael Schwab, so the other day, the Killer Bees put out a tweet before their show, and in the tweet said,
you sound hostile all of a sudden.
Ryan Presley, demotion, ? And then Greg Rajan, who doesn't like me.
Why doesn't he like you?
I don't know, because I said Chandler Rome writes better for the Athletic than he did for the Chronicle.
Well, I mean, he gets to
write about what he wants. Yes. So Greg quote tweeted it.
The Chronicle raised my subscription, by the way, Greg. Again, you sneaky bastards. $3.99 to $7.99. I noticed. I got to call on the phone again.
It's a big jump. Anyway, I really don't know Greg, so I don't have an issue with him.
No, I like Greg.
I've never met him, but he quote tweeted it.
If you go after my boy, I go after you.
And it was like, while 790's competitor is like, while 790's talking about how great Presley is, their competitor is talking about if he needs to be a demotion. And then,
well, who's talking about how great Presley is? Because Presley has not been good this year.
Yeah, it was the sample size, like over his last 5 games, he had a below 2 ERA.
Oh, wow. Guess what? Every reliever is capable of that. My God, are we looking at little small slivers of a season for a guy whose ERA is 6?
And then, like Michael Schwab does, he decides to jump into every single conversation like he did with the Will Kunkel thing. Started dropping all these emojis and stuff like that. So that's why I thought it was funny last night when he started tweeting out, like, what's wrong with Ryan Presley? I don't know, man. 4 days ago, you said he was fine. But like Dana Brown, in his interview today, was talking about how it was one bad pitch. Here's the thing, man. Ryan Presley keeps having one bad pitch. Like, he's not getting shelled like other guys for this team have. But Brian Abreu is the more consistent pitcher. And I've said this, I've talked about this with Joel and Jeremy before I was with you. Like, to me, as soon as they signed Hader, it was very clear. Hader gets the 9th. Brian Abreu faces the best 3 hitters in the lineup. So if you're playing the New York Yankees and Aaron Judge and Juan Soto are coming up in the 7th inning, that's when Brian Abreu pitches. If it's the 8th inning, that's when Brian Abreu pitches. He is the better pitcher. He's been the better pitcher. He was last year. Like, you wanted Brian Abreu out there in bigger moments than you did Ryan Presley in a clutch situation, and it should continue that way. So yes, I am willing to demote Ryan Presley because he does not look like he's handling this shift from being the closer to not the closer very well.
And whether he is or isn't, he pitched with a lead yesterday, and he blew the lead.
Yeah.
I mean, I tweeted that after I saw it. I was like, look, I know a lot of us are talking about, hey, well, he's uncomfortable pitching with a lead, and people love to make excuses for closers when they're pitching in situations that they're not familiar with. And okay, maybe there is added confidence pitching with the lead. I'm sure there is a bit of it because the hitters you're going up against are going to chase a little bit more because they're trying to tie things up. But hey, it's a 1-0 game, and you trusted the Ryan Presley of old in that situation. How many people listening right now, you, Joe, Sean behind the glass, felt comfortable with a 1-run lead and Ryan Presley coming into the game? 100% comfortable. In years past, Sean shaking his head, Joe saying not at all. In years past, we felt all right, at the very least, if not great, in that spot. And look, there's always been moments where Presley has been a little bit less dominant than you'd like.
Yes.
And that, the closers go through that all the time. But this year, it is continuously happening. And yeah, I don't think that the idea of a Presley demotion should be controversial at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's earning the nickname Stressley.
Yes, I feel like before it was a little bit of like the
tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, and what the Astros standards were before, where the Astros standards were if you walk a guy and then strike out the side, I was like, oh, it was so stressful as they go on to win 97 games, where now it is like actual stress. Like now I do not know if he will give up a run or not every time he comes into a game.
Same. Going into this season, and I remember when I was doing the show 10 to noon, we had Chandler Rome on once because we can only have him on basically for 1 month a year. And I asked him a couple of questions about Josh Hader being brought in, and I thought that he brought up a couple of good points about how maybe he has not, Ryan Presley, been as respected as he should be, given what a contributor he's been for the Astros over the course of this run. And I agreed with him. But this year, to this point, he looks a lot like other closers that we've seen just suddenly not be the same guy, seemingly overnight. And I mean, he's getting up there in age. It's a very high-stress job that involves a lot of work, not really a routine, because you don't know when you're going to be called upon. You can see why it's so volatile to be a reliever in the majors. So I'm not trying to like dump on him, but
No,
right
I
now,
agree.
I think we're all in agreement that he's not looking good, and you don't want him in that situation. The real question is, who else would you want in that situation? Because whether or not you want to demote him, like you can say, yeah, I want to demote him, but you also have to have another plan here, and that is the
And that's where it's just Abreu. Like I don't like the innings thing. It's just Abreu should just face what you project as the 3 best batters in the lineup.
But is Abreu's having a bad year too?
But he looks. I like when I watched him recently. You see the fastball, like the velocity's up there. He looks like dialed in.
But I don't know, man. I remember that game against the Mariners where his control was all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, neither are great at this point.
That's what I mean. Like if you want to move Presley, I have no issue with that, but I need a concrete plan as far as what you're going to do there. Are you going to put Montero into that role? Are you going to put Taylor Scott in that role because of a couple of good months? It's a very difficult situation, and Espada has to figure it out. And he also has to manage the feelings if he decides to tell Ryan Presley, like, hey, man, like we're going to move you into a different spot.
I think it's still going to be the most complicated player on the roster when you get to the trade deadline, because he's still good enough, and people I think will still look at him as a very good closer. And I wonder what kind of phone calls Dana Brown will get at the deadline. Like if there's a team, like for example, Craig Kimbrell's been a disaster for the Baltimore Orioles. If they can't get this Mason Miller kid from the Oakland A's,
I would love him to get Mason Miller from the A's.
So sick.
Trade the A's the right to play in Corpus Christi straight up for Mason Miller.
It's better than Sacramento.
Yeah,
For
they
sure.
have a beach.
Yeah,
I don't know if Sacramento has a beach. Sacramento's inland, I think, though.
I think you're right.
It is.
But like,
Geography.
I wonder like if Dana Brown gets a call for like a pretty good prospect for Ryan Presley at the deadline.
But that's not happening. Come on.
I don't know.
Come on. That's not happening.
Why?
Who is going to trade a good prospect for Ryan Presley with what they have seen this year?
Teams are desperate for closers.
Not that desperate.
If there's one position where I think you could acquire something like that, it would be closer.
You're a seller at that point. You need all the bullpen arms you can get. And I also look at the Astros and don't see them as one of those teams that is going to be a seller at all at the trade deadline. I think that they are going to go down with the ship this year.
Yeah,
even
probably.
with the rough start. But I don't think that there's anybody that's going to look at Ryan Presley and say, hey, here's one of our top prospects, you know?
Oh yeah, I don't think it's like you're not talking about like an elite level prospect for sure. So you're
not getting
your
Drew
ROI
Gilbert.
is
This isn't
not great.
Verlander coming off of a Cy Young year. with
Yeah,
the Astros.
I'm just curious like what kind of calls they would get. Like I would never want to see the Astros do what the Mariners did a couple years ago. I thought that was one of the worst decisions I've ever seen, where the Mariners are in the thick of a playoff run and they traded Kendall Graveman to the Astros. It was like I would rather Presley just walk in free agency, and like as much as he's stressful right now, I still believe he's better off on this team than another for sure. I'm curious like what kind of calls he'll get.
Do you think they could trade him for an Abraham Toro type?
Abraham Toro, key contributor in 21 for the Mariners.
Oh, that's the comp that we're making. It's like an Abraham Toro where it's like a MLB player who's an MLB player who's not. You're not exactly blowing your socks off.
Yeah, they don't need any of those. They got enough of those guys. They got Joey Lopafito. They got enough mid guys.
Maybe a third baseman.
Whoa, hang on with mid. That's an insult these days. it's supposed to mean mediocre.
All right, you know what? I apologize to Joey Lopofito.
You just called him mid.
They have a bunch of mid guys like Jake Myers and Chaz. Jake Myers, that's probably not fair either.
Mid should mean mediocre.
I know, but it's
but
like,
for the kids, it's like
it's a real insult.
It's an insult.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Because if you're like middle of the pack, like if we're talking about like a team that's like, yeah, they're about middle of the pack.
It's
and
boring.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, they're middle.
Yeah, nothing wrong with being
But if you go
boring.
like, that team's a mid SEC team, you're like,
They don't belong.
Who is the most mid SEC team?
Good question.
Mississippi State.
No, Mississippi State's just bad.
But I mean,
I would think bad, too.
we're looking at the Gen Z definition of the word mid.
I was gonna say Arkansas.
Arkansas has at least been good though, you know.
Yeah.
Like Mississippi
When?
State had Dak Prescott. That's
When's Arkansas been good?
Arkansas had some good years in the early
1960s.
No.
Jerry
when
Jones
they had,
playing.
when they had McFadden, Felix Jones, and Peyton Hillis. Like
Okay, so only 20 years ago.
Yeah, geez.
that made me feel old real quick.
Damn. The Mississippi State's been more recent.
King of Twitch says his mindset as a closer going to take a bit to develop into a setup. I don't know, man. He didn't have more than 10 saves in a season until 2020. Like he was a setup guy. I just don't think it should be that. I don't know. I'm not a.
I agree. The mindset switch.
You did it from like 2013 to 2019.
Yeah, it's not like Mariano Rivera after 15 years.
Right.
Like we're asking him to change a role.
And I mean, he just had his old situation last night against a team that's got a payroll of like $3 million, and he blew it.
Yeah.
So he was in the old role last night too.
All right, what's going on? What else is going on in the NFL? We got more scheduled leaks. We got a new Hard Knocks coming out of nowhere, which I don't know if people are really going to be that interested in. We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This morning, before I got here to work, I went to O Athletic, 767 North Shepherd. You can check them out at oathletic.com. Over 100 classes per week. Early in the morning, they start back up around 4:30. So if you want to get out of work, go to the gym before you go home and spend time with your family, your dog, your cat, whatever you got at home, you can do that at O Athletic. It's a great place to work out. Personal trainer, you can do between 1 to 5 times a week. I love going there because it's such a cool gym. Like it has everything you need between the weightlifting, all the machines. But I also like the fact that they have this little soccer area which you can use there. I say soccer because they work with the Dynamo and they do training camps during the summer for kids as well. But you can do any kind of workout you want in this area. They've got the MMA gym, the boxing ring, all of that is there for you at O Athletic. It's the gym for me. It should be the gym for you as well. oathletic.com at 767 North Shepherd. All right, for those interested in international games this year, obviously Friday night, that first week of the season, we'll start off with the Packers and the Eagles playing in Brazil.
Boo.
The London games this year will be 3 weeks in a row. Jets, Vikings, Jags, Bears.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, suck it.
Patriots, Jags.
Suck it, England. You get the 3 worst games.
The Jags are playing their back-to-back weeks again.
Yeah.
One is a home game and one is a road game, technically.
Yeah. And then to make sure like they can expand the game in the best of their ability, they are going to have Daniel Jones or maybe Drew Lock.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Play Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers. Giants-Panthers in Munich, Germany in November. That's really how you grow the game, Paul. You put a 5'4" quarterback out there who can't see over his offensive line.
The lack of scoring will be familiar to these Europeans because they watch another kind of football.
Yeah,
so it
it's
won't
true.
frighten them, intimidate them, scare them, along with all the freedom that is also going into Europe.
Speaking of the Giants, we're getting a new version of Hard Knocks out of nowhere. So now there's going to be 3 versions of Hard Knocks.
Oh, great.
There's going to be regular season Hard Knocks. There's going to be training camp Hard Knocks. And the Giants are doing an off-season version of Hard Knocks that will begin July 2nd. And they've been filming the GM, Joe Shane, and others in the front office to chronicle free agency and the draft. I will watch 0.0 seconds of this.
I already watched 0.0 of Hard Knocks.
It's not good anymore.
And also the off-season, the original version of it, and the in-season Hard Knocks I don't watch because the problem is NFL Films does not allow HBO to really dive into some of the storylines of training camp. Ever since the many Antonio Brown stories were not chronicled on Hard Knocks, I've been completely out on the show, and I will never get back in. And the effing Giants offseason is not getting me back in. Wow, the Giants, what an offseason it's been.
Signing Drew Lock.
Yeah,
letting Saquon walk.
You know they're not going to be like, yeah, Daniel Jones sucks, man. Like, you know they're not going to have that when they're having the conversation where they're, maybe Drew Lock, God, he might just start for us, like they're not going to show that.
And I don't like the in-season one either because it's like the couple years ago, like the first year they did it when it was the Cardinals. So you got like Cliff Kingsbury up there talking about how great the next couple weeks are going to be, and then they're losing all these games by the time it airs.
It would be good if it was during the dead months of football. If they did these all, released them in June or something like that, fine. But basically the first episode of Hard Knocks, once we get a couple of preseason games in, I'm like, I want real football.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll always watch the first episode of Hard Knocks, and then I'm just like annoyed, like with the Robert Saleh stuff and all the crows pecking at necks and all the ridiculous stuff that they had on that one. It was fun to laugh at the Jets at the very least.
That's why I can't say I won't watch a second of it. Because those clips, especially if we're talking about them dropping in July and August,
there's not much going on.
We're gonna need to use those clips.
You're right. We're probably gonna need to use those clips. But I am so uninterested in this one because of who they picked too. This was not an eventful offseason. They didn't even draft a quarterback.
Yeah,
right?
it's a pretty boring offseason.
Yeah, they drafted the LSU wide
Neighbors,
receiver.
Yeah,
they didn't get McCarthy. They didn't get Bo Nix. Like they were very boring this offseason. So okay, I cool. Are they gonna show? I'm trying to think of what else you could show.
Like they just lost their
the granddaughter of the owner, Kate Mara, the actress, who is a very strong, independent woman. That would be
they
nice.
traded for Brian Burns. There you go.
All right.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Get the
they
people
did.
going.
And they gave him a contract extension.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I get nowadays we have to spin off everything like 3 different ways. Like anything that's moderately successful needs 3 spin-offs. I don't think Hard Knocks needs a spin-off.
I don't know. Like regular season was one thing, but to do this, to follow a GM,
I'm not sure if like in the peak Hard Knocks, it really required this.
Dune needs a spinoff, and guess what? Dune is getting a spinoff on HBO. That's awesome because that universe is so crazy and very difficult to understand without subtitles. Hard Knocks, you're right, Sean. We don't need more,
especially the sanitized stuff. Because I do feel like it used to be less sanitized.
The NFL teams have full control.
We might be a little jaded on it because we work in the industry and we want to get a little bit more behind the scenes and we realize that they can't give you more.
Well, they won't, yeah.
But I also just don't think these are very good products, compelling products. I think when it was new.
Yeah. That might be part of it, too, is that when it was new, it was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Rex Ryan just will not stop cussing.
Antonio Cromartie just can't remember the names of his kids.
That's the other thing. They picked great teams because it was, I mean, basically it felt like every year for me growing up, it was a Cowboys season, a Jets season with like Cromartie and Rex Ryan, or it was a Bengals season with Chad Ochocinco. That was every year it was the most entertaining players. Now it's Brian Daboll.
Because they've made it so hard. This year, there's only 4 teams that are automatically eligible for the normal
Because no one wants to
hard
do it
knocks.
either, right?
Because you can't have fired your coach within the last year and made the playoffs in the last 2 years. So this says Washington, but I think this might be from last year. But like it's like the Bears, the Saints, and the Jets. That the Bears would be good because you got Caleb Williams, of course. But like, there's a story there. At least
I think they should do it to where if you have they should make it a rule. If you have the number 1 pick, you should have to do hard knocks. Something like that, where it's like instead of saying this is how you can't have it, make it to where if you do something, you have to have it.
But see, they should be using this as an opportunity to expand their brand even more and to help grow. Like
Christmas wasn't enough for you, Joe.
Yeah.
Like
They're
this
playing
is
in
where
Munich. What more do you want?
this should be the Texans this year. Like if you want to do hard knocks the right way. You take the biggest story in the NFL and you put cameras around them. It's the Houston Texans.
I don't think they're the biggest story in the NFL. It's the Chiefs going for a 3-peat. That's the biggest story.
Okay, or you have the Chiefs do it. And maybe, but you probably make the Super Bowl champion exempt. But like you put,
I don't think you should, honestly.
Yeah,
I know.
But put teams that matter.
I think it's either the worst team or the best team should be in it.
Right.
Yeah, like tell stories that matter,
or just unprecedented access to bleep show organizations.
Yes.
I want to hear Hugh Jackson
Like, hey, did you hear what they said about us on the episode last time?
Like, remember when I think the Amazon did this for a little bit, and they were filming when Jeff Fisher had to go tell the team that he got fired a couple years ago. Like that was good. Actually,
I have no memory of that.
Yeah, that would have been right when that would have been right after they moved to LA.
Hey, remember? Damn, do you remember the episode where Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were together? That was a great episode of Hard Knocks.
Thank God. I don't want that.
Well, look, it's more NFL. They can't stop ramming it down our throats. And the thing is, we talk about the fat hogs getting slaughtered like Mark Cuban did all those years ago. This hog is so damn fat, it's on Ozempic. Like, there's no way. It keeps getting fatter.
I was about to say, like, between our conversation with the Texans playing on Christmas and this, are we reaching a point? Maybe it's just us who have become jaded,
definitely
because of our job. Where it's like, are we gonna reach a point where like enough with this NFL stuff? Like,
I mean,
enough.
yes, but like it's like the Pro Bowl. But 3 million people watch them play.
It's my
football.
favorite. You're right. God,
like
you're right.
You're right, but like we're in the minority. Like we're not in the minority. But there are still so many people that are going to. So many people are going to watch this.
Yeah.
I think most
people still flew to Detroit for the draft.
Yeah,
a
record.
Most people who listen to us, I would imagine, you also, because you're listening on a semi-daily basis, are also like, okay, enough's enough. I think our audience is like that.
I would think so too.
I don't think people are that thirsty for more NFL, but people keep on glugging.
No, if the Astros fall apart again, maybe we will watch this. I don't know.
No.
We have so much better options in the world of entertainment than to watch the off-season Giants.
Kirk Cousins was asked if he would make a different choice to sign with the Falcons if he knew they were drafting Michael Penix, and he said, "I don't really deal in hypotheticals."
Hell yeah, dude.
That's a yes.
That's
a Kirk Cousins yes.
That's a yes. That's the biggest yes I've ever heard.
Do you deal in hypotheticals?
Yes. Sure. What do you got?
Yeah, we host we work in sports radio. That's
asking
half of what we do is deal in
Yeah.
hypotheticals.
Just asking if you deal in hypotheticals.
We talk about the NFL and deal in hypotheticals. That's all we do.
Speaking of dealing in hypotheticals, Paul's trying to get me to quit the Bears again. He's got a laundry list of reasons.
I got a good list. I've got to save you from yourself.
Things to dump on.
You're
me
an addict
right now.
He's an addict. Just
we
a
get
dirty
back
addict.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
All right, this is the point in the show where Junior Bronco cries on Twitch because Paul's going to talk about the Bears, not me.
Oh, that was a shot fired at one of our loving listeners, Joe.
It's mutual shots. I like Junior Bronco.
I don't think you do like Junior
I don't know what
Broncos.
Junior Bronco likes, man. But he's going to be upset about this segment.
I don't think he's going to be upset about this. We're trying to save you from yourself. This
Save
is an
me.
intervention. I don't understand why you still root for that team, especially seeing as you're a season ticket holder for the Houston Texans. You've lived here for a decade now.
Yep.
You have no reason to continue to root for the Bears unless you want your fingernail painting quarterback
I mean,
to
why?
be the idol that your son grows up trying to be. You know?
Well, what am I supposed to do? What options do I have?
You have the option that's literally your
like when
backyard.
it comes to the finger painting stuff, like either he roots for Chicago teams, he roots for Caleb, or he roots for the Rockets, and he roots for Jalen.
What if
It's just part of my culture now.
But at least with
I am
basketball,
pro painted nails on athletes.
Actually, by the time your kid is like Jalen Green or Caleb Williams' age, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, the older generation painted their nails." That's all it'll be.
Or everyone will do it.
Yeah.
And not having your fingernails painted will make you the odd person.
Jalen Green's not going to be here. You're going to be fine. Why are you guys laughing? I don't think that's a controversial statement at all.
It's just
It is just a very.
it reminds
funny
me of
thing.
our wager. You got your new cats yet?
My new what?
Your new cats? You're
No.
supposed to get 2 more cats.
Yeah, the one that I didn't agree to. I didn't agree to that. I'm not going to get. Arya will kill them.
Okay.
She is like her Game of Thrones namesake with other animals. She is terrified of Roombas and washing machines, but put a husky in front of her and she'll try to murder it.
All right. So what's wrong? What's wrong now? Tell me why I need to abandon.
So there is a Justin Fields smear job in action right now.
Yes.
Courtesy of our friend Tyler Dunn, the Go Long Football. I guess it's just a conglomeration. It's a Substack. It's a bunch of podcasts. But from the sound of things, Justin Fields is the absolute worst, at least with the way that it is being framed. There was a toxic as hell quarterback room featuring Justin Fields, and on top of that, Nick Foles and Andy Dalton. And those vets, Dalton and Foles, they wanted to mentor Justin, but Justin thought he was above them. He was always walking 15 yards away from them. There were several arguments among the quarterbacks. Once, per one source, Foles was trying to teach something to Fields in the QB room, and upon turning at the rookie, Foles realized Fields wasn't even paying attention. His head was down. At that point, Foles was done trying to play mentor. The two could not stand each other. And you have more people smearing him other than this story that was released. Fields not meshing well with Dalton and Foles was already out there. But you have somebody, coaches that used to coach him, saying he'd be a great single wing quarterback if that was still around. Also, watch his eyes. He tries to see the whole thing and just doesn't see anything. His eyes are all over the place, and it's really hard to watch. It's just bad football. So they moved on from Justin Fields. You're probably thinking, Joe, to yourself, okay, well, it's fine to stick with the Chicago Bears here.
Yeah.
All of this stuff coming out
I'm not surprised.
in an organization that did not move on from their crap head coach last year through all of this. He hasn't been a good coach. Not moving on from him and having a leaky ship like this does not bode well. This is the mark of a bad team when you have this many leaks. That's why I like what the Texans last year did not have. You don't have leaks that come out of the Texans organization. But when it comes to the Bears, just like the Jets, leaky ships are what loser organizations are. And you have gossip like this coming out. Like, what's the point of like smearing Fields? He's gone. There's no benefit to it now unless like, oh, he's finally gone. Oh, it's gonna get better with the guy in Caleb Williams, who seems to be already one of those guys who's gonna be difficult.
The only like credence, like the only reason why I don't have an issue with some of this stuff is that some of their sources are for like former Bears coaches. So I don't know if it's like directly coming from like current people who are there. to be honest, like I'm not surprised. Like this is what happens. Like people move on, and then all the bad stuff comes out. Like you keep it hush hush. Like I thought the stuff that was the most like my biggest issue I had was the stuff that was calling him a bad teammate in general. Not the Nick Foles part of it, but there's another story in which they call him like he's a bad teammate, and like you have guys publicly saying how like they're not sure. Like Jalen Johnson, who's now the highest paid cornerback in the NFL, is talking about how at one point 3 months ago he's not sure how a new quarterback wins over this team because of how much of a connection Justin Fields had. I hear the Nick Foles thing. You know what I hear? I hear a young person having a hard time connecting with old people. Like, and I think it's unfair to put that on Justin. I think that's way more common than, like, I think Justin was a bad quarterback. I'm an idiot. Like, I have no problem admitting that. I have my Bears goggles on. But when your number one wide receiver who had a career year is openly talking about how much better things already are in camp than they were before, just because of the fact that Caleb Williams can throw with anticipation and Justin can't, like that's what you know is like that's actual football stuff. I think most of the stuff though, it sucks. I think it's garbage.
The stuff that's coming out about Fields, whether he was this bad or not, it just feels like there's a lot from a lot of different sources that are dumping on him. And I mean, if this is one of these organizations that has a lot of talking behind people's backs, and then I feel like with Caleb Williams, first sign of trouble, this is going to stop. Also, another reason, Joe, for you to abandon the Bears, because that's what we're talking about right now, Joe. You don't need to root for them anymore. They can't hurt you. They have another drug dealer camp.
Oh no, another one?
Yeah, not Sam Hurd. Actually, check that. My bad. No drugs. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He was on the run. I was figuring, okay, well, he might be. But police in Canada are searching for former NFL player Buster Skrine, who stands accused of skipping bail on bank fraud charges, unlike Sam Hurd, who was like apparently the cocaine kingpin of the NFL.
2 victimless crimes.
The Daily Hive reports Skrine was granted bail April 9th with conditions that included wearing a GPS ankle monitor, but he did not appear for a scheduled court date on Monday. Police posted on social media his ankle monitor was disconnected. He now faces additional charges of failure to appear in court and failure to comply with a release order. Canadian police accuse him of defrauding banks of more than $100,000 by using fraudulent checks to open accounts and withdraw money before the checks cleared. He identified himself as a former NFL player to those banks, so he's facing at least 15 counts of fraud, and it went on for more than 9 months. So the Bears employ criminals. Sam Hurd, the first one, and now Buster Skrine. So
I'm just so confused why he's in Canada.
Easier to
I guess
defraud?
like that's where he's defraud. Yeah,
they're not smart people.
Easier to defraud the Canadians and with Trudeau versus America.
They still think that the Queen's their leader.
Was he in the CFL?
No, it says he was last on the Titans in 2021.
Huh.
So Joe, look, your team is talking trash about everybody behind their back and employing drug dealers and tax frauders and excuse me, my bad. Taxation is theft. That's fine.
Yeah.
Tax fraud's okay.
They want don't forget they want their citizens to pay for their new stadium.
That too.
Because I know you don't like that one.
I don't like that. Billionaires should have to pay for their own bleeping stadiums. And
Thank you for censoring that.
Wait till we pay for the new Texans stadium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's different because it's here. You don't live there anymore. Is my main point. You don't have to root for them anymore. They've not brought you any joy in your life, not once.
That's not true.
The first play of the
Not
Super
real
Bowl.
joy.
That
I mean,
one
when
time.
Devin Hester was running that touchdown back,
Oh,
I've
yeah.
never been happier in my life.
What happened after that?
They lost.
Yeah, pretty convincing.
Did they
too.
score like a touchdown after that?
No.
They might have.
No, I don't think they did.
So
Thomas Jones not find the end zone.
It's my last hope.
You have an out.
I can't do it.
You have an out.
It's Caleb Williams.
Yeah, you're trying to. Are you saying that like that's supposed to impress me, like a first overall pick? Like I think the guy the Patriots got is gonna suck, Drake May. Like,
Yeah, they're also telling you that he's going to suck.
for the most part, all quarterbacks probably are not the guy.
Oh, I know. But there's got to be one, Paul. There's got to be one.
They've existed since like 1923.
They got to find one
and they
guy.
literally have never had a good quarterback outside of Sid Luckman, and I don't even know if we had fought World War II yet.
I mean, Jim McMahon won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Jim McMahon wasn't a quarterback.
Oh, Rex Grossman threw a touchdown to Muhsin Muhammad in that Super Bowl.
Attaboy, Rexy.
Yeah, Jim McMahon was like a linebacker who like went into the wrong meeting room once and somehow ended up as quarterback.
Great headband.
The best headband.
Hey, you know what?
God, imagine being the quarterback for that team. Like, you literally had to do nothing. Just don't screw up, because that defense is going to actually murder people.
That's a great transition, because you know who else loves headbands? Alex Bregman. It's the headband to the reason why Alex Bregman's back. Next. Oh, before we do that, we'll tell you about our friends at LaBerge. Like Charles will be there this weekend. Myself, Brian McDonald, Cam Smith will be doing a show there from noon to 3 on Saturday. Great sports book, 19 betting kiosks that you can use. So you can walk up, do all of it on your own. You can go up to the sports book as well directly and talk to a person face-to-face and place your wager. So whether you want to bet on the NFL, look at Texans win total as the official schedule comes out, bet on the Astros, whatever you want to do. LaBerge Lake Charles is absolutely the place to do it. There's a great casino there, plenty of great restaurants. It's a fun time, a good time, and I couldn't recommend it enough. We'll be out there this weekend, like I said, from noon to 3, so tune into the bullpen as we broadcast live from LaBerge Lake Charles. And when you leave Texas and want to bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at the LaBerge. All right, latest report on the Texans leaks that are coming out. Looks like we're going to see a Thursday night football game later in the season between the Houston Texans and the New York Jets. So at this point, these are the primetime games I've got here, okay? Texans Bears week 2. Texans Jets week 9. So it's Sunday night football, then Thursday night football. Looks like week 11. Texans at Cowboys, Monday Night Football. I get is December 21st, the Saturday game versus the Chiefs. That's prime time.
Yes.
And then Chiefs or Texans Ravens on Christmas prime time. So right now, I've got them at 5.
5 if you count Saturdays and Christmas.
Yeah, 3 if you don't. So I would say 5. It's more like standalone. The international games are the ones that I would say are definitely not. But there's going to be 3 games on that Saturday, to be fair.
There's definitely going to be flex potential with the Texans. I imagine there is an element of, hey, what if they're not as good as they were last year?
Mm.
But I thought they would get more prime time, I think. This is
I think we said it at 4.5 when we talked about it.
Did we? So did I say under? I might have said under. It really depends on the definition of prime time. Is a prime time game that takes place on Netflix? Is that a prime time game? It is a prime time game. So they get 5.
That's more prime time than the Saturday game.
The first one, why the Bears? Why?
Caleb CJ.
Yeah, but you had Bryce CJ last year.
Yeah, but
no,
the hype around Caleb is higher than it was for Bryce and CJ last year.
I don't know. Bryce Young was getting plenty hyped. At that point in the year, maybe it wasn't as hyped, but I felt like Bryce Young was getting equally hyped to where Caleb Williams is. I feel like every single year we're told the same thing about the quarterback that's taken first.
I mean, the Bears did trade the Bryce Young pick and then used the Caleb Williams pick. So
I think
Caleb was thought of higher.
No, to your point, like I think CJ Bryce should have been a primetime game last year.
Yeah.
To me, that seemed like an obvious decision that they just chose not to.
We saw how that game actually played out. It should not have.
Yeah, the Texans lost.
It should not have been on
Thursday.
I always forget the Texans lost that
Thursday game. Yeah, they lost a lot of games.
It was
like quarterbacks who stunk.
13-9 or something.
Yeah, that was not a good game.
It was rough. They lost to Desmond Ridder. They lost to Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
They lost to Gardner Minshew. They almost lost to Gardner Minshew twice. But hey, who's counting? So that's the week 2 game. I don't get that one. That's Sunday Night Football too. God, the NFL just loves to shove the Bears down.
Dude, they're putting the Jets on primetime 6 times next year. They better hope Aaron Rodgers stays healthy. 6 primetime.
I got to be honest. I would not be that optimistic about Aaron Rodgers being healthy for the entirety of the year. Let alone, I mean, I don't know if he's going to snap his Achilles the 4th play of the year. Maybe it'll be the 3rd. Yeah, 3rd. But I think that's a lot. That's too many, in fact.
Even his last year on the Packers, like they missed the playoffs, and he wasn't like that good. He was like fine, but he wasn't MVP level Rodgers. So there is a little bit of like, I think we're just penciling in MVP Aaron Rodgers if he stays healthy. It's like he hasn't always been that.
And we're forgetting that the Jets are a dumpster fire.
That too.
Every year, that things seem to find ways to blow up in their face.
They're trying to take advantage, the NFL is, of this one moment where like they think the Jets are going to be relevant again with Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback.
It's New York, it's the big market. Oh,
but they don't get put on primetime like the Cowboys do. If the Cowboys were down, they would still put, like the Bears. They put the Bears in primetime for no reason. They don't do that with the Jets.
They do it. Yeah, you're right. They do it with the Giants. I think they would do it with the Jets some more, but Philadelphia gets on a lot.
Yeah.
Green Bay gets on a lot.
Rightfully so.
I think the Jets get on it a lot, like more than they deserve, and
Yeah,
still
for sure.
a lot because Sam Darnold was on primetime, would have like Monday night primetime games against the
Good point.
dynasty Patriots.
But that was almost a hey, it's New York and we've got the Patriots. There always seemed to be one Patriots-Jets primetime game.
Yeah.
All right. So earlier we mentioned some questions about Justin Verlander, just because the quote that came out yesterday was a little confusing the way it was tweeted, I think, by Will Kunkel about when his next start was be. His next start will be Saturday. So Hunter Brown, Justin Verlander, Spencer Arrighetti will be your rotation Friday, Saturday, Sunday. According to Chandler Rome, those are the probables when they take on the Milwaukee Brewers. But if you are the next 10 days, no Blanco. I guess technically it could be more than that too because of how long his appeal takes. But you likely can't make a roster move. So you're at least down a man on your roster for the next 10 days, you would assume, at a minimum. Paul, would you put more emphasis on the rotation going deeper into games or just saying that the offense has to carry this team?
Offense has to do its job.
Yeah.
It's another night last night, which gets lost in the shuffle with Presley blowing the lead, that they scored 1 run. They were 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Jordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve, Kyle Tucker, and Jeremy Pena were 0 for 5. Jordan Alvarez was 0 for 2 in that spot. I mean, come on, guys. Hit the effing ball. This has been an all-year problem. I remember at one point in last night's game on the broadcast, and I took a picture of it, because the Astros have been doing a really good job of at least getting some hits.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, it just doesn't happen with guys on base. But at home this year, going into last night's game, the Astros had the best average in baseball, the best on-base percentage in baseball, the number 2 slugging percentage in baseball, and they were tied for 5th in runs per game at home. So they're still scoring runs, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not getting hits with runners in scoring position despite getting on base a lot and getting a lot of hits. And this just needs to stop. That was a huge issue for them last year. They sucked at home. Last night, they had 6 hits, and they were only with 2 runs to show for it. And one of them came courtesy of, your little rinky-dink runner on second base to open up the 10th inning.
Mm-hmm.
They're better than this. And, I'm not asking for 8 runs every game, but twice a week should be the minimum expectation. And you're playing the A's. You're not going up against Seattle's pitching here. I know that the A's have some really good bullpen arms, but come on.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the schedule, just trying to do some quick math here. So if they, in theory, let's say Blancos appeals the suspension and loses the next 2 days, in theory, you could have him back before the Seattle series on May 27th. But it depends how long this investigation takes, A, and then B, how long the appeal takes. But you're going to be down a man on your roster for quite a bit of time. The other part about this next stretch that they have to do to salvage the bullpen, this might get like if Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti and Christian Javier or any of them struggle, Joe Espada needs to leave these guys out there like sacrificial lambs. Like if you have 25, you lose a pitcher out of your off your roster because Blanco suspended. Your bullpen is now short-staffed. There's going to be times where they're asked to be tasked in a big way. There might be times where, like, if you give up 5 or 6 runs in the first, you might just have to eat it. Like that might happen tonight.
The problem
if
is
Javier gets rocked tonight with how much the bullpen pitched yesterday and what you have ahead of you with the lack of days off, you might just have to leave him out there to get cooked.
The problem is that happens enough where you're saying, well, if it happens again, because you almost expect it to happen once a week, don't you?
Yeah, that's about how it happens.
Yeah.
About once a week. So yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you that there's no Belax out there right now. We would love a Brandon Belak to pitch 140 pitches in 2 days or whatever the Chandler Rome when he got DFA'd, whatever where he's like, it's a brutal business. You need someone just to go out there and just take one for the team, basically. In either direction. It could be a Framber Valdez. If he wants to throw a no-hitter, go for it. Take all 9 innings.
That would be.
I'd love that.
That's the best thing that could happen to this team.
Yeah.
Is that during this stretch you get Framber and JV to give you 6 or 7 innings.
Yeah,
that would be great.
I mean,
it would be.
Verlander went 7 on Sunday, right? In Detroit, he went at least 6. I know.
Framber going like 8 innings tonight would be awesome.
Framber going 9 innings tonight would be awesome. You know what also would be awesome?
Let's settle at 7.
I'm going to say 9. I want 9 innings from Framber Valdez. I want a no-hitter. I want a no-hitter from Framber Valdez. It's the A's. It's the A's. Who is actually getting paid in their lineup? Their bullpen's got guys that are worth rating them. You know, I've offered, the rights to play in Corpus Christi in exchange for that dude who was throwing 103.
What else
What's
can
his
we
name?
give? What else? Mason Miller.
Mason Miller,
What
right?
else can we give them?
I think that's plenty.
Can we give them some barbecue?
Ryan Presley.
I'll do play-by-play
Deal.
for them.
Paul, Ryan Presley, the rights to Corpus Christi, some brisket. Make the trade. See you later, Paul.
They'd probably, give me a little bit more than Mr. Bossman over here.
No.
Mr. Bossman over here.
I don't handle that part of this boss man job.
I mean,
veto.
Oh wait, is Mason Miller coming back to be a reliever for the Astros and also host 12 to 3 weekdays here?
Well, hey, look, if Doug Gottlieb can do it, I think Mason Miller can do it.
Doug Gottlieb's got a long game to coach. He's got a full basketball game. Miller only has to pitch, get 3 outs.
Yeah, he could
maybe 6.
He could show up. He could show up in the 6th inning every game, and nothing changes.
Yeah,
road games, just give him a Comrex. He can call in like he's Jeremy.
Jeremy's never here.
Yeah.
Do you think the A's are capable of paying me more than the sports radio industry? Serious question.
No.
I don't either. I don't
think so.
either. I wonder how much money they actually have in escrow right now.
I bet you Dallas Braden, their color guy, is the highest paid employee in the company. Besides like a GM.
I thought you were going to say he's doing it for the love of the game.
Like I bet you he makes more than at least half their roster.
Well, half the roster probably makes the minimum.
Yes, but they're so young.
I bet their play-by-play lady, and this is not meant as disrespect to her, but I bet the A's are like, oh, well, she's a woman. We don't have to pay her as much. What?
Statistically, they're right.
I mean,
morally,
there's a wage gap.
Morally, they're wrong. Statistically, they're right.
I mean, the A's might want everyone to believe that they're pioneers, but I mean,
yeah.
Let's be honest about why they're probably doing it. This is the most bare budget operation in sports. It is incredible that they have the ability to travel from one city to the next.
And that next year it's going to get even more bare bones when they start playing in a minor league baseball stadium.
Yeah.
That doesn't have seats in the
Out
outfield.
of Sacramento?
They don't have seats in the outfield?
At least the overhead shots that I saw
So
when they were
like general admissions to get
yeah,
into
they're
the
like,
game?
by the way, here's the Sacramento ballpark, and it's like there's not enough seats.
That's
for it's like basically the only MLB stadium that doesn't have like seats all around the ballpark.
Who do you think makes more in the Bay Area? The people that they're paying to manage the homeless crisis, or Oakland A's players?
Definitely people who manage.
They make a lot of money.
The homeless crisis.
Have you seen what these guys make? It's like 200 G's. It's insane. They don't do anything. They're just like, yep, well, it's not good.
They'll do things like randomly. Like they'll kick them all out of town and then bring them back. Like
Yeah,
the
can
week
we
Only
after.
if China, the
Yeah.
Chinese president's in town.
Can
Yeah.
we put spikes on something? That normally works.
They do it on the benches. Yeah, the
Yeah.
spikes on the bench.
All right. When we get back, the Houston Texans have officially tweeted about Christmas, so that's officially out there as well. We're talking in investments when we get back.
Stocks, portfolios,
and also stocks in Houston sports.
dividends.
When we get back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at the Highway Cantina, where you can get a $9.75 tall Texan margarita, or you can get the large Marge. It'll be like a burning wreckage on, it'll help you enjoy. It won't be a burning wreckage. Yeah, you don't want to hear that. But listen, the Highway Cantina in East Downtown, this is my favorite spot in Houston. And I'm not kidding you guys. Whether it's the drinks that they have or the food offerings, amazing fajitas, oysters, mesquite sausage, all sorts of awesome Tex-Mex items. It's also the location, too. It's right by the ballpark. If you're going to go, why not get a little something that's good and actually worth it before you go into the game? Because we're not talking super expensive here at the Highway Cantina. This is just really good Tex-Mex and really awesome drinks right smack in the middle of downtown. So whether you're working downtown, you're looking for a happy hour, you want to impress the boss, or you're looking for something to do before the game, whether it's a baseball, basketball, or soccer game, the Highway Cantina is your place to go, right on St. Emmanuel. It is the Highway Cantina. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you by.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So, Sean, what do you think the over/under is of when we get our New Year's cards from Paul Gallant this year?
I think we're off the list. After that
we're off the list?
Yeah.
Bringing them in tomorrow.
Okay.
Either tomorrow or we're off the list because he's upset.
But you're not going to see Sean tomorrow.
Yeah.
Facts.
So you can come get it. I'm just going to leave it there.
Come get a beer with us at Decoy after your shift.
I'll think about it. I'll have to see if my schedule's open.
See if Sean likes us or not. So we're talking about investments here, Paul. Because apparently GameStop's the thing again. I've been hearing it in the market scoreboard report that we do, and it makes me laugh every single time.
I don't know why this keeps happening, but I think it's very funny that
GameStop.
People are investing in essentially defunct companies, both GameStop and AMC, and it's the same people that are doing it. And it seems like they're actually doing it to the point where they're making a profit on this stock. And look, I'm not going to try to explain to you the ins and outs of stock trading. All I know is it's getting to the point, again, where these trader companies are preventing people from doing it again, which does seem to be anti-capitalism. But hey, whatever the case, I felt like this is a natural way to, I don't know, dive into talking about.
Do you have any stocks first? Do you have any of that investment stuff?
No,
I have none of it.
I don't know how.
I have.
Same.
I don't know. Like, if I wanted to today after the show, I don't know how to buy stocks. Would be what I look up.
I have something that I put money into.
Okay.
That seems to be going up in value.
Okay.
But I don't know what stocks I'm investing in.
So it's like it probably automatically does it for you. Because I know like there's certain things that do that.
It's not automatic, but I have somebody who manages it for me.
Okay.
And I have no idea what's going on. All I know is I check it every month and I'm like, oh, it went up. Cool. Oh, it went up. Cool. Sometimes it goes down a little bit. Bad.
Bitcoin?
No, I haven't done that.
Same. Not for me.
No.
Thought about it for long and hard for a long time.
There are some people who are still pushing that stuff online.
Whatever. Like maybe one day I'll feel like a total idiot by not doing it.
No.
But it's just it feels like money that it's leaving in my wallet and never coming back.
Look, I'm always very, very careful with my money, except for when it comes to Hawaiian shirts. And I feel like it's going to be very hard to get me to invest any amount of money in any sort of business opportunity. So I'm not in on anything cool. I've also never fallen for anything. Them's the breaks. But I thought thinking about GameStop and about AMC once again all of a sudden blowing up because some internet trolls are effing around to the point where they're actually stopping. If you're going to make any sports investment in Houston, we're talking about teams, we're talking about athletes. What would you invest in right now? You got to pick one above everything. And remember, there's obviously things that you could invest in, like, say, the Houston Texans. But to buy in on the Houston Texans now...
It's not a good time.
Exactly. You know, you're not getting the most bang for your buck. So we're looking for smart investments with real opportunities. Possibly you.
I'm going to go with someone that if I would have bought their stock last year, it would have really hurt me because it would have plummeted in 2023. But it's going to be so low now because we tried to replace him for an entire offseason that I'm going to buy Jalen Petrie stock.
Jalen Petrie, you're in. Okay.
Are you accusing yourself of insider trading?
Yes.
You drove the price down yourself?
I'm a driver. I'm pushing it. Now, I'm not the one pushing Quandre Diggs as much. So Paul's more of the guilty party here of driving Jalen Petrie's stock down the toilet. But I'm going to capitalize on
Diggs
this
is a better player. But
he is a better player. But there's just still something about Jalen Petrie that, like, his rookie year, getting the turnovers, I can't totally be out of him. Like, I would not do this for Dameon Pierce. But, like, if there's going to be a rebound, I would pick Jalen Petrie's stock to be the one I would want to bet on because it feels like there's still a chance it hits big time.
He's not great in coverage, but he is good at being in the right place at the right time. There is a skill to that. I could see him bouncing back.
Yeah. Like, this
But
is like a penny stock. I feel
They got to put him in spots where he can succeed and keep him away from playing center field. And hopefully the guy that they drafted from USC at safety is going to be able to do a little bit more of that specific
He's
job.
got one big problem.
Because Jimmy Ward isn't that guy either.
I've been watching some stuff that people putting out
Bullock.
from USC. Kalen Bullock can't tackle, apparently. Ball hawk, yes. Tackle ability, 0. Like, he's all arms. He looks like he puts no contact in. Maybe it's like people who tweet these things, they have a narrative they want to push. So you never know exactly what you're getting.
USC had a really bad defense, and I'm sure that he was playing chase on a lot of offensive players over the course of the year. But, yeah, that was one of the things on his scouting report is that he's not exactly the best when it comes to angles that he takes.
What about you, Paul? What you buying in? What stock you buying?
So I've been thinking about this. On the Astros side of things, Jeremy Pena seems like a fun one right now.
late.
But you're right. It feels like with the way that this season has started that it might be a little bit too late to get back in on that one. Ronel Blanco's stock, you might not be able to purchase
I was
it
gonna
right
say,
now.
I think it's been delisted.
Yeah, Sean. Especially after this scandal, at least for a little bit of time.
He's old.
Joey Loperfido, it's too early, and it's not like he's hitting home runs or anything like that, you know? So there's no one right now on the Astros. As far as on the Houston Texans, it's also the same kind of spot where as a team and with all the players, everyone is just so hyped up right now. It's almost like you would want to bet against one of them or something if you're going to be tricky.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the Rockets, and
there's a lot of good options on the Rockets.
I really feel like there's something to Cam Whitmore. I think I like Amen Thompson a lot.
I think both rookies are like the top choices.
Yeah.
For anyone on the Rockets. I feel like you have to start with either Amin, who probably stock price a little bit higher just because of
so athletic
and where he started. You know, he was the 4th pick. Whitmore was the 20th. But yeah, I agree with you on both of them.
Whitmore's a little better at shooting. There seems to be something about Whitmore that led to him being drafted 20th. Maybe that's still on the table. So yeah, if I got to invest in anything, it's a safe investment with big upside.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking at him.
I think the Cam Whitmore upside would be the highest of the group.
It certainly feels that way
Because
right
like Cam,
now.
I like him in Thompson, but I don't know. There's just something about watching Cam Whitmore play basketball. I see like superstar moments. Like there's like little moments, little glimpses of like, yeah, maybe it's the flashy dunks, but the way he scores, the way he gets up and down the court.
Also, he's just an
Man.
a-hole.
Yeah.
He's just an a-hole
It's
out
the
there, which is great.
It's the personality, or at least the on-the-court personality. It's the athleticism, and yes, like you said, the way he can score. And right now, I mean, obviously he's 19 or 20, so it's only in like flashes of games, of stretches at the end of a second quarter or something. But you see, and you're like, that stuff's like really hard to do, and most NBA players can't do this, and he can already do it in flashes as a young player. So yeah, I think Whitmore, especially with his stock price probably being the lowest of the core 6, probably more just as far as like the buzziness around him. He's a stock you can retire on because there's a high upside.
He's real bit. He's Bitcoin circa 2000, baby.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else for you, Sean? Or we cover the main ones?
I wanted to try to think of like a off the wall Texans one because like we said, everyone's all over everyone. Everyone loves everyone on this team. I was trying to mentally make a case for like, Keaton Green maybe tough rookie year.
Green could be a real penny stock.
What about one of the corners?
This is please bet responsibly, but it is something where if you want to make the case for him, it's a tough transition for any offensive lineman going from college to pros. He was also on a terrible Texans team making that transition. And then he got hurt in his in training camp of his second year. So there could be, and he played the one bit that we saw of him in the preseason game. I think it's pretty clear he was playing hurt then.
What about Kuda or Henderson?
I was gonna say
no.
the Texans are actually doing this with half the corners.
You put $5 in on that stock, they start like 6 games for you. You probably make money back time.
CJ Henderson.
I'd rather go buy a $2 Mega Million ticket right now. That's the high one, I think. I always look. When it gets to 500, I buy one.
I think I'm going to go home and do that. Get that on the way home.
Yeah?
Yeah. Get you that raise you want.
You won't give me a dime. What are you talking about?
I'll buy us a new signal, and that'll help us all. All right, when we get back, we'll do the flip side of this. What are you selling stock on? And then we got Deep Steel Blue Pill. Tom Brady, CJ Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. That's next.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Let's look at the flip side of the conversation we were just having before we get Deep Steel Blue Pilled. What stock would you sell right now in Houston sports the most? It's at its peak right now. You're selling it. You're cashing out before it dips.
Ooh, that is a good question. Okay, well, on the Houston Texans right now, there's no one that I really want to pull the plug on the Astros. I don't want to do this.
I have an Astros one. It also
Do it.
Yordan Alvarez. I'm selling right now.
Wow.
I'm selling right now. I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't know if I'd sell all the stock, but I'm selling some of it. I don't like what I'm seeing. What?
I'm just surprised.
I mean, look, you got to do something controversial. You could say any of the Astros relievers at this point in time, right? But something's up. Something feels up right now, and it does feel like there's always an injury issue with Yordan right around the corner. When asked about that today, didn't Dana Brown kind of duck around?
Yeah, he said
that?
he just ignored the part where they asked him if he was injured, and then just said he's on a bad streak right now. So you're selling on Yordan right now in case the stock dips. Huh.
I was going to go with Fromber, which is risky because we're saying he should throw a no-hitter tonight. Or at least we want him to
We
throw
wanted to throw a no-hitter.
But also, I'm going to play both sides. Classic stock market. I'm
Yeah.
also selling stock. To get people hyped up, I'm going to say, oh, no-hitter maybe. But also, secretly, the account I don't, that's not connected, shell companies, I'm selling. Well, I'm selling Fromber stock.
Haven't we all been kind of selling Fromber stock
Yeah.
since the
Yes, for sure.
meltdowns last year?
I
Not
think I
just-
would have sold it like the day after his no-hitter last year.
Oh yeah, that's like it's at its peak.
The one that was sandwiched in between his two assaults after
Yes.
giving up a home run against a division rival.
Yeah. Just in case that he's a one-hit wonder, I'm selling all my Nico Collins stock.
Damn.
Just in case.
Damn.
I think he's gonna be good, but it's 1 year. Like,
I feel like
what is he gonna look like with Diggs? Even if he's good, he's not gonna be as good as it was with Diggs. So his value technically would go down a little bit.
I don't know, man. He produced it. He missed 2 games.
I know, but just in case
And there
he's
were
a
some
one-hit
games-
wonder.
And there were some games where Stroud didn't play. I'm looking at Nico, and his ability to stretch the field is shocking considering his size.
Yeah.
His ability to run after the catch is really good. I would not do that with Nico. I'll buy some of the stock you're selling with
Yeah,
Nico.
it was just in case I would, Are we buying any stock of Jose Abreu? There's
No.
videos of
It's
him
pennies.
hitting dingers and
No.
against guys we've never heard of before, and Jeff Bagwell dropping F-bombs.
You know what? Yes, I can't imagine how low his price is. So
It's got to be so low.
like .0000001
Well, like GameStop or AMC low, which is what prompted this conversation.
Yeah.
People are buying
Well,
GameStop stock again.
honestly, AMC and GameStop might be higher.
Jose,
Oh, man.
Jose Abreu is a meme stock. That's what we're saying. That's what we
that's
learned
what
today.
We're saying. That is what we're saying.
All right, what's getting us excited? Let's do some deep steel blue pilled.
Texas Swarm! Okay, guys.
This is a special one for Paul.
This is the most exciting edition of a deep steel blue pill that I've ever had.
Yeah, I wonder why.
It tastes like Willy Wonka's everlasting gobstopper.
Because your daddy.
The schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
Because you're God.
Thank you for
You're
saying
one
it.
true king.
Yeah.
Tom Brady had this to say about our quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
I mean, CJ is a good example. Like, I really appreciated where he came from and all the expectations that he had, and then what he's gone and put together last year with a lot of humility. And I could see, like, when I watch quarterbacks, the first thing I watch is, does he endear himself to his teammates? What are the things that he's saying? What are the things that he's doing to endear himself to his teammates so that he does feel like one of the guys? If he wants to separate himself from the rest of the team, it's not going to go. You're not going to play 20 years. Just not. Because the only way you're going to play is your teammates. Because there's only so much you could do. You can't, there's so many things I sucked at. But the only way that I could get to where I wanted to get to was to have the best teammates. And the only way I could get the best teammates was if I was the best teammate.
How you feeling now?
Hang on.
You feel good?
I'm finishing my prayers.
Yes.
Man, don't you just feel an inner peace when you hear the greatest athlete of all time speaking?
Talking about the great teammate that is CJ Stroud.
Whether at a roast or in that
He doesn't like
comment
those.
on the pivot, right there. I mean, man, just the majesty of his voice and the power of his words and the knowledge that he gave us. And yeah, I will say this about CJ Stroud. He seems about as every man as you're ever going to see a quarterback be. And whether it's that Justin Fields story that we talked about a couple of segments ago about how a lot of his teammates are all of a sudden starting to remark, anonymously, of course, that perhaps he was not as liked as portrayed. And some of the vibes you get from Caleb Williams at USC. Sorry to mention a couple of Bears here, Joe.
Some Aaron Rodgers.
Exactly. It is a forgotten element of being a quarterback, but when your team loves you, it is an advantage. Obviously, you still have to be good, but if you have a guy that is obviously tough, still going to be a leader, but also is just liked by his teammates, who doesn't seem to believe he's above his teammates, that goes a long way. And everything that we saw from CJ Stroud over the past calendar year shows you a guy who was humble, but also a guy who is all of those things that you heard from Tom Brady. Just one of the guys. Will that last forever? Probably not. It's hard to be that guy forever, even eventually for Tom Brady. You know, you're in your 40s. You're the greatest ever to play the game. You've won 6 Super Bowls. You're about to win a 7th. It's going to be hard to relate to everybody in the locker room, but Stroud has that right now, and that is huge for a young team that's trying to figure itself out.
Yeah, I think back to last year when they were feeding us this nonsense about him and Davis, and you have Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil just randomly posting on Instagram about CJ being QB1. It doesn't mean everything, but at the same time, it's like a quick indication, like, okay, they believe right away. The way they talked about him in training camp, you could just tell it was different, and it was a hint of what was to come in the regular season. The way that they discussed CJ Stroud and his prep and his work ethic and the way he played in practice, like they could tell right away.
I don't remember the early things said about Deshaun Watson as well as I'd like to for this segment specifically right now, but I don't remember the vibes being quite this, and that's nothing against that version of Deshaun Watson at the time. Like, this feels like it's on another level. And look, there's lots of teammate hype that you hear every single offseason. I'm just saying that for a change, and perhaps I'm too close to home, this is one that I'm willing to buy into hook, line, and sinker.
Agreed.
This idea that he is the kind of human being that you look at and you're like, yep, that's my leader. I believe that we are always in a game, and I also believe that this guy has my back, so I'm going to make sure I have his back whenever he needs it.
Big time.
Yeah, because it's like, because I think Watson was positive, especially like
true.
Even the teammate stuff, it was positive at the time. But if like on a scale of 1 to 10, it was like a 7 or an 8, where this is like 10 or 11.
Yeah.
This is like breaking the scale. Everyone loves CJ Stroud, who just views him from afar even.
Right.
So there is some next level stuff here.
There are mitigating factors too, because Watson got hurt after I think 7 games his rookie year,
and
so
he
that also makes it a little bit difficult.
Savage was named the starting quarterback in spring training
going into the year,
in
correct.
preseason. So like, it's also kind of weird where like you're gassy, like you want to gas up Deshaun Watson and talk about how great he is, but your coach and everyone there knows that Savage is going to start for 30 minutes and then be benched. So like I think that's also why it's a little different. But no, I do think you're right. Like the Watson stuff, it doesn't feel the same, and it's revisionist history a little bit with the way they're talking about CJ now. But even the way other people talk about CJ, you know, whether like the Colts players we heard from last week, the way that Micah talks about him when they're on their podcast, the way you hear other current NFL players talk about CJ Stroud, and it's not just Tom Brady, it's Peyton Manning, it's Pat McAfee, it's JJ Watt, like all of these like all-time greats not to put Pat in that category, but like all these great players all talk about CJ in a way that they don't talk about Justin Herbert, that they don't talk about really anyone besides Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes.
It really seems like there are no skeptics that are his peers. And I mean, as you were listing all those guys that are on other teams, I've yet to hear somebody say like, CJ Stroud's not all that. Now, obviously, you're going to get that from people in Jacksonville and Nashville and in Indianapolis. And I'm sure some Chiefs fans probably going to say the same thing, or Ravens fans, especially after the way that those two games went last year. But I think that like, if you were to poll most NFL players and ask the question, is CJ Stroud already a top 10 quarterback? I think pretty much like 80 to 90% would say yes.
And and maybe some of this is just because it's his rookie year, so it's early. But there's no, even with Josh Allen, who's consensus number 2, maybe number 3 quarterback in the league for most people, it's turns the ball over a little too much. Like with Lamar, we all know the Lamar doing the playoffs kind of stuff. Herbert, it's also kind of doing the playoffs and actually win something. Like there's a knock. Dak Prescott, there's knocks. Like there's knocks on all these quarterbacks where there's just like no knock on CJ Stroud if you're going to be a detractor,
With time, those knocks could come.
Sure.
Probably will come.
Yeah.
But after 1 year of watching him play and without the statistical production of Patrick Mahomes' first full season as a starter, there is a very big consensus that seem to believe that Stroud is that guy as a dude and that guy as a player. He's young. Plenty of things can change, but I am all bought in on this guy. That's for sure.
All right. My hot take for this segment. When the NFL players finish voting and the NFL Network puts out their top 100 this year, CJ Stroud will be in the top 10. CJ Stroud will be
top 10 overall.
Top 10 overall.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked by that.
Last year, your top 10 was Mahomes, Jefferson, Jalen Hurts, Nick Bosa, Travis Kelce, Joe Burrow, Tyreek Hill, Josh Allen, Micah Parsons, Chris Jones. Those were the top 10 players in the NFL, according to the players when they revealed this.
So the Jalen Hurts spot's going to open up.
Yep, I think so.
And maybe like the Joe Burrow spot because he was hurt.
Yeah,
So-
they just forget about him. It's not like, not forget it, but he's just not at like the top of your mind.
Yeah, I think the here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So according to Will Kunkel, who is putting together a list of people's leaks, in an 11-game stretch between December 15th and December 25th, the Texans will play the Miami Dolphins on December 15th in Week 15, the Chiefs on the 21st, and then the Ravens on the 25th. So the Chiefs, Ravens, Dolphins in 11 days will be their schedule.
Okay.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch. I'm kind of bummed that like all those 3 games are just right in a row. Can we spread the love a little bit? I feel like we're gonna be waiting all season for that. What if the Texans stink?
Yeah, I want to see the full schedule, the full confirmed schedule before I make any sweeping generalizations. But NFL screwed the Texans. Man.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brutal stretch.
They screwed the Texans. They screwed us.
Yeah, they screwed
for how
us.
hard it is to do sports radio around Christmas, and they have the 2 biggest games around Christmas.
And given the history of the Houston Texans, there's a very good chance that what you said a little bit ago, Joe, that all of a sudden it's a disaster season, especially considering they have the 4th strongest schedule in the NFL. It's going to be hard.
All right, let's get to some positive things. You know what's positive? Garbage time. It's fun.
It's not always positive.
Dating life update.
Oh,
LinkedIn girl texted me back finally because of my obnoxious persistence. I refused to take being ghosted for an answer. And
okay. Is that how your text started? I refuse to be ghosted. Give me an answer.
No, I said that Saturday was way too awesome to be ghosted.
Okay, I like that.
LOL, you're persistent. I did have fun Saturday, and you're pretty cool, but I don't think we're really compatible long term, you know? Oh, no. So I don't think it'll work out as anything. I think that's ageism. You're
saying she's old? You're old?
She's 24. I'm 35, so yeah. What? Don't look at me like that.
I didn't look at you like that. I
told you that right away.
That she was 24?
I didn't know either when I asked her out.
Oh, okay.
I think you mentioned something year oriented, and I did the rough math. I was like, oh, she's younger than I am at least.
I didn't even ask her for the age, but yeah, I did the rough math as well.
Would you have done do you think if you just would have got rid of the grays a little bit, it would have
helped you? F off, Joe. F off.
You said this segment's positive.
Yeah.
This has been the most negative.
You're laughing.
Joe, age is just a construct,
Joe's
okay?
laughing. I don't know why.
No.
I'm laughing.
I'm not taking this as a no either. I'm not.
No.
I'm not going to be creepy about it. What?
I think you have to.
No.
No.
No. I said why? What's the harm in a second date? To explain why. What's the harm in a second date?
Bail.
You're a coward. You're not.
Get out.
Bears fan, loser mentality. I'm sorry. I am the descendant.
See you tomorrow at the decoy when Paul gets a restraining order handed to him.
What for not taking no for an answer? Is that so bad?
I know it looks bad, but Jay Cutler would try to fit that ball through that window, all right? That's what Paul's going to be doing. You should respect that as a Bears fan.
I do love Jay Cutler.
He's the Jay Cutler of the dating world.
All right, well, okay. If this doesn't work out, your boy might have to go back to the dating apps. And
LinkedIn?
Per the head of Bumble, this is what might be happening on Bumble in the near future.
Our focus with AI is to help create more healthy and equitable relationships. And that also starts with yourself. How can we actually teach you how to date? How can we help you show up in a better way?
So give me an example.
Okay, so for example, you could in the near future be talking to your AI dating concierge and you could share your insecurities. I just came out of a breakup. I have commitment issues. And it could help you train yourself into a better way of thinking about yourself. And then it could give you productive tips for communicating with other people. If you want to get really out there, there is a world where your dating concierge could go and date for you with other dating concierge. No, truly. And then you don't have to talk to 600 people. It will go scan all of San Francisco for you and say, these are the 3 people you really ought to meet.
I'm so glad that everyone laughed at that.
That's so funny that the person I started laughing and then the lady laughed in her face.
And there was someone laughing at the crowd as well. But that's what's next. That's what they want from us.
Oh my gosh.
They would like us to have the artificial intelligence take all the control away, including our ability to pick who we date.
I do.
Thanks, Bumble.
They are getting rid of the women have to message first, I saw.
Wait, they
On
are?
Bumble, yeah.
Huh, good luck with that. I don't think that's going to make it a better place.
Yeah, that just made me laugh very
hard.
Like, why would people use that?
Well,
I mean, I know people out there struggle. Okay,
some people just don't want to take the time to actually
you
go
wouldn't
out
use
in the world and go on
AI
a date.
to help you because you're a loser.
Damn, Joe. This is a positive segment, Joe.
Where's the positivity?
There's no positivity.
You don't have to be a loser.
To use AI to help you date?
They're just sifting through it. The AI is helping you sift through all the other losers
Now, to be
that you
fair,
don't want to
the
date.
starts you have to do it so we can get a report. You're not a loser. You're just on a cold streak.
It's a quite cold streak.
Jordan Alvarez. You're Jordan
I mean,
Alvarez.
again,
You're Jordan
I
Alvarez.
did a spin class on a Saturday morning with
Paul,
my ex.
The cream will rise to the top.
Just like Dana Brown believes in Jordan Alvarez, we believe in you. Okay?
What
Sean,
else
you
do we
really got nothing for us for dating stories? Like I do feel like we put this all on Paul.
No.
You got nothing?
No.
Just living life?
Nothing I want to share.
You and the Bandana Boys?
Paul's were more open with it. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, honestly, you know what my biggest fear was when I didn't hear back from her for a little bit? I was like, oh, she must have heard me talking about her as LinkedIn girl. I've gotten in trouble multiple
She's
times.
24. She doesn't listen to the radio.
Hey, I think that's ageist too. Well, what, a young person doesn't listen to the radio?
No. Just saying.
They love me some me.
I really don't.
They love me some.
Maybe you did tell us like a year, and it required me to do math. So
I probably didn't say it too loud. I didn't want you guys to judge me.
You can go younger. What's the youngest you'd go? 21?
I'm not answering that question.
What? It's a fair question.
I don't know. Age is just a construct, man.
As long as they can buy a drink at the bar, I think
yes,
you're okay.
All right,
literally, can they get
we're
into a
running out
bar?
of time, guys.
All right,
before Paul gets in
goodbye. I'm
trouble.
sure Jerry, Brandon, and Joel
Jeez,
are upset that
Joe.
we're still talking. Goodbye.
Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Busy show. Texans schedule is going to come out. It's already pretty much all out. We'll talk about that. Granado gave a schedule leak earlier today.
I heard that.
It was the worst schedule leak ever.
It was
I'm not sure he's going to get one game right. Well, the Jets one I think is technically right, although the date's wrong. He has the right week, but I think he said it was going to be Thursday Night Football, and it's like a noon start. Or is it Packers?
Lance
maybe?
was like starting to defend it too, going, I work for
Online?
the NFL Network. No,
on air?
during the show. I work for the NFL Network. And Dell was like, no, not really, because your schedule right now that you're claiming to be accurate is literally the Bears that's been out is playing someone in week 6, and Lance's like,
I made the mistake of posting it on Twitter, and I'm getting crushed for being the messenger of the schedule leak. So it's the worst schedule leak of all time. But we are getting some real leaks that we'll get to. We'll talk about that, what it means for the Texans, blah, 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 blah. But we're going to start with the Astros, and we're not going to talk about Ronel Blanco yet. We're going to talk about Ronel Blanco in about 10, 12 minutes. We're going to talk about everything that went on. We're going to talk about how it relates to the rest of Major League Baseball and other pitchers that it's happened to in the past. But first, let's focus on the good that came from that game yesterday. Astros winning it 2-1. And look, you did lose your starting pitcher after the third inning, so that is difficult to try to overcome, losing your starter in the third inning. Good news, he didn't give up a run. And then your bullpen was fantastic after that. Except for one. Taylor Scott, 2 shutout innings. Rafael Montero, 3. He struck out the side.
Yep.
Struck out the side. Brian Abreu, shutout inning. Ryan Presley, a little bit stressly. And then Josh Hader, yet again, Hader the gamer, goes 2 shutout innings. He puts up the goose egg in the top of the 10th, which allows for the heroics and Victor Caratini getting the walk-off for the Astros. Astros win, yay. They've won 5 of 6. That was a huge win for the Astros, and everything that happened in that game, too, maybe it's one that continues this springboard for the Houston Astros.
Look, 5 out of 6 by itself is something that we wanted to see. But kind of to your point, my unsung hero last night was Hader. The fact that Hader, for the third time, comes up with multiple innings. I'm looking down there, and you're hearing TK and Blummer talk about it too, and I'm going, oh my God, if we get to Dubin, it's over. I was extremely impressed with Oakland's bullpen first and foremost, but secondly, we've seen this play out before where they get to the 10th inning, they get to the bottom of the barrel of their bullpen, and then they cough another game up, and you're like, this is one you didn't want to lose because of everything you went through and everything you've got going momentum-wise, as you mentioned, going forward. And yet Hader steps up big. He does his job. Second and third, 1 out, gets out of that. No runs scored. You get it done in the bottom half of the inning, and all's well that ends well. Fantastic. Yeah, they're going to be challenged going forward because of the fact that you had to go that deep into the bullpen, but it had been a lot more difficult to take if you knew that and you lost that game last night.
If you're throwing the big 3 in a game, if you're throwing Brian Abreu, you're throwing Ryan Presley, if you're throwing Josh Hader, that's a game that you need to win. And quite frankly, there's been a lot that's went wrong with the Astros so far this year, 17-25, getting closer to 500, 42 games into the season. A lot has gone wrong. But the fact that you've blown 8 saves whenever you have this big 3, I think is the biggest reason that you're in this spot. So when those guys throw, you're expected to win those games. You should win 90% of the games, maybe more, if those guys are throwing. Now, you're not always going to have the lead. Sometimes they're going to be throwing in a tie game. You got to score, you got to scratch. But when those guys are throwing, when the big 3's throwing, you have to win those games. Those are games that you must win. And you're wasting games. If they all 3 pitch and you lose that game, well, now you're behind the 8 ball tomorrow,
double whammy,
next day. So you lose the game, and then you're behind the 8 ball the next day because you threw all your leverage guys, and those leverage guys aren't available.
Yeah.
When those guys throw, it is imperative to win the baseball game.
No question. And because of the fact that in the past, whether it's the fact that Presley normally, you wanted to handle him with kid gloves, if he got, throwing 2 days in a row or 3 out of 4 and all those things. Abreu's about the only guy that they don't do those kind of things with. Hader, we know in the past that the rumors about him were that he would never go more than an inning. Now he's done it 3 times for you, and that's a huge bonus. But we know how important the back 3 was supposed to be all season long. But we also know that they have been less than that to get to this point in the season or close to it. So now when the team is kind of finding its stride, the last thing you can ill afford to do is burn those guys, take an L, and then know that 2 or 3 of them are probably not going to be available for a stretch where you don't have a game off for a while. So big time win for them. I felt very uneasy the whole time looking, as the pitcher, if they kept getting by another pitcher going, oh man, this goes to extras. I just had that feeling we've seen this play out, but thankfully they got the win.
The Hader thought he gave up a home run.
Oh, did you hear him? Yeah. The F-bomb was very audible the minute that the bat met the baseball.
I'm surprised TK didn't apologize to all the children immediately because he thought that ball was gone. But then he was able to work out of the jam, got out of it, and then the Astros win it in the bottom of the 10th. I can't say enough good things about Hader because, and look, I think it's fair to criticize Josh Hader for not taking the ball in a pennant, in the stretch drive in a pennant race. I think it's fair. Well, he's only going to give you 3 outs. I think it is fair to talk about a pitcher and be like, hey, I don't love a guy like that. What I like about Hader, though, is okay, well, now that I got paid, I'm at your service. I'm at your will. And Hader's proven that narrative. Look, I don't really think it's a narrative. I think it was true. I think it was a fact. But now that he's gotten paid, he got his carrot, so to speak, and now he's willing to give you whatever he has, and I admire that.
Well, I think that, it's kind of similar to what we talked about yesterday when we were talking about Bregman. Sometimes, as difficult it is for the fan base and sometimes even the team to accept, guys are going to make business decisions based on their own individual situation. Bregman put on the 20-some pounds. He started, changing his swing, trying to get more lift, doing a bunch of stuff because it's a contract year, because he's trying to get paid. Hader was the same thing. At least there was more transparency in the fact that he was coming out and just basically saying, hey, you know what? It was basically until I got paid. Because I didn't want to do something that damaged my arm, put me in an arbitration year, and then put me behind the 8 ball trying to make money because I would be hurt and medically teams wouldn't want to touch me. The fact that he got his money and now is willing to do whatever, as you mentioned, and especially for this team now because of how we've been worried about the bullpen, it's huge. And the fact that he seems like he not only talked about it when he signed about wanting to fit into this culture and how it meant something to him to play here, but it seems like he wants to be that kind of teammate, and they need that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good to see that. Really good to see that. Mason Miller's a behemoth,
oh my,
by the way. He's 25, 24, 25.
Filthy,
25 years old.
Filthy. That guy is really good.
So I've seen tweets about him before this series. I didn't know his story. I hadn't heard of him last year, actually. He actually pitched 33 innings last year, appeared in 10 games, actually started 6 games. Looks like an opener, though, because he only threw 33 innings. So this was the first year I'd ever heard of Mason Miller. So yesterday after the game, I went and did a deep dive on Mason Miller. What's his story? What's his background? Where did he come from? Where was he drafted, et cetera, et cetera. Right. This guy was homeschooled. Mason Miller was this homeschooled freak that all of a sudden throws gas. He went to some random prep school. He went went to college, but it was a college I don't remember. And then he transferred to Gardner-Webb for his 5th and final year. He was at some no-name college, almost D2 baseball. And then for his 5th and final year, he transferred to Gardner-Webb, which I think they have a pretty decent baseball program, but it's Gardner-Webb. It's not like this Power 7, Power 5, Power 6 school. It's Gardner-Webb. But he threw gas at Gardner-Webb. He was drafted in the 3rd round and has been on the skyrocket to the big leagues. That guy might be the best reliever in baseball. And, back of the baseball card, he hasn't done it long enough. Okay. If you had to get 1 out right now, everybody's healthy. It's the best hitter in all of baseball. If you had to get 1 out, I'm not sure my answer isn't Mason Miller.
But think about this, Jeremy. What did we just get to talking about with Hader? A guy that until he got paid wasn't willing to go 2 innings? That dude did 2 innings easy for you last night.
Yeah, well, Hader did that early in his career too, though. He stopped doing it whenever he became, eligible for arbitration.
But I'm saying in terms of value and what he means to a team, one, he's got filthy stuff. He's
so
touching
good.
103, not just once every blue moon. He's doing it pretty consistently. He struck out, 6 out of 7 guys or 5 out of 6 guys he faced last night.
He should have struck out Singleton. That was a bad call.
Yeah, two straight innings that he is locked down for you. His slider is not bad. He can locate it. And my goodness, the more I saw him, I was thinking this guy might be the best kept secret in baseball right now because he's impressive.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a man crush on Mason Miller, and I'm not scared to admit it. That guy is filthy. What'd you think of Presley's inning?
I mean, the bloop double's unfortunate from Toro, but it's kind of like with the baseball gods. It just seems like when it ain't going good for you, you're going to find a way to keep that kind of negative thing going for a little bit until you can find a way to sometimes get a slump buster to bust out of it. Unfortunate, disturbing, aggravating, just kind of one of those things. I mean, it wasn't like he gave up a laser, but the double set the table, and then he got he couldn't get keep him from scoring. So it was unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to demote him. I put Brian Abreu in the 8th, although you still have to, get scoreless innings, et cetera, et cetera. Riss says that I thought Myers crushed it in the 10th. Oh, that was a fake Tony Stark. I thought Myers crushed it in the 10th, but it was only a sacked fly. It really wasn't even a sacked fly, which I hate that rule. He should get credit for his sacrifice there, but he doesn't. And then Riss says that Myers bunting scared me. I thought he had a great plate appearance there, Myers. Great plate appearance.
I think the bigger thing for Riz is the fact that when you look at it, there's a majority of Major League Baseball these days that can't play to lay down a bunt, but at least he was able to differentiate pitches that were in the zone, out of the zone.
Yeah.
He forced the count to get to 3-2 eventually. And then he caught it off the end of the bat. Otherwise, that ball easily could have been off the wall or further and better. So it was a good at bat.
TK thought it was gone.
I think he did too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought, because TK thought it was good.
The replay, you saw that it was a great, slow-mo to see exactly where it hit. And it hit basically way on the end of the bat. If he gets that anywhere closer to the barrel, I don't think there's any doubt that ball's probably gone.
Yeah, good at bat. Good at bat. I hate that it didn't give credit for a sacrifice, though. It's stupid. 9953, second-time hater was what we thought he would be in a non-save 2-inning scenario. Maybe he'd be more comfortable as the high-leverage 7 or 8 guy, move-off closer. I don't think Hader's the problem with this bullpen. Hader, don't mess with Hader. Hader's just fine.
It's the guy before him.
Yeah, and look, some of the peripheral numbers I know show that Presley's been better than he is. Good. Let's hope that that's what happens from May 15th forward. 5046, could this be the greatest comeback in sports history if the Astros make the playoffs this year?
No, I don't think we're going to go that far. But let's also pump the brakes because they got to stay hot and keep doing what they're doing. But it's a nice start to what we needed to see.
Yeah, I mean the Astros are off to a better start than the Tombstone Astros were in 2005. Now you can go to the Boston Braves record or whatever. I don't think it's the greatest comeback in sports history if the Astros make the playoffs.
I was but if you asked me what is,
probably Buffalo against the Oilers.
You're probably right.
Probably Buffalo against the Oilers.
Yeah, in any sport. I'm saying from a baseball perspective. I can't think of. I mean, yeah, the Astros didn't win it, but that was a hell of a comeback the Tombstone year. The fact that the Phillies came back from way down last year, or was it 2 years ago, and got to the World Series, that was impressive.
There was some Yankee Red Sox stuff back in the I don't even remember the years.
I mean, wouldn't it have to be the Red Sox
the Boston
coming
Massacre?
from down 03?
Yeah, they're coming down. 03.
But just from a season perspective,
Yeah.
digging yourself a massive hole and being able to come out of it. And ride the wave.
There was the year where it was the Yankees Red Sox. I don't know what year. I have no idea. But it was called the Boston Massacre, and the Yankees came back from some amazingly 6 or 7 games back with 2 to 3 weeks to play. And I think that was the Bucky Dent year because I think it went to game 163, and then Bucky Dent is the one who put the cherry on top of the Boston Massacre. I'd have to go figure out the details
that
on
was
that.
A day game.
Was
back
it?
in the day?
Did Fenway have lights?
Yeah.
Remember Wrigley Field didn't have lights until the 80s.
Right. The Wrigley was the last one, but yeah, that was when baseball couldn't get a primetime national TV deal.
All right, let's talk about the Ronel Blanco situation. Got ejected from yesterday's game because of sticky stuff on his glove. 713-780-ESPN Busy Show, a schedule release, Ronel Blanco sticky stuff, twitch.tv/ESPN975. That's where to find us. Or ESPN Houston on YouTube. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville, who could be a good friend of yours too because he can get your hair back. If you're losing your hair, you've got thinning, balding, you don't think there's anything you can do about it, I'm here to tell you there is a solution using your own hair that is a game changer. It is called the Neograft procedure. He also does something called PRP, which you've heard with athletes use it for their knees and their joints with the platelet-rich therapy that kind of rejuvenates what's going on with your muscles. It can also do the same thing with your hair. There's 2 different options. Both are very effective. Both get results, and both are offered by Doc Linville here in Houston, Texas. What you need to do is go to 975hair.com right now, because if you listen to us and you go to that website, you can get a free consultation with Doc and his staff to find out how they can help you get your hair back too. I say too because I did the procedure. It was phenomenal. It was painless. It was just one of the easiest things I've ever been through, and I saw the hair follicles immediately. I saw the actual full results in about 6 to 9 months, and I couldn't be happier with what he was able to do for me. He can do the same thing for you too. You don't have to pay a single thing out of pocket or commit to anything because you listen to us and you want to talk to him. By the way, the consultation normally costs $150 for you. It's free. 975hair.com, set up the consultation, go in, have them explain it to you, ask questions, get answers, see if you're the next in line to get the great procedure. I said I did it. I will speak for him as long as he wants me to because I believe in it. And I'm telling you, it's the real deal. Check him out today. Tell him I sent you by. It's 975hair.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Ronel Blanco was ejected for sticky stuff yesterday. Coming back out to start the fourth inning, his glove was checked. The umpires found that it was sticky. They ejected him from the game, sent his glove to the commissioner's office. Of course, if you're caught using the sticky stuff, whatever it is, you get ejected, and a 10-game suspension is coming up. Ronel Blanco mentioned afterwards, plan is to appeal it based on what they hear. Watching that kind of transpire was weird, so bizarre, because you come out of and it's one thing to like be there because you start to see the buildup. Oh, you see the umpires out there waiting for them. You see them come together, but the way that the shin, and they have no choice during commercial break. They come out, they like do like this ad, and then it's like the umpires are huddled around, and there's Ronel Blanco in the background. Like, what in the world just happened? But
yeah,
not,
the guys
not
were
great.
still doing all the infield work, and he was the only guy on the field. And then thankfully later on they doubled back, and Blummer was able to say, because I was unaware of the fact that it's like random drug testing. They can look at the mitt and your hand whenever they want.
Yeah.
I always thought it was because you always see it going to commercial break, the pitcher leaving the mound and on his way to the dugout, and one of the first base ump or the home plate ump runs out there, does the hand check real quick, blah, 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 done. I was not aware of the fact that they randomly do it before an inning starts too, which kind of was my first thing. Like, that's why it was so confusing at first, because I'm like, what's he doing? And is he allowed to do that? Is that normal? Or is that something he's doing as a special trip because he saw something when he went back to the – and then it was just all of his hand gestures to the press box and all the things he was doing. I thought he trying to land a plane, or what's he doing with Blanco? And then all hell broke loose.
That was the weird thing to me. It's like, I didn't know that you could I knew that you could with relievers. Like when relievers come in games, they usually check them first. I didn't realize with a starter that you could do it whenever you wanted. I went in and was Googling that, but I was unaware of that as well. Now, some of what was said after the game, like the Astros, I mean, basically admitted this. Joe Espada said in his postgame, I looked at the glove and it looked to me like there was rosin and sweat combined. Ronel Blanco talking through an interpreter after the game. Yeah, I think it was rosin that mixed with sweat. And it's against the rules. Like, it's against the rules to have that on your non-throwing hand or your glove. So I mean, the Astros basically admitted guilt here. So I really had no problem with the ejection. I have no problem with what's going to come with a suspension. Does it put the Astros in a tough spot? Yes, it does. It really makes it very difficult for a spotter to handle the pitching staff in the midst of 29 of 30, with still 21 of 22 left in that 29 of 30, depending on when he serves the suspension or drops the appeal of a suspension, whatever happens. I don't have a problem with the ejection. Like, that is the rule. Yeah, is it a bad rule? That's up for debate. That's something you can argue, but it is the rule. Cannot have sticky stuff, cannot have the rosin combined with the sweat on the non-throwing hand for a pitcher. Now, what I don't like about this is that it does not seem consistent with the rest of Major League Baseball. Domingo Germán for the Yankees last year, actually, he got busted twice. They kicked him out of the second game. The first game, he was just told, hey, go wash your hands, switch your gloves. I think it was Clay Holmes of the Yankees that also had that happen. So what I don't like is the consistency of how this rule is enforced. If that is against the rules, okay, I have to adhere to the rules. Throw me out of a game, suspend me. That is the rules of baseball. I don't like the gray area of how one umpiring crew is going to eject the guy, and then you have 2 or 3 other umpire crews that say, you know what, just go wash your hands and you can keep throwing.
So Germán did it. Then I did a little bit of a deep dive last night and this morning, and a year ago to the day, yesterday, Schmidt of the Yankees was caught. He had a black glove on his non-pitching hand. He had black dye remnants from the glove, which first tipped off the umpires. When they looked, it was sticky and it was moist. They did the same thing. They told him he had to go in and wash his hands. It was against Cincinnati. And then he was able to continue. 2 days ago, Yamamoto of the Dodgers came out after his first or second inning, and the umpires said that there was a white, powdery, sticky substance on his glove.
I don't think Yamamoto was sticky stuff. I think it was because he had too much white on the glove. I don't think it was stickiness.
It depends. I saw 3 different articles, and 2 of the writers said that they identified a white, powdery substance on the glove that was somewhat sticky, so they asked him to change the glove. So to your point, what are we doing? I mean, if it's anything on the arm or the glove, are we just telling him wash your hands and change the glove? Or if it's on the glove and the arm, like they indicated after the game that he said he was putting stuff on his non-pitching arm, the rosin, then he's ejected. Like, you can't have it one way one time and a different way the next. It has to be consistent, or what are we doing?
Yeah, that's the biggest issue I have. Because, I mean, Espada said what he said, yes. Yeah, there was I think, rosin combined with sweat on the glove. Okay, well, that's an ejection, and that's a suspension based on how the rule is written. But you got to do it with the other guys that also happens here. And then it begs the question, well, what's the difference? And you look at some of what was said by the umpires after the game. Laz Diaz, Blanco said it was just rosin, and we told him this is not rosin. So that is the line of demarcation. Is like, if you think that it's rosin and sweat, like, they'll allow you to go wash your hands and get a new glove, all of that. But if they feel like it's more than rosin, well, now they're going to throw you out of the game, and they're going to have Major League Baseball is going to do their background test with all the science, and then they're probably still going to suspend you because Max Scherzer had the rosin and sweat, and they suspended him. So the fact that it's so gray is what I don't like. Now you have different crews that are trying to judge what is sticky, how much is too sticky. Is this enough stickiness to throw him out of a game? Is this not enough stickiness to keep him in the game? So I think there should be the universal rule. If you find sticky stuff on the glove, whatever it is, whether you think it's rosin or whether you don't think it's rosin, it should be an ejection. It should be an ejection and a suspension.
Yeah, it has to be consistent. I mean, because, you think about it in the past, there are pitchers that change gloves. Fromber was one of those guys. They change gloves every inning sometimes, or they keep changing things. But you have to have consistency. And if you're not going to, I don't know if you saw the David Cohn video like a year ago or so. The other thing that bothers me is, you're not chemists. You're not the experts that go in and say, well, that's rosin or that's not, unless you know the different combinations of sweat, water, and rosin that can actually. Cohn did the video where he could actually put it on his fingertips, touch it to a baseball, and hold the baseball up off the table to realize that's pretty damn sticky. If you're able to do that and take gravity out of the equation, that means it's got some hold to it. It's got some stick. The first base umpire said it was the stickiest thing he's ever felt on a glove.
Yeah, he said it was the stickiest stuff I've felt on a glove since we've been doing this for a few years now. Now, how much of that is an umpire defending his actions?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that's tough for me to take that seriously. But at the same time, like, hey, you felt sticky stuff. A guy should be ejected. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem that Blanco was ejected. And McTaggart just tweeted that Major League Baseball has issued a suspension to Ronel Blanco 10 games, undisclosed fine. Now he can't appeal that, and should he? We'll talk about it in a moment.
Right.
713-780-ESPN. A couple of the other things that were said off of this. Asked if the umpires could determine what the substance was. Laz Diaz says, we don't determine that. We just felt it was sticky enough that our fingers got stuck. So if the line of demarcation is you feel like it's great, like listen to what Laz Diaz said on two different answers. Blanco, said it was just rosin, and then we told him that it's not rosin. Later, Diaz asked if the umpires could determine what the substance was. Diaz said, we don't determine that. We just felt it was sticky enough that our fingers got stuck. That's talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Sure is.
You said that it was more than rosin, and now you're saying that you can't determine what the substance was. You said it was greater than rosin. So again, kind of the vague, gray inconsistencies of this. If you want to be strict with this rule, I have no problem being strict with this rule. It's got to be universal. It's got to be consistent. Joe Espada said from his vantage point that he saw rosin mixed with sweat on Ronel Blanco's glove. Of course, that's illegal. Blanco said through an interpreter, what I told him, the umpires, is that he found something sticky in my glove, he should also check my hand because it should also be on my hand, Blanco said. He didn't want to check my hand. I don't think that matters, quite frankly, with all due respect to Ronel Blanco. I don't know why that is actually pertinent.
But then one of the articles I was reading in the Schmidt deal with the Yankees last year was that was part of the reason why he was allowed to wash his hands and wipe the glove down and be able to come back in the game, because the umpires then continued on by checking his hands when they realized there was no sticky stuff. That's when they allowed it to continue. So if he doesn't have sticky stuff on his hands, again, to your point about consistency, you're either going to have a checklist of checkpoints, and this is what's done when you find sticky stuff, and this is the ramification, or you're not, because doing this just by on a whim, what you feel, gut feeling, is it rosin, is it not, and what I believe was affecting or not affecting his pitching, you can't do that. It's not just by your discretion. It has to be the rules by the letter of the law, because this is a very, very, obviously a big issue in baseball, and it has been for several years.
Yeah, the consistency of it is flat out ridiculous. The first thing that I asked myself was, like, is Blanco getting an advantage here? Is he been doing this all year? Because he's been really, really good. So I think those are questions you have to ask. I saw some other people, I'm not smart enough to do these studies, where they measured RPMs, Ronel Blanco this year versus last year, and then this year versus his start yesterday, and they're actually really consistent. Yep. So I don't think Ronel Blanco was gaining a competitive advantage. Again, broke the rules. Yes, he should have been ejected. I think that he should be suspended. Just everybody else should be as well. But I don't think he was actually gaining a competitive advantage. I do believe him that he was unaware of the rule. And, like, it's the other weird part is you can use it on your arm. You can use it on your non-throwing arm, right? You can use it on your throwing hand. You can use it on your non-throwing arm. It just can't be on the hand, and it can't be on the glove of the non-throwing hand, which is, confusing.
That's the weird thing, too. It can be on your forearm.
Yeah.
But it can't be on your hand or the glove.
Right, exactly. And two things about it. Like, Ronel Blanco was sweating like a pig. Like, go watch that first inning. I put a tweet out about it. Like, he was, and I noticed it in the first inning. It just, obviously you don't think that he's going to get ejected later. But he was sweating profusely. And then J.P. Sears changed jerseys because he sweat through his uniform, the pitcher that was pitching opposite of Ronel Blanco. And then the other thing, I went back and I watched the third inning today, because it's like, okay, well, I understand why the rule's in place, because if you get rosin and sweat, you get into the glove, you're trying to get, grip on the baseball. Maybe you're rubbing up the baseball over and over. You're kind of going to the glove and doing that stuff. I went back and watched the third inning. I never saw Ronel Blanco take his glove off, so he can't rub down the baseball, and I never even saw him go at his glove. So I don't, again, suspension, understand, ejection, fine. I do not think that Ronel Blanco is gaining a competitive advantage, which is good news in terms of his 2024 being for real and not this Mike Scott scuffing the baseball type of rumor.
Think about it, because they were calling out Fromber a year ago. Fromber was rubbing down baseballs. Fromber sweats profusely. I forget who they were playing in the dugout was calling for him to be examined over and over again. It was really ticking off Dusty because they kept going to it, because it might have been even a playoff game.
I don't remember, but I remember the situation, but I don't remember who
and he kept going
when.
Like from the wrist to the ball to his temple, and then rubbing everything down. I looked at some of the thing. You're more our numbers guy and analytics guy and all that spin rate stuff too. You find that a lot easier than I do, but I saw some of it looking for the same thing. Like, because if you remember, I think it was either Herman or it was Severino, but one of the two Yankees got dinged for it, also threw a no-hitter that year. So I was like, okay, are they going to try to say that Blanco's no-hitter wasn't legit and his start this year wasn't legit. And the more you look at the numbers, the more, to your point, they were pretty consistent throughout, even into last night's game, that it didn't seem that there was a competitive advantage. It didn't seem that there was a big difference. So then, I think hopefully it's a lot easier to say he wasn't full-blown cheating, because the one thing that was very, very telling to me was Dallas Braden, who does color analyst and a former pitcher in Major League Baseball, who threw a no-hitter for doing the A's. You're playing against the A's. You could easily just say, oh, they're cheating and go at it from the homer perspective of being the A's telecast. Instead, he was the guy that defended him, saying, hey, man, when you get the sweat that rolls down your arm and with the rosin and it can get inside your mitt and it can chunk up and get sticky, that's what he thought it was. As an ex-pitcher, that was a little bit more relieving to me to say he wasn't actually trying to get a competitive advantage.
Yeah, I don't think that he realized what was happening. I don't think he realized that was a rule. And he even talked about it post-game. He said that, he's seen other pitchers, which, again, you can use it on the arm.
That's the
You can use it to drive. And they also put it on the stinking mound. Like, this goes back to the sign stealing stuff. It's like, okay, this is going to be against the rules, but we're going to give you all this technology. Just don't do this one thing that we don't want you to do. It's like the same thing with the rosin bag. We're going to give you the rosin bag. Just don't do that one thing that you can't. So you can't do.
And you see guys pound their forearm when they're sweating with the rosin bag. So you can do it on your forearm, but don't put it on your hand. But God forbid if the sweat from the forearm that you put it on slides down into your hand or on your hand or in your mitt, then you face suspension and you face ejection. Like, and you can't put gauze on around your wrist or wear a wristband to keep it from going onto your hand.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's weird. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Bill and Katie, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hello, how you doing? Good. I just want to know, how much do y'all think this is personal? He's in the Astros uniform. Do you think there's any remorse or anything? Because when the Yankees pitcher does it, it's okay. But when we do it, you're out of there. That's all I got to say.
I've seen that be a prevalent opinion on Twitter. I don't think that they're looking to go get the Astros in this situation. I mean, this is something that's protocol through umpires in baseball. It's been that way, and it's done as a regiment every game for the last couple of years, to where, I mean, if you feel it, you notice it, you have to say something about it. I think, to our point, there has to be more consistency in how it's enforced when you do feel it or find it. It is a little, I get it, though, it's a little bit bothersome.
Yeah.
Especially when you talk about, well, the Yankees and the Dodgers got away with it, and the Astros didn't.
Yeah, I think that there's some protecting big markets, like when we talk about sign stealing and stuff. I don't really think that's the case here. I think this is more just inconsistency amongst crews, because it's very difficult. Like, okay, this umpire crew on the left and then this umpire crew on the right, you guys have to tell me what's too sticky and what's not too sticky. It's like, okay, which wine is good? Like the umpiring crew on the left and the umpiring crew on the right might have two different tastes. They might have two different interpretations. They might have two different opinions. That's why it's got to be consistent across the board. If it's sticky on the glove, you shouldn't be the gatekeeper on what's too sticky or not. If there's any stick at all, ejection, suspension, let's be consistent across the board. But I don't think that it was like a vendetta against the Astros. I don't believe that.
I think when you think about it, it's like different umpires have different strike zones. Different crews have different ways of calling, say, pass interference or roughing the quarterback in football, or in basketball. You call it a tight game, or you letting them play and letting them get physical. I mean, every crew is different, and every umpire has his own interpretation, obviously, and opinion of how to call that specific rule. And it's going to vary from crew to crew. And unfortunately, with this crew, and I say unfortunately, but because it didn't benefit the Astros, but at the same time, this crew probably got it right by the rules.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this crew, actually. Now, the last Diaz, well, we felt it was more sticky than rosin, but then we're not going to determine what is rosin and what is not. Like, okay, well, that's a contradiction. But yeah, I have no problem with ejection, and I have no problem with suspension. Let's just be consistent, guys. 713-780-ESPN. Espada made a couple of questionable decisions yesterday. They all worked, but let's talk about them. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what else works? HRP. HRP is fantastic. It works every time, and it's making your business better. It's taking a lot off of your plate so you can spend time on growing your business back up or doing other things you like to do. My colleague, Cougs, U of H class of 1990, he's He's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. He used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's protecting your business. He is in the business. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Wherever you're weak, they're going to help you there. Wherever you're strong, they might not help you there. Wherever you need the help, that's where HRP is going to help you. Nothing cookie cutter. They can help with everything. They can help with very little. They're going to create a plan, though, for what you and your business needs. Their customer service is fantastic. You're going to love their customer service. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. Everybody you talk to will be familiar with you, and they'll be familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service. We use it here, of course, at Gal. Very fortunate that we use it here at Gal. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Up the middle, walk off for the second time this year. Victor Caratini wins it again for the Astros, 2-1.
I had a little, that's our friend, by the way, Todd. We're friends with that guy. Todd Callis joins us each and every Friday. He'll be joining us again this Friday. Astros get the walk-off. Victor Caratini has the clutch gene. I question this call from Joe Espada. I'll admit, I'd rather be wrong than do the hindsight 2020 game anyways. You had a runner at third, less than 2 outs, and you have Mauricio Dubon, who's scheduled to hit, who is maybe the most elite contact hitter in all of baseball. Let's be very clear what I said. I said contact. He's really good at touching the baseball. I didn't want a pinch hit in that spot. I was questioning the decision. Now, it worked out. Hey, Espada, you made the call. Great call. I'm not going to criticize moves that you were wrong. But whenever you saw that the pinch hit was coming, what were your thoughts?
Well, with Caratini, I felt okay with him from the left. I felt, coming up, I felt like he was going to be a guy that it's a bat I trust. But I totally understand your point because I think Dubon is second in either all of baseball of the American League in what average with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, see, that's not even one I knew. Like, I know he was good with runners in scoring position. I didn't know it was that high.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was second. To me, I want a guy who could put the ball on the bat with less than 2 outs and a runner
Fair.
at third.
Right. And and then he got down in the count early, right?
He was 2 strikes.
Yeah, I was
0-2.
like, oh my God, this may not work out well. But I wasn't thinking Dubon at that point. I was fine with the fact that he went to Caratini because I think Caratini's been pretty good so far this year. And he had the one game-winning bomb, but I think that I've liked his approach at the plate most times. I was good with it. I'm glad it worked out. But you make a good point about Dubon.
Here was Espada after the game when asked why Caratini in that spot.
Yeah, infield's going to be in. The splits are favorable for Caratini, and he's going to put the barrel on the ball, and he did it again.
So, like he mentioned there, like
did anybody follow up on Dubon?
He feels like that's a guy that's going to, and maybe Caratini has a better barrel rate than Dubon, but Dubon certainly has a better chance of touching it. In terms of the splits, Caratini has a 222 because there was a righty on the mound. He's 222 this year batting average against right-handed pitching. Mauricio Dubon's 281. And if you're like, well, Mauricio Dubon doesn't slug enough. Dubon's slug against righties is 406. Caratini's like 422. So it's like it's marginal. Maybe they're going career splits. Let me pull up the career splits. I have noticed that Joe Espada, he gives more value to career splits than he does.
On the back of his baseball card.
You beat me to it, Brian.
he gives more value to the career splits. Caratini, a lifetime against right-handed hitters, is a 238 hitter. He has 246 strikeouts and just under 1,100 at bats. Mauricio Dubon, lifetime, is a 246 hitter against righties. Dubon's got the better average. He strikes out way less than Victor Caratini. Look, I'm happy that it worked, and I'm not going to critique. I know it sounds like I'm critiquing. I'm not going to critique moves that worked out. This one kind of baffles me. This one baffles me a little bit.
Do you think that with the possibility that they could have changed pitchers and he's a switch hitter, that he could have got it from either side of the plate?
Well, no, because if they switch pitchers, now you have a lefty, and Dubon's way better against lefties.
But well, you're right. But I'm saying, so initially you make the initial change, right, to Caratini, and then if they decide to change pitchers, then he's a switch hitter. He can hit from either side of the plate.
Yeah, right. I see what you're saying, but it doesn't really apply here because if they switch pitchers to a lefty, that helps Mauricio Dubon. So if they're playing matchups, they're not going to make the pitching change to then give you the favorable at bat.
Right. No, but I'm saying because this is more like Papa's belly last year. This is like Espada. He says he's going with numbers, but it seems more like he had a feeling.
Yeah.
But say you make the change and you go to Caratini, and then the A's decide to make a pitching change because you're going to.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but if you're making a pitching change, either you're bringing in another righty, so it doesn't matter that Caratini's a switch hitter, or you're bringing in a lefty, which favors Dubon.
Yeah, but Dubon. Okay, I'm just saying because Dubon's already out of the game if he comes in for him, and that's why you make the pitching change. And then you say, is Caratini better from the right side or the left side?
Well, traditionally he's better from the left side. So if they were to make the change and bring in a lefty, now it actually hurts you. And if you wanted to tell me like Papa's gut, okay, like cool. Like it seems like Victor Caratini has the clutch gene. He hit the walk-off home run, second walk-off. Okay, I can live with that. I can live. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I can live with the feel. I can live with the vibes. I'm cool with a manager that manages based on vibes. I'm cool with that. That's why I was cool with Dusty forever, just really last year. But then to say, well, the numbers back up Caratini, no, they really don't. They really don't, Joe. So that kind of confused, but hey, it worked. So we're not going to criticize a move that worked. Another move that they made in the 10th inning, which I saw criticized by some, second and third, 2 outs. Brent Rooker's the Oakland A's best hitter. He's up in the box. They decide to pitch to him with first base open. Were you okay with that, or did you want the intentional walk there?
I would have walked the bases loaded. I thought that it's a smart baseball play, force at all the bases. And like you said, I mean, he's easily one of their hottest, if not their hottest hitter. And it's just smart baseball. I don't know that was questioned, if he got questioned about that after the game, but it definitely crossed my mind that in that situation, why wouldn't you? You set up a force at any base. You know, you've got options on getting outs, and instead you pitch to the best hitter on their team, and he beat you.
So this is one that I actually back up Espada on this one, and here's why. Because I think a lot of scenarios you're right, but why I'm right here is I feel like my guy's better than their guy. And what is my guy's weakness, though? My guy's weakness is command. Like, he is prone to walking a guy. So if you intentionally walk Rooker, and now first base is not open, you're putting a lot of pressure on Hader to throw strikes. And if Hader walks a guy in that spot, go ahead, run. So I actually defend Espada with that move. The Dubon one, hey, I was scratching my head. I tweeted about it because I believed if you're going to critique a manager, you should do it before we find out the result. I don't like the hindsight 2020 game. Hey, it worked for Espada. That's why you're managing, and I'm just a jabroni that's talking on a microphone. Speaking of jabronis, Will Doctor.
You influence people.
I'm kidding. I love Will. I am an influencer. Will Doctor, you might not realize this, but there is a golf major that begins tomorrow. The PGA Championship at Valhalla. Is that how it's pronounced? Valhalla. Rory McIlroy won there. Last time it was played at Valhalla. Will Doctor, who is the best golf handicapper that exists on this planet, he joins us live in studio to tell you what you need to be betting for golf's second major of 2024. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Joining us live in studio, Will Doctor. You see him on Twitter, DR Media 59, pregame now, the best handicapper in golf. Also doing some play-by-play on ESPN Plus during some of the PGA Tour events. I was listening to the podcast on the way in. First thing I'm going to ask you here, Will, I want you to crush me. I want you to, look, I come from a golf family. I'm probably a golf casual. My dad's a golf pro. But here's my PGA Championship golf take that I want you to destroy, just annihilate me. PGA Championship's not a real major. It's not a real major. I know it's a major, but it's not a real major. A distant fourth that it's closer to the golf's fifth major than it is golf's third major.
Yeah, Charlie Epps would annihilate me for saying this. But, yeah, you have 21 PGA professionals in the field. These are guys that spend their years growing the game, not playing the game professionally. So you could point out that you have 20 players in this field who would not qualify for a regular PGA Tour event. You could put the players over the PGA. But over the years, it's produced some great results, and there's no other course to verify.
Was the guy
that.
last year that caught fire for the first round or so? And
Yeah, Michael Block.
There you go.
And he
Block party.
He finished top 15 and punched his ticket back into another PGA this year. But you've had your random winners over the years, and I think that's why there's that type of talk around the PGA Championship. Rich Beam, John Daly came out of nowhere way back in the day to win his first major at the PGA.
Yeah.
Keegan Bradley, Jason Duffner.
Even the field, though, like just on a Wednesday, like, in the Masters, you have a Wednesday before the Masters. Everybody's jacked up. British Open, even. There a bunch of British people are going to be mad that I call it the British Open, not the Open Championship. And then the U.S. Open, like the build-up and the vibes on the Wednesday prior just feel totally different to me.
I would agree. And maybe it's because you have other sports playoffs going on right now, NBA, NHL. Maybe people aren't quite in the golf season yet. But I think the finish we're going to get this week, you're going to have your favorites kind of come to the top
The
here.
way they
Valhalla.
rescheduled to the events has played a part in that, too.
I like that it's second, though.
But the way that they used to space it out, because I remember the PGA was late in the season sometimes because they had it at Whistling Straits back home, and that was the year that Dustin Johnson grounded his club, and what he thought.
Correct.
He thought it was one of the non-bunkers on the course, and instead he got dinged, got penalized, and ended up losing it. And there, you could feel it at that point because of the way the timing was of all the schedules of the majors. This kind of almost hurts the PGA even more.
I think so. I liked the PGA much better when it was the last major of the season. I liked going Masters, U.S. Open, British, and then PGA to
leading into the Tour Championship too, which was it had more impact on what was going to happen with the Tour Championship,
especially at the end of the summer. I think with where sports is, that's a much better place for this golf tournament.
So talk to us about what to expect at Valhalla. Last time it was there, 2014, Rory won it. What do you think is the skill set required to win the PGA this weekend?
Yeah, this is a second shot golf course. Obviously, it's a big boys golf course, so you're not going to have your Brian Harmons or Colin Morikawas of the world come to the top. But after hitting the long ball off the tee, I really think it is a second shot approach golf course. Someone with elite iron play. You look at the top three players in the world, which we'll talk about: Rory, Brooks, Scotty. That fits in right with what they're doing well right now. And you look at Valhalla, there's a lot of people that are going to tell you that driving accuracy really matters. I've talked to a couple boots on the ground, Hallie Ledbetter with CBS Sports. The rough is not up that much, so you could get a bomb and gouge win, kind of a Bryson, Brooks Koepka, someone who's just going to launch it a mile off the tee. Accuracy not going to matter too much, but that second shot, 150 and in, that iron game is going to have to be on. Winning score when it comes to around the greens, I think the winning score is going to get to 14, 15 under this week. It's raining right now in Kentucky. The course is getting soft. It's not going to play a traditional firm PGA.
Forecast said a couple days of rain, right?
Yeah. Friday and Saturday rain. I think once the course is soaked over the weekend, I think the scores get pretty low. So you're going to have a pretty solid putter in your pick as well.
Now, I know we're going to get into you said the top three and some of the guys, the favorites and things like that. But normally you're just talking about wedge play, drivers, consistency, how they hitting it. But you got relationship stuff rolling into two of the three right now that we were talking about. You got Rory filing for divorce after getting the win last week. You've got Scheffler, a new dad with all baby duties. Granted, he's probably got a nanny, but he said he hasn't really been out playing golf for like a week or so to try and get back into it. But he was the hottest guy on tour coming in. How does that stuff affect these guys?
I heard Will. Sorry to interrupt. I was listening to the podcast today. Will had the line of the week. He said, "Rory McIlroy, the tour doesn't want him, and his wife doesn't want him." I was like, "Geez, Will."
Yeah, well, that's what's going on. And to finish off your point, Brooks Koepka just became a dad 2 months ago. It was about a month before the Masters. Him and his wife welcomed baby Crew to the mix. But let's start with Rory. Yeah, coming in off the divorce, he filed for divorce Monday, and everyone's kind of going, how is this going to affect him this week? He's got to be up in arms. There is no possible way that he won the Wells Fargo Championship by 4 shots on Sunday and didn't know that he was going to the Florida courtroom Monday to file for divorce. This is a guy who we've seen go through pretty catastrophic breakups before. Take 2014 when he was dating Caroline Wozniacki.
Yeah.
He broke up with her and went and won the U.S. Open and Open Championship. I'm sorry, PGA Championship at Valhalla and the Open Championship that year.
That's so coincidental. Serious relationships, we break up, and then I'm going to go play at Valhalla, maybe win the whole thing.
Wasn't the wife at the Wells Fargo when he coming off the green? I mean, he doubles 18 because the other could have won by 6. I thought that
She
they
was
had
there?
I thought they had a shot or two of her.
Well, she was making sure she got half the check.
She was not there, and
it's probably true.
They got a prenup. Rory did a prenup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that came out too in the papers. Yeah, Amanda Balionis of CBS Sports. Actually, if you go back and watch the post final round interview, Amanda only asked Rory about his mother and to comment on his mother.
She knew.
Someone tipped
definitely.
her off. Yeah.
She knew.
How do you got a 3-year-old
Rory
daughter?
or
How
one
do you
of
not
his-
ask about his mom?
Rory or one of his people before the interview
Yep.
starts. Don't
Mhm.
don't go that route.
Will Dr. DR Media 59 on Twitter. You can listen to him on ESPN 97.5. Also, pregame now, where he handicaps each and every single one of these tour events. It's a great listen. Best handicapper in my mind that does it. And talk to us about some of the favorites that you like, some of the favorites that you're fading this week.
Yeah, I like Brooks Koepka a lot. I have him at 12-1 from December. You can get him at 16-1 now. I really like his mindset coming off the Masters. He finished 45th at the Masters, and you're not going to find a golfer who's harder on himself after kind of a disappointing finish like that. He said he had to apologize to his team, and he was disgusted by his performance. And then he goes to Live Singapore last week and wins in his prior start before this week. And we haven't seen anyone win the PGA on back-to-back occasions twice since Tiger. He did it in 99 and 2000 and then 06 and 07. Koepka has the chance to win his 4th PGA this week. He is my favorite to win this week. I think this course sets up perfectly for him, and we've seen that in PGA championships in the past.
When does a guy that's always knocking on the door, and Jeremy and I joke about this, but Xander Schauffele's playing good golf again.
Yeah.
He always seems to be hanging around, having a chance, and then he doesn't get it done. But it seems like his game right now is at a level where he should be competing this week.
Yeah, Xander stood on the 10th tee last week at Quail Hollow with a 4-shot lead, and Rory was standing on the 18th with a 7-shot lead. I don't want to call Xander a choker. That's not what he is. We don't see him come down the stretch in PGA Tour events and make doubles and triples. He let his short game get away from him, made 3 easy bogeys on the back 9. I just feel as far as Xander this week, man, when you have a tournament in your hands through, 64 holes and then lose and have to go play the next week, I know it's a major. I personally think coming in here off 2 weeks in a row, played Zurich, played Wells, I think I'm passing just because I think the gas tank could be a little empty after last week for Xander.
You mentioned long course. You mentioned the wet conditions.
Yeah.
Oh, how does that fare for Tiger Woods?
It's going to be a long week for Tiger, and I think when you kind of listen to his presser, you get that vibe from Tiger. He for the first time this week, he admitted moving forward he will only play the big events, the majors, maybe his event Riviera. I know that was kind of in the conversation, but if you look at what he said to start this year, he was kind of talking like he was going to play once a month. Not a good showing at Riviera, not a good showing at Augusta. I'm out on Tiger this week.
Well, they also said Augusta's known for the undulations as a tough walk.
Yeah.
But they said because of the fact that the course this week has a lot of elevated greens, and from green to tee box, you're still doing a lot of the hills up and down that can affect him a lot. That's why he was talking about putting 4 rounds together. But part of that is the fact that the first 2 rounds, he gives it everything he can just to make the cut. And then his whole body starts just feeling everything.
7,600-yard walk around Valhalla this week. Moving forward on one leg, you guys know these U.S. Open and PGA setups, it's going to be a tough task for Tiger moving forward. I'm not going to rule him out. Could he win a green jacket at 52? I would not put it past him. U.S. Open venues and PGA venues, I'm out.
Will Doctor, you can follow him on Twitter, drmedia59. Listen to the entire podcast pregame now for all of your plays. You mentioned you like Koepka outright winner.
Yeah.
What are some of your other favorite bets this weekend that you're willing to give to us?
I like John Rahm over Ludwig Oberg. That's at -110. You can probably find that locally, considering they're 2 favorites, like we talked about before the show. I don't want to give out anything that you maybe couldn't find. But Rahm over Oberg's a great pick. Rahm had a lot to say to the media this week. He's been finishing top 8 on pretty much every live tournament. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us this week, he didn't play that well at the Masters where he was defending his championship. So a lot of the media have kind of fallen asleep on Rahm. He's still playing very well. He leads live in birdie average. And we saw Ludwig Oberg, who is a very promising rookie. He withdrew last week with a knee injury. He is on site this week. Him and his camp say that he's fine, but he's got a brace around the left knee. And my theory is I just don't think you would see a second-year professional withdraw from an event in the Wells Fargo last week where the winning check is $3.6 million. I don't see Oberg doing that unless there's something wrong. Let's fade him this week with John Rahm at -110, and you can probably find that locally.
Make sure you check out the podcast at Pregame Now. Will Doctor, the best handicapper in the golf business. Follow him on Twitter, drmedia59. He's here on ESPN 97.5 on the weekends and doing some play-by-play for the PGA Tour events on ESPN 97.5. Check out the pod. You don't want to miss it. All the plays for the PGA Championship. Thanks so much.
One more thing. Scheffler's a green light. For all my Scheffler fans out there, +475, green light. I know he's coming off becoming a new father. Meredith gave birth to baby Bennett. This guy came on property yesterday, and Todd Lewis says, your wife just gave birth a week and a half ago. What are you doing out here? He looks the camera in the eye and he goes, yeah, I told my baby boy goodbye, but I have a calling to be out here this week. And I'm looking at this press conference going, are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's ridiculous.
Green light on Scheffler this week. Joel and Jeremy, thank you for your time today.
You got it. Make sure you check
Thanks,
out
buddy.
the podcast at Pregame Now. Really good. You make some money for the PGA Championship. All right, 713-780-ESPN. When we come back, game recognizing game. What did Tom Brady have to say about C.J. Stroud? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
I played every single one of those bets, by the way. I listen to that podcast almost every week. Sometimes I forget. Like I told you this. I always remember on a Thursday morning. It's like, dang it. Forgot to listen. But I listened today, and I wrote down everything that he said, and I played all of them. So,
and then if you don't listen, because I've listened to some of it too, and I've known Will and his dad for a long time, and Will is really good. But when he starts giving you his updates on Sunday of where he's at and where he's sitting and where the bets look like they're coming from, you're like, whoa. There's no BS in the fact he's nailing picks.
No, yeah. I mean, it's good to have a good sweat, too, for a golf major. Brian, did you write that stuff down so you can watch the golf this weekend? I know you're a big golf fan. You're a
Huge
big,
golf fan. Wrote it all down.
Yeah, you're big. What is the golf equivalent? Like a seam head, baseball. Leatherhead is, basketball, right?
What
do they call it? Do they call it leatherhead basketball?
Football is leatherhead, isn't it?
I don't remember. Yeah, I think you're right. What is basketball?
I don't know.
Gym rat, maybe?
Maybe.
What is the golf term for that? They call some baseball guys too, like dirtbags, because they're always, I don't know what the golf equivalent to that is.
So, like, it would be a spin-off of like a looper.
Yeah, but a looper's more of a caddy, right? Yeah,
it's a caddy. But
help us out on that. 713-780 ESPN. I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't think of it. And I was going to call Brian that. Probably be the nicest thing I ever said to Brian, but I can't remember what it is.
Dimplehead.
Yeah, see, I almost said that, but I know that's not it.
No.
And Dimplehead sounds like
call
you're
Brian a dimplehead,
high school nerd or something. I don't know. All right, game recognizing game. Tom Brady was on the Ryan Clark podcast, which some people feel certain ways about Ryan Clark. Either you love him or you hate him. But Brady was talking about quarterbacks that he likes to watch, and the one that he likes to watch is our guy, C.J. Stroud.
I mean, CJ is a good example. Like, I really appreciated where he came from and all the expectations that he had, and then what he's gone and put together last year with a lot of humility. And I could see, like, when I watch quarterbacks, the first thing I watch is, does he endear himself to his teammates? What are the things that he's saying? What are the things that he's doing to endear himself to his teammates so that he does feel like one of the guys? If he wants to separate himself from the rest of the team, it's not going to go. You're not going to play 20 years. Just not. Because the only way you're going to play is your teammates. Because there's only so much you can do. There's so many things I sucked at.
That's the part that I like the most is Tom Brady. I think this is what it takes to be great, is that you're incredibly harsh on yourself. Like, and the equivalent I thought of whenever I heard that cut is like, what are really good players that don't know their limitations, don't know their weakness, and it impacts them in a negative way. And the guy that jumped to my mind was actually Russell Westbrook. And I know this is a cross-sport comparison and reference, but, like, what did Russell Westbrook stink at? Shooting three-pointers in the second half of his career. What did Russell Westbrook continue doing? Shooting three-pointers. And it's like you're doing that to the detriment of who you are as a player. And if you were to either correct the weakness or just stay away from your weaknesses, you'd be way better. And I think that's what made Brady great. Like, we talk about resume, talent, and I think there's been 10, maybe even 24 quarterbacks who are more talented than Brady, like Manning, Rodgers. I think Mahomes is more talented than Brady. Marino, like you could go. There's probably a long list, but what separate? Yeah, I think so. From a talent perspective, sure. But what separated Brady from the rest of them? I think it was how hard he was on himself, knew his limitations, knew his weaknesses, and then avoided them or tried his best to sharpen them.
And adapted, right? Because later in his career, they said every year he was tinkering with his footwork and getting his release point so that he was getting the ball out quicker because he was getting older. I think when you say Russell Westbrook, I say Cam Newton. Cam Newton was MVP of this league, but Cam Newton knew that he struggled a lot of times with throwing the football, but he was hard-headed, and he insisted, I'm still throwing I can throw. I can do this. And then we saw him consistently have a mouth that said he could still play when he couldn't.
Yeah.
And on top of that, to what Brady said about teammates, a lot of guys you talk to throughout his career, Cam alienated himself from a ton of the guys in the locker room too because he wasn't that kind of a teammate that a lot of guys will fight for.
And I think that's where we, NFL teams, fans, are misguided when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks. Like, we fall in love with the size. We fall in love with the arm. We fall in love with the, their athletic ability. We fall in love with all of these. Like, Brady was like the slowest dude in the 40 ever. Like, we make fun of his 40s all the time. Remember his picture on Pro Day without the T-shirt? He was like this
doughy.
Yeah, he was doughy. Like, we and especially at the quarterback position, we overrate that stuff, and I think we underrate the intangible stuff. Like a Brock Purdy is somebody like he had none of that. He didn't have the arm. He's a better athlete than people give him credit for. He doesn't have the size. But where does he overcompensate? The intangibles, kind of the it factor. And that's what I love about C.J. Stroud, and I think that's why Brady recognizes this in C.J. Stroud, is that Stroud has all of, sure, he has size. He's not the most athletic quarterback, but he's certainly athletic enough. Does he have the biggest arm in the NFL? No, but it's big enough. He has tremendous accuracy, but it's the intangible stuff, reading a defense, being a good teammate so the teammates love playing with you, leadership, the clutch gene maybe a little bit as well. So whenever I hear somebody who got the most out of himself as a quarterback to become the greatest ever, and he did it with not even a top 20 quarterback, attribute skill set, having this recognition of C.J. Stroud kind of confirms everything that we talk about when we talk about C.J. Stroud.
Well, and on that point, you think about, too, the fact that we've heard all the time that he's an X's and O's guy. Even going back to Ohio State, he didn't have respect for the guy that was the offensive coordinator because he thought he knew more football in X's and O's than his OC. But Day was calling the plays. He had a ton of respect for Day. They could talk ball. He loved that. We talk about all the different guys we've known throughout our experiences and heard about during our careers where they have all the ability in the world, but if they don't love ball and they aren't dedicated to football, then you're going to be lacking. You think about Kyler Murray and the fact that he had more skill than anybody else coming out to where, everybody anointed him and he was drafted high and he got his big contract, but then they had to write a clause in because he didn't want to go study film and he did things at halftime with his teammates in the locker room, texting, others to say, he was worried about something else. The love of the game, you're right, the intangibles, the love of the game, the ability to want to study and be better at the game, and the dedication it takes to be able to sometimes say, I'm skipping the parties, I'm skipping this, I'm skipping that because I want to win, and then how you endear yourself to your teammates, that's a big part of it.
And it's one thing for us to say it, but it's another thing when the greatest of all time says it.
Sure.
Because he sees that. Like, who do you, because he wasn't asked about Stroud. He wasn't asked about Stroud. Who are other quarterbacks you like watching? Well, this guy, C.J. Stroud, because of this, and this. And those things that he listed, which I think Brady's an expert at because Brady had that better than anybody else, are the things that I think qualify as it and are the type of things that you have to win at a very high level. I'm not going to say that Stroud's going to win 3 Super Bowls, but he has it in him to where he's capable of doing it. He's in the conversation. He's in the player pool of quarterbacks who can take a team and win a Super Bowl.
No doubt. And I think that the other thing that's always a factor when you talk about guys like this, talk about guys like Brady, talk about a LeBron type in football too, it's for longevity's sake, the fact that you're not only dedicated to your craft by changing your body type or the way that you're doing things, but you also take care of yourself a whole lot more. It's not just up to the training staff that you work with in the NFL. LeBron and Brady have been two of the most adamant guys about having their own trainers, their own physical therapists, their own cryotherapy and everything in their house because that they love the game so much and they want to keep playing it as long as they can. Brady played into his 40, LeBron playing into his 40. Guys like that do those things. You can see CJ being that kind of guy. He eats, sleeps, drinks football. And the fact that you hear it from all of his teammates and you see the results in year one in a rookie season that we've never seen before, the hope is that this is your guy. He's going to be here for a long time, playing at elite level for a long time. And you're not going to have to worry about a guy that once he signs his first big contract, that he's going to be worried about other things and he's going to be off wayward, not studying film and not doing the things we've seen from other guys. So, to hear Brady say something like that is a big deal.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We'll get to the schedule leaks a little bit later in the program. I told myself I'm not going to do this whole pre-thought schedule stuff. I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to play it cool. It's not going to bother me. And then I'm sitting here concocting what the schedule possibilities are less than 12 hours later. I am one of those psychos, I guess. But there is news from Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco, this is from Julia Morales. Ronel Blanco received a 10-game suspension and an undisclosed fine for violating the prohibitions on, that's not the right word, is it? On foreign substances last night. He will not appeal, and the suspension begins tonight. Was this the right call? What does it mean for the Astros? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ronel Blanco said yesterday that he would appeal anything that came from Major League Baseball in terms of the suspension. Well, this is usually automatic too. You get ejected for foreign substance use. It's 10-game suspension. He said he was going to appeal last night. Well, that is not the case today. Ronel Blanco will not appeal. The suspension begins tonight. So tonight, the first of 10 games that Ronel Blanco will have to serve for the Houston Astros after he threw 3 innings yesterday. I thought that he was going to appeal this, not only because of what he said, but also because usually when you appeal this, it's almost like a guarantee that you're going to get a reduction in the fine, not a reduction of the game. When Max Scherzer did this, he had 10-game suspension and a fine of $10,000, and he appealed. They made it $5,000, accepted the appeal, accepted the suspension.
Really? I thought I would think in certain cases when you appeal, they reduce the games from like 2-1 or
probably in some cases.
But maybe this is just
I think
mandatory.
foreign substance is usually pretty cut and dry, except for the actual ejection on the field. But yeah, he had his fine reduced by 50%. So I thought Ronel Blanco, just for the money aspect, would appeal this to try to reduce the fine. But it's an undisclosed fine, so we don't know how much it was. Maybe it started at $5,000, so he wouldn't appeal. We don't know that. We're not privy to that information. Now, it was Brian who was making the case that Ronel Blanco should not appeal. Why, Brian?
But when you look at the schedule, if he takes it now, because if he appeals, I mean, we don't know exactly how long that appeal process will play out. And if you go ahead and take the suspension now, you're missing starts against likely the Angels and the A's. And those are games, while no game is a given, I think you can afford to lose one of your best pitchers more against the A's and the Angels versus if he takes that a suspension now, not only are you missing games that you can win without him against the Angels and the A's, he would be back in time to make starts against the Mariners and the Twins, much more important series against better teams where you would need better pitching.
I think it's a great point.
I wonder when they will actually throw him in a game again.
So the 10 games would have him back for the last game of the series at Oakland.
See, I think he would throw that game.
It's possible.
But he would start in Minnesota.
He would still start in Minnesota either way, or they could put him game 1 against Seattle, and then he starts against both teams.
Now, he has to be completely away from the team, or is it just on game days to where...
I don't know the answer on that.
Can he go down to Sugar Land and get innings in, or does he have to just
Not in
simulate?
games. Not in games.
And can he practice?
Yeah, I think he can practice. Maybe he can't be in the dugout, but I know that you can throw.
So as long as he can get his work in and set up some simulated games or something so he stays sharp, then...
Yeah,
I just think Brian made that's a great point in terms of who you're playing. The opponent matters.
See, I actually dismissed his point because of the financial aspect of it. I didn't think there was any chance that Ronel Blanco was going to accept. I thought he would appeal just because of the financial reason. And he doesn't make as much money as Scherzer, and Scherzer still appealed for $5,000. The other benefit of this, taking the appeal now, is we know that the Astros are in this 29 of 30. They're in 21 of 22 remaining on the 29 of 30. The one off day is on the 23rd. And yes, but Blanco's not suspended 10 days. He's suspended 10 games. But what does an off day do for the pitching staff? It gives them a day of rest universally for the entire pitching staff. So if you appealed it and now you kick the can down the road past the off day on the 23rd, well, now you're looking at a situation where you have a consecutive run of games without a single off day. So this does benefit the Astros. I wonder if Blanco asked the Astros. I wonder if Blanco was like, "Hey, you tell me what's in the best interest of the club. I did, I let you down yesterday, maybe accidentally. Only went 3 innings. He was beat up about it. Maybe he asked the team, like, hey, what's in the best interest of the Stros?"
I would say that, and I would think that if this was Jeff Luhnow running this team, or maybe even James Click, I would say that you didn't have to ask. They were going to tell
that would be my
your
guess
agent
too.
and you, hey, let's think about this in terms of intelligently for this season for this team.
You're probably right.
I think that's
you're right.
I think
If we
that's
got to
what
go
would-
to a backup, option for a starting pitcher, let's do it against the A's and the Angels. Let's not do it against the Twins and the Mariners.
Yeah, let's
And
explain,
let's not do it
explain
after
it
the
out,
off day.
but understand,
Yeah.
hey, for the benefit of all involved, let's do it this way.
What's a 747 area code? Where is that at?
747's in California,
It's
isn't
in
it?
L.A.,
Yeah.
the San Fernando Valley region of L.A. Someone just texted from that area code, and he goes that it shouldn't be 10 games. It should be his 10 starts. They want to suspend him for a third of his starts on the entire year. No surprise that the textures from L.A.
It's not key?
It's not. It might be. I don't know. I don't have key numbers memorized. He didn't sign it.
I always know Key normally signs it, but his area code's always. I always see him as a 747.
It might be. It might be Key. I don't know. He didn't say it, and I don't have it in memory. 8807. Dana Brown said they don't release the findings of what it was. They just say it was sticky stuff. You're suspended. You think that's true? Why wouldn't they have to prove it was an illegal substance?
They do try their best to figure it out because I forget who the last guy was or one of the last guys was.
Yeah.
And they said that it was inconclusive whether it was strictly just rosin or not. And they said because of the inconclusive test that they felt like there was more than rosin there.
I don't know if they released that publicly, though, because I was trying to find the Scherzer thing, and I couldn't find what Scherzer, like, the results on Scherzer. So it wouldn't surprise me if they keep that behind closed doors.
But if a player and his agent get it, they might mention it. You never know.
Yeah. Now, the sticky stuff in the past, I agree with Dana Brown. Like, I've went back, and Scherzer was the case that I looked at today. I couldn't find anything about Scherzer doing more than rosin. So there probably is truth to that.
That's why, I mean, the financial aspect included as well, but I felt like he was so adamant and went so nuts when they got him that I thought that's why he appealed. Flat out, he was going to appeal it no matter what because he was adamant it was just rosin.
Yeah, I think he was trying to save face a little bit there. But he did. I mean, he did immediately, do the appeal, but then he dropped the appeal quickly. 713-780-ESPN. I feel like I had something. Oh, yeah. The other thing that doesn't help Ronel Blanco's cause here is that he, in the postgame, said, yeah, the glove was sticky. My hand wasn't, but the glove was. That's against the rules. Joe Espada, the manager of the Astros, in the postgame, I thought that it was rosin with sweat on the glove. Like, they admitted guilt.
Ronel Blanco also followed that up by saying, I've seen other guys do it. I didn't know that it was illegal to put it on my pitching hand.
Yeah.
So that essentially says,
well, it can be on your pitching hand.
Yeah, it can't
I'm
be
sorry,
on
not
your
your
other
pitching hand, your glove hand.
Which
he said he
kinda
saw
weird.
people because I mean, look, we all watch baseball and we know a lot of guys do it on their forearm. I didn't realize the technicality about you can do it on your forearm. You can't do it on the hand that's in the glove.
Yeah.
But then what the hell are you doing to prevent the dripping down of what you put on your forearm on your hand?
Yeah, it's
in
weird.
the glove.
It's a weird rule. Like, I understand it, but it is weird when you get like the specifics of it. 2912 was Blanco's glove so egregious that they were like, yeah, this isn't getting dismissed. I haven't heard of a case where a guy's gotten ejected where the suspension got dismissed. Have y'all heard of that?
I have not.
I have not.
I think it's usually pretty universal. Like, I have not heard of a case. If you've heard of a case, 713-780-3776. Since the crackdown, which was, 2 years ago, I have not heard of a case in which a pitcher got ejected from a game and had the suspension either dismissed or reduced. I've not heard it. I Googled for it everywhere. I could not find it. I might be wrong. You just didn't, find it. But I
can't recall any of it. And some of the guys, even when
Herman was 10 games, Scherzer was 10 games, like they're all Severino was 10 games.
Yep.
Like they're all 10 games. I don't think that it's ever been reduced or especially dismissed.
I just get the feeling they're going to back their umpires on this. Like, if the umpire on the field makes the call, Major League Baseball is not going to undermine them by going through the trouble of testing it and saying, oh, no, our umpires don't know what they're talking about. It wasn't a sticky substance.
And they don't have to identify what it is.
They don't.
They just have to tell you that when we were feeling around, whether it was his hand. In the case of Herman, it was the back of his neck one time. Or it was inside the glove. They feel the glove inside and out. They feel the hand and the arm. If anything kind of is tactified, if anything kind of gives them that feel, they don't have to know what it is. They can just say nope, which is really weird because I go back to the cone video. When you know what the rosin can do when combined with sweat and or water, and it's legal, then how, if you don't know what it is and you can't specifically say that's not just rosin, sweat, and water.
Mm-hmm. Well, it becomes illegal when it's on the glove or on the.
So weird.
Yeah, but I mean that is the nuance of the rule. That's why Blanco was ejected, and then they said that that's what he was doing. 6-0 or what happened. That's what led to the stickiness. They never said that nothing was sticky. I mean, you really don't have a case. Like, all the umpires are getting together touching it. You really can't be, well, no, it wasn't sticky. Well, they all thought it was. 6030, this tacky bleep is so dumb. Okay, hitters can't use pine tar anymore, and they'll just have to swing slower. I agree. I think it is a dumb rule. Like, hitters will even tell you that they wish pitchers could use sticky stuff because now their life's not in jeopardy because they're going to throw at somebody's
100
head.
miles an hour, that
They
gets
have
out of control. Yeah, I mean, look, that's why when we've had these discussions in the past, because it's come out through the media and otherwise, that pitchers have said, look, Major League Baseball owns the company in Rawlings that makes the baseballs, and if they don't do something that changes the texture and the surface of the baseball, and or allow something unified that everyone can use and agree upon that isn't too much, but that allows the pitchers to have the grip, you're not only going to have less control, you could have possible issues there, but when you listen to Glasnow and others talk about what the damage it can do to your arm too when you don't have it, how tight you have to grip the ball, how many more Tommy Johns and injuries we have to your arms because of it, it's really screwing up the game.
713-780-ESPN. Corey, so with Blanco missing, I guess, 2 starts, is that Brown being slid back into the rotation? He was already going to be back in the rotation.
Friday, right?
Yeah, he's pitching Friday. Verlander's pitching Saturday. Eric Getty's pitching Sunday. This is going to be the start of the 6-man rotation. So Brown was already going to be back in the rotation. I guess with a 6-man rotation, Blanco, he's going to miss really just 1 turn, though.
Yep.
Like, he would probably start twice in this 10-game suspension, but he really only missed 1 turn. If he was pitching, he pitched yesterday, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He would pitch again on the 20th, and then he's only going to miss 1 start, actually,
which is good.
He's only going to miss 1 start, like a start and a half, kind of, based on the rotation.
But that does beg.
And you have an off day in there where you can skip a spot where you would have had to use someone else that you didn't want to use.
So you're going Frommer's tonight, Javier's tomorrow. Brown is on Friday, then Verlander on Saturday, Arrighetti on the 19th on Sunday, and then you have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off day, Friday, Saturday, and then he can come back for that Sunday start. So I don't even know if the Astros really need to make a roster move.
Because if they did, the question is who?
Probably Dubin.
Because JP France is hurt.
It'd be Dubin.
Yeah, and or with Seth Martinez maybe?
To start?
Yeah.
I think Dubin would probably start, but he wouldn't be long for the game. It would be a bullpen day, and they might have to they might have to send somebody down and try to manipulate the roster that way. But then if you do that, they're gone 10 days?
Yeah.
So unless there's an injury.
But that's why I said if nothing else, even if you don't want to call it an opener, but it would probably be a combination of the first 5-6 innings trying to get as much as you can out of Dubin and Seth Martinez.
Yeah, Brian's right though. This was the right move to certainly just accept the appeal with the off day. He's really only going to miss 1 start, and then maybe a start plus 2 days is basically what it boils down to. And
Tremack nailed it.
And with that off day on the 23rd, I don't think that you need to make a change to the rotation because let's look at it again. Fromber today, Javier on the 16th, Brown on the 17th. Verlander on the 18th, Arrighetti on the 19th, and then you have to start over. So it would be Fromber on the 20th, 1, 2, 3, on normal rest, Javier on the 21st on normal rest, and then Hunter Brown on the 22nd on normal rest.
Because Javier's Tuesday, right?
Javier's pitching tomorrow.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
and then Tuesday. Yeah, so it is normal rest.
And then you have the off day.
Yeah.
And then you have to have 2 more guys after that on actually an extra day of rest because of the off day, and then he comes back on that. You don't have to make him. It's brilliant.
Yeah, this is the best case scenario for them if obviously Blanco is being suspended.
Yeah, it really is. And like you said too, it's opponents that you still feel comfortable. I mean, the Brewers are the best of the bunch. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. David, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, David?
Hello.
What's up, David?
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on? Hey, man, I just want to bring an issue up about Blanco. Correct me if I'm wrong. Last year, one of the Yankees pitchers was able to clean up his hands, wash his hands, take his glove out. And one of the Dodgers pitchers this year, I believe, was able to change out his glove, man. I want you to talk about that and what's the difference about what Blanco's having going on right now.
Yeah, we touched on it earlier. Every situation is different, but the Yankees had 2 different situations over the last, 2 years, I think it was?
I think they were both last year.
Okay. And actually, to the day, the second one, Schmidt, the second one happened the exact same date, yesterday, the 14th of last season against the Reds, where they did find something. Boone put up a stink at a certain point, but then realized they were just going to tell him, hey, go wash your hands, possibly change your mitt. You can continue to pitch. That's why we were adamant about the fact that if you're going to call this, then stick by the letter of the law. Do it what the rule says, and that means if there's anything sticky on the glove, then you're ejected. No questions asked, no ifs, ands, or buts, or altering your decision, because there have been multiple cases. The Yamamoto one this year, we went back and forth with what we found. A couple of articles I saw said there was a white sticky powdery substance on a blue and black mitt. They made him change the mitt and wash his hands. So I don't know why they're varying their decisions.
To me, it's because of the level of stickiness. That's the line of demarcation, is the level of stickiness. The gray area, though, with the level of stickiness is that you have different umpiring crews that are defining what the level of stickiness is. It's like, hey, I like this wine, you like that wine, Brian likes this wine. Like, we're all going to have different definitions of what is good, and in this case, what is sticky. But that is the difference, is that they felt in the I read Yamamoto was just because he had white on the glove, but that it's not sticky enough to warrant an ejection. Hey, go wash your hands, we're good. But then Ronel Blanco's was the stickiest stuff that they've ever seen, said the first base umpire. So that's why. That would be the answer to the question. Now, you can argue, well, that's not consistent, and I would agree with you. But that's the answer. What did you think of Espada's defense or lack of defense of Ronel Blanco?
This goes back to when you and I were watching it live while doing a show when he looked like the most passive ejection I've ever seen in my life, to where you look at him on a issue by issue basis and you just wonder, does anything fire the guy up? Does he get emotional? Because he looked like he was disinterested to some point, and he was just like accepting of everything but having conversations, but it didn't seem like he ever really kind of put his foot down or got animated or was, adamant about saying, hey, look, his hands are clean, let's look at this a little further. It just seemed like he was accepting. It didn't seem like he was putting up much of a fight or an argument or sticking up as for Blanco, and it was a little bit disappointing to me.
Yeah, he's kind of passive. I want to bite my tongue here, but I'm not. He's kind of a wimp. Joe Espada's kind of a wimp.
I just wonder what fires him up.
I don't know. Like, he's kind of a wimp. Like, I would have been, even if I'm wrong there, I'm going to get ejected from that game. You kidding me? What you're doing to my staff? Like, I'm getting run from that game. There was a check swing. Like, over the weekend, Cintron got ejected. And Espada's just like,
oh, that's right.
Twiddling his thumbs, like, oh yeah, look at me. I'm gonna be. Remember the little? He had the wine. He's the wine sommelier, so he was holding that glass like with his between his forefinger and his thumb, and I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. Like, he manages like he holds that glass.
Does it not also look like? And I know this is nitpicky, but in the two times that when he's gone out for arguments, it looks like he just got done eating. You know how you kind of clear your teeth?
Oh yeah, he puts his hand in front of his mouth,
and then he's always like, and I'm like, dude, who cares if you're spitting out chunks of food if you're pissed off about a bad call that goes against your team? You're right about the Cintron thing, because even the broadcaster's like, what just happened? Wait, Cintron got thrown out, but Joe he's good, and they were trying to sort it all out. It was like, well, why is Cintron the only guy getting tossed if there's an issue coming from your dugout?
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Do you guys think the A's tipped off the umpire to the rosin? That's a theory that I do have. Now, everything I've heard from the Oakland side is like they haven't owned up to it. They haven't taken responsibility for the crime. So I'm torn on that. It is weird to me that the first base umpire checked Blanco's glove in the action that he did, where he gets out, like he steps in front of him. He always like he confronts him. It's not like, hey buddy, let me check the glove. Like, he's out there, chest up high, hands on his hip, and then right when he gets there, he's like, let me see the glove, and then he puts his hands in the air, like he had, like, and then he's like, look at me. So the fact, and I think the only other time that he checked him, because I was reading lips with him in the spot, he's like, I checked him in the first. So I think he checked him after the first. I think he checked him at the start of the fourth. But to do it in the way that he did it, the manner that he did it, like, I feel like something happened, whether he saw something in the dugout or whether Oakland was like, hey, can you check the glove? But I do feel like there was something that occurred for him to check Blanco's glove in that action, in that form.
Whether it was he felt something, because they try to do those checks quick because they want the game to they don't want to slow down play also by doing those things, that maybe you could say he felt something that he wanted to check again.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
but it was so long.
Yeah, and because it wasn't explained to me until Blummer and TK later in the telecast said, I always thought it was coming off the mound with, like you said, except for a relief pitcher, coming off the mound, going back to the dugout after an inning is when they normally do the checks. The fact that he was sitting there all by himself, the grounds crew was still doing the infield, no other players were on the field. He was kind of jogging out there to get his warm-up pitches started. He stops him, and then, like I said, it looked like he was directing a plane off the tarmac. He's pointing to the press box. He's pointing to the other umpires. He's making all these gestures, and then all of a sudden he brings them all in, and it still didn't look like he wanted to make the decision. He was looking for Laz. He was looking for the other guys going, and then suddenly it was this whole, hubbub with everybody involved in it, to where everybody was still asking questions too. I don't think it was handled appropriately. I thought the whole thing looked like it was pretty much an out of control situation that no one had a clear idea what was going on.
I wonder if, just for the timing of it, like you mentioned, because I thought too, like usually guys are checked coming off the field. I wonder if someone on the A's complained, and that's what prompted this.
That was my theory.
Yeah, the timing of it for him coming onto the field lends me to think that someone in between innings on the A's complained, and so they checked him on the way back out.
That's my theory.
Because I think too, with whether this is regular or random and how the umpires check, if they truly do this, check before an inning starts. The fact that every player on the Astros seemed like they didn't know what was going on either. It almost looked like they didn't know he could do that, because then they all kind of huddled up like, wait, what just happened? And how did he? And it seemed like everybody was under the understanding that you only get checked as a starting pitcher when you go back to the dugout.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Bizarre. But 10-game suspension for Ronel Blanco starts today. Not appealing. Brian makes faces on Wednesday. Why is he making faces today? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, look, I know we just had Will Doctor on. We got a major this week. A lot of you guys are golfers out there. You love the game of golf. And a lot of you love bourbon, too. There's a great event going on at X Golf in Katy this Friday, May the 17th, that I got to tell you about because it combines the two. It's bourbon and it's golf. It's the Bourbon and Bunkers whiskey tasting event. It's at X Golf in Katy, and you don't want to miss it because you can grab your buddies, enjoy some incredible bourbon from all around the world, and you can play in a closest to the pin contest on the greatest and best golf simulators I've ever been on. They're the only X Golf simulators in the Houston area. They're at X Golf in Katy. And because it's a combination, I always tell you that X Golf is the greatest combination of sports bar with great food and beverage and the best golf simulators on the planet. Well, now it's even better because there's going to be a closest to the pin contest and bourbon tasting that you're absolutely going to love. You get to play on these accurate golf simulators. You can pick over 50 courses worldwide. They track every spin, every direction, every distance of every shot. The putting's accurate, the chipping's accurate, but now you can also play in this contest and have a great time. But you got to reserve your spot for Friday night. You get all that if you just reserve, but space is limited. That's why I'm telling you, get to X Golf Katy online. Reserve a spot today for the event on Friday night. It's Bourbon and Bunkers. It's a whiskey tasting event. And while you're there, when you get on those simulators, if you love golf and you love tuning up your swing, you're going to love this place, and you're going to be back over and over again because they are awesome. X Golf Katy online. Make your reservations today.
I was thinking about going to buy a rosin bag today to see how sticky we could get the hand, but then I was like, I don't want to sweat. I'm anti-exercise. I don't want to do that part of it.
You're so anti-exercise, you won't even sweat?
I would buy the rosin bag, but I have zero interest in working up a sweat, so I'm not doing that. Maybe Blankers, you interested in that? Rosin bag, you sweat? Go do some stairs?
I've been doing enough sweating lately that I could.
But I'm talking about before the show, so you get the feel of what the rosin bag and the stickiness is.
I would do it.
Okay. All right. You fly, I buy. Why are you making faces today? It's a Why the Face Wednesday.
There's a lot of soft people out here, and apparently there's also what just in my looking around different websites I find or look at for these stories, there seems to be a war on beef, both from people who hate it and people who decide to use it as a weapon. So our first story comes from across the pond. It's overseas. I don't remember if it's England or Ireland, but it's somewhere over there. Apparently, a vegan family is very upset by how they've been portrayed online. So what happened? Apparently, written letters portraying a dispute between a vegan household and their neighboring home of carnivores have divided people across the pond. The social media back and forth with people on both sides has been dumb. The dispute started when a vegan family got upset after the house next door hosted a barbecue, and the smell of that meat causing them apparently to, quote, feel sick and upset. So how do they handle this? Yeah, so okay, I can understand, your neighbor does something you don't like. How do you respond to it? That's the important part. I mean, we all get upset by things, but how do you respond? So because this is 2024, this set off a sad chain of actual physical letters and social media tattletelling between the neighbors, including, quote, a last warning letter from the vegans, which was then shared to social media by a member of the barbecue hosting household. The letter read, because it's on social media, we have the letter. The letter read, quote, "Hello, neighbor. Could you please shut your side window when cooking, please? My family are vegan," not great grammar. "We only eat plant-based foods." I don't know why they need to explain it. "And the smell of the meat you cook makes us feel sick and upset. We would appreciate your understanding." So
TLDR, can we get some cliff notes on that?
On the note?
The story.
I'm getting there.
So vegan family upset with neighbors cooking meat.
Yeah, and so basically the barbecue family shared online, they're getting mocked, and now the vegan family is very upset and keeps sending letters to their neighbors telling them that they must cease and desist.
Cease and
desist, taunting them online.
For cooking in your own house.
Well, yeah, one they can't barbecue. That's the first request. You can't barbecue anymore because it makes us sick and upset. And two, you can't share our letters that we're sending to you online because people are making fun of us, and that makes us sad.
Like, I lived this weekend, but the opposite. Everybody knows by now my wife's vegan. We're playing in a Mother's Day softball tournament. They had barbecues going all over the place at the concession stand, right by the bleachers, and we're sitting there right in it, and the smoke and everything like that. And Lisa's like, "Oh, this isn't ideal," but she's not going to say anything or complain about it. And it's just she understands that everybody has their choices, and they don't all have the choice make the choices she does. That's ridiculous to tell someone in their own house to shut your window, stop barbecuing. You can't do that.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be one thing if, you're not coming upon their property and then trying to, hand them meat.
Shut your windows and buy a fan and blow it the other way.
You're allowed to. Well, if you're barbecuing outside, why don't you just close your window so the smell doesn't get in?
Yeah.
It's completely soft, isn't it? And then to send handwritten letters. Like, if you're mad about it, go say something.
No offense.
Send a handwritten letter.
I don't mean any offense by this, Blankers. But doesn't it sound like somebody that was vegan would behave in this way?
It does.
Like you wouldn't have the barbecue people behaving this way. If they were cooking up too many vegetables and the vegetables stunk, I don't think the people that are grilling the meat would be like,
it's
I'm
very
writing
vegan
letters
behavior.
about this is vegan behavior.
Yeah.
No
Not
offense
always, but
to Mrs. Blank.
But yeah, rational. I'm at least married to a rational vegan on most accounts, to where this kind of thing she just went through and she didn't say a word and have an issue with it. But it is pretty petty. And if you're going to
it's soft.
And what are we going to do next? Call the cops, and the cops are going to come and go, yeah, that's not a noise complaint. It's not something that, is legit. You're telling them to shut their windows and stop cooking beef.
Yeah, and their threat at the end to try, their big hammer they were going to drop on these carnivores was, we're going to report you on social media. Okay, and what? Is the internet going to show up at my house and cause me to stop barbecuing?
Yeah.
No.
Have you seen the carnivore diet? Have you read up at all about that? Where you just eat like meat and eggs for everything? That's all you eat?
Wasn't that called something else? The keto diet.
It's not
The keto.
quite. It's not quite.
It's
keto.
not keto?
It's not.
Okay.
This doesn't you don't eat vegetables really on the carnivore diet. It's like meat, eggs,
there's-
fish, chicken. You don't really eat vegetables.
You
don't eat vegetables.
There is a friend of mine at the gym that swears by it. This is all he does, and he goes to like Costco, and all he does is go to the meat section and freeze it all and buy as much as he can. And from ground beef to everything else, it's just meat. And he swears that he is in the best shape of his life, and that he's shed all this extra weight, and that it works.
Yeah, I've read a lot about it. It's a little different than keto. Keto is just like anti-carbs, but you can eat vegetables. Carnivore, you don't eat vegetables. All right, one more, Brian. What else are you making faces?
I'm going to have you guess the state in which this happened once we get a little bit through the story. But
Florida. I was just gonna say.
Damn it. Yes, it is Florida. Of course it's Florida. You knew that as soon as I set it up that way. So apparently a handcuffed 73-year-old man somehow was able to, quote, forcibly throw a cheeseburger at a cop, leading to the suspect's arrest on and this is the soft part, a felony battery charge. How soft is that from the cop? I get it. You can't throw stuff at cops. Absolutely in the wrong. A dude throws a cheeseburger at you, and he gets hit with a felony battery charge.
Is he double jointed?
Well, they didn't in the story, and I'll read a little bit more. But in the story, they don't say how he was able to throw the cheeseburger while in handcuffs.
If you're cuffed traditionally, it's behind your back.
Right. And
so how the hell you're throwing anything, I don't know. If you're cuffed just in front, like when they bring guys into court, sometimes you're just cuffed in front. What are you doing? An overhead chest pass? I mean, an overhead length of the court pass with a cheeseburger?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, so they don't say exactly how he threw it, but apparently, so as he's being detained, he was apparently holding a burger. The cops told him to drop the burger. He refused to do so, and according to the arrest report, after the handcuffs were placed onto him, the man forcibly threw the burger on the cop's right leg, and the cheeseburger, or the
on
cop,
his leg?
Yeah, the cop added the cheeseburger struck the patrolman, leaving behind, quote, a residue, unquote, on the thigh of the lawman. This guy threw a cheeseburger, hit him in the thigh, left some ketchup on his pants leg, and this a-hole cop is soft and now going to charge him with a felony.
Welcome to Florida.
So I mean, he must have had the burger in his hands when he was handcuffed, and the cop was behind him, and he kind of flicked it.
But still, there's no way you could create way you could create momentum for forcibly.
No, I'm just saying that's what happened. I don't think that he created any sort of force.
Right.
I'm with you on that. That just must have been the semantics of the toss. He was handcuffed behind his back. I mean, it depends on the burger. I mean, if you got the burger at certain places, I could totally understand why this is a felony charge. Now, if you get it at some other places, then maybe misdemeanor. But I think what we're losing in this story is where the burger was from.
Now, I would say
Juicy Lucy is going to do more damage.
It'd probably create more stain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be as hard.
I think I'd be more likely to lock someone up because they wasted a really good burger. Like if they threw a burger from Burger Chan from me, I'd be mad that they wasted it.
If I was a cop and they had a really good burger, I would have taken the burger and eaten it myself. Virginia,
no, because he's already been eating it.
I don't care about that. It's a really good burger. I don't care if the criminals had a couple of bites.
What are you going to cut around it?
You would eat the rest of the burger?
Oh,
absolutely.
No way.
Why not?
Nope.
Yeah. Depends on how hungry you are.
1,000 reasons, Jeremy.
Yeah, no thanks.
Put a little, rub a little dirt on it. It's no big deal. You guys are way too germophobic here. Virginia was the cop vegan.
Maybe.
That's a good line.
That is
Virginia.
very vegan behavior.
Virginia just won Twitch. Usually we get no gyms out of Twitch, but Virginia, that was pretty good. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Have the Texans given C.J. Stroud enough around him to be a legitimate MVP candidate and carry the team deep in the playoffs? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, a word for Vanderford Air. Look, we know that the next, say, 7 to 10 days, temperatures are going to be in the 90s. That means we're getting close to those triple digits. That means before we get to the dog days of summer, it's probably a good idea to get your air conditioning and your HVAC units checked out. Make sure that everything's up to snuff and they're ready to go before they peter out at the absolute worst time. That's why I'm telling you about Vanderford Air. They can come out right now, do a complete system check, make sure everything's up to snuff, and if it's not, they'll give you a written explanation of what needs to be done, how they can help, and then what you have to go through, what you will be going through, and how long it will take to get the whole thing done. They're highly communicative, put everything in writing, and the best thing that I love are the guarantees that come with it. The fact is they're experts. They know what they're doing, but they make sure they back up everything so that you believe and trust in them every step of the way. It starts when you make that call. If you make that call and it is really hot outside, and you know a lot of people's AC units are going down, Well, there's probably going to be a long line, and sometimes it takes days, if not a week, before they can get to your house. Not with Vanderford Air. You call them within 24 hours, they're at your door checking out what you got going on. That's a fantastic guarantee to have in your back pocket. And then the best guarantee of all, everything that they do is 100% money back guaranteed. That means the work that they do, the parts and systems that they are going to install, the way that those systems and parts are going to work and operate, and the fact that your satisfaction with the entire process means something to them. So if you're not satisfied, you get your money back. That's all the kind of guarantees that I need when I'm dealing with any company, because I want to make sure that I have the backing that is insured if I'm not satisfied. They'll take care of it, make it right, and it's all 100% money back guaranteed. That's why I stress to you, Vanderford is the place to go. Check out VanderfordAir.com right now. They also do plumbing. They can do repipes. They can put a whole humidifier system into your entire house to help with the overall environment, temperature, and climate. But the main thing with the air conditioning, it's coming up at a time when it's going to be vital that your system is not only there, but it's working at its tip top. Check them out today because the phone call is easy to make. It is 281-557-COOL, 281-557-COOL. Lock it into your phone so you can call them when you need them. Maybe you call them now to check out your system, or VanderfordAir.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A lot of people, Brian, are saying that if you're under arrest and you assault an officer, that makes it a felony.
I mean, sure,
It's felony
but
because he was already under arrest for something else.
Yeah, but the problem is throwing a burger isn't forcible assault.
It's not an easy. It's a thankless job. We should be criticizing the police.
Could have been forcible assault if it was a salty burger.
Good police.
Sodium level.
Yeah.
You ever watch The Wire?
I haven't. No, it's a show that's been on my list for a long time, but I haven't watched it.
I love the way they say police on that show. You got to be good police work. Great show. Might be a little outdated now. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that show came out mid 2000s.
That's my problem. Like, I've never seen The Sopranos all the way through, and that's my problem with The Sopranos. It's like it's hard for me to get into it. Like, I've started it so many times, but it's hard for me to get like fully invested in it because it's like I'm seeing things that you don't see anymore. Like TVs with VCRs in them.
Sure,
it's
you
like
got people using payphones.
Yeah. It's almost fiction. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like in a
I know
very
what you're talking
weird,
about.
very, very weird way. I feel like I think I've missed my window. I've missed my window on The Sopranos.
There's a weird line because I have no problem with seeing that if it's supposed to be the show's supposed to be a period piece, right? Like there's a show on FX years ago called The Americans where it was intentionally set in the 80s. I had no problem with that because it's supposed to be of the time. But when there's a weird line that we draw. But if I miss the boat on the show, then when I go back and see some TV that's not a flat screen but has that huge hump on the back, it completely takes me out of the scene.
That weighed like 3 tons.
Oh, yes.
Those TVs
so heavy.
A bear.
So the Texans given C.J. Stroud enough around him to be a legit MVP candidate and carry the team deep in the playoffs in 2024. ESPN had a quarterback question for every single team in the NFL, and that was their quarterback question for the Houston Texans. So, have they?
I don't know how you can say anything but that they have. Yeah, you could add some depth to the running back room, but other than that, the fact that you brought back a top 10-ish tight end in Dalton Schultz, the fact that we went from questioning what kind of wide receiver room and where it ranked a year ago, but now you've got Tank Dell coming back. You've got Nico Collins coming off, both guys having massive years last year. You've added Diggs to the mix. You've added more depth than that to the wide receiver room. The fact that, Joe Mixon is an upgrade, in my opinion, at running back. I don't know how you can question any of this, and if that's what you're looking for, I think you probably were short on things to look at for the Texans, because it seems to me like it's a pretty complete situation for Stroud and for the team.
Yeah, I think there's enough around them. The receiving trio I would have number one in the NFL. If you want to throw tight ends and say wide receiver quartets, I think that they have the best wide receiver quartet in the NFL. So, and then you give them a running back. I don't know if it's an upgrade at running back. I hope it's an upgrade at running back. I don't love the depth of the running back room,
right,
but Stroud has enough weapons. This offense should be good. Slowick, he's got enough toys on this offense to where, yes, I would say the Texans have given Stroud enough around him to be a legit MVP candidate. And I would say deep in the playoffs, we kind of needed to find that. I think that the Texans' ceiling is AFC Championship, unless Mahomes sprains his ankle. Then
I would consider that deep.
Yeah, I would consider that deep. So the answer for me is yes and yes.
Yeah, I think to be considered like a deep playoff, assuming you're not on a bye, but I would say 2 rounds. So yeah, if you get to the conference championship, to me that would be considered a
2 wins, right?
Yeah, 2 wins, or if you
you go a bye and win one,
or a bye plus 1 win, right? Either as long as you get to the conference championship round, to me that's a deep playoff run. I think the answer to this question is absolutely yes. I mean, you guys laid out all the weapons they've added or retained, and guys who should take a bigger leap going into year 2 of their career, like Tank Dell. And, I mean, we saw Stroud last year, and he was on pace for a while until he got hurt to lead the league in passing. I think he's a guy who could be 4,500-plus yards and over 30 touchdowns. You combine that with a team that I expect to win, 11 games with an upside of maybe 12. I think that's absolutely going to have C.J. Stroud in the MVP considerations. And the Texans, I mean, other than the Chiefs and the Ravens, I don't see a team that I absolutely fear as far as knocking them out of the playoffs. So it'll depend on, the bracket and where it falls as to when they would face those teams. But I think they're absolutely capable of getting to the AFC title game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that, 1, taking the team further than they've ever been before, but 2, doing the fact that this, from a progressive standpoint, to kind of take it a step further than you did the year before with a tougher schedule, with a quarterback that isn't Patrick Mahomes yet, right? He had 1 good year, and everybody asked, well, is he going to have a sophomore slump? Is he going to take a step back? If he not only doesn't take a step back, but he puts him in that kind of position, I don't think there's any way that you're probably not going to look at him as probably one of the driving forces, if not the driving force for why, from an offensive perspective for sure. And the fact that, you're looking at a guy that's going to start getting into that Mahomes-ish type aura of saying, hey, you can make your team better. You're a guy that's going to be a leader. You heard what Brady said. I think that when you're looking at a guy like this, there's a lot of eyes on him to say, can he continue to do this? Is this something he can maintain and build on and take it to the next level? Tougher schedule, better team now around him. If he does that, I think all eyes are going to be on him, because I think they're going to have a lot of national TV games too, to where I think he will be in the MVP discussion.
Yeah, I don't know if I can put him in the Mahomes class.
Well, you got to win Super Bowls to get full Mahomes, but I mean the kind of respect of one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, I would say a Super Bowl. I wouldn't go more than one to be in the Mahomes tier. I think Mahomes is in a tier by himself when it comes to NFL quarterbacks, though. Like, there's Mahomes, and then there's every other tier. There's everybody else.
But that's why I think
behind him.
Yeah, I mean, even to come close to him, you have multiples.
I think you get in the conversation if you win one.
Okay.
You don't have his resume, you don't have his talent, but now you're a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I think that does elevate you. Pessimistic Chad, Stroud has plenty of weapons to make his case for MVP. His O-line is his biggest obstacle. They are soft, and there are too many apologists defending them. That's a hot take. I like hot takes, and that's a hot take. Is the Texans' offensive line soft? I certainly haven't defended them. I had them both yelling at me on Twitter one day, or 2 of the 5. I wouldn't call them soft, and I think they have a chance to be good.
I think 3 of the 5 are above average for sure, with the ability to be good.
Who are Laramie and who else?
Tunsil, Howard, and Shaq, I think, are above average offensive linemen, considering if Howard stays at his rightful position of right tackle, then I think you just have to figure out left guard and center. You have candidates, at least specifically with the center position, that you believe are going to be good and are capable. And you got to figure out left guard. That's the biggest glaring weakness that has to be sorted through. But other than that, I think that 3.5 to 4/5 of the offensive line, I feel good with.
Those would be my 3
probably
too.
Juice at center.
That would have those 3. I think Juice has potential. Left guard is concerning for me.
No question.
Left guard's concerning for me. 7-6-1-2 to the Texans win 1 Super Bowl during the Stroud era.
Yeah,
I think so too. Pump the brakes, says 8746. This is a first-place schedule. Houston is very talented. Let's see how 1v1 plays out. Okay. 713-780-ESPN, HRP, listener line. What are ideas that you have to make the NFL release / schedule better? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what's really good? You know what's awesome? SaberCat Rugby. You have to get out and watch some SaberCat Rugby football. They're having a tremendous year, too. The other day I was going to the airport, and I rode in the little parking shuttle with about 3 or 4 of the SaberCat players. They're tough. They're mean, but they're actually very nice people. But if you like football, you're going to love SaberCats Rugby. 80 minutes of non-stop collision, and these guys are athletes. The athleticism is insane. It's like football meets wrestling meets basketball, and the players, again, crazy athletic. Some of the best players from all over the world play in the league. Go check out the SaberCats at SaberCats Stadium. Tickets are inexpensive, so you can bring your family. You bring all the friends. You will not be disappointed. You're going to have tons of fun at a very, very cheap ticket, which is hard to find in sports these days. HoustonSaberCats.com for tickets. HoustonSaberCats.com. Stadium's right off 288 and Airport Boulevard. Get out there, watch SaberCat football, having a tremendous season. HoustonSaberCats.com for those cheap, inexpensive tickets, and bring out the family.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
How would you make the NFL schedule release better? How would you make the NFL schedule better? We're going to have the schedule release coming up tonight. We're already seeing a bunch of this tipped off.
What, like half the Texans schedule's out at this point?
Is it up to half? I have 5 on my list.
Yeah, I think maybe some of these aren't official, but I've seen about half the schedule come out.
The 5 that I have, and I've been busy since 3, so I haven't been able to update this over the last 2 hours. Chicago on Sunday Night Football at home in Week 2. At Jacksonville in Week 4. At Lambeau, that rink-a-dink stadium in that Hobunk state. At Green Bay in Week 7. At Kansas City Saturday on Week 16. And then Week 17, Baltimore, Christmas on Netflix. It's a Wednesday game.
Yeah, there's been a couple more since then. There's apparently going to be a Sunday night football against the Lions and a Monday night game against the Cowboys, from what I've seen.
That's like 5 primetime games.
Yeah, they are exactly 5 primetime games. Last time I looked.
That's awesome.
You like the Netflix?
I have Netflix, so I don't care.
We do too, but I don't
care.
like.
I don't care this on Netflix. I'm more curious on Christmas Day.
I like that actually.
I don't.
Like you're always looking for something to do Christmas around noon. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But there's the night game though.
Between the food
Even
and
better.
the presents. And...
Even better. You can hang out with the family, and then either you can still hang out with the family until
or
the
you
night,
get away,
or you get away.
Yeah.
Like, I love the fact that it's
I
on
don't
Christmas.
like the Netflix thing because I don't like the fact that for everybody, I think the NFL is getting to a point where they're starting to be more high society than they are for everybody, all the people. Because you just got to think of everybody involved. Every game should be available, cable or over the air. The fact that you start forcing people to get Netflix and you force people to get
the dam's already broke though, man.
And Netflix can be cheaper than cable.
Yeah, I mean,
right,
games are on Peacock, games are on Prime. It's over.
Go to the bar. Go to the bar. Ask for Gentle Ben.
On Christmas, go to the bar.
They'll be open.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
that's like Christmas. Christmas night's a day, like not for us, like as parents and married, but like whenever you were like say in college.
Christmas Day night is one of the biggest movie nights too. Where the theaters open up too because everybody's looking for something to do.
Yeah, for like a college age or like a young professional who doesn't have a wife or a husband or a significant other. It's 2024 and children. Then it's kind of a perfect night to go out to the bar.
I'm also seeing Texans versus Colts week 1 in Indy.
Okay, yeah.
They're not saying. I haven't seen if that's a noon CBS game or what that is, but week 1 at Indy for the
My
Texans.
biggest disappointment is not Thanksgiving Day.
You still get the Cowboys on Sunday night or Monday night though.
Yeah, but I would have liked. I mean, to Jeremy's point on Christmas.
Oh, that's a Monday nighter.
That's what I saw. Yeah.
What week?
It was around. It would be.
Nice.
I think it was around November. It was in the second half of the season.
That's great for radio.
I like Thanksgiving. Those games get a ton of attention anyway. And if you got one of the three
Cowboys
games on
11-18, so November 18th. So I guess that would be the Sunday or the Monday right before Thanksgiving. Would it not?
Yeah.
I don't. Can Dallas do that? I don't think Dallas can play a Monday and a Thursday.
Maybe there's a week before that.
Yeah,
then
they wouldn't be able to play a Monday to a Thursday. You have to have at least 3 days off.
Yeah.
That's why the Texans are playing Saturday on the 16th. Stoots broke that, by the way. Stoots had the presence of mind to realize, well, they're not playing the Steelers. You can't play, with 2 days off. So that's why Kansas City's week 16. Yeah, it was smart. Big brain. What are ideas you have to either make the NFL schedule release or the NFL schedule better? I have 2 ideas that I would love to see for NFL release, and I have one of each. One NFL release idea, one NFL schedule idea that would make the sport better across the board. What do you got?
First one I got is quit giving games away. Just keep people guessing. Because if you want to build up the suspense and you really, truly are trying to drive people to see when the schedule is actually released, most times by the time that you get to the actual release of the schedule, a lot of the schedule's already figured out and a lot of the suspense and the interest and the intrigue is gone. Like drop hints, you can drop clues, you can do some things like that. But we basically, by the time, like here we are, and we pretty much know the majority of the schedule. Like I hate all of that. Like either don't tell us or tell us, but the in-between dropping of the games to the point where you pretty much can figure out most of it, I'm not in for that.
Yeah, it keeps the NFL in the news cycle for a longer
Then don't
duration.
tell us any of the games.
Well, it keeps everybody talking about it for a long period of time. Like if you kind of you drop something here, you drop something there, you drop something there, then the attention that you're receiving is going to have a longer window. Now, does it dampen the viewership for the NFL schedule release?
I can drop clues without telling you the games.
I'm looking at a tweet from Will Kunkel from Fox. He's got 13 of their 17 games already.
Wow.
I mean, what's the point of watching tonight?
Right. Because
that's kind of
the other 4.
I guess
to see if they're right. To
I
confirm.
You have multiple choice if you know the 4 opponents.
You do. You do have multiple choice. Yeah.
I'm with Joel on this one. I almost equate it to the way, and they've to a degree kind of gone back against this and corrected it to, I guess, people who would be on my side on this. But I almost equate it to when they used to give away the picks right before the picks were made in the NFL draft or even the NBA draft as well.
Yeah.
It's just like it's a TV product. You're basically, if you think of it like a TV show or a movie, you're basically posting spoilers right before you have the TV show that you want people to be all excited for and watch. So it feels like they're cutting off their nose despite their face.
Yeah, I stay off Twitter on those nights.
I
don't
do
wanna
as
see
well.
it.
But I mean, even like this last NFL draft, even though Schefter wasn't spoiling it right before the pick, they would go to the set for, I can't remember who all was there, and one of the guys would go, "Man, I think a pass rush will be really good for whatever team," and basically give away the pick.
All right, here's my two ideas. My two ideas that I have. One's just for the NFL schedule, and I think that I've said this before. What I would do to change the NFL schedule is I would stagger the games throughout the day. I wouldn't have 8 games kicking off at noon. I would go March Madness style where every game has about a 30-minute separator. That way you have starts of football games and into football games staggered throughout the day. That's the way to do it. Stop showing them all at noon and then 3:05. Stagger it throughout the whole day. Capture the attention for a longer span, and then you have awesome endings that are sprinkled throughout the day. They're not all coming down to that one final moment. What I would change about the NFL schedule release, we all love a draft, don't we? Don't we like a good draft, whether it's basketball, football, whatever? We all love drafts. You know what I want to see? I want to see these networks drafting games. How about that NFL schedule release draft coming up tonight? Would you watch that? You might not be watching the NFL schedule release because you've already seen all of these tips and all of these hints. Will Kunkel has 13 of the 17 games. Let's get rid of all of that. You have executives from NBC, executives from Fox, executives from CBS, ESPN, Netflix, Amazon. They're in the war room. They have a draft. They're drafting games that they want on their network.
And they get to dictate where the game, what week the game's played.
Well, that's a little bit more. That's a little different.
Really,
Probably
I don't think
not.
they could do
It
that.
would have to be the
Yeah.
week. The week would be attached to the game. The week would be attached to the game. So like Houston, Dallas, week blank.
Yeah, that's.
And there would also be some, like FIFA does this though, when they do their like little draws that certain things get eliminated based on the draw. They would also have to, factor in the dates.
Yeah.
Like if you draft Houston Texans on Monday Night Football, then you're not going to be able to have like the Cowboys on. Well, you wouldn't be able to have the Cowboys on Thanksgiving anyways. So the date might already have to be locked in. The date would have to be locked in. But that's fine. That would be awesome. Houston, Dallas, this is the date. Do you want it or not? CBS has the first pick of the NFL matchup draft coming up tonight. Who are they going to pick? Which matchup are they going to pick? Kansas City, Baltimore, Houston, Dallas, Green Bay, Detroit. That would add so much more suspense than anything that's going on right now.
I just don't know that. I just think it would be extremely complicated for them to figure out everything
Better,
that
yes
we
or
mentioned.
no?
The dates.
It's a better TV product.
Way better TV product than just,
I think they would have to lock in the dates. Like if the dates weren't locked in, then you couldn't make it work.
Just solve that. Houston, Dallas has this date. Baltimore, Kansas City has this date because you do have to have the days off and et cetera, et cetera. You have to have the bye weeks already predetermined. But everything is on the board. Every matchup, they're attached with their date. And then you have all these executives from all of these networks. They have the first round, second round, third round. Boom.
I think
There's
you might
your
also
TV
have
schedule.
to lock in Thursday night and Monday night
Why?
games. Well, because then a team could be drafted into maybe having back-to-back Thursday games or a Monday like a Monday followed by a Thursday game. You might have to.
You have to lock those in.
Yeah, you
you're
might
right.
have to lock in just to keep teams from having a competitive disadvantage. But otherwise, yeah, that's a fantastic TV show.
You would also have to repackage like the TV contracts because instead of Amazon having every Thursday night game, since they're on the C package, maybe they don't get a first round, second round, third round pick. Maybe that's their C package. So in order to be like the A package, you have X amount of dollars, you get first round picks. The B package, well, you don't get a first rounder. C package, well, you don't get a first or a second rounder.
And now the NFL has another way to make money because they can add it to the deal, the rights to the first pick of the draft.
TV executive draft.
You can see Fox and CBS looking to alternate the first pick every year, and that with that also who gets the Super Bowl, maybe it's the other one. But then for NBC, it's going to be like, well, wait a minute, we're paying enough money. We should have the first pick, or we should have top 3 pick status as well. And then they just boost the prices on everything for the negotiation rights. And then the NFL is making more money hand over fist.
713-780-ESPN. How would you improve the schedule? How would you improve the schedule release? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. There aren't many things that annoy me more than potholes. I know you've done everything to fix these potholes that you have authority over, and I know that nothing works. Well, finally, there's something you can do to change that. Anytime that you're using asphalt, stop doing that. Use mechanical concrete from Third Rock Renewables. It's great for potholes. It's great for parking lots, ranch roads, lay down yards, truck parking. Whatever you would use asphalt for, stop doing it. Use mechanical concrete. Third Rock Renewables' patented technology is changing the game, fixing these annoying potholes for good. And they're going to cut your maintenance costs by 75% while also lowering your carbon emissions. If you want to save more money, mention to Third Rock Renewable that you heard about their mechanical concrete on ESPN 97.5. 20% off. I know it sounds too good to be true, but it's not. It is true. Fix your parking lot, your road, your laydown yard, whatever a pothole that you see. Third Rock Renewables mechanical concrete is going to do it. The only low-cost industrial strength sustainable base that turns these end-of-life tires into an indestructible build product. Call 713-305-0507. That's 713-305-0507. And stop worrying about potholes. Visit Third Rock online as well at thirdrockrenewables.com. thirdrockrenewables.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What is your idea to improve the schedule release or the NFL schedule? 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lance in Spring Branch, the preeminent caller to the Killer Bees. Lance, what's your idea to fix the schedule or the schedule release?
Yeah, thanks, guys. So I play a lot of fantasy football, and one thing that always kills me throughout the year is the bye week. And so, like, well, this year, I think this past year, you had weeks where there was, like, 2 teams on bye, and then another week there was, like, 8 or 7 teams on bye, which is just ridiculous. So why don't you just make once a week, just have one division have their bye? So you only have 4 teams have a bye. You got 8 divisions, so it's 8 weeks. You get your byes out of the way throughout the year like that, instead of having 8 or 9 teams on a bye for 1 week and really killing us fantasy football lovers.
I got you, Bill. Appreciate the call. I wonder if you're drafting now, which I am. So you want to have the fixed bye, which right now it's an unknown. Until tonight, you'll know the byes tonight. I don't hate the idea. But I would say from a scheduling perspective, they probably wouldn't want to do this, and they're not going to put the fantasy players as the priority. They're getting all the attention from the fantasy players anyway, so it's not like they need to curry favor with fantasy players and gamblers. They're going to be there regardless. So I'm sure that it has a lot to do with the schedules. And also there's 8 divisions, so do you want to spread out? I don't know how many bye weeks.
Don't they do the bye weeks by division?
No.
Record and division factor in? Because I think that
I don't know. I mean, it might be coincidental where sometimes there's 2 teams in the same division on a bye, but it's never a fixed. Okay, all 4 of the teams in the AFC South, you're going to be on a bye in week 10. No, it's not. It's not like that.
And how many teams get a bye per week?
Well, it's kind of a bell curve. You see, the early week when the byes open. I think there was as early as week 4 last.
Yeah,
year.
There's as little as 2 and as many as 6.
So, and it's like a bell curve. So when it starts, you have a couple, and then when it ramps up in the middle part of the year, you see the bell curve, hit its apex, and then it tapers off a little bit to the final bye week where it has again 2.
Because I remember the Packers one year. Princess had a huge problem because of the fact that they had a bye week within the first month of the season or something like that. And it was wait till we're dinged up and we're tired and we've had a grueling point of the schedule before you give us a bye week that early.
Yeah. I don't like the early buys either. 713-780-ESPN. If I were a coach, I'd give me a buy and smack dab in the middle of the year. Quite frankly, here's another idea. Let's add an 18th game. Let's get it back to an even number, and then throw in another bye week. Make it a 20-week regular season where you have 18 games, and you have 2 bye weeks throughout the 20-week regular season. Because this little thing that they have going on where half the teams get 9 home games, the other half of the teams get 8 home games. It's not a true schedule. I don't like it.
No, I don't like it either. Someone on ESPN in the last week stated that that's where the league's headed, that it's going to be 2 byes and a 20-week schedule with 18 games. I think that obviously the NFL can't have a problem with that because more exposure, longer season, everybody's happy, more football to be seen and played. And I think the players would be happier with that too because they've already had issues in the past with adding the extra game and what that does with the punishment on their body. Give them a chance to kind of, give you the best football as well.
3358, how about an AFC bye week 8, NFC bye week 9? That's going to kill fantasy football because you might have an all. But if you know that ahead of time, maybe you can plan for it a little.
But like you said, a lot of people are drafting already, so you don't know until the schedule comes out and you're already drafting your team.
Well, you would know if every single year AFC's week 8 and NFC's week 9, you would know that. Yeah, it'd be fixed every year. I'm okay with how the buys are. I don't really have a problem with it, other than I would add a second buy and add an 18th game.
Build your roster with depth. Prepare for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're only limited so many roster spots. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Larry, Southwest Side. You're in the Hive with the Bees.
Yeah, I wanted to make 2 points about your idea of a draft. It sounds like a real fun idea. But 2 things. First of all, would you have the network or the media outlet that had the lowest ratings last year get the first pick in that draft? So Amazon Prime, I guess, would be picking first every year. And the second point, I think while it's a fun concept, I think it's more of an insider thing. I don't know if most fans really care if a game's going to be on CBS or Fox.
Yeah, that's a great point. I hadn't thought about that as we brainstormed this out because it is a genius idea. Roger Goodell, if you ever need any advice, at Jeremy Branham on Twitter. That's a good idea. Now, you would have to have tiers. You would have to have the A tier, the B tier, and the C tier. Amazon Prime isn't going to get the same draft picks that NBC and Fox and CBS, and even if you want to throw in the little ABC, ESPN combo. So you would have to stagger them. Your top 3 networks that are paying you the most money, okay, well, those guys are going to get the first, second, third rounds all by themselves. Then your B contract, okay, you're going to start in our 4th and 5th round, and then the Amazons of the world. It depends on how much money you're willing to give. If Amazon outbids all of them, then Amazon's going to be in the first round. Well, but it depends on which package you're purchasing.
You also have to balance and find a way to balance the ratings because you can take the national TV games as ratings. You can take the subscription services and have to put it on a different tier anyway.
Yeah, that does make it hard with the subscription services. That kind of throws a wrinkle into that one. But yeah, I love this idea. 713-780-ESPN. Brian, did you have an idea that you would like before I take a look at some of these others that I saw on the internet earlier?
No, my only idea was kind of what Joel touched upon. I just hate the slow release of it, and I know you had an idea that was kind of counter to that, where you basically spread it out through the entire day. To me, though, I don't know.
Draft.
Yeah, no, yeah, but I'm not talking about the draft. But you had your other idea before that. I just would rather it be all at once. Don't run it out through over the course of the whole day. That was my main drawback. I like most everything about it, other than the fact of it's just every couple hours. Oh, here's one game. Here's another little piece of pie. Like, no, just give me the whole thing at once.
All right, here's some ideas from USA Today. Add in an in-season NFL Cup. We're in weeks.
No.
In weeks. Hear it out.
You're gonna love this.
Hear it out. Actually, I don't like it because I think football is already kind of this like perfect schedule for the most part. Add an 18th game, but from weeks 2 through 8, teams will enter into a round robin that includes one game against each of the divisional foes and all 4 against their scheduled intra-conference division. Then in week 9, the flexible scheduling allows the league to like face the pods against one another. No. NFL doesn't need that. Like NFL,
they do not.
See, the reason the NBA did that is because they wanted attention before Christmas.
Because it's too long of a schedule, yeah.
They wanted attention before Christmas, and it brought them some attention. People were talking about it. NFL doesn't need attention. NFL is doing just fine. Add a second bye week for each team, okay. Slate NFL games to broader audiences. I don't really know what that means. Oh, he's saying more international, it looks like. Instead of having the 9-game, 8-game home road thing, you play 1 game internationally. I'd actually be in favor of that.
Yeah, the bigger thing for me is just schedule balancing when you're starting to look at when playoff implications in terms of strength of schedule and other things. It's tough when, you don't have like the divisions all play each other twice and then they play one division and then you figure it out. The fact that like you could not only, your odd game could be on the road and it could be against a really tough opponent and someone that you tie with record-wise for the playoffs might have played a cupcake at home.
Now, I do like how they it's strength of schedule, so it like increases parity. So I think that's a smart way to do it. I don't like the odd number, but if you're going to have an odd number to make it one neutral game would be a pretty good idea, I think. If it's international, hey, you're kind of expanding your horizons, which it looks like they want to do that anyways.
Better than what we do now by sending the worst games every year.
I know.
This week 1 in Brazil.
No, I'm not talking. Yeah, Brazil aside, but if you look at the London games and the Germany game this year, they're all terrible matchups.
Yeah, well, week 1 is Eagles-Packers, which is a big game.
Yeah, I know. I'm specifically talking about London and the Germany games.
I don't like the international games.
Why?
I think it screws with a lot of teams in terms of their travel.
But if every team's playing one, then it's even.
Fair. Expand the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm out on this one. I don't like.
I don't like it at 7. To be honest,
yeah, it's already watered down enough. Isn't it?
I like 6 more than I like 7.
Same.
Let's see what else the only idea that I like from the USA Today one: hold Super Bowl on President's Day weekend. That way you get the Monday off.
One day off is big. Everybody always complains about.
I think there actually has been talk of that about if they. I think Roger Goodell said if they added the 18th game, that would include moving the Super Bowl back to a point where the next day would be a federal holiday.
Why not?
No, we wouldn't be off, but but the banks would be off.
Yeah, but we would get a comp day.
Yeah,
we get a comp day.
Do we get a comp day for President's Day? I don't think we do.
I think we do.
I think that's true.
Yeah, it's a federal holiday, Brian.
Yeah, we don't get a comp day for every federal holiday.
Do we not?
I'll check the schedule, but I don't think we do.
At the start of every year, the HR department sends out the company official.
I don't think President's Day is a part of it.
If we work on those days, then we definitely get a comp
I know,
day.
but I don't think President's Day is because we only get 10.
No, President's Day is not on there. Here are the 10 that we get. Here, I mean, I speak for HRMP. I know this kind of stuff. New Year's Day, MLK Day, Good Friday, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Day after Thanksgiving. This year, it doesn't say Christmas Eve.
We usually get that, or if depending on the day it falls, the day after.
And then Christmas, and then New Year'sEve.
Right. Yeah, we never get President's Day. It wouldn't affect us at all. But all the banks, all the bank employees would be off, and the federal employees would be off.
Who do I need to call? All right, 713-780.
We don't get Arbor Day? Number.
What is Arbor Day?
Tree Day.
Okay, when is Tree Day?
This would be pretty cool. 9506 instead of a draft from the networks, have a fantasy auction. That would be pretty good.
It's same idea, but yeah, that'd be fine.
It's just a different format.
Different format, right?
Instead of a regular draft, you would have the auction. I'm not going to read that. Honey Glazed Brown, I'm bad text.
Again?
Not my idea, but 20 games, max 16 games. He says, not my idea, but 20 game schedule, max 16 games allowed per player. I don't like that. I don't like that one.
Yeah.
Teams can play 20, but players can only play up to 16.
No way.
Yeah, I don't like that.
That's like you're basically creating injuries in terms of you guys are going to get hurt anyway, but all of a sudden they don't play for a certain amount of weeks.
It's an interesting concept, but I'm not a fan of it. Like, I don't want to see 4 games where the Texans don't have C.J. Stroud.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, it makes more sense for the non-quarterbacks, and you also would have players that wouldn't be playing hurt because, in fact, it's a little bit of strategy involved. Like, you have a sprained ankle. Hey, let's use this as one of your 4 games that you can't play.
Plus, the depth is going to be a bigger thing now because if C.J. is going to have to sit for 4 games, your backup quarterback becomes more important.
I just don't think they could sell that to the TV networks. They're not going to buy games where they're not going to buy a huge package of games on 4 games a year.
Because you can't draft a matchup between the Niners and the Chiefs, and then all of a sudden you find out Mahomes is not playing.
Yeah, we're not using that 16 game minimum, 20 game because we want the draft. Give us the draft. Everybody want it. Everybody's clamoring for it. 713-780-ESPN. All right, let's get to our Will-A-Bits for the day. What are we talking about today? You never know until we get into it, but you know that it's going to be good. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something else that's good is the club at Texas Star Grill Shop. Do you want the best barbecue grills at the best price? Of course you do. Then join the club at Texas Star Grill Shop now, 975grills.com, 975grills.com. There's nothing to it. You don't have to pay anything to be in the club. It's free. It's easy. They're just going to send you really good deals. Just mention the club at any Texas Star Grill Shop. They'll honor that too. But if you haven't joined the club, you're missing out on incredible deals. Again, it's free. There's nothing to it. You just get great deals sent to you. The deal they have going on right now, the Weber Slate Rust-Resistant Griddle. This is how a pro cooks his burgers. Don't be serving up the dry burgers that are rock hard. Probably got that guy in Florida in trouble. Restaurants cook burgers on flat tops, so why wouldn't you? It's the best way to cook a burger on a flat top. 975grills.com and get a steal of a deal. Plus, club members get free delivery and assembly when you sign up at 975grills.com. Doesn't cost anything to sign up. It's just where they play all of their specials, including the Weber Slate Rust-Resistant Griddle. $100 off right now at 975grills.com. Of course, Texas Star Grill Shop is where you want to get your grill. They'll be there every step of the way. If you're going to buy a grill in this town, you need to talk to them first. Weber, Traeger, Napoleon, wood pellet, charcoal, gas, flat tops, pizza ovens, they have it all. Free delivery and assembly. Also, if you're in the market for an outdoor kitchen, that's who you need to talk to as well. And the club is the place to get all the best offers. 975grills.com for the best barbecue grills at the best price.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
What
play
an
food debates.
enormous spin. Food debate. This one was yours, Brian. So what food are we debating? I'm always up for a good debate. I'm always up for a good food.
So not a specific food, and we'll have some audio to play go along with this in a second, but Keon Coleman, the rookie wide receiver out of Florida State, went to the Bills, was on the Adam Schefter podcast, and he was asked what his top 3 snacks were. So we'll play that audio here in just a second. We'll have to transition out of this music, but be thinking about what your top 3 snack foods are.
Today, Keon.
Today, like, now are we talking about like chips, cookies, and things? Or are we talking about like prepared snacks, like nachos and
Just
wings?
snacks. Just snacks.
Just snacks, Blanker.
All right, let's hear from Keon Coleman now.
Those are snacks?
Sour punch straw, sweet tart ropes, and Skittles, of course.
Hey, give me the scout. But give me the report on each of those 3. Give me a little bit of background on why you like them so much.
Because they're good.
They good. The purple Skittles, of course, the purple Skittles. And then the sweet tart ropes, you ain't never had them?
No.
So they got the cherry punch. They got another pink one. They got the twisted ones. Yeah. And then they got one that come in a blue pack.
He's right about the purple Skittles, though. Purple Skittles are better than red Skittles.
Why?
They just taste better.
I don't agree with that.
The purple Skittles are fantastic.
I don't really like Skittles, so I don't really have a take on those, but I do think different. I'm forgetting the name of it. The ones that come in the little square package. Starburst. Yeah, there are definitely colors of Starburst I like more than others.
The sweet tart roats are good. The little miniature ones though that are sour are better. They have
They
sour.
have a miniature rope.
Yeah, they're not called ropes, but they're similar to the rope. But instead, they have sour on the outside of it. It's very similar to the rope.
I don't think I've seen those.
You can't find them everywhere. They're hard to find, but they're delicious. It's my favorite candy, probably. I don't consider sweets snacks.
Me either.
So, I wouldn't have sweets on my... Snacks is a very, because you're asking, Brian, define snacks for us. I think it is a very, unique thing to the individual.
I don't think you can, full-on, cook it with a recipe. No. I think there has to be.
But you don't need a recipe for nachos.
No, but I think snack implies a minimum amount of effort.
I don't think that snacks can all. I would also say that snacks can't be an entree. It can't be a
so it
dinner.
Can't be like pizza.
It can't be like a lunch. No, I wouldn't consider that.
No,
Because if it can be a meal, I wouldn't consider it a snack.
So pizza and wings.
But
and
I'm
those
also
things are
not
out.
considering candy.
I was not either.
A snack. So I wouldn't have candy on my list.
It's like prepackaged stuff.
Maybe so. Yeah.
Because you can get the sweet, you can get cookies, you could get.
Well, I'm not going sweet.
But I'm just saying, you could go. A snack would be someone wants to go to get a snack, late night snack. Some people are going to go to get some cookies out of the package. Some people are going to go get chips. Some people are going to go get something out of a package.
Yeah. So my number one was Gino Ben whiskey. That's my number one snack.
That says
so not so much a packet, but more of a bottle.
Yeah, I guess
preferably the big bottle.
If that's your snack, Jeremy, there's a different conversation we might need to have.
So that's my number one. What's your top 3, Blankers?
Start for me would be, and you guys will always kill this because I go with the baked version, but the sour cream and cheddar Lay's chips.
Yeah, not
Those
the
are
baked
good.
version.
Yeah,
Not
the baked
version.
version. I forgot. I didn't realize you said baked. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you until you said baked.
Well, but I didn't really. I said you guys are going to kill me if I say baked, but the fact is, I'll just say sour.
Oh, are you going regular ones? Okay, then I'm with you.
Sour cream cheddar ruffles are.
That'd be my top 3 also.
My favorite of all favorites.
That'd be my top 3 also.
They smack for sure.
Yeah, my top 3 would be the cheddar and sour cream ruffles. I love cashews. I'll eat cashews.
Really? Cashews are great.
Yeah, that's my favorite nut. And then popcorn. Popcorn, I loved it. Now, popcorn has, to me, a quick diminishing return. When I first started eating the popcorn, best thing in the world. But by the time I get halfway through the bag, I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. And I'm ready to move on.
Not me. And you give me those. You give me the skinny pop, big bag, the family size. Ain't nobody getting any of it.
Do you put ketchup on your popcorn?
I don't. And I love popcorn.
My top 3 I like cashews, but I wouldn't have them in my top
I wouldn't
three.
put nuts in my favorite snacks.
I need them to be unhealthy for to crack my top three. I would have, and if we're not counting gentleman whiskey, which how dare you, chips of any kind are going to be at my top, except for Sun Chips. That's nowhere near my top three.
As we know.
It's not even in your top 50.
No, it's not. 50 chips are better than Sun Chips. Go look it up. Google it. My number one chip is the Zapp's Hotter Than Hot Jalapeno. That is going to be at the top of my list. Number 2 on my list, Dots Pretzels. Dots
Pretty
Pretzels
good.
are
That's
fantastic.
pretty good.
They are
but
good.
Yep.
It has to be the red bag. All the other bags are very disappointing. If you've never had another bag other than the red bag of Dots, don't waste your
What are
time.
the difference? I don't know
Different
if I've
flavors.
Okay, I don't
Different
think
flavors.
I've had anything other than the red bag.
Only get the red bag Dots. I've tried the blue. They are awful. Like the blue bag Dots, Alex Bregman salsa, bottom of the barrel. And then number 3 for me is movie theater popcorn. It's got to be movie theater
popcorn. Is the best.
Outstanding.
The butterier, the better.
Yeah, Minute Maid ticked me off because, especially going to even at ball games and movies and everything like that, I love that fresh made popcorn. And they used to have the fresh popcorn stand right behind home plate on the concourse. And then they got greedy when they built out some of the different things back then. They moved it up to the 3rd level. And it's really like you need a map and an obstacle. It's like an obstacle course to get it. And it pissed me off because I love to walk in, go right, get me the big barrel of popcorn, and I'm good.
So did you have your top 3? You gave us the 1.
I did. Well, I gave you the sour cream and cheddar Lay's. I gave you the popcorn. Any kind of popcorn, really. But from anything from the big bag of the Skinny Pop to movie theater or ballpark popcorn, fresh popped. Love it. It's outstanding. And then for me, it would be Doritos. I think for Doritos,
Which one?
Well, yeah, you got to be specific.
I think my personal favorite of all time is I love Cool Ranch.
Have you had the salsa verde?
I have not.
They're so good.
Yeah, I would go Cool Ranch too. I love when
Cool
Taco Bell did the Cool Ranch Dorito tacos. Those were fantastic.
Yeah, the spicy that spicy on the Cool Ranch I love.
Salsa verde Doritos are the best Doritos. Try
In
them.
your opinion.
Try them.
I will
You've
try 'em.
never even had them.
I know,
It's
but
not
I'm just
even your
saying
opinion because you haven't had them.
But my personal opinion is I love and have always loved my favorite Doritos are Cool Ranch.
But it's incomplete on the conversation if they're better than salsa verde because you haven't had them. 1856 spicy queso Funyuns. I don't know.
I don't like Funyuns.
Funyuns are. I'm not
I
a
don't
big
like
fan.
Funyuns.
That's a tough snack to eat.
I like Funyuns, not spicy queso Funyuns. Zebra cakes. Again, I'm not putting sweet in my snacks.
If you had to put a sweet, what would you put in? If you had to
ice
put
cream?
a sweet,
ice cream.
I would say that's a snack.
Specifically cookie dough ice cream.
Sweet
Okay.
chili Doritos. Somebody said sweet. Those are awful. I can't stand those. Those are terrible.
I wish they'd bring back. You could find them more easily. The old original taco Doritos.
Those are great.
They're great.
Those are very good. I agree with that. This guy says the Blue Diamond wasabi soy sauce almond. I've never tried those. I'm not a big wasabi guy. I do like the Blue Diamond almonds though. I usually get the
Pistachios
smokehouse.
are great. Cashews are great. Other than that, I'm not big on lots of different. And peanuts are fine.
The smokehouse almonds are pretty good. Pizza rolls with Dr. Pepper to wash it down. It's kind of entree-y.
Yeah, you're heating it and it.
Yeah, kind of entree-y. This guy says sunflower seeds or beef jerky. Those are both on my. Those are both
Sunflower
beef jerky.
seeds?
Yeah, I love
he's
sunflower
a big
seeds.
seeds guy. Beef jerky's awesome.
Beef jerky's really good. It's really expensive though. Like you might as well just go buy a skirt steak at Kroger. Like at the cost of what you're getting beef jerky for these days, it's ridiculous. I actually have a thing to make beef jerky. I haven't done it in a while. Maybe I'll take that up in the summer as a hobby. The sunflower seeds from Chinook are fantastic. Smokehouse barbecue, oh baby.
A lot of people love the pickle ones.
Yeah, they do. I'm not a big fan of the pickle
I'm not
ones.
either.
4484 cheddar and sour cream ruffles now have a flamin' hot, and then you did like a heart love emoji thing.
I would try that.
I don't love the flamin' hot unless it's
I don't need it.
Cheetos.
I don't need it. Don't mess with greatness. I love it.
I said I would try it. I mean, I would probably go into it with low expectations for the same reasons you mentioned, but I would definitely try that.
Snacks equal what you can get at a gas station. I think that's fair, but I'm not going to include sweets in mine.
Right. So, personal preference on the list, but I think whether you say everything's prepackaged from Gentle Ben all the way to sweets and or salty stuff.
6167 says pork rinds.
Oh my God, awful!
I love pork rinds.
Can't stand them. My dad used to eat them in front of the TV all the time. I tried one time.
I love.
There's some Tex-Mex restaurants that'll make the fresh pork rinds and bring them out as like your chip for like a guacamole. Fantastic.
They're healthy. Pork rinds.
Fantastic.
They're healthy. They're on the keto diet because they don't have carbs. They're
Right.
100% fat, I think. Cracklin. Cracklin's amazing. But I
Yeah.
don't know if that's a snack. Like you got to go to a very specific place to get Cracklin, which the Best Stop Cracklin is fantastic. Thank you, Twitch. That was the one recommendation that Twitch nailed, by the way. Whenever I went to the Best Stop the one time, like get the
that's
Cracklin
right.
at Best
Yeah.
Stop, and I'm hooked. Never been better. All right.
Snyder's pretzels are good too.
Those are good. Those are solid.
Because I like them the fact that you at least have the crispy texture on the outside of the pretzel. It's important, and Snyder's has good flavor on it.
This guy says, just bought new sunflower seeds I saw on Facebook. Smackin'. They had garlic parm flavor. Amazing. I actually did see those. I think I saw them on TikTok. I haven't tried them, though. Honey buns and gummy bears. What are you, 3? God. I like honey buns,
My wife
actually.
loves cinnamon rolls. So much so that ever since she's been a kid, she used to screw the rest of the family. She'd take the best part, the center part out all for herself and just leave everything for everybody else.
She would cut out the center part and then leave the outside?
Oh, yeah, for her brother.
That's poor form.
Yeah, she loves it, yeah.
You like the pinwheels? Like kind of a poor man's cinnamon roll?
Like the savory ones with like cream cheese?
No, just you can buy pinwheel. They're like next to the powdered donuts, and they're next to the honey buns.
What that is.
It's like in the bakery portion of the gas station. Like they have the chocolate donuts, they have the powdered donuts, they have the honey buns, and then they have the little.
They're just
pinwheels,
small cinnamon
pecan
rolls.
swirls.
Oh, yeah, they're just really small cinnamon rolls.
They don't have
I like
frosting.
They're bite size.
Cinnamon rolls are, I mean, Cinnabon is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah, really good. Best Stop Cracklins, he spelled it wrong, threw me for a loop. Best Stop Cracklins, freshly made, still hit, are the bomb. It's unbelievable. And their boudin's fantastic, too. Anytime I'm in Katy now, because they added one in Katy, I'll stop by if I'm within a 10-mile radius. Give me the boudin, give me the cracklin. All right, what are you nominating for Car Wreck of the Day? 713-780-3776. What is your Car Wreck of the Day? Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, the more NBA playoffs tonight. Lots of great games, and everything's heating up. That means it's a perfect time to get with MyBookie.ag. I'm telling you right now, MyBookie.ag is the best. You can bet from anywhere, anytime. You never miss a shot to cash in on a play or get in on a game, and you can even live stream and bet on the games right from their sportsbook, giving you everything you need to decide. Are you cashing out or are you letting it ride? MyBookie really makes it easy to get paid. Tons of boosted props and slam dunk parlays. Plus, new boosts are now posted on the daily. It's more than just a sportsbook, however. There's buzzer beaters, underdog upsets, and a community to share in all the excitement and maybe some conversation. Make all that more fun, even the boring games, by going to MyBookie.ag. Also, keep in mind, even when there's no games going on or you just want to get your gambling fix on with some casino games, live dealers standing by. You can play blackjack, poker, and so much more. Give yourself a head start today. Play with house money by using our promo code. It's BET975. When you make your first deposit, you put that promo code in, you get extra cash in your account immediately. And that means more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. Again, that promo code to use all the time, every time that you see anywhere you can insert a promo code is BET975. Claim a limited time bonus when you sign up. Make your first deposit right away. And even if you're an existing customer, they'll take care of you because MyBookie always has those reload bonuses. They got one going on right now. So let's go. What are you waiting for? Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Car Wreck of the Day nominees, 713-780-3776. Framber Valdez.
Got the music right.
Love roller coaster. We need good Framber tonight since there's only like one reliever available for the Astros. I'm sure there's more
Seriously,
than one.
Like
but
Montero may give you another inning.
probably. I mean, I'm sure Abreu and Presley could give you an inning. What has their workload been
Think
recently?
Presley
I don't know.
could?
When did he last pitch before yesterday?
The day before, didn't he?
Did he? I don't know.
I think he did.
Okay, well, no.
No.
Then no, he can't. Schwab just tweeted out, too, clarification on the Astros have to be at 25 men on their roster while Blanco is suspended.
So when he's suspended, does that mean you can add a player to the roster?
No. You have to be at 25. You have to be a man down. But you can add another pitcher. So you can get to 13 pitchers, even though Blanco is a suspended pitcher.
You just have to get rid of one of your position players.
Yeah. So, like, Trey Cabbage is starting today. I think it's the old Dusty Baker. Let's start a guy before we send him
See you
down.
bye.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised they didn't do it today, though. Maybe no one's nearby because they could really use some coverage.
Sugar Land out of town?
bullpen. Yeah, they are.
Well, there you go.
But, I don't know if Corpus is or whatever. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What do you
they want to
nominate?
win.
What do you think Framber does, by the way? We got to do this.
Farmer's going to give you 6, and he's going to give up 2.
I'll take it, I guess.
Yeah, I would sign up for it. I think he can do better than that, but I can't turn down 6 and 2.
And you should be able to beat Aaron Brooks, former Houston Rocket, who is starting today for the first time in like 3 years.
And former NFL quarterback for the Saints.
Quarterback from Oregon.
I want localize it.
Yeah, but Ben
Wrong
DeBose did
show.
it. I didn't like it.
This guy hasn't pitched in like 2 or 3 years. He's a really weird baseball reference if you're interested in nerding out on it. All right, let's get to our car wrecks of the day. All right, Blankers, what are you nominating for our car wreck of the day?
Well, the first is the fiasco with the umpires last night with Blanco. Just know what you're doing, figure it out, give us an explanation, be consistent. The whole thing to me was a car wreck because no one could figure out what was going on for 2 or 3 innings, and everybody was still guessing and giving their best decision on it.
I thought the crew was fine. I mean,
I didn't like it.
I mean, you didn't know what was going on?
Well, I mean, look, we didn't know until 2 innings later when Blummer mentioned it that they can now periodically check before an inning starts as opposed to after an inning ends.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I don't like the consistency of the rule. I thought that the crew handled it fine. I mean, they're sticking stuff on the glove. It's against the Major League Baseball rule. It leads to an ejection. I think we were all kind of clear.
I didn't like that. I didn't like the fact that they were looking for. Everybody kept conferring and asked. It just to me it was a debacle.
I have you have another one? I have 2.
Got a couple, but go ahead.
First one's Glenn Davis nominated for car wreck of the day. Glenn's coming up at 6. Soccer Matters. You should be listening. Hall of Fame at 7. Space Cowboys over at 92.5, 735. You should always listen to Soccer Matters. Glenn sends us, sometimes like a show preview. Hey, will you guys tease this for me?
Mm-hmm.
Today, his preview, former Celtic and current Dynamo defender Eric. And then this dude's name is spelled S-V-I-A-T Chinko. Like, I'm just supposed to know how to say that, Glenn? How about a pronunciation guide for me? I don't know.
I believe Joel is right.
There you go. He should have sent it to you. Former Celtic and current Dynamo defender Eric Svitchenko.
Svitchenko.
Get the dump button ready.
You've had that problem with a few other players in the past in MLS.
Even shits.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he was
for Seattle, right?
Yeah. No. I think he was for. You might be right. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I think it was Ivan Evenshits. Yeah. What's that?
Can I get a Kleenex? Svitchenko.
Yeah, Glenn Davis. Give me a little help, man. Or a player that doesn't have a hard last name. But anyways, check that out. Glenn Davis, former Celtic, current Dynamo defender. Eric, tough last name. Liga MX playoffs and giving away tickets to Copa America. So make sure you're listening to that. Ron Washington. Remember there were certain people that, you're blowing your chance at Ron Washington. Listen to Ron Washington throw his player under the bus last night.
Lefty on lefty. I didn't sink a ball left-hander. I didn't want him to hit into a double play. He can handle the bat. He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Wow. I didn't do anything wrong. It was his fault.
Jeez, that's pretty cut and dry.
Pretty harsh. It's pretty harsh.
I didn't do anything wrong.
That was the worst part. I think he got away with saying he didn't do his job. That's fair. But to say, ain't my fault.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm glad he's not the Houston Astro manager. Brian, you have a car wreck.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark turning it over 10 times last night in her
She scored
WNBA.
20.
Yeah, but it was all kind of late. It was late, and she didn't shoot very well. Seemed to not be able to handle the physicality of the WNBA. Had some quotes after the game that it was much tougher than she expected. So
said no one ever.
Yeah,
she couldn't handle
you
the
really go there?
physicality.
I was reading that was in the recap that I read this morning. That she had quotes talking about it was more physical than she expected, and she couldn't handle it.
They say that about
she
the WNBA. It's
she
tough
couldn't
league.
get her shot off.
Very physical league, the WNBA. Dre nominates me for bringing in golf talk. 2787 car wreck MLB umpires. Do you want to throw another one in there?
The fact that it took Mike Malone, 5 games to figure out if you double team Anthony Edwards, you have a better chance to win.
I mean, they're up 3-2.
You could nominate the Wolves from being 2-0 to down 3-2.
Well, I was going to say there's multiple nominations because Karl Anthony Towns and the supporting cast of the Minnesota Timberwolves, aside from what's his name, Alexander, that he's getting no help. But you knew at some point they should have been doubling him a lot earlier, but it worked last night.
And Dre nominated me for wearing the Buzzkill headband. He's not Buzzkill. He's dominating. How come you don't ever nominate Blankers for car wreck of the day? Bias. Nepotism, maybe. All right,
First
what's
of all,
winning?
we're not related.
It can still be nepotism if you're not related.
How?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just said that with some conviction.
That might be the car wreck of the day.
No, it doesn't have to be family. Nepotism, the practice among those with power influence of favoring relatives, friends, or associates. It doesn't have to be family. I wasn't confident when I said it. I didn't really know that. All right, on Major League Baseball, umpires are winning. Congratulations, you're the winner. Glenn Davis coming up at 6, Hall of Fame at 7, Space Cowboys on 92.5. Goodbye, Houston.
Guys, before we go to the break and get to soccer matters, you know what else matters? Protecting your biggest investment. That is your house. And you want to protect your house, the best thing that I can recommend is you get in touch with Allstate Siding and Windows because they provide 2 products that specifically will protect and improve the overall appearance and the energy efficiency of your house. Siding and windows, they're game changers. I had the windows put in recently. I'm telling you, the curb appeal went up a ton. The overall updated modern look and feel of those new windows is fantastic, but it's not even close to the value it's going to give you when you realize you could save up to 40% on your energy bills, and it's going to do exactly what you want them to do. It's going to protect you during the tough hurricane seasons of Houston, as well as keeping the cool air in the summer and the warm air in the winter. And right now, what they always do to take care of Houstonians, they got a ton of deals going on. 30% off on all windows, $2,500 off on a complete siding job. Get this process started today. All it takes is calling them, 832-204-1936. 832-204-1936. Just call them. Tell them to come out to your house. Ask them to just explain how they can help you, and they will be there and walk you through every step that they can do to try and get you and your house in a better position. It's fantastic. You can also check them online, allstatesidingandwindows.com. But I encourage you, since it's free, call them and have them come out, and you can learn exactly how they can help you, and they can upgrade the look and the overall performance energy-wise of your house. Check them out again today, 832-204-1936 or allstatesidingandwindows.com.
All right, welcome in, everybody. I heard the intro music, and I was still talking to Joel Blank of the Killer Bees, so I was like, I think I better get over there. This is the fun of radio. I just absolutely enjoy radio. By the way, Soccer Matters has been going for 22 years. Started on public radio, move over to 790, and I've been here, I guess we're close to 15, maybe 12 to 15 years. Dave Tepper originally bringing me over here to Gal Media, and Todd Farquharson and everybody really embracing the sport of soccer, and I always appreciate that. 713-780-3776 show presented by the Daspit Law Firm, as always. There's another big piece of the history of Soccer Matters on the radio for 22 years, is an excellent presenting sponsor. So John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, big thank you to them. We sent out a shameless video promotion a few minutes ago. I have to tell you, I'm always in a conundrum and very conflicted by doing that because, I don't know, it's just strange. But then, you have to tag your sponsors and you want to let people know that you're on. So that's the other thing. So I hope we're going to get a bunch of calls here tonight. We got Copa America tickets. We got Dynamo FC Dallas tickets to give away. There's just a lot going on here tonight. Now, the guests on the show tonight will have Dynamo defender Eric Sviatchenko. And my apologies for not coming into Jeremy and Joel and pronouncing Eric's name. It's a Ukrainian name, Eric Sviatchenko. Had an interesting interview with him. He's going to be on the show here tonight. Now, remember, this is an interview tape from yesterday, but Eric and the Dynamo are just about ready to get on the field and start warming up at Q2 up in Austin because they will play Austin FC tonight. Very big game, quite frankly, because you got to tag the Sporting Kansas City win with a win over Austin FC, who came into Shell Energy Stadium and took a 1-0 victory over the Dynamo. In fact, that was the best game the Dynamo played over the course of the last 6 games, was that Austin FC game, and they ended up losing it on a mistake. Goal scoring still remains the issue, but they are one of the best defending teams in MLS. So we'll get to that in a minute. Couple of interesting things here today. Manchester United over Newcastle 3-2. Aston Villa gets in the Champions League for the first time ever. That's big. Unai Emery getting it done. It's a 6-different club, believe it or not. And I found this to be interesting that Unai Emery has gotten into the Champions League. Valencia, Spartak Moscow, Sevilla, PSG, Villarreal. Pretty incredible. And let's not forget Villa, I think in 2019, was one division below the Premier League. So a lot of that going on. I do want to mention, because I didn't get enough to the Houston Dash, they got a win, a very big win against, what do we call them again? We Are Angel City. I love beating We Are Angel City. And thank Paige Nielsen for the late game winner in that one. Jane Campbell it just continues to be, she's the bar setter of NWSL goalkeepers, in my opinion. And you can't even begin to imagine where you might have been as a Houston Dash in the NWSL without her either winning games or positioning you to win games over the last couple of years. She's been amazing. So it was good advancement for them. They have Portland on Friday. Okay? Portland on Friday, the Houston Dash. So just wanted to make sure I mentioned that. By the way, Chucky Lozano wants to stay, and I know you love Chucky, Guillermo. He's in the Dutch Eredivisie. He wants to stay in Europe. He had 6 goals, 3 assists. I don't know. I don't see. I know people have linked him to San Diego. I think he said he would like to come back. If he did, he'd come back to Liga MX to Pachuca. But all kinds of names being bannered around with San Diego now, and maybe Memo Ochoa. I think you mentioned to me Sergio Ramos. They will want to come in with a big name, and it may be somebody at the end of their career. Look what LAFC just did. Olivier Giroud. Now, Olivier Giroud is not a signing for LAFC. That is a thinking out signing. This is a right here, right now, plug in a striker that we think can help us win an MLS Cup. That's the type of thinking that LAFC is embracing, and he'll score goals in this league. He's still fit. You got Bouanga working on the outside. You got him in the middle. Could be a scary proposition. as you ease them into it. And there's no rush to get them in there to win games right away. You ease them into the whole thing because of the playoff system and 62% of the teams making the playoffs. Guillermo, what's on your soccer mind tonight? Enough of my chatter here.
Well, I mean, today we saw that Austin FC is hosting the 2025 MLS All-Star Game. It's going to be at the Q2 Stadium. So, what are your thoughts on the structure and like, what's your opinion on the overall like MLS All-Star concept?
Boy, All-Star, I'm glad you bring this up because All-Star concepts and games are interesting now. They've turned into kind of a good hangout, a good party, and a good marketing opportunity. They are sponsored elements, so I think from the standpoint of commercial and business and sports. But look, I'm gonna date myself here, but I remember as a kid, Major League Baseball, and I was a little kid, but I remember tuning into the All-Star Game and arguing with my buddies in school because I was a Mets fan and I wanted the National League to beat the American League. So it was intense, and I remember Pete Rose running over Ray Fosse. And Ray Fosse's career never really came back after that. But, it was intense, and they wanted to win, carrying the banner or the flag of either the American or the National League. Now, I think it's a totally different thing. And I'll tell you what, I'd open this up to anybody out there right now. It's 713-780-3776. Do you like All-Star games? Look, it's the monetization of them that keeps them going. I'd like the format of U.S. against Mexican League, but that plays into everything, Leagues Cup and all the connection now between U.S. professional soccer, MLS and Liga MX. It is, though, a little contradictory, and I will say this, because MLS talked about not wanting every team to be in the Open Cup, the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, which, by the way, today is 25 years the anniversary of Columbus Crew Stadium, which, rest in peace, Jamie Roots, who was with the Texans, worked with Lamar Hunt. But it's 25 years ago. That was the first stadium built for soccer. But it is kind of interesting that, you only have 8 teams in the Open Cup, including the Dynamo, who got knocked out by Detroit. And the reasoning was there's just too many games, there's too many things going on. Well, this is a thing where people have to go out there for 3 or 4 days. Players, they're taken away. So, I don't know. But I think the answer lies in the dollars, honestly, Guillermo. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good opportunity for different kinds of players to be able to put themselves on a stage that maybe wasn't there before. I feel like it also has, like, maybe more international draw. So I think it's a good idea for both sides.
So you think it's good for Leo Messi to have to go play in an MLS All-Star game when he's being run out everywhere? He's probably not going to play tonight against Orlando. That's the word I heard. Because you have to be very careful with him. God forbid anything happens to Leo Messi right now because we're so tied into him and he's doing so many remarkable things for Major League Soccer and Inter Miami. By the way, I think Inter Miami's jersey now, who nobody knew of globally, it may be one of the most sold jerseys in the entire world now. I mean, you look on TV in Premier League games and stuff, and you'll see a pink jersey amongst the sea of, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's where it gets real iffy for me because, like, in this concept of the MLS All-Stars, like, I would like to see players, like, for example, like, I don't know, Coco Carrasquilla, like, getting the opportunity, but not somebody that's coming overseas to retire. Like, it's the moment to give other players times to shine, and that's
yeah.
where...
But then is that a true All-Star? If the other guys have performed better than them, why should they go to an All-Star game? I mean, you have to earn the right to be an All-Star and go to an All-Star game, right?
Yeah, I agree, but I at the same time, I do think that if Messi doesn't want to go to the All-Star game, he should have the choice not to go.
And ticket buyers would say...
Yeah, I guess that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. But before we move on, Glenn, I did want to ask you one more thing.
Yeah.
Gio Reyna, the season is ending, loan spell at Nottingham Forest. What's next? Like, what are your overall thoughts on this?
So you remember we had the beat writer for the Nottingham newspaper on the program. We were talking about it at that time. And I remember... I'm not sure who I was speaking. Oh, I think Tab Ramos was on the show. And I think Tab and I were in agreement that, wow, he's got to go to now from Dortmund. where it's a pretty comfortable environment. He knows things. He's been successful there. Now he's being loaned out to Nottingham Forest, who's in the midst of a relegation battle. Okay? Here's his numbers. 230 minutes, 9 appearances, 1 assist. The only assist he had was against Wolves. I think his idea was to go there and build his profile from a personal standpoint, right? So that he could get a move somewhere else. I don't know what Dortmund's going to do with him now. Nottingham Forest isn't going to want him back, I don't think. He was playing behind guys like Anthony Alanga, Callum Hudson-Odoi. The coach was Nuno Espirito Santo, which was kind of interesting because they both have the same agent, right? So these are some of the things behind the scenes we never know, and we've always heard over the years that, under the table payments. There's a lot of things that we don't know in the underside and the underbelly of players in negotiation. I'm not saying that's going on with Reyna, but you would have thought he shares the same agent with that coach. That might have been a benefit, but I don't know. And the interesting thing is when he plays for the U.S., in the last tournament, he was exceptional, and he played underneath as a number 10. And maybe you begin to look at these things as two separate things, right? I mean, maybe a guy isn't playing well as his club, but if he can come in for the national team and do the job, there goes the theory of, well, you only make the national team if your club form is good. Well, we all know that's nonsense. There's a lot of reasons you make a national team. So I don't know. I don't watch a lot of I don't watch the MLB All-Star Game. I don't know. This is Goldfrapp. This is generally music that puts me to sleep at night. Oh, man, I'm getting sleepy. I got to get up for it now. We got coming up next, we got Eric Quill, former Houston area youth product. Eric, let me tell you about him. Grew up playing youth soccer here. So when I was out coaching a youth club, Eric was on the field. He was one of the top players. He went to Clemson, left early, played in Major League Soccer, Kansas City Sporting, Kansas City Wizards. Very humble guy. He's worked extremely hard at his coaching. He's doing big things with New Mexico United. They draw a lot of fans out there in New Mexico. They're in Albuquerque. And, interestingly enough, they knocked off Real Salt Lake. They knocked them out in their first ever match against an MLS team, 4-2. So we're going to talk about that to Eric. Roster building, how different it may be in the USL Championship, and a lot more. Quick word here, though. I want to remind you as we go to break here, LSSC.net is where you get your tickets. LSSC.net is where you get your tickets for the Copa America. We got 3 dates coming up. We got Mexico, Jamaica. We got Colombia, Paraguay. And then we have a quarterfinal match, which could be messy. This is Copa America on our surface here, on our turf. Not only that, in our city. And this is just out from the World Cup. So there's amazing soccer coming here, and I haven't even gotten into all of it. That's just Copa America. So right now, I got a pair of tickets right now. It's 713-780-3776. Pair of tickets right now, Mexico, Jamaica, one of the first games of the Copa America here in Houston.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
For all the problems that we had for times, still we were there. We were there. There's something in the training sessions and the way they live and the mentality. It comes for the mindset for the players, you know. Tomorrow start to think about West Ham, and of course it's a pleasure to give us the chance to depend on us for the last game against this contender like Arsenal. So we have to win one more game to retain the title.
That was Pep Guardiola, Manchester City. They will finish up with West Ham, as he mentioned there, and then Arsenal and Everton. So if West Ham and Everton want to change the course of history, they may have an opportunity to play a part in it. But Guardiola and City, remarkable. It's been fantastic to watch the rise of Arsenal over the last couple of seasons under Arteta. We welcome you back to the show. A reminder here, Danish Inspirations, modern contemporary furniture, best in the city, danishinspirations.com. Also, head out to Hugh O'Connor's Pub. That's where you can catch all these games that are going to be coming up, including Major League Soccer. That's the home of the Liverpool Supporters Group. Again, it's Hugh O'Connor's Pub. All right, so we go from Pep Guardiola to a former Houston area player, grew up here, went on to play in Major League Soccer, as I mentioned in the break after the first segment, and now is the head coach of New Mexico United, and he's done a tremendous job at building his coaching career and resume, and not only that, is one of the most humble guys you meet. He's Eric Quill, manager of New Mexico United, joins us now. Hi, Eric.
How you doing, Glenn?
I'm good.
Good to hear from you. Glad to be on with you, brother.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's a lot of people who know you probably listening into the show tonight, so I'm really excited to have you on the program. I was excited to see that you knocked off Real Salt Lake, and we'll get to that in a minute. But just talk to me about New Mexico United and enlighten my listeners a little bit. I know Ron Patel for a number of years, and you guys are really embedded in the USL Championship in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah, I mean this organization. Even when I was in Dallas coaching the second team, North Texas, in 2019 they knocked off FC Dallas in the Open Cup, and I kind of started paying close attention after that happened to how they, how the organization functioned and where they were in the league, resource. You just kind of hear things, you take things in, and I kind of always circled this place as maybe a possible destination of interest based on what I'd seen from fan interest. I mean, this Albuquerque, this is the only professional sport besides minor league baseball in town, and looking at their games on TV. I mean, the fan support is incredible. I mean, whether it's a Wednesday night or a Saturday night game, they show out, and there's an energy to this place like I've never seen. And so I, blessed to get the opportunity that it was open, and, when I was back in Houston and kind of jobless, and I jumped at it, and it's just been an amazing journey here. And, we're building something special. I came in almost halfway through the season last year, and, we crept into the playoffs in the back end and got knocked out the first round, but had the off season kind of to build something. And right now it's, we had a really tough beginning with a lot of road games, and I've just really been proud of our group and our growth to be where we are in the standings. And you mentioned about the result at Salt Lake, so we're really trending in the right ways. So super proud of what's been happening so far this year.
Next game is San Antonio FC, which is also another one of the great USL Championship stories. Before I get to roster makeup, well, I guess I am getting to it in a way. After Detroit City knocks off Houston, you hear fans saying things that are slightly, to be honest, disrespectful to the Detroit player. Oh, how can you let guys that are part-time plumbers beat you? But I think what a lot of people miss here is that a lot of these players have had backgrounds in a lot of different places and are players that are on the fringe of Major League Soccer, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 5 or 6 that were drafted by Major League Soccer teams and played 1 or 2 seasons there. So they've actually been in that league at the young stages, whether out of college. So there's obviously something that MLS teams saw in them to bring them in. Now, whether they stick or not based on the competition level is up to the organization. But there is player rotation, say what you want. I mean, every organization goes about it different as to how they approach this tournament. And yeah, roster size and the amount of games, and I get it all. I've been on both sides, and there's truth to be told in everything. But there is the David and Goliath story is there. It's never going away in this cup, which is why I love it so much, because we were in it in the first round against Lubbock Matadors, who gave us a great game, who had some talented players, who actually a couple of that we're going to try to pursue. So that's what the beauty of this tournament can be. For some of our guys, maybe they get on the targets of MLS teams again and get an opportunity again. So you just never know. But that's what I love about this tournament. And so depending on how teams go about it, it's their choice. But there's some really talented USL Championship teams that have some talented players that have played in both levels. And it's just, we were good on our night. We deserved what we got, but yes, Salt Lake rotated their lineup until the end. But we happened to get them early enough to where, when their star-studded guys came in, it was too late.
Yeah, Eric Quill, head coach of New Mexico United USL Championship. And by the way, I mean, you think about what these teams are doing in their markets, whether it's the engagement with the community, that's one part of it. It's offering opportunity to players, coaches, people in upper management, marketing, you name it. I mean, they are so healthy for these markets. It's pretty remarkable. So 4-2, you knock off Real Salt Lake. It's the first ever match for New Mexico United against an MLS team. You're now in the round of 16. You get a pair of goals from Zico Bailey, Nicky Hernandez, and Reyes. So the first thing, when I saw Zico Bailey's name, I go, if you're named Zico, you better be pretty good, right?
Yeah, I mean, Zico was drafted by FC Cincinnati, so he had a couple years in MLS. So, and it was in San Antonio. So this kid, and he's young. Like, he's still, I think that's the other piece that we need to kind of throw out there is like, what somebody may think of somebody at age 22, and maybe they're not the game changer they need right at that point. So sometimes the pathway and direction is different for everybody, and Zico's just needed to go down and get playing time at a young age. And I'm telling you what, I would recommend this player to any MLS team. He was a right back in the league, and now I've made him. He's an interior player. He's an 8, in my opinion, his best position. So sometimes, what somebody sees in somebody is not always what ends up being the outcome. And that's the beauty of sport and trajectory and people's opinions. And everybody's got a lot of hands in these things. And so Zico's a guy that has really gravitated and taken ownership of this interior role, and he's just thriving. And I've been loving seeing it. He's probably one of our most important players.
And you just announced him to all of Major League Soccer, Eric. You know that.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I know it is, because you wouldn't have
beyond.
said it if you weren't okay with it. I know you're okay with it.
Exactly.
All right, Eric Quill, New Mexico United. Look, he's one of our own here in Houston, and we don't. I got to tell you, we don't do a good job of reminding people of the amazing history, the coaches we have all over the country at different levels. People playing in places. I mean, amazing stories. By the way, there's a coach, Fabian Herzeller, who was born in Houston, who just moved St. Pauli to the Bundesliga, the top division from the second division. We had him on the show about a year ago. Amazing story. So the connections are incredible. Did you get the sense, Eric, before the Real Salt Lake game that your guys in training were a little bit lifted?
Yeah, I mean, it's there. This is opportunity knocking, right, for everybody, and so you see it all the time. I mean, even when we saw the Lubbock Matador, I mean, they were up for the game, and when people are up for it, they're bought in, and their structure's right, their buy-in's right, and their game plan's right, and they take their chances. They know they're not going to be in abundance, but our guys were super up for it. The world is small of soccer, and so they know each other from different teams, and I just felt an energy from our guys that they were ready for this one. And in front of our home crowd was, our crowd's amazing, so it was special, and we were ignited, and we got the result we wanted and needed, and we're moving on.
Tell us a little bit about the environment, because I always like watching it on TV. It's a unique environment. It looks very cool to me. Yeah,
I mean, it's a baseball stadium, so it's a little, obviously there's some other teams playing. I mean, you NYCFC playing in Yankee Stadium, so it's not far off from any level in this country. And they've done we do an amazing job of converting the field, which majority of the field is outfield grass, so it's really nice, and the surface is right for a good playing condition. And they do a good job of sodding the small portion that is infield, and it's intimate. It's got character, but the energy that the fans bring is something I've never seen. And it doesn't matter if there's 5,000 people in the stands or there's 11. It's loud and there's energy and you feel it. And so that's where I really, the fans here and how much they love this team comes out every time we're at home, whether it be a Wednesday or Saturday. And it's a unique place to coach.
Eric Quill, head coach of New Mexico United. Eric, how difficult is it putting a roster together in the USL Championship? Because you do have a lot of player movement, and somebody could move for, a few $100 more a month, at this stage. And I don't say that disrespectfully, but it is hard to keep a roster intact, right?
It is. There's a lot of variables that go into people's choices as to what destination they choose, especially when money is if even, it's city destination, what if they have a family member. There's so many variables that people don't think about that go into somebody's choices. But I think that the biggest key is being consistent in the product you put on the field, and what we're trying to build is a consistent winner, where that's ultimately what can offset everything is when somebody's being sought after that's going to play for a consistent winner. And that's the culture we're trying to build. That's the organization we're trying to build, because I think that wins out overall. And I think we're an attractive destination because of our fan base, because of what what we are in this community in the state of New Mexico. It's not just Albuquerque. This is the state of New Mexico supporting this club. And that's why it's called New Mexico United. It's not called Albuquerque United. It's the whole state. I mean, we got people traveling around from all destinations coming every week and every weekday to support this team, which is unique. And so but going back to your point, it's not easy. There's a lot of variables that people can choose as to why they choose their team they want to play for. But I think what we're trying to build is a consistent winner.
Eric, one thing you and I know, professional soccer players want to play in front of fans because in some sense they're entertainers. And as long as you're packing them in there, that's a nice thing to have as a feather in your cap, right, when trying to get guys to come there. Or I'm assuming a lot of guys are offering themselves up to you.
That's what we're hoping to become. I mean, I think that we're in the beginning stages of people offering themselves up to us. But, again, the season we're trying to have and we're hopeful to have, we just had 11,500 this game on Saturday. Wow. Against Oakland. And, we have our own stadium being built here, coming soon. So that just shows the growth and the trajectory of where New Mexico United is going and the support. It's here for the long haul. So if you're a player who likes to play in front of rowdy fans and have an energy and an adrenaline rush like no other, this is the place you come.
That was just a great marker you put out to everybody. Eric, this is great stuff. Let's get you back on the show again to continue the discussion on this, because I think I find it incredibly interesting, and I know that a lot of my listeners do as well. But more importantly, you've always had tremendous passion for the game. You always respected the game. You always put it first, and it's great to see you so successful. And thanks as always coming on. And by the way, best of luck against San Antonio FC.
I appreciate it, Glenn. I love the game. Love where I came from. Always support Houston, and whatever I can do to grow the game is what I'm bought in for. So I appreciate you having me on and speak my word.
Always, Eric. Thanks again. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, man.
Eric Quill, New Mexico United. They knocked off RSL. You love it. I mean, that's what the Open Cup's about, right? And then he mentions to you that Lubbock Matadors gave them a game because they're levels above Lubbock Matadors, and those guys are trying to prove themselves. So that's the beauty of the whole Open Cup structure. We got to go? Really? I was going to talk a little Dynamo here, Austin FC. No? We don't have time. I hear this music. This is Gary Newman, Remind Me to Smile. Okay, well, then I'm going to knock a few things off here. Dynamo, 7 against number 8 in the West, Austin FC. Dynamo are 3-2 on the road. They're one of the top defending teams in the league, along with FC Cincinnati and Columbus. Excellent defending team. See if they score goals tonight in Austin. Austin will certainly be concerned with guys like they got a good midfield with Driussi, Ring, and Pereira. Kolmanich, Gallagher will try to get forward. O'Brien's their vertical threat they got from FC Dallas. Diego Rubio came over from Colorado, and then there's that guy named Rigoni who scored the goal in the 1-0 victory. Interesting to see how both Josh Wolf and Ben Olsen will maybe mix and match here because it's a lot of games in a short amount of time. So we'll see how long Hector Herrera goes. He went 70 minutes. Keep an eye on what they do with him. Tate Schmidt probably will get the left back position with Daniel Steris out and Escobar remains out. So does Sebas Ferreira. All right, so that's coming up in about an hour. It's the Houston Dynamo. It's Austin FC, and that's on Apple Music. We'll take a break. Coming up next, Eric Sviatchenko, Houston Dynamo defender. Really, really good interview with him, and I hope you enjoy it.